Suyu traveled to the world of immortal cultivation and awakened the pendulum villain system. Just swing for the fences and get attribute points. Just play the villain and get rewards. Chapter 1, you don't want to get boxed up as soon as you cross over, do you? Buried immortal star. Eastern wasteland. Tianyan Holy Land. The aura here was abundant, like a sea of clouds churning, with countless lofty mountains suspended in the sky, and on top of them, an ancient vicissitudes of palaces and pavilions, as if it was a fairyland on earth. Above the summit of Lingyun Peak, a white-robed man with a face like a crown of jade and a straight posture was looking around with a dull expression. Suddenly, he spoke angrily. No, I don't want to stay here. Dog system, teleport me back to Earth. Ding, please don't resist the host. This system guarantees that it will make you happy in the immortal cultivation world. I'm glad you're here. You don't play with people like that. Didn't I just read a metaphysical novel titled Desolate Ancient Legend to pass the time? By the dog blood plot in the book Angry Wave is not enough. Just thought to give the author a 5-star bad review. Was the damn dog system forced to pull into the world of the book? It also becomes the most suffocating villain to live in the book. That's fucking bullshit. This Suyu, ahem, is the present day himself? Not only was he the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son, with the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the head of the 4 great Holy Lands, backing him up, but he was also the son of the head of the Eternal Life family, the Su family. I am even more talented. Is one of the strongest physique of the ancient chaos god body, born with a rich god like jade, imposing, typical of the cultivation world of rich and handsome. However, such a saintly son with a distinguished life, extraordinary looks, and a bright future was an infatuated licking dog. Since 10 years ago, on the way to the Tianyan Holy Land to pay homage to the master, he happened to meet Lin Yuyen, who had been tragically killed by her family and was seriously injured and collapsed in a pool of blood. He was instantly overwhelmed with love, and brought her to the Holy Land to learn from the master together. He had spent 10 years as one day, trying to think of every possible way to be nice to Lin Yuyen, and had raised a little lowly who was only 8 years old into the great beauty that was now pouring out of the country. However, this Lin Yuyen accepted his offerings while hating him to the core. Moreover, he also treats him as a great enemy who killed his parents and elder brother, and cooperates with the male lead, Jiang Chen, and sets him up in unkindness and injustice many times. Not only did he make him infamous, but he also tricked him into taking the extreme god-destroying pill gifted by Jiang Chen when he was seriously injured, and he ended up dying a death that couldn't be repeated. His corpse was boneless, and his soul was extinguished. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Shucks, dog system, I'm not going to be this Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son. Quickly teleport me back to Earth. The unscrupulous system immediately persuaded. Host, you don't want to get boxed up just after you cross over, do you? Asterisk system. You dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll immediately file a complaint against you to the heavens and the worlds, so that there's no way for you to mix in the system world. So you also came to real fire. So what if you're the system? This master is not afraid of you. Either way, it's a death. Ding. Considering that the host is too emotional and born with a villainous personality, this system is officially upgraded to a villainous swinging system. As long as the host plays the role of the villain, he will be rewarded by the system. As long as the host poses in the immortal cultivation world, he will be able to gain attribute points, and the system will give additional rewards for every certain number of days accumulated. Suyu was captivated by the voice prompts and his emotions gradually stabilized. So, system, what you're saying is, whether I lay around my home swinging, or go out and do bad things, I get rewarded? Correct. Jia. On Suyu's face, the villain's signature smile immediately surfaced. I can't help but look forward to the rest of my life. Since we're all here, why don't we experience life in the immortal cultivation world first? Consider it a free trip here. But, system, everyone else who just activated the system has a newbie gift pack. Where's mine? The system mourns in silence. Are all hosts so shrewd nowadays? In the end, who is the system boss? It. Ding. The host was right to remind me. The newbie pack is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an inquiry-level cultivation technique, the Xian Tian Chaos Dao scripture. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining attribute points, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal level talent, the heart speech avatar. Xian Tian Chaos Taoist scripture. This scripture was created by the Xian Tian Immortal Emperor. Those who cultivate this scripture must be Chaos Divine Body, and once initiated, they can gather chi like a flood. Open up the silted meridians in the body of the cultivator. Remove toxins from the body, and open up the martial arts Dantian. Small successor, can be swallowed all the things with aura, including poisonous things, transformed into the life of the original liquid. Repair the damaged cells in the body of the cultivator. The shape of the great cultivation and yang yuan. Those who have achieved great success can transform what they devour into innate chaotic qi, so that all poisons will not be invaded and all illnesses will not be contracted. Those who have achieved great success, they will not enter the cycle of reincarnation and will not be involved in karma. Attribute points can be used to enhance the host's longevity. Qualifications: cultivation, enlightenment, and feats. Heartfelt speech avatar. As long as the host casts this avatar on someone, he or she will be able to make the other person hear his or her heartfelt speech. Effective coverage, within 1,000 meters. Seeing one of the system's prompts, a satisfied smile appeared on Suyu's face. Especially this Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture. It was simply tailor-made for him. Just as he was planning to have the system teach the Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture, a familiar fragrant breeze blew into Lingyun Peak. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in time. Ding! Detected the daughter of heaven's destiny approaching the host. Ha! The daughter of heaven's destiny? Suyu revealed a playful look on his face. The top of Lingyun Peak, as the cultivation place of the Holy Sun, was almost a forbidden place. There are only a handful of people who can come and go freely. Even the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord would respect Suyu extremely and would send a summons notification before each visit. Only Lin Yuyen, holding Suyu's Sacred Sun Order, could not only come and go as she pleased in Lingyun Peak, but she could also receive all of Suyu's cultivation resources with her Sacred Sun Order. Suyu looked towards the white silhouette that was getting closer and closer. One had to admit that this Lin Yuyen was extremely beautiful, with the appearance of the closed moon to repair the flower. Sinking fish fall wild goose face. No wonder the previous he fascinated by the soul. The title of the number one beauty of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land was not an empty claim. However, today's Suyu was not what he used to be, so how could he be confused by beauty? This kind of white-eyed wolf goods, no matter how beautiful they look, their hearts are black, as far away as possible. Right now, since she's coming to the door of her own accord, the corners of his lips hooked slightly, and a flash of teasing flashed in his eyes. System, receive the heart speech spitting avatar. Ding! The heartfelt speech avatar has been released. Please feel free to use it. As the system's words fell, next moment, Suyu suddenly felt that a large number of brand new memories had been added to his mind, all about how to perform the heart sound spitting divine power. 10 breaths later, Lin Yuyen stepped on her flying sword and landed steadily on the top of Lingyun Peak. Not caring if it disturbed Suyu who was cultivating, he directly shouted at him. Suyu, there's no need for you to do something ridiculous and meaningless just to attract my attention. Now, immediately call away the group of lackeys you sent to wreak havoc in my courtyard. However, what responded to her was not Suyu's usual, lowly reparations and currying favor. Instead, what do you mean by sabotage? That's the 5 top-grade spirit medicines that this holy sun spent half a month digging up from a jaded land, which have the effect of purifying the spiritual power of heaven and earth. What a short-sighted and stupid woman. A strange rebuking voice suddenly sounded in her head. Lin Yuyen, who was in the late stage of the condensed Dan realm, dared to be 100% certain. These words did not come from Suyu's mouth, nor did they come from his voice transmission. Rather, it was what was in Suyu's heart, what was in Suyu's mind. It seems that I have mastered his heart's passage by mistake. Originally, she didn't have a good feeling towards Suyu, and now that she heard him cursing herself, she became even more angry. Chapter 2 I am the holy son of heavenly diffusion, yet you treat me as a licking dog? Good you Suyu, you are usually obedient and loving to me, but I didn't expect that. In private, you would call me a short-sighted and stupid woman. She immediately glared with her beautiful eyes and huffed. Suyu, if you have a poor vision just admit it in a big way. No one will take you as blind. I order you to have all those weeds dug up right away, and in the future you are not allowed to plant flowers and plants in my courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for angering the daughter of heaven's destiny, rewarded with 300 villain points. Suyu sniffed, and the corner of his lips curled up into a nice-looking arc. Great! I didn't realize that this stupid woman with big boobs had any value in helping him earn villain points. It seemed that the heart speech-spitting avatar cast earlier had successfully worked on her. He smiled faintly, his voice as warm as jade. Good, since senior sister Lin doesn't like it, then senior brother will immediately ask people to dig them all up. After saying that, he immediately picked up the summoning jade. By 1. Immediately bring your men and transplant all the spirit medicines that have been planted in Lin Yuyen's courtyard over the years to Lingyun Peak. In the summoning jade, Bai Wan's unusually excited voice immediately came. Good Lu, guarantee to complete the task. These spiritual herbs that Lin Yuyan regarded as weeds were all dug up by them after accompanying the Holy Sun through great hardships. Today, on the order of the Holy Sun, he came to plant them in Lin Yuyan's courtyard. Who knew? Lin Yuyan didn't appreciate it even though, but also humiliated them as dog lackeys, and even ran directly to the Holy Sun to sue them. Bai Wan was one of Su Yu's earliest followers, and now he was the head of Ling Yin Peak's guards, and he had long since grown disenchanted with what Lin Yuyan had done. Nay, the Holy Sun loved her to the bone, and could not listen to any persuasion, so he could only sigh to himself. Previously, the Saint's son had always referred to Lin Yuyan as Fairy Lin to the outside world, and just now, for the first time, he heard the Saint's son call Lin Yuyan by her full name, combined with the Holy Sun's order just now. Ha ha, the heavens have eyes, the Holy Sun has finally become enlightened. Such a woman is really not worth your close attention. Lin Yuyan's face was unpleasant after hearing Su Yu's conversation with Bai Wan. Although she didn't really like the few spirit medicines Su Yu planted this time, she still liked many of the exotic flowers and herbs she planted before. Not only did many of the spirit medicines look good and the fragrance of the flowers was refreshing, but they could also enhance her cultivation progress, and some of them also had a beauty and skin improving effect. Unexpectedly, Su Yu, this little cutie, the licking dog, would have the wrong idea, and actually ordered all of them to be dug up. However, she couldn't pull her face to ask Su Yu to retract what she had just said. Only a cold snort could be heard. Humph, remember what you said today, and in the future, never expect me to accept another gift from you. Ding, congratulations to the host, for making the daughter of Heaven's destiny in a dilemma, rewarded with villain points plus 300. Hey, interesting, turned out to be a heartbreaker. If this had been the previous Su Yu, he would have immediately started to admit his mistake, retracting his earlier words and coaxing the other party to be happy. However, the current Su Yu, well, can't wait for you to get pissed off and make more villain points. Immediately, he once again opened the heart's voice divine power. Don't think that this Holy Sun is rare to give you a gift. And these words soon resounded perfectly in Lin Yuyan's mind. She stared at Su Yu in disbelief with her beautiful eyes wide open. How dare he talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I'll get really angry and ignore him? Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the daughter of Heaven's destiny, rewarded with 300 villain points. Yay! Pick up the slack again. That year, this Holy Sun must have been too young and too tired from rushing on the road. And only then his mind got hot and misjudged such a stupid white-eyed wolf as a fairy falling down to the mortal world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the daughter of Heaven's destiny's emotions fluctuate, rewarded with 300 villain points. I should have let you die on your own back then, but now that you've become so hardened, you don't know how to be thankful, even if you're not. You've even teamed up with Jiang Chen to falsely accuse me and unite with various forces to surround and kill me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the daughter of Heaven's destiny, rewarded with 500 villain points. Foolish woman, with empty talent and beauty, but no brain. When this son saved you from the pool of blood, you were only 10 years old. There is no grievance with your family. Why should I destroy your whole family? Even if they really destroyed your whole family, they wouldn't be so stupid as to know that you and I have a great hatred for destroying our family, but also save your little life, take you to learn from a teacher, give you a large amount of cultivation resources, and in order to please you, several times go deep into the dangerous land. Isn't that asking for trouble? Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the daughter of Heaven's destiny, rewarded with 1000 villain points. It's a pity that the one who really exterminated your family was Jiang Chen's mother. I don't know what's going on in your head, after knowing the real murderer, you even because of Jiang Chen's glib words. When is a grievance avenged? What's more, it was your father who first had a negative attitude towards her, while choosing to forgive the murderer and still be able to kneel on her son with peace of mind, becoming the least favored member of his harem group. If I were your parents, I would be so angry that I would crawl out of the earth and strangle your stupid unfilial daughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the daughter of Heaven's destiny to have violent mood swings, rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Hey, Su Yu inwardly gave himself wild kudos. This voice of the heart is really good. Not only did he intentionally tell the true culprit of Lin Yuyan's family extermination and clear his name, he also cursed the other party furiously on behalf of his previous self, and took out a mouthful of bad breath. Plus earn a couple thousand villain points, which I don't know what it's for yet, but it's just nice to hear. The thought had just flashed, and the system immediately solved the confusion. Ding! A warm reminder that villain points can be used to purchase goods in the system mall. So it is. Su Yu's eyes flashed with an exquisite aura, and he's across the street. Originally, Lin Yuyan, who had previously been in a lofty and overbearing manner. After hearing Suyu's heartfelt words, her chest was heaving violently. It was rippling like a beautiful wave of water, and my clothes were about to burst. Was this the same Suyu that she had always, for so long, regarded as a licking dog? What a hypocrite! One thing in front of the other, one thing behind the scenes. On the surface, I was treated with tenderness, care, and love. Inwardly, it was a white-eyed wolf to the left and a stupid woman to the right. There was not even a hint of love to be heard in his heartfelt voice. Instead, it was like he was trying to clear the air with me. Think about it. Inside, she couldn't help but feel a little lost. One had to admit that Suyu was a man who was so good that he was almost perfect. Whether it was his own talent, looks, and temperament, or his illustrious family lineage and status as a holy son, as well as the ability to adapt in the face of a crisis event, it was a model for the entire cultivation world, the younger generation. If in the past, she would not hesitate to tell someone that his only weakness was himself, but, just now, after hearing his heart, she was surprised to find that there was, in fact, nothing broken in this man. It would be a terrible thing to be an enemy, since the groom has no feelings and the concubine has no intention, nor did she care to be in the company of this hypocrite. However, earlier, he had said that his family exterminator was Jiang Chen's mother, so what was that all about? Do you recognize a person named Jiang Chen? Lin Yuyan suddenly spoke, her eyes staring at Suyu without blinking. Chapter 3, Want to split up? Give me back the Sacred Sun order first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arousing the curiosity of the Daughter of Destiny, rewarded with 300 villain points. Jia. Nay-san, it's really hit the spot. Suyu did not open the heart speech spitting avatar this time. He looked a little surprised as he looked at Lin Yuyan. Then, with a slight smile, he said, Senior Sister Lin hasn't forgotten that senior brother I have only returned from my external training today. As for who Jiang Chen is, Senior Sister might as well go to the Internal Affairs Office to inquire and find out. Lin Yuyan sniffed, her eyes filled with disappointment. Not only was this man hypocritical, he was also full of lies, and really wasn't worth keeping her around. With a cold smile, she suddenly took out a storage bag and threw it at Suyu. This is all my savings, to repay you for saving my life in the past. From now on, you and I will return to the bridge, and the road will return to the road. I hope you won't bother me again. Suyu received the storage bag and swept the contents with his divine sense. 1 million lower grade spirit stones. Much indeed. However, compared to the cultivation resources and gifts he had bestowed upon Lin Yuyan, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Not enough to pay it back at all. Just, nowadays, Suyu just wanted to get rid of this sweeper early. You know, in the original drama, all the people who treated her sincerely ended up dying miserable deaths. In his previous life, he rolled like a robot every day in order to live a human life. Now, it's natural to enjoy life when you've traveled across the world once in a while. Yeah, hearing Suyu agree so easily, Lin Yuyan felt as if everything was still a dream. She had fantasized about countless scenarios where she and Suyu parted ways. Never once, as calmly as today. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Suyu suddenly smiled and spoke. Senior Sister Lin, there is no Saint Sun order in this storage bag. This Senior Sister Lin, who had been provided for by her all along, did not listen to anything outside the window with both ears, except for going to the Fierce Beast Mountain Range once a month at the beginning of the month to practice and kill demonic beasts. The rest of the time, she stayed at the Jade Maiden residence in the Holy Land to cultivate, and each time, she only knew to take her Holy Sun order to receive cultivation materials. She had also been naive enough to think that all the resources she received with the Sacred Sun order were provided to her by the Holy Land. In fact, here's what she doesn't know. Although a Holy Sun had a pivotal position in the Holy Land, the cultivation resources that could be provided were limited. The benefit of this was to encourage the Holy Sons to go out and practice more, and to go to the secret realm more often to plunder opportunities to improve themselves. The Holy Land wanted to cultivate true geniuses, sons of the Holy Spirit who can carry heavy burdens and travel long distances, not flowers in a hothouse. The previous Suyu, in order to take care of Lin Yuyan's small pride, would often store a large number of heavenly treasures and elixir medicines that he had obtained when he went out to practice in the Pill Room and the Alchemy Pavilion, so that she could easily receive a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures when she was holding the Saint Sun's token. AI, Suyu really admired his former self. No wonder there's a saying, lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog, and in the end, there's nothing left. When you chase a girl, you must let the other person know how good you are to her. By all means, make her realize how hard you've worked before she's moved to wooing. Doesn't the before him know that the kind of man who works silently behind the back of his beloved and asks for nothing in return is often a spare tire? Lin Yuyan was slightly stunned, her face questioning, "Didn't you say that this is the token that my master issued to me?" With her words just falling, immediately, the heartfelt voice of Su's words drifted back into her mind. He, really a stupid woman. The Holy Sun order naturally can only belong to this Holy Sun. In the beginning is just afraid of your face, can't get over it, refused to accept my charity. Only said that it is the master sent to you. Still really believe it. Lin Yuyan's stunningly beautiful face immediately turned red. Immediately throwing the Holy Sun order to Suyu, he fled as if he had harnessed his flying sword and ran away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for putting the daughter of heaven's destiny to deep shame. Rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Nice and strong. Then this Holy Sun will reveal a little more of the plot to you. A few moments later, Lin Yuyan, who had just flown mid-air, was again thunderstruck by a whisper in her head. No, why did she suddenly ask about Zhang Chen? According to reason, Zhang Chen should only appear 2 days later. Could it be that the two of them have met in advance? No wonder senior sister Lin is so confident today. She wants to completely draw a line with me, so she has found a new backer. It must be that senior sister Lin has fallen for Zhang Chen's heroic rescue plan, and the two fell in love at first sight in the ferocious Beast Mountain range. Lin Yuyan, Lin Yuyan, you stupid woman. Will this Holy Sun of a true heart mercilessly trampled? Do not know. This Zhang Chen is just using you, in your a true heart, slowly towards the cesspit. Having said that, Suyu looked with satisfaction at the silhouette that stood on the flying sword and almost planted down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the daughter of heaven's destiny to have violent mood swings. Rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Jia. On Suyu's face, the villain's signature smile appeared. Alas! After being interrupted by this white-eyed wolf, this saint's son hasn't finished receiving his newbie gift pack. System, receive the Xian Chaotic Tao scripture. Ding! Xian Chaos Taoist scripture is being taught. As the system voice ends, in a blink of an eye, so you felt that his entire being was like being in a vast sea of stars, and in front of him, there was a tome that exuded antiquity and mystery. It was none other than the Xian Chaos Tao scripture. With a gentle movement of his mind, the tome immediately opened automatically. One could only see a green-shirted man with an immortal aura, taking a step out from the scriptures and standing in the void. His stature was incomparably magnificent, his features as handsome as those of a heavenly god, and he exuded a heart-stopping majesty and domineering aura around him. He lowered his head and smiled faintly at Suyu, instantly causing Suyu to feel a sense of warmth. The next moment, as the man in green shirt exhaled and inhaled, his body emitted 10,000 channels of haze, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, as if summoned, scrambled to be the first to enter his body. Suyu immediately followed the green-shirted man's method and began to cultivate. Boom! In the air, a large amount of spiritual chi immediately gathered from all directions and quickly surged into his body. Under the prodding of the Gong method, it was quickly converted into a special life original liquid, nourishing every cell in his entire body. Originally, in order to please Lin Yuyan, he had gone in and out of the secret realm from time to time in search of genius treasures, and there were some dark wounds and toxins that had accumulated in his body. Under the healing of this vigorous life original liquid, like a small withered tree, it drew branches and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming vibrant. Boo! A wall-breaking sound resounded within Suyu's body. Chapter 4, The Future Huan Yu Emperor. Only 30 years of lifespan? After stagnating at the peak of the condensed Dan realm for 2 years without moving forward, he finally broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the Avatar realm. According to the setting of this novel, the cultivation levels in this world are divided from low to high. Body refinement, true element, sea gathering, Dan concentration, divine power, prosperity, true God, heavenly God, divine general, divine king, heavenly exalt, and great power. Ascending to the immortal realm, there are 6 other realms: mortal immortal, true immortal, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal Zun, and immortal emperor. A 20-year-old at the Avatar realm was already considered a demon in this side of the world. However, with his talent, if he hadn't expended too much energy for that white-eyed wolf, Lin Yuyan, and suffered serious injuries many times before, he would have already broken through to this realm. Perhaps, by now, he was already a powerful member of the prosperity realm. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The transmission of the Xian Chaos Tao scripture is complete. Congratulations to the host for having cultivated it to a small degree of completion. Does the host view the personal information panel now? Check. Suyu immediately replied. Ding, host's personal information panel is opening. Name, Suyu. Longevity, 20/500, D. 30. Cultivation level, first level of the Avatar realm, 60/100. Physique, Hotian Chaos Divine Body / Innate Chaos Divine Body, 200/1000. Gnosis, 30 out of 100. Technique, Xian Tian Chaos Dao Scripture, Ultimate, Minor, 10 out of 100. Heavenly Diffraction Divine Art, Divine, Minor, 80 out of 100. Meteor Sword Technique, Holy, Major, 50/100. Talent, Heartfelt Speech, Great Achievement 50 out of 100. Suyu scanned a message that appeared on the panel. The face gradually sank. The character of Suyu, as shown in the original story, did die at the age of 30, and this year he's 20 years old. Originally, with his cultivation at the Avatar realm, he still had 480 years of life left to live. But because of Jiang Chen's conspiracy with Lin Yuyan, he died young and only had 10 years of life left. 30 years old. Not to mention the immortal cultivation world, even if you put it on Earth, it's still a short life. How could the Holy Son of Heavenly Diffusion, the future Great Emperor of Huanyu, stop at 30? System, take those 100 attribute points and add them all to longevity. Ding, congratulations to the host, the longevity addition was successful. Now, the host has 600 years of longevity left. Suyu suddenly realized, in the underworld, there was a special aura that was added to him. Is this the ethereal power of the ages? He scanned the information panel again. The information was definitely updated. Longevity, 20/600, D. 30. System, what's going on? Still pawn 30? Ding, the only way for the host to escape this is to change the original plot. Asterisk 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 then the 100 attribute points that this Holy Son added just now. Isn't it a waste? The host's longevity increases and his physical fitness strengthens along with it. Quality enhancement. What's the point of me wanting this? No, system, you have to compensate this saint's son for his loss. Ding, have upgraded enlightenment to 50 for the host. So you instantly felt that his head was spinning much more flexibly than before. Immediately looking at the Gnosis column, it reads, Gnosis, 50 out of 100. After that, he rested his gaze on the column of physique and said with some displeasure, System, the data of other items show a few percent. Why does the column of physique become a few thousandths of a percent? Ding, the host asked a wonderful question. The host's current physique is crippled. Is the Su family's old ancestor through some special means? Artificial cultivation. From the innate chaos god body there is still quite a long way to go. When Suyu heard this, his brows could not help but frown. The chaotic god body that he had always been proud of was actually only man-made. Or crippled. Please don't be discouraged. The host only needs to pose in the immortal cultivation world. Every day can gain 10 attribute points. No more than 3 months' time. Will be able to completely solve the physical defects. Of course, the host can also perfect the physical defects by practicing the Xian Tian Chaos Dao Scripture. Hearing the system explained, Suyu was in a much better mood. He opened his eyes, and they gleamed. It was as if my whole body had an inexhaustible energy. He casually swung a punch. Boom! A berserk energy immediately emanated from his fist. In the air, a huge golden fist print was formed. The sky was struck with a giggling and breaking sound. The clouds in the sky instantly dissipated. The afterglow of the setting sun, unobstructed by clouds, sprinkled swiftly over his body. It made his entire person, as if he was gilded with a layer of golden light. This scene happened to be discovered by Bai Wan and the others who had just returned to Lingyun Peak. Look, the Holy Sun looks so powerful and domineering today. Ha ha, did you guys see Fairy Lin just now? That sad and depressed look? Shoo, be careful what you say. We don't know what's going on with the two of them yet. A few people sniffed and immediately closed their mouths. They, the guards of Lingyun Peak, were well aware of how much Suyu favored Lin Yuyan. It is not possible to say. The two people are just having a disagreement. Maybe tomorrow they will make up. Then those of them who used to laugh at Fairy Lin. Suddenly, a low, mellow voice rang out from above the mountain. From now on, without this saint's son's permission, no one may release Lin Yuyan into my Lingyun Peak without authorization. The words just fell. One by one. The guards' faces instantly blossomed into brilliant smiles as they replied in unison, their voices resounding, yes, as the Holy Sun commands. At that moment, Baiwan smiled and suggested, Saint's son, we have dug up all the exotic flowers and plants that have been planted in Fairy Lin's courtyard over the years. Do we need to plant them all in the courtyard outside of your chambers? Suyu nodded with an approving face. May. Then, sweeping the empty yard below. With that, he proposed, another rocking chair in the courtyard. How can you live a swinging life without a rocking chair? In the meantime, as soon as Lin Yuyan returned to the Jade Maiden residence, then I found the original fairyland-like courtyard. Now that it has become pitted, where is the semblance of beauty? The anger that was being held in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. She raised her hand. Then there was a furious bombardment towards the ground. The gazebo, what was left of the trees, was under this onslaught. They have fallen to the ground. It made the Jade Maiden residence look even more depressed and dilapidated. The two maids were hiding in the woodshed not far away, trembling with fear. This is still 10 years since they took care of Lin Yuyan. First time I've seen her lose her temper like that. Don't look at Lin Yuyan's extreme beauty. However, she was extremely cold-hearted. Plus, her cultivation talent was frighteningly high. At only 18 years old this year, he is already in the late stage of the condensed Dan realm. These two maids were only at the true origin realm. Where is the dare to dissuade? Good on. The Jade Maiden residence is close to Lingyun Peak. Previously, whenever Lin Yuyan ran into something unhappy and sat in the gazebo to sulk, Suyu would always be the first to show up and cheer her up. But today, the commotion in the Jade Maiden's residence was so loud. Both maids had waited for a tea time, and Suyu had not yet appeared. The two of them looked at each other and without any further hesitation, they immediately picked up the summoning jade and reported the situation of this place to Suyu. It was expected that the Holy Sun would offer some kind of reward after hearing what the two of them had to say. Who knows? A familiar and nice voice rang out unhurriedly. Let her go. In the future, there is no need to report to the Saint Sun on all trivial matters concerning Lin Yuyan. The two maids looked at the transmission jade that had already been turned off and looked at each other with a blank expression. Just then, a roar rang out, almost hysterical. Get out! Get out of here right now! In the future, if you dare to take a step into my Jade Maiden residence, you will die without a burial place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully angering the Daughter of Heaven's destiny, rewarded with 500 villain points. Suyu, who had just hung up his transmission jade, then once again heard the system's broadcasting sound. He couldn't help but laugh softly in a low voice, in an incredibly happy mood. This Lin Yuyan is simply a powder keg. A little bit will catch fire. From the time she returned to the Jade Maiden's residence, the system broadcasting the rewards had not stopped in his mind. Chapter 5, The Cabbage Raised for 10 Years, surprisingly pried up. In the Jade Maiden's residence, Lin Yuyan's mood was even more devastated. These two eaten-up bitchy slaves followed her for 10 years. After hearing her expulsion, surprisingly, none of them opened their mouths to explain, crying and begging to stay. As soon as the two of them exited the Jade Maiden residence, they headed towards the outer door with joy and bouncing. Lin Yuyan immediately sat paralyzed inside the firewood room like a deflated leather ball. At this moment, her eyes were lifeless, her expression stagnant, and she was at a loss inside. There was just so much information today. Who would have thought that the enemy who had hated and destroyed her family for 10 years would be her savior? Instead, the real enemy of her family's destruction had become her future Taoist partner. Isn't that a creation? The beliefs that had been held onto for the past 10 years collapsed in an instant. Lin Yuyan looked incredibly disheveled and muttered, "Am I really wrong? Original. Suyu has always known that I treat him like a life and death enemy. But why? Why do you have to be so nice to me all the time?" He must have been very sad, very upset, and that's why he decided to let go today. Lin Yuyan inserted her hands within her own green silk, her expression incomparably agonized as she struggled to accept this fact. Suddenly, her hands dropped as if she had found some heavenly break. No, with Suyu's resilient and unyielding character that won't turn back until he hits the south wall, how could he give up so easily when he was still trying to curry favor with me a moment ago? Then, a sneer flashed across her eyes. Since he already knows that I've been treating him as a great enemy of my family's destruction, if he still wants to be happy with me, with his intelligence, how could he not think of a way to dissolve the hatred between us? This must be a ploy made by that sinister villain Suyu. He's just trying to find a different way to attract my attention, so that I will willingly become a Taoist couple with him. As for the matter of the family extermination enemy being Zhang Chen's mother, it might just be a way to divert the hatred that Suyu thought of. Think about it. The little bit of guilt that Lin Yuyan had felt before vanished. The fires of hatred flared anew in her eyes. She stood up abruptly from the floor. Why bother waiting until after the second day? I'll set out early tomorrow morning. I want to see if this Zhang Chen is a traitor to Suyu, or is he really the son of my family's destroyer? It's a good thing Suyu doesn't know what she's thinking right now. Otherwise it's going to be a laugh. Now he was lying comfortably on a 10,000-year-old chalcedony bed, officially beginning his swinging life in the immortal cultivation world. Wouldn't it smell good to swing for 3 months? Raise your physique to an innate chaotic god body. then go around the immortal cultivation world and do some bad things in the meantime? As for that Jiang Chen, he had already revealed such important news in advance to Lin Yuyan. If she was still going to be a Taoist couple with the other party, that would really be hopelessly stupid. The reason why Jiang Chen harbored such deep hostility towards him. In the end, the culprit was not this Tianyan Holy Land's #1 beauty, Lin Yuyan, who had led the wolf into the house, bring him to the heavenly diffusion Holy Land and become an elder's personal disciple. The original Su Yu, on the other hand, watched his cabbage, which he had worked so hard to raise for 10 years, being pride. Naturally, I'm pissed off. It was natural to find Jiang Chen in all sorts of trouble, but I can't help it that he is the main character, the son of heaven's destiny. Can you find this trouble? Every time he found trouble with Jiang Chen, it was equivalent to giving him a free chance. Finding the end, this holy son of himself became the biggest laughingstock of the entire Tianyan Holy Land, and even the burial star of immortality. Of course, this Jiang Chen wasn't a good person himself. Not only is he horny, but he is also thin-skinned, selfish and ferocious, and has no moral boundaries for his own personal interests. For example, looking at a stunning beauty, without caring whether the other party is married or not, directly killed her Dao partner and framed Su Yu. Then he also hypocritically led his men after Su Yu, and went to comfort this stunning beauty with flowery words, moving her to become a member of his harem. For example, that beautiful master teacher who had accompanied him for more than a decade and given her great help, at the moment of crisis, was even directly pushed out by him to fend off the enemy's surprise attack, causing the other party to completely pass away with the world, while he himself used this to get away. Another example, in order to refine a soul elixir, he did not hesitate to slaughter the ordinary people of several cities, end of the cruelty to the extreme. Moreover, he also framed this matter to Su Yu. There are so many things like this, it really goes on and on. Su Yu didn't even bother to think about it anymore, closing his eyes and gradually entering dreamland. The next day, at noon, the outskirts of the Fierce Beast mountain range, a very secretive hole in a tree, Lin Yuyan was holding an ancient bronze mirror. This mirror is called the Supervisory Heavenly Mirror, and is an Earth-ranked magic treasure. It was a year ago that she held the Holy Child Order and received it within the Holy Land Refining Pavilion. As she punched in a spiritual energy, it entered the copper mirror. Shasta, a dazzling light shot out from the copper mirror and soon spread around, soundless and colorless, blending into the air. Not a moment too soon, it enveloped half of the Fierce Beast mountain range, and on the supervisory mirror. Then a scene appears, all from some real scene reflections of the Fierce Beast mountain range. The minutes ticked by. Just as Lin Yuyan was about to give up, suddenly, she found out, the area where you often go hunting yourself. There was a young man in a green shirt who was very handsome, was carrying his hands behind his back, talking to 3 young men dressed in black robes with very lewd looks. The 3 evils of the empty mountain? Lin Yuyan recognized these 3 at a glance. These few people often use the slogan of coming to the Fierce Beast mountain range to practice, but in reality, they do no evil, especially like to bully single women, and are notorious flower pickers. Although his cultivation was not on par with hers, he was extremely fast and had a strange number of underhanded tactics, making people unable to defend themselves. There had been previous dealings with a few people who wanted to molest her and had been taught a hard lesson by Su Yu. If it wasn't for several people's master, Air Mountain Taoist priest, stepping in to save them, I'm afraid that they would have already been 3 dead souls. Since then, a few people had taken a detour every time they saw her, regardless of whether or not this green-shirt man was Jiang Chen. But one who could mix with the 3 evils of the empty mountain was certainly not a good person. Lin Yuyan immediately punched a spiritual force into the mirror. Turn the moment. On the supervisory heavenly mirror, the voice of the green-shirt man came. The specific details of the collaboration. That's all. I can give you that map when it's done. And another sorrowful voice came out. Jiang Chen, you know the consequences of deceiving us. The green-shirt man laughed. Don't worry. Never go back on your word. Well, good luck to us in advance then. As the slightly shrill voice finished, the 3 men in black then left the area, and the man in the green shirt. On the other hand, there was a bad smile on his face. Suddenly, his eyes became incomparably stern as he loudly scolded. Who? Get out here. I've found you. Chapter 6. The 3 of you. You're not even worthy of my senior brother's shoes. Discovered? Lin Yuyan immediately put away the heavenly monitor. There was a look of disgust on his face. This man named Jiang Chen. She was 100% sure that she had never seen it before. But why is he counting himself out? Did Su Yu send them? Thinking of this, her eyes carried a touch of contempt in her eyes. and her red lips lightly opened. Since you have set up such a big scheme, then this fairy will kindly fulfill you. I would like to see, Suyu, what kind of plots and tricks are you playing? And within a dense forest in the fierce beast mountain range, Jiang Chen waited for a moment. No living creature is visible. Sighing in relief, he smiled at a pendant around his neck and said, Master, you're worrying too much. There's no one else around here at all. A ghostly light suddenly flashed in the pendant. Only a flash of shadow instantly appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman of national appearance. Her red lips gently opened. Her voice was ethereal and nice. With a hint of worry, I don't think this is a good idea. That Lin Yuyan is at least the old man Tianyan's personal disciple. How could she be so stupid as to easily fall for a trick? Jiang Chen immediately shook his head and laughed. Master, you can't be bitten by a snake once and be afraid of a well rope for 10 years. There are very few women as intelligent as you in the world. Besides, with my disciples' cultivation nowadays, taking the conventional route, I don't know how long it will take to attract the attention of the higher echelons of the Holy Land to accept him as a personal disciple and enter that pool of creation to cultivate. Speaking of which, he gazed at the stunningly beautiful soul shadow in front of him with a face of adoration and continued, My disciple is thinking about it day and night, looking forward to remodeling your true body for you, Master, at an early date. The woman's face was slightly happy. You have a heart. Remember to act in the future. You must be careful. That's natural. Even if it's not for my own sake. For the sake of you, Master, my disciple will definitely ensure my own safety. Jiang Chen immediately patted his chest and assured. The woman nodded and rejoined the pendant. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, took out a jade pure bottle and headed towards the depths of the mountain range. The next day, sunrise, Suyu is still playing against Zhou Gong, and the Beast Mountain Range peripheral area has been lively and extraordinary. Countless ferocious beasts with crimson eyes. It came from all directions, in a black mass. Among them, there was also a sixth-ranked ferocious beast, which was originally supposed to live in the depths of the forest. At this point, Lin Yuyan was wearing a white dress that had long since been dyed red with blood, holding a long sword, and was mercilessly cutting down the ferocious beasts that were circling towards her. The corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground were already fast piling up. However, these ferocious beasts were not only not afraid. Instead, his eyes were fierce and he continued to lunge at her like he didn't want to die. Lin Yuyan let out a cold snort and suddenly made a desperate move. Clank! From her palm, a pocket dagger flew out violently, rising against the wind. The dagger grew larger and larger, glowing like a dazzling beacon. Rumble! The dagger swept out horizontally, the sword energy passing through. Hundreds of ferocious beasts immediately fell to the ground in response to the sound, too dead to die, and those with weak cultivation directly turned into a puddle of blood. The sixth-ranked ferocious beast that ran at the very back, which was also heavily injured, suddenly became clear and bright with its originally crimson eyes. It let out a wail and immediately dragged its heavily injured body and immediately headed deeper into the forest. Lin Yuyan panted as she thrust her longsword into the ground. The entire person seemed as if her strength had been drained, looking deflated and relying on the power of this long sword to support her. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have fallen to the ground long ago. A talismanic treasure of the heavenly god realm is truly amazingly powerful. Luckily, there are no more living beasts here. Just then, 3 men in black walked out from the dense forest. One had an evil grin on his face. Fairy Lin. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Yo, Fairy Lin, why did you come alone this time? Could it be that you've been abandoned by that heartless man, the heavenly diffusion saint's son? Oldest too. How to talk. That heavenly diffractive saint's son is just a little white boy. What's so good about it? Fairy Lin, why don't you let the 3 brothers take care of you, and guarantee that you'll become the happiest woman in the whole world? Although Lin Yuyan knew that these few people were invited by Jiang Chen to deliberately disgust her. However, it was still upsetting to hear others make up such a story about her and Suyu, especially with such ugly 3 evil cultivators. The slurs were harsh to the ears. Insulting Suyu was also tantamount to insulting herself in disguise. Just you 3 scums. You're not even worthy of lifting my senior brother's shoes, so get lost. Suyu, who was far away from the heavenly diffusion Holy Land playing against Duke Zhou, suddenly had a mechanical voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being defended in public by the Daughter of Destiny, rewarded with 500 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully posing for half a day, rewarded with attribute points 5. So when luck is good, you can't stop it. Suyu happily rolled over and changed his sleeping position to continue posing. And let's say within the fierce beast mountain range, The three evils of Empty Mountain. After hearing Lin Yuyan's chiding, instead of backing away, he smirked and moved closer to her. Ha ha, look at what you're saying. No matter how good Suyu is, he's only one person. Our brothers are three people. TSK, this heaven-diffracting Holy Land's #1 beauty. It really lives up to its name. Just, how come she's so dead-eyed? That's right, empty of a good skin, but don't know how to enjoy life. All you know is to cultivate and cultivate all day long. How uninteresting. Lin Yuyan was so infuriated that she immediately drew out the longsword stuck in the ground and raised her hand to stab at one of them. Knowing that this was a conspiracy purposely targeting her, how could she reveal her bottom card so easily? Just now, she was only deliberately pretending to show weakness by exhausting her strength. The three evils of Empty Mountain were stunned in their hearts and immediately joined forces to counterattack. Soon, the four of them battled together. After one go, under more than 10 rounds, Lin Yuyan still had a slight advantage. Not bad, worthy of being old man Tianyan's personal disciple, killing so many demonic beasts and still having this kind of explosive power. As explosive as it is, it doesn't smell as good as my pills. Gah, Lao-san, it seems to me that Fairy Lin doesn't believe me. Throw your pills out. Just as a few people were about to perform a dirty trick, all of a sudden, a very handsome-looking man in a green shirt, holding a long spear, descended from the sky. Stop. 3 big men bullying a weak woman. What kind of heroes are they? Watch the move. This person, naturally, was none other than Zhang Chen. Lin Yuyan sneered inwardly. Suyu was right. It's really a hero saving the day bureau. If I didn't have any use for him, I'd hate to kill him with a knife. She would like to see what kind of medicine this Zhang Chen has in his gourd. What is his purpose? Ha! What did I say? No wonder Fairy Lin is so confident. So she has help. Let's go. The three evils of Empty Mountain dropped a sentence and immediately fled after seeing Zhang Chen appear. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, quickly came to Lin Yuyan's body and said with great concern, "Fairy, are you alright?" Lin Yuyan glanced at him with some disgust and didn't say anything. It was the first time that Zhang Chen had encountered a girl who was so oblivious to his masculinity. "Fairy, my name is Zhang Chen. I'm a casual cultivator, and here is a mid-grade enhancement pill. I hope it will be helpful to the fairy." After saying that, he lightly tapped his storage bag and a jade bottle appeared in his palm, handing it over to Lin Yuyan with some fleshiness. This was something that he had spent 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones to auction off. Lin Yuyan still didn't say a word. Only, she rejected Zhang Chen with her actions, only to see her take out an extreme-grade enhancement pill from her storage ring and throw it into her mouth. In less than a moment, it was refined. The whole person looked refreshed. Where was the slightest hint of fatigue? Zhang Chen somewhat awkwardly put away the enhancement pill, continuing to look for a topic with a thick skin. "Just now, I heard that evil cultivator call you Fairy Lin. I wonder if Fairy can recognize Lin Yuyan of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land." Chapter 7, A Hero Saves a Lonely Girl. Lin Yuyan looked at Zhang Chen with an indifferent face, cursing this person in her heart for being even more hypocritical than Suyu. Not wanting to dwell with him any longer, she said bluntly, "I am Lin Yuyan. Just now, your appearance made me miss the best opportunity to kill the evil cultivator." This, Zhang Chen had originally wanted to get close with the relationship of a hero saving a beauty. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuyan didn't follow the rules. He immediately smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, "I'm really sorry." Mr. Jiang was eager to save someone for a moment and misplaced the fairy's good deed. "Please forgive the fairy." Lin Yuyan faintly swept a glance at him and laughed coldly. "Do I look like such a weak person?" "Zhang Chen, I observe your cultivation. You've only just stepped into the condensed Dan realm. Right, how can you save me?" When she finished speaking, she flicked her wrist. Clank! All of the blood and stains on the longsword turned into dust, revealing a cold and shining sword. The threat was very obvious. It had to be said that Zhang Chen's mental quality was indeed strong. With a bitter face, he said with a long sigh, "Fairy Lin is right. Nay, Mr. Zhang's family is in the middle of the road. His father died early, his mother disappeared, and he has been wandering around for many years, with no one to teach him, and now he is already in his 29th year of life, and has been practicing cultivation for 6 years, but he has only just stepped into the condensed Dan realm." The words are clearly demeaning, but they are bragging. "I have been a casual cultivator in my realm for 6 years, without any support, and with my own strength, I have reached the condensed Dan realm, and you as the holy master of the personal disciple, do not know how many geniuses and treasures consumed the Holy Land, not only condensed Dan realm, but..." Lin Yuyan's attention, however, was not here. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "When did your mother go missing?" 10 years ago. That day, After she left me at my grandfather's house, we never saw each other again. Jiang Chen looked into the distance, his mood a little low. However, after the 3rd year after she left, grandfather died as well, and I had to start wandering around in order to survive. Speaking here, there was a hint of supplication in his eyes. Fairy Lin, I wonder if you could do me a favor and introduce me to your holy land for cultivation? Then, he began to complain and gain sympathy. AI. Fairy Lin, you don't know the heartache of being a casual cultivator. It's licking blood from the tip of a knife. I really want to be a personal disciple of a certain elder. Ha! So that's what he had in mind when he was calculating so much. She wanted to see if this was Jiang Chen's own intention or if he was instructed by Su Yu. Lin Yuyan glanced at him and laughed coldly. Don't sell yourself short in front of me. With your talent, if you want to become an elder's personal disciple, you could have asked my senior brother for help. Jiang Chen immediately laughed bitterly. I am but a casual cultivator of a realm. How can I meet the honorable saint's son? To be able to meet you, Fairy, in this ferocious beast mountain range is a blessing that I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Lin Yuyan looked at him and didn't look like he was lying. In any case, knowing a person's face, maybe it's another one of Su Yu's words taught in advance? How about? A touch of cunning flashed in her eyes as she said with a faint smile, I can introduce you into the Holy Land's outer sect for cultivation. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Fairy Lin, can you introduce me to an inner sect elder as a teacher? As you know. Before he could finish, Lin Yuyan was then filled with impatience and interrupted. 2 months later, the ancient mysterious realm will open, and the Holy Land will organize a competition for the quotas of disciples below the Avatar realm for this purpose. Speaking here, with a touch of contempt in her eyes, she glanced at Jiang Chen and continued, at that time, there will be intersect elders who will personally come to the martial arts arena to watch the match, so if you don't have the confidence, then consider that I didn't say anything. Although Jiang Chen was upset in his heart, on the surface, he put on a look of excitement and gratitude. Then I'll be obliged to Fairy Lin. I'm sure Jiang won't disappoint the fairy. Lin Yuyan nodded slightly with a haughty look on her face as she headed straight towards the outside of the fierce beast mountain range. Jiang Chen immediately followed close behind. In his heart, he said, Ha! Woman! Sooner or later, I will make you cry for mercy. Ling Yun Peak. Outside the Holy Sun's chambers, Su Yu was lying on a free chair, bathing in the warm sunlight, smelling the fragrance of flowers and drinking spiritual tea. Just then, in his head, the familiar voice of the system began to sound again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, making the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny's favorability towards Jiang Chen decrease to 0, rewarding the host with plus 2,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully destroying the marriage of Jiang Chen, the son of Heaven's Destiny, rewarding villain points plus 5,000. He, this Lin Yuyan is really good, going to the ferocious beast mountain range and giving me nearly 10,000 villain points. System, tally up how many villain points there are in total now. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who now has 28,000 accumulated villain points. So much. Su Yu was happy in his heart. Quick, open the system mall for me to browse. As his words fell, immediately, a mall floated in front of him. The treasures inside were glittering and could simply light up one's titanium dog eyes. A look at the price. Dislike God Dictionary, God level. When the golden mouth is crooked, the aura is all open. You scold me, I bow my head. Your head is like a balloon. Dislike to the town soul building in one breath. Priced at 500,000 villain points. Tao Xin Seed Demon, Divine level. I have a Taoist heart, transformed into a demonic seed yolk. From now on, I'm the master and you're the slave. Priced at 1,000,000 villain points. Asterisk. Why are all these items so evil? It's also ridiculously expensive. Ding! The host can click the refresh button to continue picking. Su Yu's finger lightly tapped on the arrow. Soon, some more strange and bizarre items appeared in front of us. Invincible heavy pupil, immortal level, can see through delusion with one glance, take in the soul with one glance, open a mountain and break a river with one glance, can also recreate the universe with one glance, priced at 1,000,000 villain points. Black blood of the Cthulhu, immortal grade. If a trace of it sticks to it, the immortal king can also drink it and become a puppet-like existence. Priced at 10,000 villain points. The further down he looked, the more shocked Su Yu became. It's amazing how many great things are for sale here. I've seen several exploratory grade techniques alone, as well as extreme Dao imperial armaments, immortal grade divine abilities, and so on, but, at a glance at the price, It scares the hell out of people. Hiss. System, can't you make some reliable goods? Look at these things, are they something I can use now? The system was sweating. A good villain system, but it was bound to a host who had no fighting spirit and only wanted to swing, only to be forcibly upgraded to a swinging villain system. Hosts do not panic. These are just a little appetizer to motivate the host. As long as the host is willing to work hard, the treasures inside are all the host's. Che, don't give this saint's son a pie in the face. How nice to swing for the fences, lying at home, doing nothing, and the Antipodean points are still pouring out of my pocket. Say what you will, but swing for the fences for 3 months before you go out and do some traveling and sightseeing and do some bad things along the way. Ding! Given that the host does not have the will to struggle right now, the system will reconfigure the goods for the host. Please refresh them all again. Chapter 8, I'm not high on melon seeds, I'm high on immortal wine. That's more like it. Suyu's finger once again made a slight point. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face when he saw the new pop-up. Enlightenment tea leaves can help people realize the way. Is the immortal medicine of longevity enlightenment tree on the leaves of the tree, ripe once every 1,000 years. Each time the production of up to 3,000. Each piece of tea leaves of different shapes contains different avenues. Asking price, 5,000 villain points for 1 tea leaf. Excellent tea set, polished from the finest spiritual jade, with a beautiful appearance and rich aura. It is an excellent container for tea, and can effectively activate the medicinal effects of the tea. The set consists of 6 pieces. Price, 3,000 villain points. This Hui Xianlu, taken from the ancient Forbidden Land. The dew drops on the branches and leaves of the unicorn medicine. Its flavor is sweet and delicious, with beauty and anti-aging effect. If with the enlightenment tea leaves with tea, the effect is even better. Selling price, 2,000 villainous points for a bottle. Magic sunflower melon seeds, delicious nuts, is the seeds of the magic sunflower family, after taking, can quickly replenish the loss of spiritual energy in the body of the cultivator below the avatar realm, also has the effect of prolonging life. Price, 1,000 villain points per pack. System, I've decided. 1 slice of enlightenment tea leaf first, 1 bottle of aqua immortal dew, 1 pack of devil sunflower melon seeds, and a whole set of superb tea sets. Ding, purchase successful. Please host check in system space. Words. Suyu immediately joyfully took out all the items he had just purchased from within the system space. It didn't take long. Inside the courtyard, aromatic, a crystal clear magic sunflower melon seed kernel was sent into Suyu's mouth, which was instantly melted in the mouth. Mellow and delicious with a strong aftertaste. Suyu lay on the free chair, his eyes slightly narrowed, a face of enjoyment, his mouth slurping. 6. Brother, this is not high on melon seeds, this is simply high on immortal wine. The enlightenment tea has been brewing for so long, it should be ready to drink. Just as he sat up and was about to sip his tea, Bai Wan came over in a hurry. Holy son, Fairy Lin is back, and brought back a talented young man? Looking at him stuttering his words, Suyu smiled and finished for him. Saint's son, you know all about it? Bai Wan was astonished. One must know that the saint's son had been behaving strangely ever since he had a falling out with Lin Yuyan the day before yesterday. That's a big door. Not sleeping in a bed. It was to recline on the free chair and savor the various delicacies delivered by the spirit catering room. It's the aftermath of a proper breakup. Suyu sniffed and the corner of his lips curled slightly. That's interesting. This Lin Yuyan had zero favorability towards Jiang Chen, yet she still brought him back. What does she want to do? Baiwan always felt that Suyu's performance was too calm. Calm, not at all like the former him. Too abnormal. He immediately spoke out to comfort him. Saint's son, you must not be angry. I will now order someone to severely beat that little white boy and throw him out of the mountain gate. Suyu gave him a sidelong glance. Your idol? Baiwan was somewhat unable to feel Suyu's mind. He was indeed quite idle in the past 2 days. And Suyu did not give any task. He tentatively asked, how about I personally go and beat up Jiang Chen and then throw him into the fierce beast mountain range to fend for himself? Suyu didn't answer him. Instead, he pointed his finger at the vacant lot in front of him and said, since you're so idle, think of a way to dig a small pond in that vacant lot in front of you, raise some koi carp in it, and then make a rockery and plant some laughing mouth lotuses. Ha, sacred son, then we don't care about Fairy Lin and Jiang Chen's matter? Baiwan was somewhat puzzled by Suyu's thoughts. Could it be that the Holy Sun had really put down Fairy Lin? However, this heaven-diffracting Holy Land, Fairy Lin and Jiang Chen's matter had already been rumored by people with an interest in the matter, so to just let it go like this was too unlike the Saint's son's previous style. Suyu raised his head to look at the sky just as an eagle flew by with its wings spread out. He smiled faintly and said, Baiwan, Would an eagle in the sky care about the thoughts of an ant on the ground? Baiwan immediately shook his head. Then, as if understanding for a second, he immediately nodded his head again and smiled as he began to pat Suyu's rainbow farts. Saint's son, I get it. You are the eagle high in the sky, and that Jiang Chen is just like a mole cricket on the ground. You really are a model for my generation. Just this mindset alone is far above the norm. Baiwan admires you to the core. I'll go and set up the garden for you right away. After saying that, he was ready to leave. Slow down. Look at your restlessness. Have a cup of tea first to lower your heart fire. After speaking, Suyu poured 2 cups of enlightenment tea. A refreshing aroma of tea immediately wafted out. Smelling it makes the mind penetrating, clear thinking. In the meantime, as the steam from the tea filled out, a circular array plate silhouette appeared in front of the two of them. Enlightenment tea. Each tea leaf contains a supreme Tao. This enlightenment tea leaf purchased by Suyu was precisely related to formations. As it happened, Baiwan was quite accomplished in the art of formations. Good tea. Baiwan was instantly attracted by the vision in front of him, and couldn't wait to pick up the teacup and drink it. In a flash, a feeling of incomparable emptiness and clarity struck his heart, giving him an instant feeling of epiphany. Without saying a word, Baiwan moved his mind and immediately, several formation stones appeared in his hands. Clank, clank, clank. He joined his fingers like knives and quickly carved on the formation stone. Wow! With a sound like flowing water. Above Suyu's courtyard, a transparent barrier suddenly stretched up, like a pot lid, enveloping the courtyard. Ha ha ha, I've finally become, holy sun, I've finally become a formation master. Baiwan laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. It's so not easy. 200 years ago, he was already a formation master. Nay, he had been unable to make a breakthrough, and he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, switching to the cultivation of artistic avatars. Suyu also snapped out of his enlightenment. With a smile on his face, he said, "Congratulations, Baiwan." After saying that, he casually tossed a formation disc that he had just exchanged from within the system space. Boom! Inside Suyu's courtyard, a pillar of light through the sky suddenly appeared. It was as if the courtyard guard formation, which was still only at the clan level, had been suddenly injected with a massive amount of spiritual energy. The large formation was immediately reactivated and began to spread out in all directions until it completely surrounded the entire prosperity residence. Saint's son, this is a grandmaster level formation. How could it be? Holy sun, how could you be a formation grandmaster? Baiwan's mouth was wide open in shock and disbelief. The saint's son was only 20 years old this year. Even if he had seen him learn some formation knowledge before, it was at best at the master level. It was also impossible to reach the formation grandmaster realm in such a short period of time. It was a distant thought that he had been practicing cultivation for 300 years now, and had only just managed to enter the formation patriarch realm. Holy sun, how did he do it? Was it also from drinking that strange cup of tea just now? However, both of them were drinking tea from the same teapot, so how could there be such a big difference? Was this the gap between a forbidden pride and an ordinary genius? Chapter 9, This instrument should only be found in heaven, rarely heard on earth. Suyu seemed to read what was going on in his mind. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he lightly said, "Is it hard? It's only the time it takes to drink a cup of enlightenment tea." A cup of tea? And really the effect of drinking that cup of tea, and so on. The name of the tea that the holy child said just now seems to be enlightenment tea? With some uncertainty, he asked again, "Holy sun, what did you just say the name of that tea was?" "Enlightenment tea. How's that? It tastes good, doesn't it? Oh my god, it's really enlightenment tea. That can only appear in the legend. The immortal medicine of longevity that has long been extinct. No wonder it's such a strong medicine." Baiwan had a look of excitement on his face. He never thought that he would be able to drink the enlightenment tea in his lifetime. Thinking of this, he immediately saluted with both hands clasping his fists. "Thank you, saint's son, for the tea. Baiwan will certainly never forget your kindness for the rest of his life, and swear to follow saint's son to the death." Suyu wore a smile on his face and waved his hand. "You have followed me for many years, so there is no need to be so polite." Baiwan hemmed and hawed and rubbed his head, looking a bit naive. He, holy son, after your point, I also realized, how can such a nice-looking courtyard not have a wigwam pavilion, a small bridge in water, and fish playing amongst the lotus leaves? I'll go and prepare it for you right now." Suyu was very satisfied with his reply. With a smile on his face, he tossed a token in his hand to Baiwan Dao. "Next, with this saint's son token, in Tianyan City, all major merchant houses enjoy a 50% discount. by one immediately took it in his hands, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Unexpectedly, the Saint's son had already collected the Saint's son token from Fairy Lin. It seems that they, Lin Yun Peak, are really going to change their mistress. We must tighten our mouths with the people below, so that they don't disgrace the Saint's son and go looking for trouble with that Jiang Chen, so that people will look at it and think how much our Saint's son can't bear to let go of Fairy Lin. The years pass like a white horse. In a flash, 2 months have passed. Wow! With the sound of running water, only to see a handsome young man rushing out from within the black water pool, a green shirt, which surprisingly did not have a single drop of water or dust on it. In his hand, he was holding a round dragon pearl that looked colorful and spiritual. Master, you believe me now, don't you? This Black Jiao, whose cultivation is equivalent to the peak of the human condensed Dan realm, didn't he become my defeated opponent? My disciple has complete certainty that this time when I return to the Holy Land, I will defeat Su Yu and become the new generation of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Jiang Chen's words just fell. A marvelous soul shadow flew out from within the pendant on his chest, and on his stunningly beautiful face, a touch of worry appeared. It was none other than Jiang Chen's beautiful mentor Yun Guiyu. Her red lips lightly opened as she persuaded. Master still thinks it's not right. That Su Yu is a chaotic god body. As long as the resources are in place, cultivating is as simple as eating and drinking. When Jiang Chen heard this, he immediately laughed and said, Master, you are overly concerned. As far as disciples' investigation knows, that little cutie Su Yu, all these years, he has given up his cultivation resources to Lin Yuyen, and today, his cultivation level is only at the peak of the condensed Dan realm. Although he was now an outer sect ground son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, with the help of his beautiful master, his cultivation speed was no worse than those pro-disciples within the Holy Land. When he first entered the Holy Land, it made him feel a little disappointed. Surprisingly, none of the disciples found fault with him because he was introduced to them by Lin Yuyen, making his plan to gather wool from these disciples fall through. Luckily, he changed his strategy in time, and under the pretext of going out to do a mission, he schemed for a lot of cultivation resources under the banner of the Holy Land. Nowadays, it was already at the Great Circle cultivation of the condensed Dan realm, and if he borrowed the secret method, he could still exert the strength of the early stage of the Avatar realm. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Yun Guiyue's brows didn't stretch out as she continued to persuade. However, it's been 2 months since you left the Holy Land. You're making progress. That Su Yu may not be stuck in the same place. Jiang Chen laughed, unimpressed. It won't be, Master. According to my disciple's investigation, that Su Yu has been going in and out of the Jedi from time to time in the last few years, and has suffered serious injuries. Without a year and a half, it's impossible for him to recuperate from his injuries, and even more so to break through his cultivation. Yun Guiyu stopped talking and let out a secret sigh, turning into a wisp of light smoke and drilling into the pendant. This disciple of hers, although he was very intelligent, extremely lucky and talented, was extremely arrogant and death-defying. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, gently shook his head. The beautiful master is good at everything, but after dying once, he is not confident enough and always grows others' ambition and destroys his own. In comparison, that Lin Yuyen was more appealing to him. Arrogant woman. Wait, this time, Jiang will definitely impress you. After saying that, a paper crane appeared in his hand. As he punched in an aura, it entered the paper crane, only to see the paper crane instantly as if alive, growing against the wind, looking surprisingly no difference with the real cranes. Jiang Chen leapt up and landed firmly on the back of the immortal crane. Sigh, with a loud and clear chirping sound. Soon, a person and a crane disappeared over the black water pool. 5 days later, Ling Yun Peak Prosperity Residence. Su has been sticking around to swing for the fences for 2 months now. On this day, Su Yu started his beautiful swinging life again, getting high on magic anemone melon seeds and viewing the garden full of spring colors. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has accumulated 2 months of swinging, and is rewarded with a Divine Wind Thunder 9 Heavenly Harpsichord. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was immediately delighted in his heart and his mind moved. Only an ancient zither glittering with glazed precious light appeared in front of him. It's extraordinary at first glance. Su Yu lovingly held the guqin in his arms. Shasta, his mind was violently shaken. It was as if I saw myself standing in the midst of 1,000 armies, an endless number of demons that surrounded him. Clang! As his fingers gently plucked the strings, a loud sound like thunder was emitted from the zither. Wherever the sound of the zither passed, a blood-stained head rose up to the sky, flying like a snowflake. 1 man and 1 chin, alone against 1,000 armies. What a mighty and dominating force. When Suyu came to his senses, it was only then that I realized that the koi, which had been swimming happily in the lotus pond in front of me, had long since taken refuge in the depths of the pond and were shivering with fear. The courtyard was even more of a mess, with countless flowers and trees withered. The instrument is good, but, system, you're being unkind, sending me a broken zither like this. Look, my courtyard has been damaged beyond recognition. You have to compensate me for the damage. Warm tips, this piano should only be on the sky. The earth is rare a few times to hear. Is the absolute pretending bee and life preservation artifacts? If the host does not like, this system can be taken back. What do you mean? There's no reason to take back something that was given to someone. At a glance, it seems that you are determined not to be responsible in interfering with my swinging life. In view of your first offense, the divine grade zither score is to be offered quickly, or else in the future, you will not want to see the saint's son go out to do missions. The system's heart was tired. How could it be so unlucky to have this kind of pitiful host? However, it's still reasonable to say that this system just can't stand to see you swinging your ass every day. Can't you see that the hosts bound by other villainous systems are either hard at work every day intercepting the chances of the heavenly fate or calculating how to subdue the heavenly fate's daughter? Ding! In view of the fact that the host has been swinging incredibly seriously every day lately, this system additionally rewards the host with a song called Peiyuan Jingxin Quiet Song, and then presents the host with a song called Nine Heavens Shocking Soul Song. As the system's words fell, so you only felt that in his mind? A divine song that was refreshing to listen to and soothing to the heart was suddenly ringing out, and that one note, as if it was a beating white angel, waving the immortal dew to bless the earth. Chapter 10, Secret Realm for Chance? I don't smell as good as I do. Suyu's hand, unable to help himself, pressed the sheet music in his head and began to play. The system is passed on and it's just so amazing. Originally, a man who didn't even know a thing about playing the guqin, now played it without the slightest sense of dissonance. Instead, giving people the impression that he was an expert who had been practicing the qin art diligently since he was a child until now. A song is played. The 9 koi carp that had already been hiding in the depths of the pool drilled out of the water and jumped up happily. Those withered flowers and plants, after listening to a song, rebranched and blossomed again. As for Suyu, he also felt that his entire body and mind were purified. To say that he had swung for the fences before was purely to get attribute points from the system, as well as to make up for his earlier life on Earth, where he had been in early childhood education since he was babbling and learning to speak. And now the pendulum is swinging, for him, to really enjoy life. Suyu took back the wind and thunder 9 heavenly piano into the system space and lay down on the free chair with an intoxicated look on his face. Baiwan had just stepped into the sacred sun's courtyard when he saw this very harmonious and beautiful scene. He was deeply moved. This is the kind of life that cultivators of my generation aspire to. Nowadays, all the monks in the world are fighting for fame, fortune and longevity, and how many of them can really be as free as the Holy Sun? He suddenly had some reluctance to interrupt the saint's swinging life. On the contrary, it was Suyu, who slowly raised his eyes and looked at Baiwan, who had been standing in the corner, not knowing what to do, and laughed. What do you want with me? Baiwan immediately touched his head with some embarrassment. In fact, he had wanted to come and report this matter a few days ago. Sacred Sun, the ancient secret realm is about to open, subject to the rules of the secret realm. This time, at most, can only enter the 500 Shintong realm below the cultivator into the competition for opportunity, and bone age shall not be more than 24 years old. This time, our Holy Land a total of 100 quota. Due to the fact that we have a total of more than 30,000 disciples in the Holy Land, the elders have decided that the competition will be divided into winners and losers, and only those who rank in the top 100 will be granted a place. Now that the competition has been going on for 5 consecutive days, and it will soon be nearing the end, does the Holy Sun need to go forward to watch? It turned out to be the ancient mysteries. Suyu immediately recalled what had happened in this secret realm. To put it bluntly, it's a series of episodes purposely designed for the original book's male protagonist, Jiang Chen, on his way to rise to power. According to the original plot, Suyu, as the Holy Sun, originally had an internal quota and did not need to participate in this competition. However, cannot resist the provocation of Jiang Chen, a rage on the ring match. I did not expect to encounter Jiang Chen backstabbing, failed miserably to end, not only the face of the loss, but also suffered serious injuries. Not interested, Suyu yawned and faintly said, he's been swinging for the fences every day lately, and not only does he get attribute points, also, because of his non-interference with the 2 heavenly favorites, he induces even more suspicion and uneasiness in them, contributing villainous points from time to time. Today, he has accumulated 30,000 villain points. Looking at Suyu with such a lack of attention, Baiwan immediately explained, Saint's son, this ancient secret realm only opens once in 1,000 years, and I've heard that there are many great figures who rose to prominence after going to the ancient secret realm back then. The Grand Elder has already internalized a quota for you. Why don't you go and take a look at it first, and see how strong all the heavenly pride of our holy land are? It's also good to know yourself and your enemy, so you won't be in danger in 100 battles. Suyu disbelievingly skimmed his mouth. Isn't it just that yin-yang divine fruit that blossoms for 10,000 years and bears fruit for 1,000 years? The true dragon treasure technique, as well as some magical treasures and spiritual medicines? These things, the system is not no exchange. Guilty of going to find a crime, Suyu was not moved in the slightest and shook his head. Say thank you to the Grand Elder for me, and say that this saint's son is in seclusion to impact the Avatar realm and will not participate in this trip to the ancient mysterious realm. Recently, he had stayed in the Prosperity Residence every day to put up a fight, and his cultivation breakthrough into the Avatar realm had not yet been publicized, so he could make use of this opportunity to spread the news. Looking at Baiwan, he stood still and didn't leave, looking like he wanted to say something. Suyu shook his head and laughed helplessly and lightly as he raised his hand, only to see that in the void, a rectangular mirror appeared all of a sudden. It was none other than the Heaven-grade supervisory heavenly mirror, which was quite a bit more powerful than Lin Yuyan's Earth-grade one. The mirror got bigger and bigger until it was like a movie theater screen getting bigger and bigger, and that's when it stopped. With a movement of Suyu's mind, the mirror immediately reflected the scene in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's martial arts arena. The effect is that it is better than watching it live. When Baiwan saw this, he was overjoyed and immediately laughed. Good, Saint's son, I will go and report your meaning to the Grand Elder. In the meantime, on the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's martial arts arena, an ancient secret realm quota competition was being held in full swing. The magnitude of its scale was not at all weaker than the inner disciple quota competition. Only, the disciples who participated this time were basically all the heavenly prides in the inner sect. However, one person is an exception. That was Jiang Chen, the outer disciple who had only been initiated for 2 months. Looking at that one match on the stage, Jiang Chen became more and more confident, not to mention the top 100. Even the first place, he was sure to get it. Look, isn't that Jiang Chen who was introduced here by Fairy Lin's? A female disciple was sharp-eyed and recognized it at a glance. Immediately after that, several female disciples around her started gossiping. He's quite handsome, but it's those eyes that reveal a gloomy air, compared to the saint's son's bountiful and handsome, spring-like feeling. I prefer the saint's son. Makes sense. I also think the Holy Son is more handsome. By the way, I've heard that the Sacred Son hasn't paid any attention to Fairy Lin for 2 months. Do you guys think that this matter has something to do with Fairy Lin's invitation to Jiang Chen to enter my sacred ground? Nonsense. I heard 2 of Fairy Lin's former maids say that it was the Sacred Son who first disregarded Fairy Lin, and only then did Fairy Lin invite Jiang Chen into the sacred ground. In that case, it seems that Fairy Lin must have been in a hurry, which is why she introduced Jiang Chen into the Holy Land as a way to stir up the Holy Son's jealousy. Fairy Lin isn't so confused. She and the Saint's son are childhood sweethearts. How good the Saint's son used to be to her. Unless she did something that made the Saint's son very sad to ignore her. A few people spoke in whispers, but on a matter of fact, there was no malice. However, it was still heard by Lin Yuyan and Jiang Chen, who were at the condensed Dan realm cultivation level. Lin Yuyan was infuriated. What are these brainwashed people thinking? Get it straight. It's her who doesn't care about Suyu, not Suyu who doesn't care about her. Also, this Jiang Chen was disgusting when she looked at him. If it is not to try to test him and Suyu in the end between Yuhi transaction, more look at him or too dirty their eyes. And how could take him to provoke Suyu's jealousy? If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to test out what deal he had with Suyu, looking at him one more time would be too dirty for his eyes. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, after hearing these murmurs, looked towards Lin Yuyan, who was not far away, and saw that her face was darkened, and his heart ate his stomach even more. Previously, all the news he had gotten was that this heavenly diffusion Saint's son Suyu had knelt down to lick Lin Yuyan, and that Fairy Lin had no love for the Saint's son. Little did I realize that the real reason was not. A cold aura flashed in his eyes and he snorted coldly in his heart. Humph, I told you, why would this woman be so cold to me? It turns out that she has another person in her heart. But so what? This time, I'll let this Prince Charming of yours lose his reputation. I'm the best candidate for the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Chapter 11. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen turned his head towards the female cultivators and contemptuously raised his middle finger. Then, walked straight towards the martial arts stage. Looking at the crowd of female cultivators, they were suddenly offended. Oh my god, Jiang Chen is also too arrogant. Did you guys see that? He even gave us the middle finger just now. Why doesn't this brat know how to respect people at all? We're at least his senior sisters, and we didn't say anything bad about him just now, so we're really careful. Rather ambitious. As an outer disciple, he even wants to go to the Ancient Mysteries quota competition. I hope I don't lose too badly. At this moment, the one guarding the ring was one of the Divine Sword Peak Master's personal disciples named Chinan, 22 years old this year and in the middle stage of the Dan Condensation realm. As soon as Jiang Chen jumped onto the stage, he blurted out, "You're not my opponent. Now, here's a chance for you to admit defeat to me. Ha ha." Below the stage, there was the sound of laughter from a group of disciples. Qin An's followers, in particular, jeered loudly. Ha ha, that's really funny. This kid is afraid that he hasn't even learned how to crawl, and now he wants to learn how to run. Gee, what a world. This disciple, with a smile on his face, hadn't finished his words. Touch. Next moment, he was then knocked to the ground by a figure that suddenly slammed into him, breaking his bones. The entire martial arts stage was silent, until Jiang Chen's incomparably arrogant voice came from the stage. "I told you to admit defeat earlier, but you don't think you can do it." The sound, like a loud bell, struck in everyone's heart. Off stage, the chatter began instantly. How could senior brother Chinan lose? He's the 21st ranked genius on the Heaven's Pride ranking. According to the clan's regulations, the top 20 on the Heaven's Pride ranking can enjoy a direct entry into the ancient mysterious realm without having to participate in this competition. This can't be. How come it was senior brother Chinan who flew off the stage? Not that outer disciple Jiang Chen. It must be some underhanded trick he used. How could senior brother Chinan lose? A disciple who had been knocked out of the ring by Chinan not long ago was unable to accept the result. Wouldn't that also mean that he couldn't even beat an outer disciple? Which was simply a great disgrace to him. The intersex pride. A stout, martial-looking man walked over to Chinan, pulled him up from the ground with a hand, and laughed. "Senior brother, don't panic. I'll go and meet him. The face of our divine sword peak can't be stomped on by this outer disciple." Having said that, he tapped the ground on his toes. The person then flew to the stage. "Look, it's senior brother Zhang Xian from Divine Sword Peak. Wow, it's even our third senior brother of Divine Sword Peak, the 10th ranked demon on the Heaven's Pride list himself." Enough for Jiang Chen to brag for a while. Jiang Chen, quickly admit defeat. Senior brother Zhang Xian is a cultivator at the late stage of the condensed Dan realm. It's not something you, an outer disciple, can deal with. Many disciples in the crowd were kind enough to warn. Jiang Chen was unimpressed, and after seeing the visitor, he sneered, "You're too weak. Kneel down and kowtow and admit defeat now, and Mr. Jiang can make you suffer less flesh and blood." As a sword cultivator, Zhang Xian could not be subjected to such humiliation. Arrogant boy. Watch the move. He immediately drew his long sword and revolved his body's true chi, about to teach Jiang Chen a good lesson. But, just when the crowd wanted to see Winston Zhang show off his skills, suddenly he was spitting blood from his mouth. His lips were black and he was dizzy. It's this momentary delay. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity, holding a long whip and raising his hand. The whip was like a giant python, stretching straight in the air. And in the blink of an eye as it approached Zhang Xian, it suddenly twisted its head. With Zhang Xian as the center, he was firmly bound in the middle. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Chen then brought Zhang Xian to the ground. Immediately afterward, the long whip dragged Zhang Xian violently toward the field. Form a big parabola, bumper to bumper. Zhang Xian's face turned black and he spat out black blood as his body made a big 180-degree intimate contact with the ground. Looking down below, a group of disciples were frightened and angry. There's a problem. Just now senior brother Zhang Xian suddenly vomited black blood from his mouth. He must have been ambushed by Jiang Chen. This kid Jiang Chen is also too hateful. How dare he use poison? Yes, this is in the Holy Land, and there are so many elders watching on the stage. Even this kind of underhanded trick dares to come out. But there's no rule against using poison in this competition in the Holy Land. I've heard that although there are many opportunities in the ancient mysteries, there are also a lot of deaths and injuries. So the higher-ups of the Holy Land are looking at the overall strength this time. Alas, senior brother Zhang Xian was careless. The battlefield is ever-changing, no matter what time of the day. You can't take your opponents lightly. The crowd of disciples were filled with righteous indignation, some rebuking Jiang Chen, while others shook their heads in regret. Jiang Chen's move naturally drew the attention of the higher-ups on stage. The Spirit Dan Peak Master, an expert in both medicine and poison, stroked his somewhat rotten hair and laughed. Although this Jiang Chen's methods are a bit insidious, it's not a bad idea to try to defeat a powerful opponent on an occasion like this. The Ming Dao Peak Master also nodded. Earlier when he fought against Qinan, he didn't sneak around, and in terms of artistry aptitude, he was indeed a step ahead of Qinan. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. He could tell that Jiang Chen had practiced some sort of secret method that could conceal his own aura. This kid, now his cultivation has reached the great perfection of the condensed Dan realm. Even if he hadn't used his underhanded tactics just now, Zhang Xian would have been no match for him all the same. He looked toward an elder who managed personnel not far away and transmitted. Elder Chang, is this Jiang Chen's background still clean? Elder Chang when Jiang Chen defeated Qinan. Then he had realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately read the information about Jiang Chen once more. Fortunately, although this Jiang Chen was an outer disciple, however, due to being introduced in by Lin Yuyan, the number one beauty of the Holy Land, it had caused quite a stir. Therefore, his past information has long been raked over the coals by several know-it-alls in the Holy Land. Reporting to the Great Elder, this Jiang Chen was previously a casual cultivator. His relatives are no longer alive. He was brought back from the ferocious Beast Mountain range by the Sacred Lord's personal disciple Lin Yuyan, and he has no previous record of worshipping any other sacred grounds or sects. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. It had been a long time since the Holy Land had received such a demonic genius. The other elders also wore smiles as they continued to watch the performance of this halfway decent dark horse. The ring. Jiang Chen looked at the crowd of talking disciples under the stage with an arrogant face and exclaimed. Next, however, the stage was silent. For a moment, surprisingly, no one dared to go up to the stage to challenge. Jiang Chen had dominated the ring for so long, who knew what kind of underhanded tricks he had set up on stage? Zhang Xian was a foretaste of what was to come. Jiang Chen swept a glance at the crowd of disciples on the stage, especially the group of pro-disciples and core disciples named on the Heaven's Pride list. His eyes filled with contempt. Ha ha, what intersect Heaven's Pride? The 10 heavenly diffusion progenitors, in my opinion, are just a bunch of cowards. Let's see. From today onwards, it'll be changed to the 10 great cowards of Tianyan. The crowd of elders and peak masters on the stage all looked at Jiang Chen with some displeasure. Lin Yuyan, who had been watching the battle, also glanced at Jiang Chen with some disgust. For the first time, she doubted, could this arrogant and domineering man really be sent by Suyu to interfere with her judgment? Chapter 12, True Gold is not afraid of being refined by fire. We don't raise invalids in the Holy Land. Among the crowd of celestial pride below, a stout man with a bronze complexion and a face as cold and handsome as a knife carving immediately stepped forward. Jiang Chen, don't be wild. Do you really think we're afraid of you? I can accept your challenge, but the preamble is, do you dare to fight me for real? As his words fell, a cheer went up in the arena. Look, it's Xiong Bing. He's the best among the younger generation of our heavenly diffusion Holy Land, second only to the Holy Sun. Senior brother Xiong is right. Do you really think that our Holy Land doesn't have any experts in using poison? We just don't want our fellow disciples to kill each other. Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. Of course, that's exactly what Mr. Jiang wants. Bear Soldier immediately flew up. The two soon battled. Xiong Bing was worthy of being a cultivator of the great circle of the condensed Dan realm, and as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he beat Jiang Chen back and turned his offense into defense. Off stage, those disciples who had originally accused Jiang Chen of cheating. This time, too, they all looked at him with shocked eyes. This Jiang Chen's explosive power can be It's not simple to be able to support himself for so long under the continuous attacks of senior brother Xiong, who is at the great circle of the condensation Dan realm. No wonder Fairy Lin introduced him into the Holy Land, probably because she also sees that he has good talent. It makes sense. He does have amazing talent. To be able to fight against senior brother Xiong for so long, Jiang Chen is still honored despite his defeat. The culture of the Holy Land of heavenly diffusion is unity and unanimity. That's why there is usually a healthy competition between the major disciples, and they have a good relationship with each other. Just when the crowd thought that Jiang Chen would lose, the black lance in Jiang Chen's hand was suddenly wrapped in a fiery red flame. Holding his lance, he flipped it in the air, and in the blink of an eye, struck out thousands of lance shadows, striking at the bear soldiers in unison. The bear soldier immediately parried with his sword. The long sword was empowered by his spiritual energy, and the sword light flowed in all directions. Soon, it blocked the shadow of Jiang Chen's gun. Yes, the crowd of disciples on the stage shouted their approval. Jiang Chen let out a cold smile. The long spear in his hand fiercely stabbed into the air, and shouted under his breath, "Flaming twin dragon guns, rise!" Only to see the red gun shadow in the air that had originally dimmed down, suddenly merging into two flames. They transformed into two fire dragons and attacked back and forth towards the bear soldier. Anon! Anon! Two dragon roars shook the sky and the earth. It happened suddenly. Even though bear soldier's sword skills were extraordinary, True Gold was afraid of fire. He was momentarily unable to take care of his head and tail, and in a moment of inadvertence, he was swept by the tail of the long, fiery dragon at his back. Fortunately, he retreated in time and did not injure his internal organs. However, the entire body was set ablaze by the flames. Jiang Chen immediately struck the iron while it was hot, lifting his lance and about to stab him in the chest. Stop! I admit defeat. Seeing this, Xiong didn't insist any longer and immediately took several steps backwards, distancing himself from Jiang Chen. At this moment, he was being burned by the flames in an unusually difficult way. I don't know what kind of foreign fire this is, but it is difficult to extinguish. Jiang Chen wore a smug look on his face, no longer concealing his own aura, and his cultivation of the great perfection of the condensed Dan realm was immediately displayed in front of the crowd. He snapped his fingers. The flames that had forced the bear soldier into a sorry state were instantly extinguished. The disciples on the stage sucked in a breath of cool air. This battle just now was truly a thrilling fight. Oh my god, this Jiang Chen is too evil. I didn't expect that he would be the one to win. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a person. He. It seems that our saint's son has a rival. Oh, have you all thought about one question? How did he get the poisons and foreign fires on his body? Was he ever really just a casual cultivator? That's right. There's something wrong with this Jiang Chen, a cultivator at the great circle of the condensed Dan realm. With so many cards, why would he choose to join the outer sect? That's right, with his ability, he can completely worship the inner sect elders or peak masters and become a personal disciple. Oh, and that's when the third elder, who had been watching the match without speaking, immediately smiled and spoke. Jiang Chen, your performance today was very good. Are you interested in becoming my personal disciple? As the third elder opened his mouth, the elders and peak masters of the other peaks had also thrown out olive branches to Jiang Chen. Looking down below, a group of inner disciples who hadn't yet become elders or peak masters' personal disciples were envious. There are 7 peaks in the Tianyan Holy Land. They are Tianyan Peak, Feixia Peak, Excalibur Peak, Mingdao Peak, Xianbao Peak, Lingdan Peak, and Qianran Peak. The peak where Suyu was located was Tianyan Peak, and it was personally controlled by the Holy Lord. However, usually it was mostly the Great Elder who was managing the affairs of the peak. Jiang Chen, who was standing on the stage, suddenly saw so many peak masters and elders come to invite themselves. In his heart, he could not help but swell up a bit. He bowed slightly to all of you above the high platform and clasped his hands in thanks. Disciple is very grateful for the love of all the peak masters and elders. It really made Disciple momentarily at a loss as to what to choose. Speaking here, he said confidently, however, I have an unforgiving request. I hope that today, I can have the opportunity to fight with the Saint's Son for the position of the new Saint's Son. Within the unnoticed pendant on Jiang Chen's chest, a woman's soft sigh rang out. Jiang Chen's words just now had too much gold in them. If he could defeat the Holy Sun, it would be natural for him to worship the Holy Lord. When the elders heard this, they were all a bit displeased in their hearts. In that case, it's not looking at them. Lin Yuyan's eyes were all covered in surprise after hearing Jiang Chen's words. What did I hear? Jiang Chen actually wanted to challenge Suyu for the position of Saint's Son. How is this possible? Could it be that he really isn't in league with Suyu? Could it be that he really is the son of my family's destroyer? On stage, the crowd of elders and peak masters were all silent. It was a small matter for Jiang Chen to spar with the Saint's Son, but it was a big matter for his words to mean that he was going to compete for the position of the new Saint's Son, by the fact that the Holy Lord went out and did not return. Some of the major events in the Holy Land were handled by the Grand Elder on behalf of the Grand Elder. Not long ago, he had already learned that Suyu was in seclusion and would not participate in this competition, nor did he intend to go to the ancient mysterious realm. Although there was some regret in his heart, he also respected Suyu's choice. He then refused. Jiang Chen, the sacred son is in seclusion. I'm afraid he won't be able to fulfill your request. Jiang Chen wore a sneering smile on his face and his tone was somewhat aggressive. Retreat? According to my disciple's understanding, in the last few months, the Saint's Son has been enjoying the beautiful scenery, enjoying delicious food, and sleeping on the easy chair in the easy residence day in and day out, so he has no intention of cultivating at all. With all due respect to disciple, how can an unthinking person like him represent all the disciples of our heavenly diffusion Holy Land? Although I'm not talented, I have a heart to strive for the rise of the Holy Land, and I still hope that all the elders will fulfill my wish. The elders and peak masters looked at each other with some feigned surprise. Suddenly it felt like Jiang Chen had a point. Suyu had indeed been very depressed lately, and at the top of Lingyun Peak, he hadn't been seen for a long time. Instead, it was the spirit catering room, which was busy worrying daily about what the Holy Sun would eat today. First elder, why don't we will invite the Saint Sun over? The third elder was the first to speak. Right, true gold doesn't fear fire. If the sacred sun really doesn't want to forge ahead, we are obligated to consider the future of the sacred ground. The Ming Dao Peak Master also suggested. The Grand Elder was in deep thought. This matter was not really easy to handle. To be honest, he was really worried that Suyu would not be able to defeat Jiang Chen, and then it would not only be Suyu's own face that would be disgraced, but also him as the Grand Elder, as well as the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Lord, and the everlasting Su family. Moreover, this Jiang Chen's character was a bit too vicious. In case he really won and established him as the Holy Sun, it was not known whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Chapter 13, A Zither Song. Hearing the Son of Heaven's destiny break down in tears and beg for forgiveness, just as the Grand Elder hesitated. I agree. A magnetic and steady good-sounding voice rang out from the void. The disciples immediately raised their heads to look up in the direction of Lingyun Peak, only to see a piece of heavenly ranked supervisory heavenly mirror appear in the high sky. Within it, a three-dimensional projection of a handsome-looking man with an extraordinary temperament was reflected. It was Su Yu. Although he was not physically present, through this projection, one could see that he had a face of spontaneity and calmness. There was absolutely no negative image of only knowing how to be greedy and uninspired. As Jiang Chen had just said, Su Yu once again spoke faintly. However, Jiang Chen, you're not qualified to have me personally present at the ring match, so this Saint's Son will fight you across the air. So listen carefully. End of speech. A flick of his sleeve, an ancient zither immediately appeared in front of him. Clang! A cleansing piece of music played abruptly. To the ears of the people there, it was a treat from the soul. But, Jiang Chen on the stage, but suddenly his hands stroked his ears, planted on the ground, blood from his ears, constantly dripping. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the Son of Heaven's destiny to suffer serious injuries, rewarded with 10,000 villain points. Suyu had a smile on his lips and played harder. As the volume gets higher and higher pitched, Jiang Chen began to bleed from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground, rolling over and over, his mouth wailing loudly while begging for mercy. Ah, Saint's Son, I admit defeat. Saint's Son, please, quickly stop playing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing damage to the Taoist heart of the Son of Heaven's destiny, rewarding the host with 1 chance at the lottery. Suyu smiled faintly, and the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. If he bounces down again, he will have to harvest Jiang Chen's small life, which is not in line with his plan of wool gathering, and he had to play the role of an affable and generous saintly son in full view of the public. Good, this holy son will allow it. As his words fell, his figure, too, disappeared into the heaven supervising mirror. Oh my god, what was the song that the holy sun just played? It really sounds good. Ah, this zither music. I have a feeling of being enlightened and suddenly going to enlightenment after listening to it. Ha 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 ha, great! The soul injury I suffered not long ago was actually healed after listening to a song by the Holy Sun. Humph! This Jiang Chen, he's really out of his depth. Thinking that with a little bit of cleverness and victory over senior brother Zhang, he'll be invincible. I've already said that there's a world of difference between him and our Saint's Son Nana. I really don't know where he got the courage to challenge the Saint's Son's position. Love it, love it. The Holy Sun is really too noble. In the face of the provocations of such a despicable villain like Jiang Chen, he was able to let it go so easily. Well, with such a Holy Sun as an example, I'm becoming more and more proud of being a member of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The crowd of disciples at the scene disliked Jiang Chen's arrogant, bossy, vicious and insidious character. The admiration for Suyu in one's heart reached an unprecedented height. In the middle of the field, Jiang Chen had to say how wretched he was. His face and clothes were already red with blood. At this point, the entire group was still in pain and daze. It wasn't until the beautiful master teacher in the pendant reminded him that he remembered to take the healing pills. On the other hand, above the high platform, a group of elders and peak masters were still immersed in that song of Su Yu's. Grand Elder, it turns out that the Holy Sun has been practicing the zither lately. No wonder you were not in favor of him coming to answer the battle before. Ha ha, the Holy Sun is truly knowledgeable. With such a forbidding heavenly pride in place, why would my Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Land worry about not being able to occupy a stable position at the top of these 4 great sacred lands? This zither music of the Holy Sun is really interesting. It actually works directly on the soul. It even has a faint effect on me. a heavenly god realm cultivator, the divine sword peak master, who hadn't uttered a word, suddenly laughed happily. Ha ha, that's right, even if Jiang Chen has more underhanded tricks, as long as he can't get close to the Holy Sun, it's all for nothing. Ha, Grand Elder, why have you been silent? The Grand Elder appeared to have a calm face, but in fact, his heart had already turned over like a river. When did Suyu's zither arc reach such a profound and unfathomable realm? He, the Grand Elder, surprisingly did not know a thing about it. From the aura he just emitted, the cultivation is afraid to have reached the Avatar realm long ago. No wonder he refused to participate in the trip to the ancient mysteries. Ha ha, this kid, but also hide the cultivation. I'm just deeply sorry. Originally I wanted to wait for the Holy Lord to return and surprise him, but I didn't expect that this Jiang Chen would interrupt and expose the Holy Sun's zither skill in advance. A crowd of high-level executives, the focus of attention originally fell on Suyu's body. Woken up by the Grand Elder's words, each and every one of them looked towards Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state. The third elder, who was originally the first to want to take Jiang Chen as his disciple, also let out a long sigh. Alas, this son's heart is afraid to be wasted. The divine sword peak master was wearing a smile on his face. Previously, several of his personal disciples had been planted in Jiang Chen's hands, and now he was greatly pleased. He was loud and unapologetic. It's a good calculation, but it's just a clown. It can't be on the big stage. How can it be compared to the bright and open Saint Sun? The other peak masters and elders all looked disappointed and closed their mouths, no longer mentioning the matter of accepting Jiang Chen as a disciple. As the Grand Elder finished reading out the list of finalists for this time, the ancient mysterious realm quota competition that had stirred up the entire heavenly diffusion Holy Land came to a close. Jiang Chen returned to a dilapidated thatched room in the outer sect amidst the sighs of a group of elders and the jeers of the disciples. He had been dealt a good hand. The beautiful master teacher in the pendant on his chest couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He had long ago advised him not to challenge Suyu, but he didn't listen. Now not only did he not become a holy son, he didn't even have a share in the inner sect's personal disciples. Master, the apprentice is not willing. It's just a little bit. The apprentice has succeeded. If Suyu dares to come to the martial arts stage and fight with my disciple in a real fight, my disciple can guarantee that he will definitely crush him under his feet. The disciple didn't lose to him at all, but to his divine great ancient zither. Yun Guiyue let out another long sigh, then comforted. You're right. However, the heavenly diffusion Saint Sun, the first son of the Changsheng Su family head, how could he not have a little card? It's a good thing that you've been given the opportunity to enter the ancient mysteries this time. If you can capture that yin-yang divine fruit, you'll be able to make up for the flaws in your sun saint body. Also, make sure to find a way to enter the preaching platform and capture the true dragon treasure art. When Jiang Chen heard Yun Guiyu's words, he immediately shook off the disheveled state between them and laughed long and hard up to the sky. Ha ha, master is right. When my disciple seizes the opportunity of the ancient mysterious realm, he will come back to ruthlessly crush Suyu. The immortal cultivation world was all about the strongest, and as long as he defeated Suyu, there was no worry that those elders and peak masters would not bow down to him. Yun Guiyue's good-looking eyebrows couldn't help but lock tightly. This disciple, why is his obsession so deep? Always thinking of making an enemy of Suyu? She secretly sighed, not wanting to strike Jiang Chen at this point, and stopped speaking. Ling Yun Peak, a silhouette stood outside the mountain gate. I'm sorry, Fairy Lin, the Holy Sun isn't available. You'd better go back first. A gatekeeper disciple, who had once been looked down upon by Lin Yuyan and had never looked at him squarely, blocked the entrance to the mountain and refused the former's entry. Nonsense, just now I saw him playing music. He was idle. Lin Yuyan was unimpressed and immediately refuted it. Chapter 14. When I chased you, I was treated like a licking dog, but now that I've changed my mind, you're blaming me for being heartless. However, the disciple guarding the gate still shook his head without the slightest intention of backing down. Lin Yuyan was furious. Really give face to face, when she is good to bully not. Seeing how insistent the guarding disciple was, Lin Yuyan decided to go in hard. She snorted coldly. What are you? Get out of the way. I'm the Saint Sun's favorite junior sister. What qualifications do you have to block me? The guarding disciple rolled his eyes and didn't budge in the slightest. I'm sorry, Fairy Lin. The Holy Sun has ordered that in the future, you, Fairy Lin, are not allowed to set foot on Lingyun Peak without an order from him personally. When Lin Yuyan heard this, she was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. Impossible. You are talking nonsense. Take a good look. I'm his little sister, the one who has been pampered by him since he was a child. Damn guards, it's so anticlimactic. How dare you falsely pass on Suyu's decree? Get it right. Suyu, the saintly son, had never been at her beck and call. Why had it ever been so difficult to see him? Prosperity Residence. Bishop's Pond. Suyu was reclining on the easy chair, his mouth high on magic sunflower melon seeds. He also didn't expect it, but it was just a modified version of the Nine Heavens soul vibrating song and the Peiyuan meditation song. Blending some of the notes between the two songs together, it will have such an unexpected effect. Moreover, this heavenly ranked heavenly monitor mirror was also very perfect in transmitting the tones, successfully causing Jiang Chen to fail miserably and cry for mercy. Sure, the only thing he felt a little sorry for was the amount of spiritual energy required to play this song was too great. It was a good thing that he had earned a lot of villain points, plus he had magic sunflower melon to replenish his spiritual energy. Nowadays, it is also recovered. Just as Suyu was thinking about how to earn more villain points, a familiar beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the daughter of Heaven's destiny to have violent emotional ups and downs. Rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Suyu immediately opened his divine mind wide. Soon, he saw the angry silhouette standing outside the mountain gate. A brilliant aura immediately flashed in Suyu's eyes. Ha ha, great opportunity to send villain points again. He immediately opened the heart speech spitting avatar. What is this little nymph doing here again? Can it be that she knows that Jiang Chen has the map of the ancient secret realm? Want to lobby the Saint Sun to enter the secret realm to draw fire for her and Jiang Chen, so as to create an opportunity for the two of them to enter the depths of the secret realm, pick the yin-yang divine fruit, and taste the forbidden fruit together for cultivation? Humph, don't dream. It is impossible for the Saint Sun to participate in the trip to the ancient mysterious realm this time and make a trousseau for the two of you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surprising the Holy Virgin of Heaven's fate. Rewarded with 1,000 villain points. Lin Yuyan's face immediately turned unpleasant. Just a moment ago, she heard Suyu's heart again. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have a map of the ancient mysteries on him. Also, what's with that yin-yang divine fruit? I'll have to go to the book depository to check it out. The guarding disciple thought that Lin Yuyan would force her way through the mountain gate. Unexpectedly, she suddenly turned away and headed straight in the direction of the book depository. As a personal disciple of the Holy Lord, Lin Yuyan did not enjoy as many privileges as the Holy Sun, but she was still far above the other disciples. As soon as she entered the book depository, she headed straight for the premium lending area, typing in a divine thought. He entered a god-level bibliography detection spirit treasure in front of him. Soon, a book titled Strange Things and Strange Wonders appeared in front of her. Lin Yuyan's eyes lit up and she immediately clicked in to check the borrowing requirements. Borrowing eligibility, only for the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the Great Elders and the Holy Sons, and the Personal Disciples. Borrowing fee, Personal Disciple, 10,000 contribution points. Holy Son, 1,000 contribution points. Borrowing time, 1 burn time. Remarks, not to be top-stitched. The bright light in Lin Yuyan's eyes gradually dissipated. It's going to be 10,000 contribution points. So much. Glancing at the only 11,000 points of offering value left within his token. How good it would be if he held the Holy Sun token in his hand right now. Unfortunately, that's just it. 10,000 points is 10,000 points. Thinking that this yin-yang divine fruit might be related to her trip to the secret realm and losing her innocence by Jiang Chen's backstabbing, she clenched her teeth and directly tapped on the payment. Swish! A curtain of light suddenly flashed in front of him. Within the curtain of light, there was a box that shone with purple and gold. As the curtain of light disappeared, the box floated in front of her. Gently opening the box, only to see that within it, a very ancient book was placed. Lin Yuyan immediately fetched it. With only one incense stick of time to burn, she didn't dare to have any delay and quickly began to flip through the book to check it out. The first page shows a very bewitching blue flower. Glanced at the description below. Blue pishore flower, born in the yellow spring. The flower demon became a god, possessing god-level psychedelic magic. God-level winding magic, can make people lose themselves instantly, kill people invisibly, and is also a great tonic for those who practiced illusionism. I didn't realize that this book contained an introduction to the blue petrel. It seems like the person who recorded this book is not a simple person. This book should have been written countless thousands of years ago. One must know that the current blue pilgrim flower was a heavenly realm powerhouse in the underworld. So who would dare to hit her? Next, she wasted no time, flipping through the book quickly. It didn't take long to see the introduction of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Yin and Yang Divine Tree, born in the extreme Yin land, absorbing the innate Yin and Yang Tu Chi growth. The roots and whiskers like Yin, branches and leaves like Yang. It blooms once every 10,000 years, and only 2 flowers bloom each time, one black and one white. Because the fruits it produces are too heavenly, it has become a forbidden immortal medicine, and is already hard to find in the mortal world. Next, she checked the description of the yin-yang divine fruit below. Yin and yang divine fruit, it is the fruit from the innate yin and yang divine tree, blossoming in 10,000 years and bearing fruit in 1,000 years. It is the best elixir for perfecting the Tai-yin sacred body and the Sun sacred body, and it is also of great use to the Chaos divine body. Remarks, it needs to be taken and cultivated by both men and women who meet the conditions at the same time in order for the medicinal effects to be realized. There really is such a magical fruit in the world. Early on, when the master had first taken her in, he had told her with some regret, "You are a crippled Tai-yin saint body. If you can make up for the defects in your physique, then it will be easier for you to cultivate and go farther." Only, as soon as she saw the note at the back, her pretty face instantly climbed into a red blush. This yin-yang divine fruit is also too evil. Why must it be taken and cultivated at the same time in order to utilize its medicinal effects? Thinking about Suyu's heartfelt words not too long ago, her face changed, her eyebrows furrowed, and a nice sharp light erupted from her eyes. Spinning around, it dissolved into questioning. No, how could Jiang Chen be the Sun Saint body? Why didn't I feel it? Can it be that he has practiced some kind of secret technique that can conceal his breath? Previously, I didn't sense that he had the cultivation level of the great perfection of the condensed Dan realm. Did I? Hiss. In that case, he knows that I'm the Tai-yin saint body, so that's why he's looking for a chance to get close to me? If that's the case, then wouldn't he have started counting on me even before he entered the heavenly diffusion holy land? Humph. No matter what, I must obtain this yin-yang divine fruit. Lin Yuyan's 10 fingers tightly pinched the book, and her heart had already secretly made up its mind. If there really is a yin-yang divine fruit within the ancient mysteries, and Jiang Chen really is a Sun Saint body, he wants to count on me to cultivate with him to perfect my physique. Then, it can be further proved that the information leaked out by Suyu his heart is credible. It'll also further prove that he's not the enemy of my family's destruction. Jiang Chen's mother is. Somehow, since seeing Suyu fight against Jiang Chen today, she then felt that perhaps she had really misjudged Suyu. Originally, she wanted to go to Suyu to ask about the matter of her family's exterminating enemy. However, she did not expect that Suyu would not give her the chance to inquire at all. And at that moment, Suyu, who was being read to by her, was slightly squinting his eyes with a cozy face as he listened to the system broadcasting the data. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the daughter of heaven's destiny's emotions fluctuate. Rewarded with 500 villain points. Ha ha, interesting. As long as the host makes an effort, he will surely reap the rewards. Oh, yes, you're right. By the way, what happened to the previously promised reward of a chance at the raffle? Chapter 15. Who says the Holy Sun is uninspired? I, by one, will be the first to object. Ding! This system is now opening the lottery interface for the host. Please wait a moment. The voice just ended, only to see Suyu in front of him. Immediately a large spinning disc surfaces. Inside, there are 9 compartments, and on top of each one, there is a number. Ding! The host can now draw one of the numbers at will. Suyu immediately came to be interested. To get hair, not to leave 8. He rubbed the back of his hand, stretched out a rich finger, and flicked it against the 8. Thud! That frame lit up red. Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 10 evils. Koan Pang treasure art. Asterisk. So powerful. Koan Pang. This kind of ancient divine beast, he knew. Up in the sky as a rock. Into the water as a koan. Flying, that speed is extremely fast. System, quickly introduce this Koan Pang treasure art. What divine abilities does it have? Ding! Koan Pang treasure art has a total of 5 aptitudes. Avatar 1, Koan Pang speed law. Avatar 2, Koan Pang infinite fist. Avatar 3, Koan Pang taiji palm. Avatar 4, Koan Pang invincible claw. Avatar V, Koan Pang divine feather transformation sword art. May I ask the speed master if he's picking it up now? Caller. Of course I'll claim it. More skills won't hurt, Suyu said with great joy. I didn't expect to draw a treasure art that had 5 divine powers. Ding! The Koan Pang treasure technique is being distributed. Please be ready to check on the host. Suyu was wearing a smile on his face, and his person was so excited that he stood up from the recliner. Boom! Next moment, he immediately felt a large amount of information being transmitted into his mind. The feeling was as if he had turned into a golden-winged rockbird soaring in the sky from time to time. At times, it looked like a huge kunai swimming freely in the water. the two divine beasts that seemed so majestic and huge, however, were frighteningly fast, and when it transformed into a koan, its power was terrifying. Only to see that fishtail gently swing, the power instantly swept in all directions, the entire sea, as if a tsunami erupted. Is this the origin of the Koan Pang Infinite Fist? A little while later, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. The pupils of his eyes emanated two rays of gaze as sharp as a golden-winged rock. With a movement of his divine mind, the person had then reached the top of Lingyun Peak. It's just a blink of an eye. It was several times faster than his previous instantaneous speed. Thinking back to the various holy places and sects, they fought to the death for a spot to enter the ancient mysterious realm. Not to mention after entering the secret realm, not only was there a lot of crisis inside itself, moreover, in order to plunder the resources between the cultivators, there are numerous tricks of deception, underhandedness and poisonous tricks, and at any time, their lives may return to the Yellow Springs. With a group of 500 people, it would be great if 1 in 5 managed to make it out. The greatest opportunity available. According to the description in the book, it's just the yin-yang divine fruit and the true dragon treasure art, right? Today, he lies at home swinging day in and day out. Didn't you get the Koan Pang treasure art, which is as famous as the true dragon treasure art? With ease? GGG. Suyu had the villain's signature smile on his face. It's getting to like Zhang Chen, the son of destiny, more and more. If he hadn't beaten him to the point of damaging his Taoist heart, how would he have had the opportunity to draw the Koan Pang treasure art? But, this kid is progressing too fast. When I first entered the Holy Land, I was only at the early stage of the Dan condensation realm, and it's only been a short while since I reached the great circle of the Dan condensation realm. Thinking of this, Suyu pursed his lower lip lightly and began to think of countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes bloomed brightly. There! The words just fell. A white sheet of paper appeared in his hand, along with a black pen. Brush it off. Suyu quickly wrote words on the white paper. A few moments later, he took the piece of paper back into his hands as soon as he could. System, purchase 2 divine-grade stealth talismans. Ding! The divine concealment talisman has been successfully exchanged and has been placed into the system space, consuming a total of 3,000 villain points. Su Yan sniffed, and after a slight induction, the corner of her lips involuntarily raised an evil smile. Feet lifted lightly. Next moment, the person had then appeared in the place where Baiwan lived. Holy Sun! Baiwan stared at Suyu with wide eyes. Incredulously, this was the first time in more than 2 months that he had seen Suyu come to his residence to actively look for him. Moreover, just now, he had seen the Holy Sun standing at the top of Lingyun Peak practicing calligraphy. It was only in the blink of an eye that he didn't expect the Holy Sun to reach him. Obviously, the Holy Sun's stance has been promoted again. Who said that the Saint Sun was not thinking about progress every day at Lingyun Peak? He, Baiwan, was the first to object. Suyu wore a smile and was in a very happy mood. Baiwan, there is something that I want you to do. After saying that, a note and 2 talismans appeared in his hand and handed them to Baiwan together. The note was exactly what he had written on the top of the mountain not long ago. After receiving the note and talisman respectfully, Baiwan read them very carefully, immediately put away the talisman, and let out a fire to burn the note. There was a touch of excitement in his eyes. This plan of the Holy Sun is truly brilliant. Baiwan will definitely get this done. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Also, invite Xiong Bing here again and say that I have something to find him. Alright, please wait a moment. Holy Sun, I'll be right there. Baiwan immediately replied. 1 incense stick later, Bear Soldier then came to the promenade. After seeing Suyu, who was sitting beside the lotus pond and was looking at him with a smile on his face, he immediately bowed low and saluted. Bear Soldier pays his respects to the Holy Sun. In terms of time, he had actually entered the Holy Land 3 years earlier than Suyu. The two had once even competed together for the Sunship, though in the end he lost the election and didn't get to be a Holy Sun. But he still despised Suyu from the bottom of his heart, feeling that Suyu, as the Holy Sun of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, was willing to give a woman as a licking dog for 3 years, with no progress in his cultivation. He had simply disgraced the face of a man. But today, after witnessing the battle between Zhang Chen and Suyu, it was only then that he realized that the gap between himself and Suyu was so great. It seemed that the Saint Sun's cultivation hadn't stagnated in the past few years, as rumored by the outside world, and the current Suyu gave him a calm temperament of a divine mountain pressing down on him without changing his face, a far cry from his previous dog-licking persona, making him quite puzzled. Suyu smiled faintly and waved at Xiong Bing. Senior brother Xiong need not be polite, quickly come over and drink tea. In the immortal cultivation world, the strongest is honored. although Suyu entered the Holy Land 3 years after Xiong, but now his status was higher than the latter's, and it was not too much to address him as senior brother Xiong. Instead, they also bring each other closer together. Xiong immediately thanked him and sat across from Suyu. Suyu unhurriedly poured 2 cups of tea, handed a cup to Xiong, and picked up a cup of tea himself. Sipping it, Xiong swept a glance at the refreshing tea in front of him and didn't drink it, but instead inquired in a very polite manner. I don't know what the Holy Sun's instructions are for calling Xiong to come? Suyu wore a smile on his face. Actually, there is no big deal. My brother has recently obtained a piece of tea, and specially invited senior brother Xiong to come and appreciate it. After saying that, from his storage ring, an exquisite gift box flew out and gently landed in front of Xiong. Bear Soldier opened it with some suspicion. Buzz! Inside the gift box, a piercing light immediately emanated and was accompanied by a sword chime. Sacred Sun! You're joking. This is clearly a shrunken version of a longsword. How could it be tea? Xiong immediately voiced his opinion. Chapter 16, Not Interested. I don't know you well. Suyu did not get angry in the face of his questioning and slowly explained. There is a kind of tea in the world called enlightenment tea, and this tea matures once every 1,000 years, with a total of 3,000 tea leaves on it, each of which contains a great Tao. Speaking here, he paused briefly and glanced at Bear Soldier, who was wearing a shocked look on his face, and continued slowly. This tea leaf is the enlightenment tea that contains the great Tao of the sword. After hearing this, Xiong hand, which was holding the gift box, was shaking a little, and in his urgency, he blurted out, Saint's son, this tea, can it be gifted to me? As soon as this was said, he immediately felt that it was too abrupt. Enlightenment tea. Ah, that's a longevity elixir. I heard it's long been extinct. It must have taken Suyu a lot of effort to get this piece, so how could he easily gift it to himself? However, for a sword cultivator, this enlightenment tea that contained the great Tao of the sword was too attractive to him. If he were to take this piece of tea and use it to comprehend sword arts, perhaps he would be able to reach the realm of sword mind, and his cultivation would be able to cross over into the avatar realm. Saint's son, as long as you have a use for Mr. Xiong, you can just open your mouth, and as long as Mr. Xiong can do it, he will surely die by all means. Suyu wore a smile on his face. As he moved his mind, the enlightenment tea on the table along with the gift box disappeared and returned to his storage ring. Xiong saw this and felt a great sense of loss in his heart. However, he heard Suyu's voice ring out. Senior brother Xiong is polite. It's not that my brother can't part with this enlightenment tea, but with senior brother's condition at this time, it's really not suitable to drink it. Xiong was a bit annoyed. Tea you have put away. Your mouth is still selling out. Such a precious enlightenment tea. It's only right that the Holy Sun refuses to part with it. Mr. Xiong won't force himself on anyone. Suyu had a gentle smile on his face without a trace of displeasure as he gently took a sip of tea before saying, Tomorrow, senior brother Xiong will be going to that ancient secret realm, right? It's a pity that the secret realm has a requirement for disciples' cultivation, which must not exceed the avatar realm. Otherwise, my brother would have brewed this enlightenment tea right now and shared it with senior brother Xiong. When Xiong heard this, he immediately came back to his senses. Suyu is right. It seems that I misunderstood him before. He immediately apologized. It's still the sacred son who sees the long term. Look at me. In my haste I forgot such an important matter. I'm really sorry. Speaking of this, he immediately promised, if senior brother I can capture the opportunity in the secret realm, I will also definitely bring it back and share it with the Holy Sun. This time, he stopped calling himself Bear. Suyu was waiting for his words. Hey, who says you have to do bad things yourself? Jiang Chen, just wait for the chickens to come home to roost and cry in the toilet. A sincere smile from the heart appeared on Suyu's face as he looked towards Xiong. Then, my brother would like to thank senior brother Xiong first. When the time comes, you and I will sip the Taoist tea while we realize the great Tao. Bear Soldier nodded repeatedly. After learning about Suyu's mind, his previous wariness was slowly lowered. He picked up the tea on the table and gently drank a mouthful of it, which turned into a warm current in his mouth, moisturizing his internal organs and making his entire body invigorated. Good tea, he immediately exclaimed in praise. This tea, even though it wasn't enlightenment tea, was still far superior to all the spirit teas he had ever had. If he knew that the water used to make the tea was dew from the dew on the Kirin immortal pill from the forbidden land of the desolate ancients, he would have to drop his jaw in shock. Suyu wore a smile on his face and his voice was gentle. I heard that there is a place in the ancient mysterious realm called the Passage Platform, so I have a talisman here that may be able to help senior brother Xiong at a critical moment. Having said that, with a movement of his mind, Only a talisman with a light golden glow immediately appeared in front of Bear Soldier. It was not long ago that he had redeemed it in the system with 2000 villain points. Divine rank lucky talisman? I didn't realize that there was really such a talisman in the world. The Holy Sun has really opened my eyes today. Xiong Bing held the talisman carefully in his hands and watched it over and over again. His smile couldn't even be put away. With this talisman's enchantment, I believe that my trip to the secret realm this time will surely have a great harvest. Suyu smiled and nodded. After, the two of them chatted for a while longer about some interesting anecdotes that had happened in the cultivation world recently. Until the sky grew dark, Xiong Bing got up to take his leave. The reason why Suyu chose Bear Soldier to be the shit stirrer in the secret realm and destroy Jiang Chen's chance. For one thing, Xiong Bing's cultivation was considered to be the best among the younger generation in the entire burial immortal star. Secondly, this person is open-minded, has clear-cut grudges, and is capable of doing things well, so he is a subordinate worthy of his acceptance. Thirdly, according to the original story, when he was spurned by the crowd, among the group of pro-disciples, only Xiong Bing stood out to speak for him. Of course, in order to block Jiang Chen from obtaining the opportunity, he has other arrangements. The next day, just when Suyu was still eating spicy fried phoenix wings in his sleep, those 100 disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land had long since traveled to the ancient mysterious realm under the leadership of the third elder. Jiang Chen, as the runner-up of this competition, was naturally in its case. As soon as he boarded the airship, he swept through the crowd in the arena and did not find Suyu, but he saw the breathtakingly beautiful and exceptionally eye-catching Lin Yuyan. He immediately walked towards Lin Yuyan with a smile on his face. "Good morning, senior sister Lin." Lin Yuyan glanced at him coldly with a look of disgust. Jiang Chen, however, stood across from her as if he hadn't seen it, and continued with a big smile. "Senior sister Lin, how about you and I pairing up for the trip to the secret realm? Mr. Jiang will definitely sacrifice his life to ensure your safety." Lin Yuyan blankly glanced at him in an unfavorable manner and rejected in a chilly voice, "Not interested. I'm not familiar with you." When the crowd of disciples saw this, they all revealed strange looks. Two female disciples gossiped softly. It seems that Fairy Lin doesn't like Jiang Chen at all, and when she introduced him to the sacred ground that day, she was probably only looking at his good talent to recruit talent for the sacred ground. Naturally, with a senior brother as outstanding as the Saint's son, who would still look at Jiang Chen, a person who is arrogant and malicious, though the two men's voices were small. However, everyone present was a cultivator, especially Jiang Chen, who was still a cultivator of the great circle of the condensed Dan realm, so how could he not hear it? He let out a cold laugh. "Ha, don't make Suyu sound so lofty." At that time, if he hadn't grabbed a head start with that divine grade Wind Thunder 9 Heavenly Zither, it's still a toss-up as to who would have won and who would have lost. There was nothing wrong with that. Suyu did indeed play music with a divine grade Guqin in the beginning. It caused Jiang Chen, who was a great circle of the condensed Dan realm, to lose miserably without the slightest ability to fight back. Just then, Sheenan snorted coldly. "So what? A weapon is also a way to show the master's strength, and the Holy Sun has a word for you to listen. It's also considered to have won brightly and openly, unlike some people who only know how to play some plots and tricks." Zhang Xian also nodded. "That's right, Jiang Chen, a loss is a loss. It's no big deal. Don't even have the courage to admit it." Jiang Chen was so furious that veins popped up on his forehead, and his eyes flashed with a blazing ferocious light. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on the airship at this time, with the third elder sitting in attendance, he would have hated to lift his lance and ruthlessly knock these few people off the airship. However, he is not in a hurry. Wait until the secret realm. We'll call this group of little brats head. Chapter 17. This is definitely a false accusation. I hope the third elder will investigate it. At this time, a female cultivator suddenly laughed. "Senior brother Jiang, you're a new disciple. You probably don't know about our Holy Land's tenet of advocating unity and solidarity amongst disciples. I heard that you have a map of the ancient mysterious realm in your hands. I hope that senior brother can share it with me and the rest of us." The female cultivator's name is Wan Jar, a well-known know-it-all in the Holy Land, with a quirky appearance. At the scene, a disciple, even including the third elder, looked at Jiang Chen with a look of disbelief after hearing Wang Jar's words. "What are you babbling about? How could I possibly have a secret realm map?" Jiang Chen's gaze dodged a little. It was true that he didn't have a map of the secret realm, but his beautiful master teacher was a living map. Of course, there was no way he was going to tell that secret. However, this show of weakness on his part made the crowd at the scene even more certain that he just had the map. "Senior brother Jiang, we are all fellow disciples. If you really have a map, why don't you tell us now? If we obtain the opportunity, naturally we won't forget your kindness." Yes, senior brother Jiang. There are so many opportunities in the secret realm. It's impossible for you to obtain them all by yourself, so the so-called fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. Why not share it with us, so that we can all progress together, and contribute together for the strength of the Holy Land? Jiang Chen's face was getting more and more unsightly. Things were a bit beyond his plans. No, everyone, don't listen to senior sister Wang's nonsense. Where would I have a map? Wang Jiar is not happy. This sentence is a big thing to smash her Pepsi sign. I'm talking nonsense? I have proof. Didn't you have a deal with the three evils of Empty Mountain the other day? It was the three of them who gave the information. When Lin Yuyan heard this, she immediately raised her eyes to Jiang Chen. It turned out that the map that Jiang Chen had traded with the three evils of the Empty Mountain that day was of the ancient mysterious realm, combined with the news leaked out from Su Yue's heart. It seems that Jiang Chen in all probability really has a map of the secret realm. No wonder by Wan will. Jiang Chen was not a flower grown in a greenhouse. Since his maternal grandfather's death, he had wandered around. What kind of people hadn't he seen? How could he be overwhelmed by Wang Jiar's words? He suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha, senior sister Wang couldn't have been in too much of a mood today and forgot to brush her teeth when she woke up in the morning? The Empty Mountain three evils are from the devil's way. How could I, a disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's righteous sect, have dealings with them? Wang Jiar's face turned red with anger when she heard this from Jiang Chen, and with a movement of her mind, she only saw a shadow-retaining stone appear in her palm. Humph, I knew you were a dead duck and wouldn't admit it. There are the lingering shadows of the three evils of the Empty Mountain here, which happen to be seen by my spirit bird and recorded with the lingering shadow stone, as she punched in a spiritual energy in the shadow-retaining stone. Soon, the figures of the three evil trio of Hollow Mountain appeared. Each of them was sneaking around the Heavenly Diffusion sacred ground, cursing under their breath. Outrageous! Jiang Chen this promised to give us the map of the ancient secret realm once the deal was completed, and now more than 2 months have passed, yet we can't even find his shadow. This Jiang Chen is really bold. How dare he lie to us? If I catch him, I will make his life worse than death. Humph, we didn't get a place in the ancient mysteries this time anyway. The map can be unwanted. However, I still have quite a lot of dark information about him here. If he doesn't share the treasures he got from the mysteries to us, see if I don't expose him. The scene plays out and ends here. The crowd all looked towards Jiang Chen. Even the third elder's face was gloomy, his tone icy. Jiang Chen, say, what the hell is going on? Jiang Chen was angry and stifled in his heart, but he didn't dare to snap out of it. His deal with the three evils of the Empty Mountain had already been reached a long time ago. Moreover, the map that the three of them wanted wasn't the ancient mysterious realm at all, but rather, it was a demon ruin that he had once visited. Right now, the three of them were still searching for opportunities in that relic, and it was simply impossible for them to come back to the Holy Land to look for him. Obviously, this was someone pretending to be the three of them and deliberately planting evidence to frame him. He looked at the third elder and firmly denied. Third elder, this matter is definitely a false accusation. Disciple has no such dealings with the three evils of the Empty Mountain. Perhaps these three are played by others to intentionally bring about internal discord within our Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Please have the third elder investigate clearly. Saying this, he then explained, if Disciple really had a map of the secret realm, he would have long ago taken it out and shared it with all the senior brothers and sisters. Disciple is definitely not a person who hides his secrets. That's true what he said. He really didn't have a map. Beauty Master had never given him a map of the ancient mysterious realm. When the crowd saw Jiang Chen say this, they all felt a little disappointed. Could it be that Jiang Chen really didn't have a map? If he had a map, how good would it be? However, the vast majority of people felt that Jiang Chen's words might not be true after a moment's thought. This person was still a casual cultivator 2 months ago, and he was only 18 years old this year. Yet his cultivation level was higher than all of them present. Even if he didn't have a map in his hand, he must be someone who possessed great fortune. If he followed him after entering the secret realm, he might be able to reap a lot of benefits. However, once they thought that this person had a vicious character and didn't have much love for them as fellow disciples, the disciples hesitated a little again. The third elder thought for a moment, nodded, after this matter back to the Holy Land, I will find out the truth. If it is really as you say, will certainly return your innocence, if there is half a false. Speaking of which, Ka-ching, only to see that an extremely high-grade spirit stone that he was originally holding in his hand was cut in half with his hand blade in an instant. When Jiang Chen saw this, his heart thumped wildly. A great sense of crisis loomed over him. Same time, Su Yu, who was far away in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, was sleepily chasing an 8-jeweled chicken, and was about to catch it in his hand. Suddenly, A familiar voice woke him up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully framing the Son of Heaven's destiny, rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Suyu rubbed his somewhat sleepy eyes and said unhappily, System, you scared away my 8 precious chicken. System, oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh. System, are you dead? Why don't you say anything? Warm reminder, the System Mall is introducing a new commodity just now. The 8 precious chickens are sold at 1,000 villain points. Suyu immediately came into the spirit and sat up from the bed with a whoosh. System, sell one to me quickly. It didn't take long. Suyu sat down at the dining table and began to feast on the lotus-scented chicken that the spirit catering room had just sent over. As for the main material, hey! Of course it's the precious and scandalous 8 precious chicken. Suyu ate with a mouth full of oil and a face of enjoyment. 8 precious chicken. It really lives up to its name. It's so damn flavorful. I've never eaten such a delicious chicken before. Jia. Jiang Chen, you're really a good employee of mine. You're good at your job and you don't need to spend a penny of your salary. This saint's son is now more and more optimistic about you. Chapter 18. 2 of the most beautiful women in the Eastern Wasteland. Staging a war of words for me? Jiang Chen, who was favored by Suyu, at this point, was standing in a corner of the airship, gray and sulking. Damn Wang Jiar, it's fine if you're ugly. I can pretend I didn't see it. But you dare to count on my lord. You're dead. Wait, let's see how I'll torture you when we get to the secret realm. As for Wang Jiar and the others, they all stared at Jiang Chen without saying a word with a gaze like looking at an ancient ferocious beast. The third elder saw that he would soon be arriving at the secret realm, and the many disciples on the ship, stirred up by this matter of Jiang Chen, were obviously suspicious of each other and were not united. This was not the outcome the Holy Land had hoped for. He immediately faced the crowd and loudly exhorted, the ancient mysteries are full of dangers. I hope that you can all unite and be united. This is not the time for everyone to be suspicious of each other. According to past experience, the opening time of this secret realm will be 10 days. All disciples should grasp the opportunity and remember not to fight within. If the old man knows about it, he will not be forgiven lightly. The crowd nodded. Next, the ship became very quiet. The airship flew for roughly another half hour before finally arriving at its destination. At this point, beyond the ancient mysteries, it has long been crowded. Though, this time, the secret realm could only accommodate 500 people, but there were still quite a few unqualified cultivators waiting outside the secret realm, expecting a miracle to happen. There were also some cultivators who had come specifically to see off their loved ones and friends. In the crowd, there was one beautiful figure that stood out. Yuachan image chart. Her features were exquisite and perfect. Her figure was exquisite and delicate. Her temperament was cold and absolutely stunning, giving people a very ethereal and clean feeling, just like a holy snow lotus, without any half-flaws. Even if she did nothing but stand there quietly, she still attracted eyes all over the place. Her name was Yu Chan, a new generation goddess of the Moon God Palace, and a notorious beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. Cultivating the Moon God Palace is Xin Yin true scripture. It was rumored that the Moon Chan goddess was a Tai-in sacred body, and a woman with this kind of physique could not only sense the great Tao of heaven and earth herself, but could even allow co-cultivators to sense the supreme great Tao and accelerate their cultivation. Coupled with the fact that she was born stunningly beautiful and practiced the Xianyin true scripture that enhances happiness, she almost became the woman that everyone in the entire immortal cultivation world wanted to marry. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Suyu. Originally, the Moon-chan divine maiden who was standing there quietly, after seeing the group of people from the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, a bright light immediately bloomed in her beautiful eyes. However, after sweeping around and not seeing that long and handsome figure, she somewhat disappointedly shifted her gaze to Lin Yuyan, the corners of her lips curling slightly. A simple action, but with endless temptation, simply seducing the heartstrings. This was the subtlety of practicing the Xianyin true scripture to a certain extent, not to mention a stunning beauty like the Moon-chan divine maiden. In the entire Eastern Wasteland, I'm afraid that the only one who could match it was Lin Yuyan in front of me, although Lin Yuyan was also cold as a person. But unlike the Moon-chan divine maiden's kind of coolness that charmed the world, she was the kind of arrogance that came from the bottom of her bones. Seeing that goddess Yuachan was staring at herself with an impish smile, she knew that she must be laughing at herself. This demon girl adored Suyu for a long time, knowing that Suyu has another love in his heart, but also the heart of a thief is not dead. And now, see, Suyu did not accompany her Lin Yuyan side. The heart must be cool over the sky. She felt a sudden displeasure in her heart, coldly glaring at the other party, chillingly saying, Demonis, less showing off in front of me. Who knew that instead of being annoyed, Goddess Yuachan smiled lightly. Ha! For such an important occasion, how come we don't see the heavenly diffusion saint's son escorting his sister? Rumor has it that the saint's son has broken with his sister. Can it be true? Goddess Yuchan's voice was extremely melodious, as wonderful and refreshing as a trickle of water. So much so that the crowd of male cultivators in the arena were intoxicated by her voice and ignored the implication of her words. Lin Yuyan naturally wouldn't be confused by her and snorted coldly. What does it have to do with you? Her voice also seemed to carry magic, instantly pulling the crowd's attention back. The crowd of male cultivators all watched with excitement as the two most beautiful women in the eastern wasteland staged a war of words. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who would have thought that two legendary high-flying beauties would one day tear each other apart in public? Of course, they had that brief fantasy in their hearts that it would be so nice if they were the heavenly diffusion saint's son that the two beauties were talking about. As for Jiang Chen, his mind was completely attracted to the two women at this time. What a wonderful thing it would be to marry both. At the thought of this, he felt his throat dry up and looked at the two beauties with a blazing light in his eyes. In his heart, he was even more determined to thwart Su Yu's belief. Goddess Yu Chan looked at Lin Yuyan like she was an idiot. This woman, she was really arrogant and ignorant to the core. She was really born in a blessed place and didn't know what she was doing. Her voice was ethereal and clear as she kindly reminded, "Sister, haven't you forgotten that the saint's son of heavenly diffusion is the first beautiful man in the eastern wasteland, the dragon and phoenix among men, and the prince charming in the hearts of many female cultivators? So what? He wouldn't fall for a prodigal demoness like you either." Lin Yuyan unceremoniously disliked her. "Don't speak out of turn, Fairy Lin. Our goddess is pure and innocent. She has never had skin-to-skin contact with any man. Where is the talk of prodigality coming from?" A female disciple beside Divine Mistress Yuchan immediately sought justice for her. Lin Yuyan chortled disdainfully. "Ha, so what? My senior brother won't want your goddess. Yeah, then we'll wait and see." Not a trace of anger was visible on the Moonchan goddess face, and her eyes blossomed with a confidence that had never been seen before. When Lin Yuyan heard this, there was a surge of anger in her beautiful eyes. After hearing the words of Goddess Yuachan, a sense of crisis inexplicably arose. It's a coincidence. Just then, boom! A loud sound like thunder came out from within the secret area. All of them smelled the sound, and all of them wore happy faces. "Look, the ancient secret realm is about to open. All disciples of the Tianxian Holy Land, get ready now. All disciples of the Taichou Holy Land, come and gather. All disciples of the Moon God Palace, prepare to enter." The leading elders of the various holy lands and sects and factions sent out words, urging the celestial pride who were chatting with other acquaintances outside to get ready immediately. The third elder also immediately led 100 disciples to the waiting area at the very front. The other disciples who were not qualified to enter the secret realm had to stand outside the waiting area. Boom! Another loud noise sounded, only to see that a closed stone door suddenly appeared out of thin air above the originally empty wilderness. The stone door looked very ancient, with dense runes carved on it, carrying a mysterious and heavy feeling. Clunk! The stone door let out a loud bang, and its sound wave shook the crowd of cultivators at the scene for a while. There were even those with weak cultivation who directly fainted. Immediately after, crunch! Another voice rang out. Only the closed stone door suddenly opened. A pillar of heavenly light shot out from within the stone door, reaching the sky. When that pillar of light disappeared, in the stone door, a haze of light shone in all directions, and a rich spiritual qi, accompanied by the good-smelling scent of spiritual medicines, overflowed from within the door. Great! The stone door is open. All disciples of the Taichou Holy Land, prepare to enter. Time is limited. All disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, enter immediately. With a command from the elders, a group of disciples with qualifications immediately flew up and swarmed in. Wow! What a rich aura! I bet it's beautiful inside. Many cultivators who were not qualified to enter were envious. Chapter 19, Out of the Wolf's Den. Into the Tiger's Lair. Jiang Chen's cultivation was considered to be at the top of the list among these 500 disciples. When he first stepped through the door, immediately there was a heavenly spin, and the whole mind was dazed under the crush of two different forces of time and space. By the time he found consciousness again, realized that he had come to a space that was so dark that he couldn't see out of it. I didn't expect the rules to change. This time it's a random teleportation. A woman's soft murmur sounded from within the pendant on Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen shook his head with some disappointment. Hoping to meet Wang Jiao here, he couldn't wait to kill her. This area is called the Valley of Falling Souls. There are not many chances, but there are quite a few crises. It's better to find a way to leave first. The beautiful master spoke quietly. Jiang Chen immediately nodded his head and carefully departed towards the front. It was just that, limited by this side of heaven and earth, the gravity was incredibly large. Nowadays, he was like an ordinary martial artist, empty of strength but unable to use a flying magic weapon for transportation. It's only been gone a few breaths. Be careful, there's an ambush, the beautiful master teacher on his chest suddenly warned. Next moment, several sword blades lit up from the darkness and shot at him in unison. Jiang Chen immediately took out his lance to fend it off. However, there was clearly more than one person on the other side. Several flying swords slashed at him. A somewhat hoarse voice rang out, "Jiang Chen, hand over the map and you can be spared from death." "Humph, you guys really don't die. I don't have a map, but I do have a life. Let's see if you have the guts to come and get it." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the tip of his gun lit up with a fiery red flame, instantly lighting up the place, only to see that in the darkness, there were several cultivators wearing black clothes and bucket hats, who were holding long swords and striking towards him. "You're from the Heavenly Heart Pavilion." Jiang Chen was alarmed. Unexpectedly, it wasn't the group of sword cultivators from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The Heavenly Heart Pavilion did not belong to the Eastern Wasteland, but was a party hegemony from the Central Continent. The founder of that pavilion was now a mighty powerhouse who had shaken the entire burial immortal star. The disciples under them were all the proud characters from the major regions, each of them possessing great skills and extraordinary cultivation. Jiang Chen didn't dare to take the enemy lightly and immediately blundered out thousands of gunshots. People then take the opportunity to leave the area, entering the secret realm. Naturally, seizing the opportunity is the most important thing. The Tianjin Pavilion's crowd had just knocked the gunman down, and Jiang Chen's figure was no longer visible on the scene. A man in black stomped his foot so hard that the ground instantly cracked. He was very angry and said, "Damn it, what a cunning Jiang Chen. It's just a pity the time was too tight to put up a big formation. Don't be in a hurry everyone, this heaven and earth has gravity suppression. It's impossible to fly in the air. He won't be able to run far. Everyone quickly chase after him." The black-clothed man in the lead immediately reminded the crowd and led the way in the direction that Jiang Chen had left in rapid pursuit. Jiang Chen didn't dare to stop when he heard the hurried footsteps behind him. While running, his heart was in shock. Unexpectedly, the first enemies he encountered were neither from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land nor from the demons and evil spirits within the secret territory, but were actually from the Heavenly Heart Pavilion. Seeing the rear, the people from the Heavenly Heart Pavilion, still not dead, chased wildly all the way. "Humph, this is what you guys forced me to do. Do you really think that this Gongzi is easy to bully?" Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anger. Turning around, he headed at breakneck speed towards a dense forest not far away, as hinted by the beautiful master. Deep in the dense forest ahead was the territory of a group of ancient ferocious beasts, the devil apes. Their great king is a notorious mixed demon ape, has lived for countless thousands of years. His cultivation is comparable to a human heavenly god realm powerhouse, very hard to mess with. Leave as soon as you bring them to the demon ape territory, and don't mess with that mixed demon ape. Yun Guiwei wasn't very happy with Jiang Chen's decision, afraid that he would be a jerk again. He immediately opened his mouth to remind him. Jiang Chen was full of promise. Once in the dense forest, it was only as if the entire heaven and earth had turned from night to day all at once. Walking in the dense forest, the sunlight is dappled, the shadow of the trees, and the aura is abundant. However, it's a coincidence that the more you worry about something, the more it comes. Only halfway through the journey, there was still some distance to go before the demon ape clan. Then he saw a golden-colored ape, lying on a huge rock in front of him, unimaginatively eating spiritual peaches and drinking monkey wine at the same time. "Not good. Stop quickly. That's the mixed demon ape," Yun Guiyue immediately ordered. Jiang Chen's heart thumped and he immediately stopped in his tracks, his eyes rolling. Right at this moment, the mixed devil ape also opened its eyes, a pair of golden eyes that radiated a brilliant and regal light, carrying a powerful pressure that seemed to penetrate the sun, moon, mountains and rivers as terrifying. Jiang Chen immediately spoke. "Greetings, senior. There's a group of people that are coming over to rob you of your monkey wine. I've come here specifically to tip you off." After saying that, he immediately pointed behind him. The people of the Heavenly Heart Pavilion who had just rushed over, after seeing the mixed demon ape, only thought of him as an ordinary demonic ape and didn't care too much about it. One of the self-appointed black-clothed men, after smelling the fragrance of the wine, laughed playfully and said, "That's right, this male has his eye on your monkey wine and spirit peach. Serve it up immediately and hand this human over to us. You can be spared from death." The mixed devil ape heard that someone really wanted to rob him of his monkey's wine. Raising his hand, he slapped at this man in black. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, immediately took this opportunity to pull out his legs and run. The forest is full of crises. Although he had designed to escape from this calamity of the mixed demon ape, he had also gotten rid of the Heavenly Heart Pavilion's crowd. However, after that, a powerful ferocious beast was encountered. After a battle, Jiang Chen himself was bruised and battered. If it wasn't for the beautiful master teacher's help at the critical moment, he was afraid that he would have already been buried in the mouth of the beast. In the meantime, the holy land of heavenly diffusion. In Su Yu's mind, he started broadcasting today's harvest again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accomplishing his plan and injuring the chosen one, rewarding him with 2,000 villain points. Ha ha, good. It looks like we'll have another 8 precious chicken today. Su Yu was in a good mood, imagining Jiang Chen's misery in the ancient secret realm. Achoo! Jiang Chen, who was fleeing for his life in the dense forest, suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose and didn't dare to stop, running furiously until he was out of the ferocious beast's territory. Only then did he stop to take a healing elixir to recover from his injuries. Just when he had used up a lot of his savings and his injuries had just been recovered, Bear Soldier had arrived at the preaching platform within the ancient mysteries. Thanks to the lucky charms, he was extremely lucky, and his journey was almost unimpeded, and he was the first to arrive at the preaching area, and he was recognized by the remnant soul of an old man who stayed here, allowing him to enter and receive the inheritance. Xiong Bing walked to the preaching stone, thinking of the promise with Su Yu. He directly pulled up a preaching stone deeply embedded in the ground and put it into the storage space. Bidding the old man farewell, he hurried away. This move by Bear Soldier, Jiang Chen was the first to have the feeling that in the underworld, there was something that originally belonged to him that suddenly disappeared, just when he was a little distracted. Attention, there is an ambush ahead. The words of the beautiful master teacher suddenly rang out. She was only a remnant soul though. However, having reached the divine king realm in life, even though he had died for many years and his physical body was no longer there, his divine soul senses were still very powerful. As Yun Guiyu's words fell not long after, only a large golden net suddenly descended from the sky, covering the place where Jiang Chen was. Chapter 20, Jia Jia Jia. This saint's son has found a new way to harvest villain points again. What? Surprisingly, it's a heaven-ranked magic treasure binding spirit net. Jiang Chen immediately fled the spot with a flash. However, as if this spirit-binding net had grown legs, it actually followed him all the way to catch up. Jiang Chen was furious, raising his spear, fire-refining spirit net, only to see a red-colored flame immediately shoot out from the lance. However, just as he had sent out this shot, whoosh, 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 3 arrows suddenly shot towards him. Jiang Chen immediately bent down to avoid it. Snort! Another long sword stabbed at him. In a panic, Jiang Chen's palm runes flowed and he slapped forward with force. Touch! The long sword was slapped away along with the person behind him who was casting the sword. However, Jiang Chen's hand was also stabbed with a sword, and drops of blood flowed straight down his fingertips. The pain made him grimace. At the same time, an ice-cold woman's voice rang out. Jiang Chen, don't hand over the map yet. Humph. You people from the Taichu sacred land have not stretched your hands too far. Jiang Chen had a belly full of anger. According to the original plan, after entering the secret realm, he had to go to 10 places successively to plunder the opportunities. But now, after entering the secret realm for 3 days, not to mention that he didn't get any chance, even the elixir he brought with him was consumed quite a bit. Moreover, it was being chased by 2 waves of people in a row. Breathlessly, none of these people were from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. If he had said that before, he had suspected that it was the powerful intelligence network of the Heavenly Heart Pavilion that had analyzed that he might have the map of the secret realm. However, now the Holy Land of the Beginning has also come to intervene. Then how many people knew about him having the map of the secret realm? Who the hell is trying to hurt me? He immediately recalled the people he had recently offended. In the end, targeting Su Yu, Xiong Bing, Zhang Xian and Qinan. Xiong Bing was straightforward and did not look like someone who would play tricks. The 2 of them, Zhang Xian and Qinan, had previously reacted with shock after hearing Wang Jia's words, not like they were in the know. Could it be Su Wu? As the holy son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and the first place winner of this quota competition, there was no reason for him not to come, unless he had no interest in the treasures within the secret realm, or he had already broken through to the Avatar realm and gave up for fear of being erased by the rules of the secret realm. Jiang Chen was more convinced it was the latter. Moreover, with how much Su Yu cared about Lin Yuyan, it was very likely that when he himself was counting on Lin Yuyan in the ferocious Beast Mountain range that day, he had already been detected by the people that Su Yu had secretly sent to protect Lin Yuyan. It made sense why he would know that he had a secret deal with the 3 evils of Hollow Mountain. Then there would be enough reasons to explain why he was counting himself out. Suyu doesn't want me to get the chance, afraid that I'll be strong and unfavorable to him, deliberately spreading the news that I have the secret realm map. It must be like this. Damned Suyu, let's see if I don't break you into pieces and destroy your soul when I get out. I, Jiang Chen, swear not to be a human being, but, right now, it was better to settle the three heavenly prides of the Taichu sacred land first, though he was confident that if he were to fight alone, none of the three would be his match. However, now that the three had not only joined forces, but also held fierce weapons in their hands, they were a great threat to him. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his mouth to request the help of his beautiful master. Yun Gu Oyue, Master, I'm afraid that my apprentice is being backstabbed, so please make a move to help my apprentice one more time. Get rid of these scum first, and wait until my apprentice is free to change into a different attire before moving forward. Yun Guoyu didn't immediately agree when she heard Jiang Chen's request. Her silver teeth gently bit her red lips. Ever since following Jiang Chen, although she was nominally a master teacher, she was actually like a free hitman he had hired. Over the years, if it wasn't for her great help, Jiang Chen might still be a down-and-out vagabond. Now Jiang Chen was out of his element, having reached the great circle of the condensed Dan realm, and was even comparable to the Dao sons and holy sons of many sects. However, her soul power was getting weaker and weaker. In the beginning, she still retained the strength of the divine general realm, due to constant depletion without effective replenishment. Today, he only had the strength of the true God realm. If she continued to be consumed like this, sooner or later, her soul would have to fall apart. Alas, just as well, let's help him one more time, hoping that he will gain something in the secret realm this time, and will be able to gain the attention of the elders of the Holy Land, and be accepted as a personal disciple, and have the opportunity to enter that pool of creation, and help me to reshape my true body. But his character is so unruly that I can't support him without limits. Thinking of this, she softly said, yes, but Master is getting weaker and weaker nowadays, so I can only help you this one more time in this secret realm, and after that, Master will have to fall into a deep sleep for at least a month. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. This was the first time the beautiful master teacher had ever said something like this to him. However, the situation at hand did not allow him to think about it. Fine, I promise you. However, please ask Master to send this secret realm map to my disciple at that time. The beautiful master nodded and released a soul force. The three heavenly pride of the Taichu sacred land were about to capture Jiang Chen. Suddenly the body could not move and had a headache. In an instant, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. After the mission is completed, Yun Guoyue opened her mouth. Her voice sounded weak. This is the map of the ancient mysteries. Look carefully. Having said that, from within the pendant, a silk handkerchief flew out and stopped in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen received it in his hands and took a look. It was the very roadmap in this secret realm. He was overjoyed in his heart. Thank you, Master, for helping. Master is going to fall asleep. Next, remember, never impulsively fight with others, especially Suyu. Good. My disciple has memorized my master's teachings. Jiang Chen immediately replied. Inwardly, however, he was unimpressed. You don't fight with people? What a joke. This is a secret realm. How can you compete for the chance without fighting with people? There was also that Suyu, with whom he was bound to be immortal. Growing up, he had never suffered such a big loss. All of this was brought about by Suyu. There was no way he could just let it go. Yun Guoyue stopped saying anything, but in her heart, she didn't quite believe Jiang Chen's words, and only hoped that he could really do what he said this time. Suyu, who was far away in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, he was lying on a free chair, watching the 2 precious chickens fight with an excited look on his face. It's a new play he came up with. It does get a little boring to stay in the promenade swinging all day. Wait for another 6 days, and this saint's son will be able to leave the Holy Land to travel the seas. Jiang Chen, don't let me down. With his words, the system's voice sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing a rift between the master and disciple of the Son of Heaven's destiny. Rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Master and disciple creating a gap? A bright light flooded within Suyu's pair of starry eyes. Immediately, the corner of his lips curled into a smile. That's interesting. Follow the original plot. This Yun Guoyu, although named Jiang Chen's master, in fact, is his harem big sister? To Jiang Chen that is loved to death. It wasn't until later when he was pushed out by Jiang Chen to block the knife and the moment he was about to die that he came to his senses. But it was too late. I didn't expect that the two would create a gap now. It seems that this saint's son has a new way to harvest villain points. Jia. Suyu could not help but reveal his villain's signature smile. Chapter 21, I'll let your spirit soldiers continue to shine. Deep in the dense forest, Jiang Chen smiled broadly, with a villainous look on his face. Ha ha, a bunch of fools, how dare they come to threaten this Gongzi? Don't worry, I'll take your spirit weapons and let them continue to shine. After saying that, he began to excitedly clear the battlefield, collecting all of the people's spirit weapons in storage rings. Ha ha, I didn't expect that this person holding a bow and arrow was the third-ranked heavenly pride of the Taichu Holy Land. Wu Lin, good, that's great. He immediately pulled off Wu Lin's clothes and afterward disguised himself as him. Then, set a fire. Boom! Less than a moment. One great circle of the condensed Dan realm and two late stage of the condensed Dan realm Taichu disciples were all reduced to flying ash under the burning of the foreign fire. After doing this, Jiang Chen revealed a satisfied smile and headed towards the front. However, he, who thought he had done a seamless job, was discovered by Lin Yuyan, who had used the divine concealment talisman and had been hiding in the shadows. She stared at Jiang Chen's departing back, a cold aura appearing in her beautiful eyes. If you want to kill and seize the treasure, you're not qualified enough. Just as Jiang Chen walked out less than 100 meters away, suddenly, one feels weak in the limbs, dizzy and blurred vision. Poof, he fell to the ground, unable to move. And just then, suddenly, he only felt a sudden heavy attack on his head. He who was already weak and drowsy, at this time, directly fainted to death. When he comes to his senses, check yourself immediately. Fortunately, it's just that I was hit by the Earth Order cartilage scatter, and other than two large bags on my forehead and a bit of a headache, there are no other injuries. Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath. However, when he went to check his belongings again, immediately after, a furious roar resounded in this dense forest. Ah, where's my storage ring? Where's my map? Damn little thief. Don't let me catch you. I will make your life worse than death. Jiang Chen had a disheveled look on his face. He regrets it. Earlier, he shouldn't have allowed the beautiful master to take action against the few people from the Taichu sacred land. Now, the basket is empty, not to mention that even the savings he had saved over the years are gone. What saddened him the most was that his master had only been asleep for a short while, and he had suffered such a big dumb loss. It was at this moment that he realized the importance of a beautiful master teacher. He immediately tried to wake up Yun Guiwei. Master, master. However, he screamed a dozen times in a row. That ethereal and nice voice, however, never sounded again. In fact, Yun Guiwei was awake at this time. This time, the reason why he told Jiang Chen that he had to sleep for a month, it was also to see how far Jiang Chen could go without her help, whether or not it was worth it for her to keep following at all costs like this. Didn't realize, it had only taken less than an incense stick to burn, and Jiang Chen had lost to the point where he was only left in his clothes. If this thief had been a man, she seriously doubted that there might even be any pants left. And, if Jiang Chen knew that the person who counted on him was by Lin Yuyan, with whom he had always had his heart set on being a Taoist couple, Yun Guiwei became even more silent at the thought. With Jiang Chen's vindictive character, if she opened her mouth to remind her now, she was afraid that she would transfer her hatred to her and blame her for not helping. Just as well, since we've decided to let go for a month, let him have free reign. Lin Yuyan immediately headed in the direction of where the yin-yang divine fruit was after robbing Jiang Chen. Originally, he wanted to split him in half with a sword, but, thinking that the whereabouts of the enemy who had destroyed his family was still unknown, it would be better to let Jiang Chen live for a while longer. If the enemy of her family's destruction was really Jiang Chen's mother, then capturing Jiang Chen and using this to force his mother out would not be a bad idea. She touched the treasure she had taken from Jiang Chen not long ago, and snorted coldly in her heart. Humph, Jiang Chen, a mother's debt is paid by her son, and this is just a little bit of insignificant interest you paid me. Lowering his head, he swept a glance at the divine concealment talisman in his hand, and a charming smile gradually bloomed on his face. Elder brother is really tough-talking and soft-hearted. Fearing that I'll be in danger in the secret realm, he specially sent Bai Wan to send this divine concealment talisman, and at this moment, Su Yu, who was lying on the free chair, sneezed. Immediately afterward, the system's voice arrived as promised. Ding, congratulations to the host, for scheming to make the Son of Heaven lose a large amount of property, rewarded with villain points, 2,000. Ding, congratulations to the host, who has tricked the Son of Heaven's destiny into a headlong rush, rewarded with villain points, 1,000. Ding, congratulations to the host, gained the goodwill of the Daughter of Heaven's destiny plus 5, rewarded villain points, 1,000. Ha, what's going on? How could Jiang Chen's loss of a large amount of wealth and headlong rush cause Lin Yuyan to suddenly increase her favorability towards me by 5 points? He. Interesting. Is it hard to be robbed by my bratty and capricious little sister? Suyu wore a smile on his face and gently stroked his chin with his right hand. This trip to the secret realm is really getting more and more interesting. I wonder who that yin-yang divine fruit will end up going to. Jiang Chen probably didn't know that he had not only informed Lin Yuyan about the yin-yang divine fruit. At the same time, it also allowed Bai Wan to pretend that when he was purchasing items at the Moon God Palace, he had a chance encounter with the Moon Chan goddess of the Moon God Palace. According to the original description, this Moon Chan goddess had been infatuated with him, the saint's son of heavenly diffusion, for a long time, and had sacrificed her life to help him many times in times of crisis. Nay, before Suyu, heart only Lin Yuyan, cannot fit other women. She also took the initiative to stand up for justice for Suyu during the days when he was falsely accused and most helpless. However, it was not expected that not long after, Suyu declared to the public, "I don't know Divine Lady Yuachan well, so don't be misled by her words. I hope that Divine Lady Yuachan can respect herself and stop trying to play some tricks to gain my favor. This saint's son already has a sweetheart." This sweetheart, naturally, was Lin Yuyan. Look at this. What kind of stupid design is this? Is there really such a stupid person in the world? It's a proper love brain. It was obvious that Lin Yuyan didn't love him, just using him, and to show her heart and kneel to her at the expense of another woman's honor and her own grievances. The Moon Chan Divine Maiden thus became the great laughingstock of the immortal cultivation world. And within the secret, Jiang Chen was still analyzing why things had come to this point. This incident must have nothing to do with Suyu. If he hadn't framed me, how would I have been chased by the crowd? If he hadn't framed me, how would I have encountered ambushes and robbers? He angrily looked up to the sky and shouted, "Suyu, I am at loggerheads with you." Chapter 22, Heaven's fate is not with Jiang Lang, losing a wife and a soldier. After shouting this, a surge of anger in his heart dissipated quite a bit. Time is not waiting for me. I can't continue to give up on myself like this. It's a good thing that I memorized the route and opening method of the place where the yin-yang divine fruit and the true dragon treasure art are located. Having said that, he immediately headed towards the area where the yin-yang divine fruit was located. Let's talk about Lin Yuyan, because she was holding the map and had the help of the divine concealment talisman. Soon, they arrived outside the yin-yang divine sex mountain gate in the depths of the secret realm. One could only see 4 big words written in dragon and phoenix on the plaque above, the yin-yang divine sect. This clan that had been glorious for a lifetime in the past, being completely obliterated in history because he offended some big shot. It made the entire ancient mysteries realm also become a Jedi. It only opens once every 1,000 years, and each time it opens for only 10 days. At this point, outside the mountain gate, there was a succession of celestial pride from various parties entering. Inside, there were constant sounds of fighting and death. Lin Yuyan swept the map and pressed the annotations on it. She only needed to travel another 100 kilometers and enter a forbidden area within the yin-yang divine sect to reach the location of the yin-yang divine tree. This forbidden place can only be opened by those who are carrying the bloodline of Tai-yin, Sun or Chaos, using blood as a guide. Therefore, after so many years, even if someone passes by this place, no one can break into the forbidden place and seize this heaven-defying opportunity that is rare to come across in 10,000 years. She smiled slightly and closed the map. All of a sudden, she felt a fragrant breeze blowing by, a scent that was familiar to her, similar to the body scent of the Moon Chan goddess. But, when she cautiously looked around, she did not see the figure of the Moon Chan goddess. It seems that I was overly concerned. I have used the divine concealment talisman. With her cultivation level, how can she see me? At that thought, she swept a glance at the divine concealment talisman in her hand. A sudden change of face. Oh no! The lifespan of this talisman paper has reached its limit. A bad feeling came over me. Lin Yuyan no longer hesitated and immediately entered the mountain gate, heading towards the depths of the sect. Look, it's Fairy Lin from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Why is she running so fast? Is it hard to believe that there's some great chance? The crowd felt more and more likely and immediately followed Lin Yuyan closely. However, Lin Yuyan was now a cultivator of the great perfection of the condensed dam realm, and moreover, the wind-saving boots worn on her feet also had the effect of increasing her speed. It didn't take long to leave a crowd of people far behind. 2 hours later, Lin Yuyan finally arrived at the place shown on the map. There's debris all over the place. On the ground, there were still some cultivators who had been dead for an unknown number of thousands of years, who had long since been transformed into withered bones and were lying sideways. With an apprehensive heart, Lin Yuyan followed the opening method noted on the map and popped out a drop of essence blood into a void ahead. Boo! The void, which was originally empty, suddenly ripped open, forming a portal. Lin Yuyan immediately stepped in, through a long tunnel. In a flash, he saw the legendary innate yin-yang divine tree. Its trunk is hidden in a dense black fog. A glance at it makes people feel a sense of coldness, as if the roots of the tree, connected to the netherworld, its branches and leaves, on the other hand, exuded a vibrant green color, surrounded by a white mist, looking immortal. In particular, the pair of yin-yang divine fruits at the top of the tree that emitted the aura of the great Tao looked even more astonishing. Lin Yuyan was overjoyed and was about to go up and pick it. Suddenly, those two fruits, successively swiftly disappeared. Lin Yuyan immediately looked towards the ground as if by reflex. There was no sign of a fall. A familiar scented breeze wafted over her. Demon girl, come out. Even if Lin Yuyan was simple, she knew what was going on. There were a total of 500 people entering the secret realm this time, and only 3 were qualified to enter this forbidden land. Since it wasn't Jiang Chen, nor was she the one who picked the yin-yang divine fruit, there was only one person. This demon girl. She must have used an invisibility charm as well. When Lin Yuyan thought of this, her palms immediately stretched out and blasted at the surrounding void. An ethereal and nice voice, yet with a hint of provocation, drifted from the distance. Sister, this is what to do. Things that have no owner, those who have the ability to get it. However, my sister also has to thank you for sharing the map in time. Oh, let's go. Lin Yuyan immediately looked in the direction where the words had disappeared. Only the void in the distance was seen rippling like water waves. That place was exactly where she had entered the secret realm not long ago. Lin Yuyan immediately chased after him. But, nowadays, she had lost Su Yu's support, and in terms of means of protecting her life, how could she possibly compare to the divine maiden of the Moon God Palace? After chasing after them for a few hours, instead of finding the Moon Chan divine maiden, they were also targeted by a group of demonic beasts. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, treating a demonic beast as if it was the Moon Chan goddess and killing it without leaving a single piece of armor. Lin Yuyan was angry and tired, sweating profusely as she angrily scolded Yuachan. Demoness, you can't run away from the monk, unless you die in this ancient mysterious realm. And there was another one, even more furious than her, naturally Jiang Chen. With great difficulty, he got rid of a bunch of cultivators and arrived at the yin-yang divine sect's forbidden land. How is that possible? Where's my yin-yang divine fruit? No, this is the best immortal pill to perfect my son's saint body. A sinister light instantly shot out from his eyes, and he couldn't help but spend 10 years of his lifespan to cast a forbidden divine art. Back in time, open, Shasta. A force of time filled the void. Gradual, before his eyes, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, blasting the void in anger. The cultivation of the great perfection of the condensed Dan realm was exerted with full force, and the void was instantly shattered by the strike. Put! Jiang Chen violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and the person aged 10 years at once. The most frightening thing about casting the time retracement technique was seeing someone with a strong cultivation sweeping against the void. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were ice cold. Can it be that this is the one who snatched my map? Originally, I still wanted to marry you and give you a name, but since you are so illiterate and want to monopolize this yin-yang divine fruit, then this male will capture you as a furnace to destroy you, and help me to perfect my physique as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately headed to the yin-yang divine sect's preaching platform. In the meantime, Su Yu, who was far away in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, was lying on the 10,000-year-old Chalcedony bed, continuing to feel the blissful life of sleeping until one wakes up naturally. Suddenly, the system's voices sounded one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the great chance of the Son of Heaven's destiny, rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the great chance of the Daughter of Heaven's destiny, Lin Yuyan, rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully helping Moonchan, the Daughter of Heaven's destiny, to seize the great opportunity, rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Another great chance? Then the 5,000 villain points from last time is the True Dragon Treasure Art. This time the 3 of them appeared at the same time. It must be the yin-yang divine fruit. It's really interesting, earning 15,000 villain points in one go. The Moonchan goddess is indeed a Daughter of Heaven's destiny as well. Very good. One more Heaven's destiny favorite to earn villain points for this saint's son. Chapter 23. Young man, you're very good, but unfortunately, you're one step too late. Su Yu immediately sat up. System, how many total villain points are there now? Ding! Congratulations to the host, now with a total of 50,000 villain points. System, by 10 years of cultivation, He had already planned to wait for a few more days before going out on a cloud tour, so naturally, he had to raise his cultivation level. With cultivation in hand, the world is mine. Ding! 10 years of cultivation was purchased successfully. A total of 50,000 villain points were spent. Will the host use it now? Use. With his words. Boom! A boom! The extremely majestic true essence instantly surged into Suyu's body, as if there was no end to it, gushing non-stop, flowing through his limbs and bones, organs and bowels. It made his whole person look glittering and radiant, lighting up the room. It made his body, too, undergo a radical change. Boo! An explosive sound rang out within him, as if some kind of shackle had been blown apart. Middle of the Avatar realm. Breakthrough. This majestic true essence in his body didn't disappear, and it continued to wash over his body. About 2 incense sticks had passed. With a bang, Suyu made another breakthrough and reached the late stage of the Avatar realm. Seeing that the power of true essence in his body had been consumed to the point that there was not much left, Suyu immediately operated the Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture. 1 incense stick later, another boom sounded. The pressure that was subsequently exerted around Suyu's body had doubled several times compared to earlier. He opened his eyes, and they were as brilliant as stars. Ha ha, very good. Now I'm a cultivator of the great circle of the Avatar realm, this side of the world. For cultivators, only when they reach the Avatar realm would they be considered to have truly stepped onto the cultivation path. This was because, for cultivators below the Avatar realm, many of their divine means, limited by their cultivation level, were unable to be utilized. Suyu stretched his waist and moved his muscles and bones before standing up and quickly converging his surrounding breath. When you think about how you're in the bag these days, there's not a single villainous point left. The starry eyes couldn't help but carry full expectations. In 3 days, the ancient secret realm will be closing. Jiang Chen, you must bring me more surprises. Jiang Chen at this time, pissed off to the point of madness, even if the yin-yang divine fruit wasn't picked, by the time he hurried to the preaching platform. Not to mention obtaining the true dragon treasure technique, he hadn't even managed to salvage any ordinary feats. All that remained of the original place where the evangelization stone was stored was a large pit. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff of anger. An old man suddenly appeared in front of him, shaking his head and sighing, "It's a good seedling, but unfortunately, you've come a step too late. The chance of this place has already been obtained by another male disciple." Jiang Chen was anxious and immediately begged the old man for help. "Senior, please pass on my supreme technique. I promise that my disciple will not dishonor your name and will definitely carry forward your legacy." "Who knows?" The old man sighed and his form gradually dissipated, his last words still floating in the air. "I am a remnant of a thought. Such as the thought of the mission has been accomplished. It is time for dust to return to dust, earth to earth." In the meantime, as he disappeared, the great formation that had been guarded by him collapsed for the same reason. It instantly attracted several celestial pride. Heavens, it turns out that the ancient mysteries preaching platform is right here. I heard that on the preaching platform. There was a preaching stone that preserved a large amount of cultivation insights and techniques from the ancestors of the yin-yang divine sect. Why is it gone? It's Wu Lin. It must be Wu Lin who took it. Jiang Chen was still in a state of anger and loss. Suddenly, he was besieged here by a group of cultivators, forcing him to hand over the transmission stone. Anger instantly swept through his entire body. "Seek death." With a raise of his hand, a pitch-black lance appeared in his hand, which was none other than his innate spirit weapon, the flaming twin dragon lance. Boom! The long spear swept out horizontally, crimson flames emanating from the spear's on, and in an instant, it sent the few people surrounding in front of it flying backwards. Their bodies ignited, and for those with weak cultivation, their bodies directly exploded in the air. Seeing this, a disciple of the Tai Chu Holy Land standing at the back immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful. He can't be Wu Lin. Wu Lin never uses a long spear. I'm too familiar with this spear. It's Jiang Chen." That day, he used the spear to defeat senior brother Xiong Bing. Seeing this, a heavenly diffusion Holy Land's heavenly pride immediately alerted loudly. Jiang Chen didn't deny it either, and snorted coldly, his eyes showing a killing light. Raising his lance again, he came towards the crowd to kill. Humph, trying to kill to silence. "Everyone, come together." Previously, they had dropped their guard and were sneakily attacked by Jiang Chen. This time, they were prepared, so they would not be able to die easily. Soon, the shouting and killing here was terrifying. One had to marvel at the amazing battle prowess of the destined son, 1 against 20, and still managed to not lose the battle and get more and more courageous. By the end of the fight, a bunch of cultivators were trembling in fear and died under his lance with immense remorse. However, There were 3 cowards who were afraid of death and saw that the situation was not right and just bailed out. Jiang Chen was also weak at this point in the fight, but he still hooked a long knife on the ground with his foot and killed one of them. Throwing the lance in his hand, he killed another man. Unfortunately, I consumed too much spiritual energy and still let one of them escape. Jiang Chen's face turned pale as he shook his head and sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that he had consumed an entire 10 yuan of lifespan earlier in order to perform the time retrogression technique, just now, these 20 people had all long ago become the souls of the dead under his gun. Where was the chance for another person to escape? He toned down for a while. After his stamina was replenished a bit, the battlefield was quickly cleared and all the belongings on the people were collected, just about to leave, only to see another wave of people hurrying by. At the head of the group was none other than the heavenly pride of the Taichu sacred land that had escaped not long ago. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at him, shouting, "He's Jiang Chen, quick, catch him and avenge the dead senior brothers." "Jiang Chen, you're dead. My heavenly diffusion holy land most avoids disciples killing each other." In the crowd, Qinan loudly rebuked, "Jiang Chen, we have no grudges against you. If you leave the transmission stone behind, we can stay out of your feud." A cultivator from one of the other forces opened his mouth and clarified his stance. Jiang Chen's face, which was originally somewhat pale, turned green with anger. This ancient mysterious realm simply had a grudge against him. From the moment he boarded the airship of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, he had been falsely accused. Whether you believe it or not, I didn't take the evangelization stone. Originally, he didn't bother to explain, but there were simply too many people surrounding him. He's lying. At that time, when we came, we happened to see the formation guarding elder here passing spells to him. The disciple from the Taichu sacred land who had escaped earlier immediately retorted, "Jiang Chen, talk is cheap. Do you dare to let us search your body?" A cultivator from the Heavenly Heart Pavilion spoke. At those words, Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. It couldn't help but remind him of the humiliating experience he had when he was wandering around as a child and was searched as if he were a thief. Chapter 24, It's no use shouting at the top of your lungs. Glancing ahead, more and more cultivators gathered. Among them there were several cultivation, and he was not even close. Good, there's only one transmission stone, so this Gongzi will let you have it. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately threw out a storage bag from his storage ring, while a group of cultivators went forward to grab the storage bag. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos and quickly withdrew. A bunch of cultivators you fight for, when they finally realized that they have been cheated. Jiang Chen had fled far away. However, it still couldn't stop the crowd's strong desire for the transmission stone, and countless cultivators chased after him in the direction he left. Jiang Chen was chased all the way to the ground, nearly dying of exhaustion. Well, after 2 days and 2 nights on the run, finally, he was able to get rid of the pursuit behind him, which led him to change into one of Wu Qi's disguises, with indignation in his heart. Damn it, just who stole the transmission stone and framed me? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more angry he became. The veins on his face jumped straight up. Ever since he met Su Yu, his good luck had started to plummet, because it's impossible to think of the person who stole the preaching stone. Jiang Chen simply stopped thinking about it, and in a brainwave, he pushed all the faults, all of them, onto Su Yu. "Ah, Su Yu, you scumbag. It's you. It's all you. I'm going to let you die without a burial place." Su Yu who was yelled at by him, but he was all cozy, and was reclining in his easy chair, humming a little tune, watching the cockfighting show. Ding! Congratulations to the host for succeeding in his scheme to have the Son of Heaven's destiny falsely accused, rewarding him with 2,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for succeeding in his scheme to get the Son of Heaven's destiny hunted down and killed, rewarding him with 3,000 villain points. Ha ha, Jiang Chen, you really didn't disappoint me. Now, finally, I don't have to worry about running out of villain points to buy Bishop's Nectar for tea. Originally, the 2 precious chickens that were in the middle of a life and death duel immediately oohed and awed in excitement after hearing Su Yu's whispering voice. Great! The murderous humans finally have money for food and can live without worrying about their little lives. Su Yu waved his hand at them. Alright, call it a day. The 2 precious chickens immediately ran away without a trace. Su Yu was puzzled. Is it really just 2 chickens? If I had another dog in the small yard to keep an eye on them for me, would it make a lot of noise? Think of the words chicken and dog. His attention couldn't help but return to Jiang Chen. It seems that Jiang Chen is afraid that he won't be able to return to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land for a while. This is good, so as not to make a mess of the Holy Land as soon as we return. This bastard, who was the Son of Heaven's destiny to put it nicely, was actually a calamity. Where there is him, there is no peace. If these words were heard by Jiang Chen, he would be so angry that he would spit out blood. Now, in this secret realm, he had become a target. In order to successfully walk out, he only had to secretly hunt down a small sect's heavenly pride and disguise himself as him. There's still one day left. If I can catch Lin Yuyan and take the yin-yang divine fruit with her before double cultivating to replenish my physique, and use this to successfully break through to the divine profound realm, it won't be a waste of a trip. With that thought in mind, he immediately began to move. The sky is the limit. The following day at noon, she finally found Lin Yuyan. Moreover, it was still alone, having just come out from within a relic. Senior sister Lin, so you're here. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately restored his original handsome appearance and began to get close. Originally, his plan was, first let Lin Yuyan relax her vigilance mentality, and then give her a surprise attack, after which she would be at his mercy. However, Lin Yuyan didn't respond, still with an icy face, only to see her flick her sleeve. The familiar smell came once again. With his previous experience, Jiang Chen immediately held his breath and quickly moved away from Lin Yuyan. However, the effect of this medicine was really too good, but after inhaling a little amount, he was so weak that he couldn't exert any strength, not to mention counting on Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan had a cold smile on her face. Early on, after hearing Su Yu's heartfelt words and knowing that Jiang Chen had bad intentions for himself, he had already made full preparations. As long as he dares to come close to himself, he will definitely be poisoned by the newest development of Lingdan Peak's senior sister Li Miaotong. It's useless even if you shout your throat out. According to Li Miaotong, this kind of poison, although it is not fatal, but, even if it is a free realm cultivator, once hit, it will have to fall to the ground and be needed by others. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately began to use flowery language to coax Lin Yuyan. Senior sister Lin, from the first time I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. The two of us are a match made in heaven. I'm the sun saint body, you're the Tai-in saint body. If we tie. Jiang Chen hadn't finished his words yet. He was then kicked to the ground by Lin Yuyan. This was followed by another wild kick to the head. It didn't take long for his face to swell up like a pig's head, covered in blood, and with this appearance, even if he wasn't easy to disfigure, no one would recognize that he was Jiang Chen. Senior sister Lin, go ahead and fight, as long as you're happy, even if you beat me to death. My heart of love for you will never change. Lin Yuyan saw that he was still trying to deceive himself, directly increasing the force on his foot. He kicked him to the point of fainting before withdrawing his foot. With a hand, he snatched the storage ring from his hand, and with a slight sweep of his divine sense, a look of shock appeared on his face. So much more ill-gotten gains in such a short period of time. It seems that you haven't done much killing in the past 2 days. After saying that, looking at Jiang Chen with disgust in his eyes, he lifted his foot and viciously kicked him again. Suddenly she felt that there was no need to keep the compulsion going. The more this man looked, the more disgusting he became, and there was no telling what underhanded tactics he might use against her if he kept it up. Since all of Su Yu's heartfelt words were fulfilled one by one, the matter of Jiang Chen's mother being her family's destroyer enemy must be true. Still wanting to become a Taoist couple with me and use me to help you perfect your physique? Go to hell. She raised the long sword in her hand and was about to stab at Jiang Chen's heart. However, it was blocked by a strong resistance, and an ethereal and nice voice rang out. The girl has beaten up the people and robbed the wealth. Why do you need to take someone's life? This force made Lin Yuyan feel that the long sword in her hand was as if it was stabbing on a hard piece of metaphysical iron, and was not allowed to advance an inch. To her surprise, she was unable to sense where the other party was. Obviously, this was a supreme powerhouse with a cultivation far above her. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and after a little thought, she withdrew her long sword. For the sake of Senior, this time, I'll spare his life, but if he dares to hit his crooked ideas on me again, he will never be lightly spared. After saying that, she immediately headed towards the exit of the secret realm. An hour later, Jiang Chen awoke. He touched his cheek. Hiss! A fiery pain immediately coursed through him, instantly reminding him of his humiliation not long ago. He was angry and annoyed. Lin Yuyan, good for you, you stinking bitch. You'd better pray that you never come out of the heavenly diffusion holy land, or else, I'll make your life worse than death and regret coming to this world. Chapter 25. True Dragon Trapping Heavenly Art, Trapping Demons, Trapping Devils, and Trapping all the world's people. After cursing a bit, Jiang Chen immediately operated the secret method and expended a few drops of essence blood in his body before he was able to dissolve the injuries on his face. In the blink of an eye, he disguised himself into another face and hurriedly ran towards the secret boundary. If he missed this opportunity to leave, It would mean that he would have to stay in this deserted land for 1,000 years. The following day at the hour of 5 o'clock, the holy land of heavenly diffusion, getaway residence by the blue water pool, Suyu, who was lying on a free chair, bathing in the setting sun. A system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully divorcing the relationship between the son of heaven's destiny and the daughter of heaven's destiny. Rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing damage to the destined son's chi value, and has fallen from mythic level destined son to epic level. Rewarding the host with 10 epiphany opportunities. Opportunity for epiphany. It can cause a cultivator to enter a subtle realm and accelerate the comprehension of the Tao when he or she is envisioning the great Tao. This epiphany opportunity is rather fresh. Suyu wore a smile on his face as he thought about how to go about using it. Just then, a dusty guest visits. It was none other than Xiongbing, with whom he had been drinking tea and chatting not long ago. Saint's son, this preaching stone, which I brought back, specially invites the Saint's son to comprehend the inheritance of the great Tao from the ancient times together. As soon as Xiongbing saw Suyu, he couldn't wait to take out the piece of preaching stone he had obtained in the secret realm and stood in front of Suyu. Suyu, who was originally lying on a free chair and swinging, smiled and stood up after seeing Xiongbing and began to offer hospitality. Senior brother Xiong has worked hard. There is no hurry for my brother. Come, sit down and rest for a moment first. Drink a cup of spirit tea to relieve your fatigue. After saying that, he handed a cup of tea to Bear Soldier. Thank you, holy son. Bear Soldier immediately picked it up. As the two of them drank and chatted, Suyu quickly gained a clear understanding of what he had seen and heard in the secret realm. I didn't expect this preaching stone to cause such a big storm. It makes me a bit curious. After Suyu finished speaking, he stretched out his palm and pressed it against the preaching stone. Boom! Shasta! In his mind, as if he had encountered a brainstorm, dozens of Gongfu legacies appeared, all of which came from the Yin-Yang divine sex forefathers, and one of the true dragon treasure arts, the true dragon trapping heavenly art, was clearly among them. It was a piece of bone as white as jade, with some great Tao runes carved on it, with the shadow of a true dragon coiling around it. Suyu tried to comprehend the technique, but that one mysterious rune recognized him, but he did not recognize the other. How else is this going to be comprehended? This is completely different from the system imparting Gongfu. Ah, it's too profound. System, use an epiphany opportunity. The words fell. Clang, a long, lingering bell tolled in his head. Suyu suddenly felt that his thinking became incomparably clear, and that one blurry tadpole character in front of him. In an instant, it transformed into a true dragon. As he let out a long whistle, true dragon trapping heavenly art, trapping demons, trapping devils, and trapping the world's living beings. Spin. His huge dragon body began to perform different moves, causing everything under the sun to become his pool. What a domineering true dragon trapping heaven art, cultivated to the extreme level. It can actually block off a side of heaven and earth and besiege all spirits. Suyu was immersed in the mysterious realm of epiphany and quickly comprehended the method of executing this piece of treasure art. And at this time, within the preaching stone, the piece of glistening white jade-like bone block also seemed to have completed its mission and directly shattered. It turned out that these legacies were only disposable, and once they were comprehended, they would disappear forever. Suyu glanced at the other techniques. There were body techniques, mind techniques, fist techniques and so on, but compared to the Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture and Koanpeng treasure technique that he was currently cultivating, they were all far from each other. He slowly withdrew his palms, unable to see any difference. All of this seemed like a long time, but it was only a few breaths. Xiongbing, however, had just finished drinking the tea in his cup and thought that Suyu was studying what was so marvelous about this preaching stone. How does it feel, holy son? Suyu laughed. Very good. Senior brother Xiong has worked hard. Having said that, he took out the piece of enlightenment tea that contained the Tao of the sword and pushed it in front of Xiongbing. This piece of enlightenment tea will be gifted to senior brother. Xiongbing immediately took it in his hands with a look of excitement. Spin. He revealed a somewhat naive smile. Saint's son, I'm not good at tea. Why don't you brew it and we'll drink it together? How about it? Suyu smiled faintly. Since senior brother Xiong is willing to share with my brother, then my brother is naturally happy to do it on his behalf. But well, we have to change the place. His garden full of spring color cannot withstand two people sword intent wanton destruction. As his words fell, in the blink of an eye, the two men, 2 chairs and a table had already arrived at the top of Lingyun Peak, exactly where Suyu usually practiced. Xiongbing was still sitting on the chair at this time, but realized that the space in front of him had changed greatly. He swept the tea off the table, and surprisingly, Not a drop had spilled. Saint's son is a good tactician. Senior brother is deeply impressed. Xiong sincerely praised. After getting some chances in the secret realm, he was now at the condensed Dan realm extreme realm cultivation, while Suyu, who was able to bring him to another piece of space under his nose, unknowingly, was definitely not simple. Suyu smiled bashfully. Senior brother is too complimentary. My brother will make tea now. After saying that, he took out a bottle of Aqua Immortal Dew and began to brew the enlightenment tea. However, Suyu was still very happy inwardly. Just now, he tried it out, and the effect of simultaneously executing the True Dragon Trapping Heaven technique and the Kuan Peng Extreme Speed technique made him feel very satisfied. Xiong watched Suyu's set of movements come down as beautiful and flavorful as flowing clouds in water. In his heart, he secretly sighed. The saint's son was worthy of being the first beautiful man in the eastern wasteland. This elegant and calm demeanor, even if he imitated it, he could not imitate it. Suyu looked at him with a look of admiration. With a smile on his face, his voice was gentle and nice. If senior brother is like me, brewing tea day in and day out, he can do the same. Come on, taste it. After saying that, he handed a cup of enlightenment tea to Xiong. Bear Soldier was immediately drawn to the tea. There was a clanging sword in the tea. On the surface of the tea, hot air steamed, gradually transforming into a sword chi shadow, flashing with a piercing cold light. He's dumbfounded, staring blankly at the tea in front of him, not moving a muscle. This tea, can I really drink it? Won't the sword intent hidden inside shatter the internal organs? Senior brother Xiong, the enlightenment tea still needs to be consumed in order to be able to realize its subtleties. Suyu smiled and gently reminded. When he finished, he took a sip straight from the bottle. Bear Soldier immediately came back to his senses. He nodded, eyes closed, a look of death on his face. Gulp, gulp. In 2 gulps, he finished all the tea. It wasn't as horrible as he thought it would be, and there was no physical pain. Instead, it was the brain that was instantly emptier. After practicing the meteor sword technique for a long time before, I always felt that I hadn't gotten the gist of it. Now, with this cup of enlightenment tea in his throat, he instantly caught a certain small detail that had produced a blunder. Xiong mind moved with his heart, taking out his longsword and practicing on the spot. Ha ha, good, great. It turns out that this move should come out of the sword like this in order to show its power. Chapter 26, Chaotic Meteor Sword vs. Xiong finished casting the meteor sword technique. Returning to his seat, he drank another cup of tea and immediately began to continue practicing with his sword. The sword follows the heart. Bear Soldier bellowed. Whoosh! A sword chi, like a meteor shower, traced across the top of Lingyun Peak. Ha ha ha, it's done. Saint's son, I've done it. I've finally comprehended the sword heart. Xiong laughed out loud. He was originally a phaseless sword body, originally a strange material for cultivating the sword Tao, formless and phaseless, close to the Tao, innately affinity with the Tao of the sword. Now as the sword heart is clear, is simply like a tiger with wings. In the future in the Sword One Road, it will be difficult to find an enemy. As his thoughts pass, boom, a thunderous sound shook within him. He, who had been stuck at the condensed Dan realm cultivation level, also finally loosened up at this moment and stepped into the avatar realm. Xiong entire aura also changed skyward. Nowadays, it was as if he was a human-shaped longsword standing on top of the Lingyun Peak mountain. Click, click, click. As his mind moved, a sword chi stirred out from his body, and the green stone slabs on the ground shattered in response. Bear Soldier immediately collected his own aura and looked at Suyu with some embarrassment. Saint's son, I'm really sorry. Senior brother just broke through his cultivation. He didn't control it for a while. This crumbling ground, how many spirit stones do you need? I'll compensate you for the loss. Suyu had been sitting quietly on the chair, drinking the enlightenment tea to epiphany his sword skills while watching Xiong practicing his sword and making breakthroughs. At this moment, hearing Xiong words, he immediately laughed and said, Senior brother Xiong is polite. It just so happens that my brother would like to rearrange the grand formation. So let's not mention this compensation matter. Hearing Suyu say this, Xiong felt more and more that Suyu had an extraordinary temperament and was generous. However, as a sword cultivator, the heavenly body had a belligerent mentality. Not to mention, having once lost at the hands of Suyu, he made a clasped hand salute to Suyu. Thank you Saint's son. Senior brother has just broken through his cultivation. I wonder if Saint's son can give me some guidance. Suyu smiled faintly and nodded his head gently. Good, then my brother will also use his sword technique to fight against the same realm. As it happened, after drinking the enlightenment tea just now, he had also gained a whole new understanding of the Tao of the sword, and for that reason, He had blended his chaotic chi to create a new sword technique, the chaotic meteor sword. I also wondered how big the difference was with the meteor sword executed by Xiong Bing's phaseless sword body. Please. Xiong Bing had a look of excitement on his face, his heart filled with anticipation. Originally, he thought that Suyu would refuse after seeing the sword art he had just performed, but he did not expect that the other party would be so bold, so he thought that he must, after all, still have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Suyu nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his palm, the grade of which, coincidentally, was the same as the bear soldier's medium-grade spirit sword. Xiong Bing was a little touched by this, not realizing that Suyu respected him so much and did not take that extreme spirit sword to fight against him. He immediately took the initiative and stabbed towards Suyu, loudly reminding, "Look at the sword." The sword light was powerful, cutting a long rainbow in the air and stabbing straight towards Suyu's chest. Clank! Suyu raised the long sword in his hand and casually blocked this fierce attack. Xiong Bing was instantly delighted. He did not expect Suyu's sword skills to be so good. Just now he did not dare to use his full strength. At this point, he had no more scruples. He immediately exerted his sword art with all his might and bellowed under his breath. The sword moves with the heart, and meteors rain down. As he swung the long sword in his hand, countless sword-ons, like a meteor shower, shot out. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A sword blade, piercing through the air, attacked towards Suyu. Heavens! The sword intent turns into rain. The sword follows the heart. Senior brother Xiong's sword Dao is too terrifying. Flying swords in the sky. How can this be broken? Don't let anything happen to the saint's son. Below, the crowd of Lingyun Peak guards, who had long been attracted by the sounds of the two fighting, all had their hearts in their throats, their eyes unblinking as they stared at the top of the mountain. In particular, that protector of the Dao who had been hiding in the dark and protecting Suyu was already prepared and was about to rescue Suyu from the sword rain. Suddenly, Suyu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rain of swords that were about to strike him suddenly stopped in the void, no longer move. A few moments later, even automatically disintegrate. Smoke disappears. Not a single injury was visible on Suyu's body. Even his hair had not fluttered, and his clothes were still as white as snow. Looking at the crowd of guards below, they all let out a sigh of relief, and then, one by one, their faces were all filled with joy, only to see the long and handsome familiar figure on top of the mountain. He said with some disappointment, "Senior brother Xiong, your move is still too weak." Xiong Bing immediately laughed. "Ha ha, good job saint's son. Watch this, phaseless sword art. Chop." This time, he made his best move. This sword, which was formless and faceless, caused a violent fluctuation in the surrounding space. Some of the large trees on the summit of Lingyun Peak were suddenly and abruptly split in two. Suyu did not show any fear when he saw this. Bear Soldier did not see him swing his sword, but the spirit sword held in his hands suddenly rose up into the air. From within, millions of sword blades shot out, with a strand of terrifying chaos, wherever the sword blade passes, ignoring any force of law in heaven and earth. All the invisible and formless attacks were instantly shattered. Put! The bear soldier immediately fell back dozens of feet until he was about to fall to the top of the mountain. Only then did he suddenly realize that there was a soft force that dragged him towards the direction where Suyu was standing. Fixing his eyes on it, he realized that it was the very same sword that Suyu was holding in his hands not long ago. Saint Sun's sword skill is superior. I am convinced of my loss. Bear soldier immediately bowed and bent down, giving Suyu a big salute. Lingyun Peak's group of guards saw the scene. There was a loud cheer. Heavens! I didn't realize that the Saint Sun's attainments in the Tao of the sword were so high, that even senior brother Xiong's masterstroke, the phaseless sword technique, could be defeated in one move. Yes, originally I thought that senior brother Xiong had broken through his cultivation and comprehended the sword heart, and that he was already the first genius of the sword Tao in the younger generation of our heavenly diffusion Holy Land, but I didn't expect the Holy Sun to be even better. That's for sure. Our Saint Sun is a dragon and phoenix among men. As long as he wants to learn it, there's no technique under the sky that can be difficult for him. And naturally, this scene was also known by the Grand Elder who had been keeping an eye on Lingyun Peak. A knowing smile appeared on his pale face. Good, very good, Holy Lord. When you return from your cloud travels and see such a holy sun, you will definitely be amazed. He, those old guys, they still want to take advantage of your absence to remove Suyu's position as the Saint's son and let that Zhangqin be it. Humph, now it's a slap in the face. At this moment, the peak masters and elders of the other 6 peaks were also shocked, especially the peak master of Divine Sword Peak, who stood flabbergasted at the top of Divine Sword Peak with a slightly forlorn expression. I didn't expect that the #1 sword Dao genius of my heavenly diffusion Holy Land would not come from my divine sword peak. The third elder, on the other hand, was a bit vain. I didn't expect the saint's son to be so gifted. That day when I suggested that the saint's son come out to accept Jiang Chen's challenge, it wouldn't upset the saint's son's heart, would it? No, I have to prepare a congratulatory gift and make a trip myself. The peak masters and elders of the other peaks had also begun to prepare congratulatory gifts. Chapter 27 I am the personal disciple of the Holy Lord. You dare to treat me like this. Lingyun Peak. Suyu had already brought Xiong Bing, along with a table and 2 chairs, back to the promenade residence Bishui Pond. At this moment, Xiong Bing's entire heart was still immersed in the battle with Suyu just now. Originally thought, after he broke through the cultivation level, other dare not say, but if only on the sword alone, even if he could not defeat Suyu, a tie is absolutely not a problem. Never thought that, in the end, he would lose so badly. Thinking of this, he immediately said goodbye to Suyu and was about to go back to practicing his sword Dao diligently. However, he did not expect Suyu to laugh softly. Senior brother Xiong, don't be in a hurry. First take this transmission stone away. Xiong Bing immediately reacted, but he was a person who knew how to repay, and immediately smiled. Saint son, you have helped me so much. Not only did you make me comprehend the sword heart, but you also helped me break through my cultivation. So this Dao transmission stone can be considered as a gift from my senior brother to you. Suyu shook his head. This Dao transmission stone was captured by senior brother Xiong in the secret realm, risking life and death. How can my brother take someone else's love? Moreover, I observe that some of the techniques within it are very suitable for you, senior brother Xiong. Speaking of this, Suyu took out a spatial ring and put the transmission stone in it, hovering it in front of Xiong Bing. Take it away. My brother is still looking forward to senior brother learning the techniques in it and sparring with each other again. Next time you don't want to be so weak and disappoint my brother. Oh. Xiong Bing was astonished. This is a preaching stone. The secret realm. Do not know how many people, in order to get him and lose their lives. How dare the Holy Sun ask me to take it away? Originally, he thought that the Holy Sun was trying to use the Enlightenment Tea to exchange this transmission stone with him. I didn't realize that I was the one who thought of the gentleman in a small way, with such a high-minded, courteous, and superbly strong saint's son. When would it be better to not follow him at this time? He immediately knelt down and bowed. Saint's son, I would like to follow you with all my heart, and I hope that saint's son will give senior brother this opportunity. Suyu was happy inside. However, there was a hint of light reprimand on the surface as he immediately reached out his hand and helped Xiong Bing up. Senior brother Xiong, if you want to follow senior brother, just say it directly. I'm too happy to do so. Why do you need to perform such a big salute? When Xiong Bing heard this, he was so happy that he smiled. Thank you, saint's son. I will now go and tell this good news to my uncle, so that he can be happy together as well. This time, as soon as he returned from the ancient mysterious realm, he immediately went straight to Lingyun Peak, not even returning to Divine Sword Peak. Suyu nodded and slipped the storage ring containing the transmission stone into his hand. Looking at Bear Soldier's gleeful departure, his heart was also very happy. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of a villain, taking the kung fu away and still making people thankful, rewarding 500 villain points. System, this, how do you talk? But don't you think this villain point is a bit low? Can't you see that I'm working so hard to play the villain? Ding! It has been detected that Bear Soldier is not a son of heaven's destiny and his own chi is limited. Therefore, the amount of villain points that can be rewarded is also limited. So it is. However, he did not act in this manner to gain villain points. Xiong Bing was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land besides him. Moreover, it was still the nephew of the Divine Sword Peak Master. If he had the support of Xiong Bing, it would be equivalent to tying this peak of Divine Sword Peak to his own boat as well. Although he was originally a holy son and was on equal footing with these peak lords, but a holy son doesn't always end up being a holy lord. It's always good to have more supporters, and it makes things easier in the future. In the original book, Suyu's whole heart was on Lin Yuyen. Where would he think about these big plans for development? So much so that when he was later falsely accused by Jiang Chen and Lin Yuyen, not a single peak master and elder in the sacred ground spoke up for him. This day, what happened at Lingyun Peak soon spread within the Holy Land. The crowd of disciples' admiration for Suyu was like a torrential river flowing continuously. So much so, Lin Yuyen, who originally wanted to come over to Suyu to ask questions or eavesdrop on his heart, stopped at once. On this trip to the secret realm, although she had obtained some opportunities, this was basically plundered from Jiang Chen. The yin-yang divine fruit that she had been longing for was taken away by that demoness Yuchan. She always felt that the divine concealment talisman Yuchan used was from the same person as the one she used. Where is there such a coincidence? Lin Yuyan just wanted to know. This matter, was it related to Suyu? Also, where exactly is Jiang Chen's mother hiding now? What is her cultivation level? What happened back then and why did that woman kill her whole family so brutally? In short, there were too many questions, like a million ants crawling in her mind. It made her incredibly uncomfortable and desperate for answers. Lin Yuyan stood not far from Lingyun Peak, thinking left and right. In the end, unable to stop the strong doubts in his heart, he came to the mountain gate of Lingyun Peak and was about to enter. However, he was stopped by two disciples guarding the mountain gate. Fairy Lin, it's unfortunate that our saint's son is entertaining guests right now, so please return. Lin Yuyan's face immediately sank as she said unhappily, in the past, when elder brother was entertaining guests, he liked it best when I stood beside him. A disciple guarding the mountain gate laughed out softly. Fairy Lin, you also said that was before. Lin Yuyan was momentarily speechless. Just then, Spirit Dan Peak Senior's sister Li Miaodong walked over, and when she saw Lin Yuyan, she showed a look of surprise. Senior sister Lin, are you also here to congratulate the saint's son and send him a gift? Lin Yuyan immediately revealed a somewhat embarrassed smile. In the years she had spent with Suyu, it had always been Suyu who had given her gifts, but she had never given Suyu a gift. At that moment, the two disciples guarding the door immediately turned to Li Miaodong with smiles on their faces. Welcome Senior Sister Li. Senior Sister Li, please. Li Miaodong smiled as she pulled out 2 bottles of pills from her storage bag and threw a bottle at each person. Then, greeted warmly by a disciple inside, he entered Lingyun Peak with light steps. Lin Yuyan was about to follow her in, but she was stopped by the 2 gate guard disciples once again. I hope Fairy Lin won't make things difficult for the 2 of us. Lin Yuyan was angry and amused. Senior Sister Li even entered just now. This Lin Yuyan was really stupid. She still hadn't seen her position in the saint's son's heart by now. The 2 disciples kindly reminded. Right, but, Fairy Lin, you're not Senior Sister Li. Fairy Lin, please go back. The Holy Son really doesn't have time today. Looking at the 2 treating them so differently, Lin Yuyan was already a bit hot-tempered. What's more, for so many years, she had been treating Suyu as a licking dog, and even these guards and followers under his command had never looked at him squarely. At this point, where to stand this? She pointed her finger at the 2 gate guard disciples and snorted coldly. You guys, humph, don't forget, I am the personal disciple of the Holy Lord. You guys dare to treat me like this. Speaking of this, her condensed Dan Realm Grand Circle cultivation exploded, and she prepared to force her way in. Chapter 28, Don't be complacent. I'll expose your pseudo-Taoist identity. Being at this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her head. It was Suyu's heart. Ha! Why did this little ninny come to make trouble outside my mountain gate again? It's better to think about how to deal with Jiang Chen's anger. If this holy son remembers correctly, Jiang Chen should be lurking in the spiritual Dao sect right now, disguised as the sect's Dao son, and there are about 7 days left before he can successfully break through to the Avatar realm. Lin Yuyan, this stupid woman, now does not know Jiang Chen this cultivation breakthrough after returning. The first person to retaliate is her. From now on, she can be completely reduced to Jiang Chen's plaything. Dang! Lin Yuyan's head felt like she had been struck with a boring stick after listening to Suyu's heartfelt words. This damn Jiang Chen, he's really a shadowy soul. No, we must expose Jiang Chen's pseudo-Taoist identity and stop him from breaking through to the Avatar realm. Lin Yuyan already had a decision in her heart. She glanced up in the direction of the prosperous residence, her lips curling into a cold smile. This damn Suyu, always calling her a stupid woman. He is the real stupid man, and doesn't realize that I can hear his heart. The thought made her feel better. Immediately turn around and walk away. The 2 disciples guarding the gate looked at Lin Yuyan's sudden departure. The 2 of them looked at me and I looked at you, wondering why she had suddenly changed her mind again this time. They were all ready. As long as Lin Yuyan dared to force her way in, they would activate the Grand Formation, and get away with being in the center. Suyu, who was receiving the Peak Masters, Elders and Heavenly Prides of the Peaks and collecting gifts to the point of weakness. Instead, he was smiling and listening to the system's voice announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the Daughter of Heaven's destiny to have violent mood swings, rewarded with 1,000 villain points. The heart speech spitting avatar that he had intentionally performed just now had naturally been processed by him. According to the original plot, Jiang Chen had not only obtained the true dragon treasure art in the ancient mysteries, and also picked the yin-yang divine fruit, and Lin Yuyan in the secret realm has served the fruit together to cultivate. so that its physique to become a flawless sun-sacred body. However, due to his ability to cause trouble was too strong, he killed quite a few heavenly prides from various forces and caused a lot of anger. For their own safety, they had to disguise themselves as the Daozi of the spiritual Dao sect, mixing in the crowd, and finally went to the spiritual Dao sect, plundering a large number of cultivation resources from that sect, and successfully breaking through to the Avatar realm before returning to the heavenly diffraction Holy Land, Lingyun Peak. This was the first time Suyu had been so lively since he became a saint's son, until the moon hangs high in the sky. Only then did the crowd leave one by one, but there was no sleep, because, just a short while ago, the system broadcast an exciting news. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swinging for 80 days. Cumulative reward attribute points 800. Suyu's face was filled with excitement as he came to the top of the mountain alone. In his hand, he held a roll of animal skin. According to the Ming Dao Peak Master, this is what he got from an ancient relic in his early years, and he found it quite extraordinary, so he gifted it to Suyu to congratulate him on his realization of the sword heart. Sure, Suyu was just listening to it. The real reason was clear to him. The words on this beast skin scroll were small, and the descriptions were extremely deep and obscure. Early on, when the Ming Dao Peak Master took out this beast skin scroll, he received a prompt from the system. Item, Deception of Heaven Formation Technique. Function, it can conceal the outward release of chi when a cultivator is practicing. In terms of Suyu's current formation Grandmaster level, he could only set up a corresponding Grandmaster level formation. If he could comprehend the formation diagrams on this beast skin scroll, perhaps, it could help him to further his career in the Tao of formations. Of course, this is all secondary. Most of all, he saw the usefulness of the formation. It would help him in his next move. Suyu opened the beast skin scroll and began to study it carefully. System, use an epiphany opportunity. Clang, the familiar bell tolls. Suyu immediately seized this rare opportunity for an epiphany, not sparing every detail on the formation diagram. A few moments later, that one obscure text, it seemed to transform into a single symbol that flew into his brow. So it is. Suyu immediately took out the extremely high-quality formation stone prepared in advance and began to carve formation patterns. 3 hours later, only to see that the ground, which was originally in a state of disrepair, automatically recovered and regained its vitality. This deceiving heavenly formation technique, it's really a good treasure. It actually helped me break through to a saint-level formation master. Although, at my current level, I can only mask the chi outflow of cultivators below the true god realm when they are cultivating. But, it's already enough. Suyu stretched happily. Look around. Just see this moment. The entire summit of Lingyun Peak was covered by a dense mist. He immediately sat down on his knees. System, add all of my 800 attribute points to physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physique addition has been successful. Now, the host has transformed from an acquired chaos divine body to an innate chaos divine body. Just the moment the system voice sounded, Suyu clearly felt that two strong and terrifying forces, like a tidal wave, were running through his body. That one black and one white, two kinds of power, soon converged together, turning into pure chaos chi, and it was born and circulated endlessly. It nourished his dantian and soul sea. Rumble, only to see that the originally calm and wave-free soul sea, under the repeated washing of a large amount of chaotic aura, began to turbulence, slowly forming a huge shadow. Gradually, the shadow changed from virtual to real, transforming into a lofty mountain-like Kuan-Pang, as if a ferocious beast from the ancient times had descended, shaking the world. On his back, there was a Yuanshan villain sitting on a plate, his expression calm and deep, with a terrifying aura overlooking the heavens and the worlds. Upon closer inspection, he actually looked exactly like Suyu. Easy realm, it's done. Now, Suyu could clearly sense every move of all the disciples within a 100-mile radius. Suyue took a deep breath, and that shrunken version of the little Suyu within his soul sea followed suit and took a deep breath at the same time, with his tiny palm lightly tapping on the Kuan-Pang's head, only to see that the Kuan-Pang, who originally occupied 2/3 of the soul sea, suddenly transformed into a fist-sized golden-winged roc, bringing the Yuanshan villain on his body, and flew out from his brow with glee. Flapping its wings, it began to hover above Suyu's head. Suddenly, its body began to tremble, stumbling like a young bird just learning to fly. As for the little Suyu on it, his eyes were also closed tightly. His hands were holding the neck of the golden-winged roc in death, and cold sweat was pouring from his head. The cold air in the air was like a bone-scraping steel knife that directly acted on the soul, hurting Suyu so much that he couldn't even breathe. Come back, Suyu let out a call. The golden-winged rock immediately took little Suyu and stumbled back into his soul sea, transforming into a koan and spitting out black bubbles without stopping. And the little Suyu on his back was pale. Su rested for a moment. Open your eyes again. Surprisingly, he found that the range of his divine sense sensing was able to radiate to a radius of 200 miles, which was exactly twice as much as before. Chapter 29 Bloodshed caused by a steamed bun. 3 days later. Spring cold. Moonwatch City. The wide streets were bustling with activity as cultivators of all races strolled through them, creating a strange landscape. On both sides of the street, stores are lined with yells and shouts. A wide variety of exotic goods are available. He only saw a cultivator wearing Xian clothing with ordinary appearance, mixing in the crowd, as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, with a surprised look on his face. This person was none other than Suyu in disguise. In order to happily travel around the immortal cultivation world, he deliberately changed into this makeup. As for why he chose Lookout Moon City as his first stop, naturally, it had something to do with this invitation sent by goddess Yuachan. In order to celebrate the arrival of the spring equinox, the Moon Palace hereby organizes this talent show, inviting young talents from all over the world to come and celebrate the festival together. However, as stated in the original, this is actually a Qin fighting session by the author for the heroine, Yu-chan goddess, to make her Qin Dao famous in the world. As he was worried about Lin Yuyan's anger in the original, he did not attend despite receiving an invitation from Yuachan. Since crossing over, it was the first time Suyu had gone out of town. This downtown of the immortal cultivation realm is really quite different from the mortal world. Whichever way you look at it, it feels extremely fresh and interesting. Without realizing it, he walked down an alley paved with cobblestones. The houses on both sides of the road are quaint with a bookish air. Compared to the main street, it is less noisy and more quiet and peaceful. And that's when it happened. An extremely beauty-destroying voice suddenly sounded around the corner in front of them. Little girl liar. How dare you talk back? See if I don't beat you to death. Humph. The evidence is here, and you dare to deny it. Ding! The scent of a mythic-ranked daughter of heaven's destiny has been detected. When Suyu heard this, he immediately quickened his pace and walked towards the front. Soon, the image of a middle-aged woman, blocking a little girl of only 4 or 5 years old in a corner and beating her, was printed in his eyes. The little girl was extremely thin, wearing thin and tattered clothes and a pair of torn cloth shoes, revealing a few frozen and purple little toes. At her feet lay a bloodied bun. Her delicate features, originally white and tender little face, more than a few large slap marks. The upper mouth chin was beaten to break the skin. Blood is still flowing out. One ear was being pulled hard by this middle-aged woman. Since you're so tough-talking, then Auntie will do a good deed to the end and send you to the great wasteland city hooker fence to be tutored and tempered, and save you from being starved to death alive on the streets. Don't! I don't want to go to the hooker. Auntie, please let Qianxue go. This steamed bun really wasn't stolen by Qianxue. The little girl's big, black, glowing eyes were filled with fear and aggression, and tears kept slipping down. Hookers she did know, places that specialized in selling smiles and pleasing men, and she didn't want to be that kind of woman when she grew up. Stop! Seeing this, Suyu immediately rebuked. When the middle-aged woman saw the visitor, she was slightly nervous and immediately loosened her hand, sizing up Suyu. Seeing that the other party was plainly dressed and did not have a bit of spiritual energy on his body, he immediately crossed his arms with the image of a shrew. Yo, where'd this brat come from? Can't you see I'm teaching a thief a lesson? Brother, Qianxue really didn't steal the steamed buns. It was an old grandpa who paid and gave them to Qianxue to eat. The little girl used the back of her hand, which was a little purple from freezing, to wipe the tears on her face, and sobbed as she explained. Suyu looked at the poor little girl in front of him. Thousand Snow? Could it be that she was the Ice and Snow Emperor who would shock the entire immortal cultivation world in the future? According to the original plot, there was indeed a young girl named Lok Qianxue, dragged by a middle-aged woman to a group of traffickers from the great wasteland city. She was about to sell when Jiang Chen happened to pass by and saved her, and raised the empress, and later, became a member of his harem, and was considered his strongest capable sage. However, in the end, he died tragically in order to help Jiang Chen fend off the attack of the extraterrestrial taboo powerhouse. System, view this little girl's information panel. Ding, information panel loading. Name, Luo Qianxue. Age, 5 years old. Natal chart, the great emperor's talent. Rating, mythical daughter of destiny. Favorability, 20%. Warm tip, every night of the full moon, the cold erupts and freezes 100 meters. It's really the future ice emperor. It's easy to put the icing on the cake, but it's hard to put it in the snow. Immediately, His eyes were cold with an irresistible overbearing aura as he sternly scolded. Did you hear that? It was gifted to her by an old grandfather. So don't get lost. Humph. If you want to let the old woman go, you can. Bring over a medium-grade spirit stone. The middle-aged woman wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, she opened her mouth wide. She was now a true element realm second-level cultivator, so she naturally would not put Suyu, an ordinary person, in her eyes. In his heart, he was still calculating that with Luo Qianxue's pretty and well-behaved appearance, if he sold her to the hookahs in the great desolate city, he might even be able to earn a middle-grade spirit stone. One medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Suyu had eaten 5 meat buns in the Moonwatch City not long ago, or second-grade pig demon meat filling, and it was only 1 lower-grade spirit stone. And this middle-aged woman in front of her, with a single steamed bun, wanted to sell a middle-grade spirit stone. It was simply a money grab. What's more, this steamed bun, or the old grandpa bought it for Luo Qianxue. What's it got to do with this middle-aged woman? He had never killed anyone with his own hands since he came to the immortal cultivation world. However, the middle-aged woman in front of him gave him a bad feeling. Just because of a steamed bun, a child will be beaten up and not yet relieved, but also to sell people to the greenhouse. Can imagine. It's heart of evil. Such people deserve only one word. Get out. Suyu's face was grim as a furious voice rang out. This word roll was mixed with a hint of sword intent. The middle-aged woman was so dizzy from hearing it that her ears went deaf, and both of her ears were bloodied by the sound waves. At this moment, she knew she had met a tough guy. No longer able to care about Luo Qianxue, he endured the severe pain and immediately fled trembling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the villain and scaring away the evil woman. Rewarded with 100 villain points. System, how can you talk? I'm practicing chivalry. That this system takes back the reward. Don't! This saint's son didn't just scare away the evil woman, but also caused her to be injured. Should he not be rewarded more? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the beauty, causing the fate of Heaven's daughter's favoritism to increase by plus 10%. Mission, if the host can make the fateful daughter's favorability reach 100%, the host can be rewarded with a chance to win a premium lottery. Premium lottery chances? Premium lucky draw chance, 100% guaranteed that the host's hand will not fall short. Suyu was overjoyed in his heart. Even if it wasn't for the sake of this advanced lottery opportunity, he had to find a way to gain Luo Qianxue's favor. This is the future Ice Emperor. No matter what, one could not capitalize on the enemy and allow her the opportunity to be saved by Jiang Chen and raised to be a female empress and become his virtuous assistant. Suyu immediately walked over to Luo Qianxue, squatted down, took out a white silk handkerchief and wiped the tears on her face. Ding! Destiny's daughter thinks the host is a good person. Favorability plus 5. Don't be afraid, Chiyuki. Brother believes your words. How could such a cute and well-behaved child be a thief? Ding! The faithful lady thinks the host is a smart person. Favorability plus 5. Thank you, brother. Luo Qianxue's tears, which had already stopped, couldn't help but fall again when she heard Suyu say this. Chapter 30. As long as I have food, I won't let you go hungry. Qianxue, good boy. Don't cry. What do you want to eat? Brother will take you to buy it now. Suyu immediately started wiping her tears again. Suyu's words. It reminded Luo Qianxue, who was already starving. A grunt was heard from her abdomen. She somewhat shyly lowered her head and whispered, Brother, Qianxue hasn't eaten for 2 days. So hungry, so hungry. Well then, brother will take you to the food street, and we'll order whatever Qianxue likes to eat, okay? Luo Qianxue immediately nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, her eyes full of anticipation. Ding! The daughter of Heaven's destiny thinks the host is a kind person. Favorability plus 5. Suyu picked her up in his arms and headed outside towards the main street. It didn't take long. A small group of people came to a food stall. Luo Qianxue's big, bright eyes, staring at the meat buns, could no longer take their eyes off of them, swallowing their saliva non-stop. Suyu laughed lightly. What a cute little girl. He immediately bought 10 meat buns and a bowl of spirit rice porridge. Watching a little girl eat with a mouth full of happiness, Suyu couldn't help but think of his loved ones on earth. He also has a little sister this big, a second child born when his mom was 40. At this moment, in my heart, I can't help but miss my loved ones back home. Lok Chance Snow looks tiny as a unit. Perhaps it was because she had been hungry for too long. 10 large meat buns, together with a bowl of spirit rice porridge, were surprisingly quickly all eaten by her. And a look of intent. Suyu was worried that she had eaten badly and immediately coaxed. Qianxue is still small now. She can't eat too much food at once. Brother will bring you back to eat at night, okay? Luo Qianshue's eyes immediately lit up with little stars, looking at Suyu with a face of anticipation and gratitude. Is brother still coming to see Chiyuki at night? She'd also run into good Samaritans since she'd known better, but since a few accidents in a row, these well-wishers, basically, buy her food once and then don't show up a second time. Suyu wore a smile on his face and his tone was gentle. Of course, in the future, it will be brother who will take care of you. As long as brother has a mouthful of food, he will definitely not let Qianshue go hungry. Ding! The daughter of heaven's destiny is touched by the host's words. Favorability plus 20. Suyu's face blossomed into a wide smile. If this continues, in less than 2 days, this favorability should be able to reach 100%. Suyu hugged Luo Qianshue and was about to leave, but he was called by the owner of the Baozi store. Sir, this little girl, you can't take her away. Suyu looked at the boss with some suspicion. He was chubby looking, with big earlobes and thick lips, and looked naive, not like a bad guy for some reason. I don't know, this little girl's fate is too hard, born to be a family member. Before those who adopted her goodwill, none of them survived for more than a month, and even the neighbors followed along with the disaster. Suyu looked at Luo Qianshue in his arms with some curiosity. Then it was figured out. It must have been caused by Xiao Qianshue's monthly cold poison outbreaks, freezing 100 meters. Others feared her, Luo Qianshue, and considered her a calamity. However, he, Suyu, is an innate chaotic god body, and is now at the prosperity realm cultivation level, so there is no need to be afraid of a mere bit of cold poison. Luo Qianshue's heart was also very hard after hearing the words of the bakery owner. She immediately lowered her head and struggled to get down from Suyu's arms, eyes filled with tears. Brother, quickly put me down. Qianshue can't drag you down. Suyu immediately stretched out a sleeve and wiped her tears. Not afraid. Brother just said that I will take care of you in the future. Ding! The Divine Fate's daughter was touched by the host's behavior. Favorability plus 10. Although Luo Qianshue was small, she had a kind heart. She immediately shook her head. No, Qianshue doesn't want to follow her brother. Suyu wore a smile on his face, gently touched her head and laughed. Little fool, don't worry, brother's life is also very hard. Not afraid of being grammed by Qianshue. It's hard to believe that Qianshue is afraid of being grammed to death by her brother. Luo Qianshue immediately shook her head, like a rattle. No, Qianshue isn't afraid. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Good, then let's change into new clothes next and then go to Deng Xianlu to watch the talent show. Originally, some onlooker cultivators, after seeing Suyu's insistence on adopting Luo Qianshue, each of them looked at him as if they were looking at a dead person. At this moment, after hearing what Suyu had just said, one by one, they all showed envious gazes. Today, throughout the entire Moonwatch city, who didn't know that the Moon God Palace, one of the 5 major forces in the Eastern Wasteland, was going to hold a talent show at the Dengxian building, inviting young talents from all over the world to join them in celebrating the Spring Equinox Festival. Moreover, it is rumored that the Moon Chan goddess may also participate in the performance by competing with someone on the spot, and if there is a winner, they will have the opportunity to have a candlelight dinner with her. Nowadays, the entire Eastern Wasteland was abuzz. Celestials from all over the world came in droves. That's a hard ticket to get. The top heavenly pride of a non-great power may not enter. Denson Tower. Inside the top floor performance hall, it was already crowded. The large venue, which can accommodate 5,000 people at a time, was nearly full. The heavenly prides from all over the world, at this moment, were all staring at the stage with excited faces, looking forward to that absolutely beautiful figure taking the stage. At this point, a medium-sized, big-waisted young man with an air of a nobleman walked onto the stage with an easygoing smile. I, AI Hu Yu, am the sponsor of this event. All the heavenly pride. In the future, if there is a need to come to my Dengxian building to organize a large-scale event, you are welcome to contact AI Mao. A discount of 10%. Dengxian Lu. It is a very famous party force in the burial immortal star, with strong financial strength, and has branch buildings in all major regions. Dengxian building is divided into 9 floors. One layer is more luxurious than the other. Inside the food, drink and entertainment, all kinds of things. It's the preferred place for major power players to get drunk. As his words fell, underneath the stage, several celestial pride immediately stood up from their seats and surrounded the front of the stage, and began to climb into conversation with AI Huyo. I've heard for a long time that young Mansion Master AI is young and talented, and when I see him today, it's true. I am Yin Shui Sek Daozi Yu Yinzhou. I pay my respects to young Building Master AI, young Mansion Master AI. I am the great Emperor Qianche of the Great Qin Dynasty, and I happen to have this need. Ha ha, well said. My Taicho Holy Land happens to be organizing a large-scale Heaven's Pride exchange, and your place is great. And just as the crowd was attracted to Ihuyu, all of a sudden, Nico dash, a loud birdsong came from the sky, like a thunderous explosion. Everyone looked up. One could only see a huge firelark, pulling a golden carriage behind it, approaching the Dengxian Tower. Upon seeing the ancient patterns carved on that carriage, many of the celestial pride were surprised. That is, the carriage of the Swire Green Luan clan. Is it possible that there is a heavenly pride from the Swire Green Luan clan that has come out? Just as the crowd was speculating, the carriage stopped outside the Dengxian Tower. From within, a young man with an upright, jade-like figure came out towards the top floor. With every step he took, there was an aura surrounding his body, showing off his strong and heroic appearance. Chapter 31, Brother, that pretty big sister. She's disguised herself. On the high platform, Ai Huyo recognized it at a glance. So it's Brother Qinglin. Welcome, welcome. Qinglin laughed when he saw his acquaintance. I heard that Goddess Yuechan organized a Qin fighting session, and it just so happens that my brother's Qin skills have improved, so he came to ask for some advice. The faces of everyone present all sank slightly, a sense of crisis welling up in their hearts. Qinglin came from the Green Luan clan, an ancient divine bird, and the clan was born with a unique advantage in terms of sound. What's more, this Qinglin, or the clan's supreme pride, a new generation of God's son, enjoys the reputation of the Qin Dao Prince. As the day wore on, it was time for the program to be performed. The Moon Palace's talent show began immediately afterward. At first, it was just a warm-up activity, and those who went on stage to perform were some outer disciples of the Moon God Palace, although it is an outer disciple, but one looks all flowery, so that many cultivators under the stage to see cannot help but spring. In the meantime, outside the Densen Tower, a man in black appeared, and in his hands, he was holding a small, powdered baby girl, image of Luo Qianxue. It was none other than Suyu and Luo Qianxue. Ha, isn't this the little beggar that our Moonwatch city is famous for? A young man with a folding fan in his hand and wearing a brocade robe, with an attendant, passed by Luo Qianxue and spoke contemptuously. Then, an invitation was handed to the guard at the gate. Immediately, he swaggered into the Deng Xian building. The two guards guarding the doorway immediately looked at Luo Qianxue after hearing the folding fan man's words. They hadn't realized the identity of this little girl before. After all, Luo Qianxue was now dressed beautifully, a world away from the beggarly look she once had. Now look closely, the delicate and lovely features, bright big eyes, thin small head, is not exactly the same as the famous little beggar in the City of the Moon. How can beggars be allowed in on such an important occasion? The two men were suddenly like enemies. A guard came to Suyu's side and smiled. Sir, are you invited to Deng Xian Lu as a guest? Suyu nodded and handed over the invitation. The guard took it in his hand and without even looking at it, he immediately laughed and said, My lord, according to the rules of our immortal Ascension Tower, only one person can enter with one invitation. Luo Qianxue immediately whispered, but that gentleman just now, he only gave one invitation, but entered two people. The guard's face sank. The one who was just there is the young city lord of Moonwatch City, so naturally he can bring an attendant inside. Speaking here, he paused and swept towards Suyu with some contempt. If it were in the place of the heavenly diffusion Saint Sun coming, it would be fine to bring a group of people. The implication is that you are not qualified to bring people in. Luo Qianxue lowered her head a little sadly. She seemed to have gotten her brother into trouble. The little girl was heartbreakingly understanding. Brother, Qianxue doesn't want to go in, so she'll wait for you outside. Suyu stroked her little head with a doting face. Then, looking at the guard, he raised his eyebrows lightly and said indifferently, Why don't your excellency take a look at the invitation first? The guard sniffed and opened the invitation with some displeasure, and the four large, elegant golden letters immediately attracted his attention, but it was written in the handwriting of the Moon-chan goddess, the holy son of heavenly diffraction. He immediately turned a little pale. Just a short while ago, Holy Maiden Yu-chan had specially sent her maid to ask, Did Holy Sun Tianyan come? And reminded him that in the hands of the heavenly diffraction Saint Sun, there was an invitation written by the goddess herself, urging him to be well entertained. What has he done here? Almost offended someone. Rumor had it that the Saint Sun of heavenly diffusion was the most beautiful man in the eastern wasteland, and that goddess Yu-chan had been in love with him for a long time. However, the man in front of him was extremely ordinary in appearance, and obviously did not match the word beautiful man in the slightest. Not to mention first, he looked at Suyu and asked with some uncertainty, You, Are you really that heavenly diffusion saint's son who was famous all over the world? Suyu was non-committal. Holding Luo Qianxue's hand, he directly entered the Dangxian building. As he passed the two guards, he reached out and snapped his fingers lightly. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out in both of their minds. When they came to their senses, they were looking at each other with a blank look on their faces. What just happened? Why does it feel like you're forgetting something important? After erasing the memories of the two just now, Suyu held Luo Qianxue and went to the top floor acting hall. At this point, the eyes of all the people in the hall were focused on the stage. Only a few female disciples from the inner sect of the Moon God Palace were performing a dance. The female cultivators in the immortal cultivation world can look much better when they dance than in the mortal world. Each one of them is as light and graceful as a colorful butterfly fluttering among the flowers. Dancing in the middle of the stage, Su was looking up. At this time, Luo Qianxue gently tugged on the corner of his coat and whispered, "Brother, that big sister also changed her appearance just like you." While Suyu was shocked at Luo Qianxue's talent, his gaze subconsciously followed her line of sight and looked towards the woman dressed in gray. System, view the information file on this woman in gray. Ding, the system is loading. Name, Qin Lun. Realm, Heavenly God Realm. Fate, the way of the heart becomes a god. Identity, Protector of Moonchan, the daughter of Heaven's destiny, Teacher of the Qin. Favorability, 70%. After reading the message, Suyu was instantly delighted. It turned out to be Senior Qin Lun, and I hadn't crossed paths with her, so I didn't expect that her favorability towards me would reach 70%. It was just that the Moonchan goddess's protector was here. So where was she herself? Suyu could not help but let go of his divine sense and began to search through the crowd. The Moonchan goddess who was sought by him, at this time, was standing in the lounge at the back of the stage with an anxious look on his face. Today, she wore a long purple dress with a sash of the same color around her waist. Perhaps because of the cold temperature, she draped a thin purple smoke veil, hazy, more prominent than the perfect curve, enough to make any man moved. Confirm once again if the heavenly diffusion saint's son is coming, Yu-chan commanded as she looked to the maid beside her. Yes, Kai-yun will confirm it right away. After saying that, she immediately picked up the summoning jade and started calling the two guards guarding the door. A few moments later, Kai-yun put away the summoning jade and gently shook her head. In a small voice, he comforted, "Goddess, perhaps the Holy Sun was delayed on the road." According to Bai Wan, the Holy Sun left 3 days ago. Yu-chan looked into the distance with some disappointment, her voice muffled. Could it be? Do we really need Aunt Lon to make a move? Although, she was quite confident in her piano playing, she didn't rule out accidents, and she didn't want to accompany other men to a candlelight dinner. Being at this time, a male voice that she couldn't get enough of resonated in her head. The talent show of the Moon Palace is too ordinary, isn't it? Is this what Moon-chan invited my son here to see? Yu-chan was immediately overjoyed and smiled at Kai-yun by her side. He's here. Quick, tell Elder May. Next program. I'm on. Kai-yun immediately smiled and nodded. With a brisk pace, he immediately walked out from backstage. Chapter 32. She just smiled at me. She must like me too. Stage. As the several inner disciples of the Moon God Palace finished their performance, one of the female cultivators hosting the talent show, Elder May of the Moon God Palace, walked out. She looked 27 or 28 years old, beautiful, with a hot body, and between her knitted brows and her smile, she displayed the unique charm of a mature woman. Sweeping a glance at the crowd on the stage, a warm smile appeared on her face and her voice carried a sense of joy. Everyone guessed correctly. For this event, our Moon Divine Palace's Moonchan Divine Maiden will be participating in sparring with all aspirants on the Qingdao. If any celestial pride can outperform Divine Maiden Yue-chan in the Tao of the Zither, they will enjoy the opportunity to dine with our Divine Maiden once. As her words fell, the scene, immediately, cheered. Everyone knew that the Moonchan goddess had profound techniques and amazing seduction skills, but no one knew how good she was at the Qingdao. A bunch of people thought that they would be the lucky ones. Seeing the warmth and atmosphere of the crowd at the scene, Elder May immediately said loudly, "Now, please invite Divine Mistress Yue-chan to appear." The crowd of celestial pride under the stage were so excited that they stood up, clapping and cheering. However, the moment the Moonchan goddess appeared holding the ancient zither scene, there was a moment of silence. All the gazes were directed towards the purple marvelous figure on the stage. Countless male disciples had their breath stuttered, their eyes burning, and their hearts pounding. It's so beautiful. Even if I just take a look at it, this Daozi has not wasted this trip. No matter what, this divine son must participate in this Qin fight and obtain the opportunity to dine with Divine Mistress Yue-chan. Gradual. The crowd of cultivators below suddenly felt something strange. It was only those beautiful eyes of Goddess Yuachan that looked around at the crowd below, as if she was searching for something. Each and every one of them did their best to show their most perfect side, trying to catch the attention of Divine Empress Yuachan. And at this point, after sweeping around the crowd of cultivators, Yuchan didn't find the handsome figure that her heart was yearning for. It was only then that he calmed down and realized how impulsive his behavior had just been. Surprisingly, I didn't bother to notice the marvelousness of that voice. It wasn't at all like Suyu to transmit a voice. It's hard to believe that I misheard you. Just when she was doubting herself, the nice male voice, once again, rang in her head. I haven't seen you for a few months. I didn't expect Yuchan to be even more charming, much cuter than my bratty and capricious little sister. Yuchan was pleasantly surprised when she heard this, giggle. Holy son, you finally see the merits of your slave. That voice just now. She dared to be 100% sure that it was not from Suyu transmitting his voice. It was more like what was going on in his mind, like the sound of his heart. She became more and more eager to find Suyu, to check whether she accidentally awakened a targeted other heart through talent. The heavens did not disappoint her, and soon the heartfelt words of Suyu came back to her mind. What is she looking for? Couldn't have found me, right? Impossible. Today, this holy son is standing in the penultimate row, changed his face, changed into black clothes, and brought a little girl with him. Yuchan was delighted in her heart and immediately looked at the last row, the only youth in the room who was holding a small female child watching the show. The corners of her lips rose slightly. Saint's son, slave finally found you. This smile, 100 winks. The crowd of cultivators below who stood in Suyu's direction were all so excited that they were about to lose track of where they were going. Heavens, Goddess Yuachan actually smiled at me just now. So happy. Ha ha ha, I saw it. I saw the Moon-chan goddess smiling at me. She smiles really, really beautifully. Ha ha, great. Divine Lady Yuachan must like this young lord too. She was even smiling at me just now. The real owner, on the other hand, had a slight frown on his face, looking helpless. Continue to perform the heartfelt speech avatar. No way. She really found out? My journey to immortality has just begun. I won't have to expose my vest so soon, right? Instead, inside, he was excitedly waiting for the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for putting the Daughter of Heaven's destiny in a good mood. Rewarded with 3,000 villain points. So you didn't change his face and smiled inwardly. Hey, give it a shot. On stage, Yuchan nodded lightly to Elder Mei, the facilitator on the side. Elder Mei immediately comprehended this and looked at the crowd below, loudly announcing, the Qin fighting session will now begin. Who would like to be the first to challenge Divine Lady Yuachan? Her words had just fallen, only to see a thick-browed youth, holding an ancient zither in his hands, immediately fly up from the crowd. I am Yu Yanzhou, a Taoist son of the Cloud Water sect, and I would like to be the first one to challenge. So I asked Divine Lady Yuachan to give me advice. Please. Yuchan only said one word faintly, her voice clear and cold with a sense of detachment. Yu Yanzhou immediately stroked the zither and played, and the sound of the zither was as beautiful as gurgling water. As he played for 10 breaths, Goddess Yuchan's delicate hand, carved like lamb's fat jade, swept lightly over the strings of the zither in front of her. A voice like heavenly music rang out, and within it, it was wrapped in an aura of killing. Put. Yu Yanzhou, who was playing vigorously across from him, abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the strings in front of him collapsed in an instant. Below, a group of cultivators were still intoxicated by the sound of Divine Empress Yuachan's zither. Unexpectedly, in the twinkling of an eye, the winner was already divided. Heavens, such a wonderful zither sound. I didn't expect that the power would be so great. Miserable, my zither skills aren't as good as Yu Yanzhou's, so it seems like there's no hope of defeating the Moon-chan goddess. Goddess Yuachan's zither skills are so superior. I'm afraid no one can match them, so it's good that no one will be able to obtain the opportunity to dine with the goddess. Yu Yanzhou stabilized his mind and immediately clasped his hands and said, Goddess Yuachan's zither skill is superior. You, am not as good as I should be, and I am willing to bow to her. Humble. Yu Chan's expression was indifferent, not complacent about defeating her opponent with a single move. Next, there were a few more heavenly prides with deep attainments in the Qin Dao who went up to the stage to challenge, and all of them lost in a single move. See this scene. The crowd at the scene. Surprisingly, none of them dared to go up to the stage to challenge again. Qin Lun, Ai Huyu and the others, all had appreciative smiles on their faces. As long as no one could defeat Divine Empress Yuachan in the Tao of the Zither, then there was no need for her to have dinner with anyone. Just when the crowd thought that no one would come up to the stage to challenge them again, Qinglin walked out from the crowd and flew onto the stage. In the following ancient divine bird Qing Luan clan divine son Qianglin, long heard of the great name of goddess Yuchan, has never had the opportunity to meet. Today, Chang Mao will take this good opportunity to meet friends with the Qin. Yuchan nodded at him and faintly said, "Please." Qianglin wore a smile on his face, waved his sleeve, and in front of him, an ancient zither immediately appeared. He looked at Yuchan with deep emotion in his gaze. Gift goddess Yuchan a song, Phoenix. When he finished speaking, his hands began to stroke the piano. The sound of the zither was dazzling, like a phoenix and a phoenix talking to each other. Slowly, the silhouettes of a phoenix and a phoenix converged in the void. They are like lovers, chasing and playing with each other. Looking at the crowd of cultivators below, they couldn't help but be flooded with a sour taste while being shocked. And just then, the Moonchan goddess's hand was moved manually. There was no more of the slithering fairy voice from before. In its place, as jingoism whistled, shouts of murder shook the sky. The void trembled with it. A shadow of an ancient battlefield emerged. Numerous immortal soldiers and generals grabbed their halberds in their hands and struck towards the one phoenix in front of them. Chapter 33. Since you're so confident, why don't you go up on stage and show your strength? An endless aura of solemnity instantly flooded the stage. A war halberd, with a terrifying aura that nothing could break, stabbed straight at the one phoenix in the field. Fancy, newbie. The two divine birds were stabbed by the countless battle halberds and let out two miserable cries. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Qianglin's mouth, scattering onto the strings of the zither. He licked the blood stains on the corner of his lips, a little shocked, but quickly regained that confident smile. Goddess beware. The sound of the piano suddenly changed. The blood that was originally splattered on the strings was like an elixir, enhanced by the sound of his zither. Those two originally dying phoenixes suddenly recovered from their injuries and were in high spirits, spitting out two flames from their mouths, burning towards the heavenly soldiers and generals in the void. Yuchan's eyes narrowed slightly. The force of his hand increased. The sound of the zither was as stirring as a war song, only to see a group of celestial soldiers, who were also in a great spiritual formation, immediately assembled into a large formation and used their shields to block the flames out. The long spear in the hands of the leading heavenly general was like a silver dragon as it violently rose into the air. The place where the gunnels crossed was like a flood that broke the dike and rushed down. Shasta! It then drowned the two flames. The two phoenixes, too, were struck by the rigid and overbearing power of the lance, causing them to directly disintegrate and dissipate in the void. Boom! A piercing voice rang out, only to see the ancient zither in front of Qianglin, in a flash, break a string. On the ancient zither, there was also a drop of crimson blood that overflowed from the peak of his scratched middle finger. Qianglin was incomparably shocked as he looked towards the Moonchan goddess. Originally thought that, with his own zither attainments, he would be able to securely win over her, but unexpectedly, he lost big. Russell, he smiled slightly, showing his humble gentleman demeanor, arching his hand and saying, I didn't expect that divine lady Yuchan is not only beautiful, but her zither path has also reached the peak of the realm of excellence, and even Chang Mao is unable to defeat it. The first pride of this zither path is none other than divine lady Yuchan. He was the divine son of the Green Luan clan, an ancient divine bird, with a noble bloodline and high status, carrying a reserved and arrogant bone. Even a zither Dao genius like him was unable to defeat Yuchan, and he was confident that no one in the younger generation would be a match for Yuchan. Now, to be able to admit defeat in public, this was both a great affirmation given to divine mistress Yuchan and a comfort to herself. Yuchan gently shook her head. Divine son is overpraising. There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. Yuchan does not dare to call herself this number one person. As Greenwood exits the stage, in the center of the field, there was silence again. No one dared to challenge them on stage again. Luo Qianxue, who was held in Suyu's arms, had an innocent smile on her face as she looked enviously towards the Moonchan goddess on the high platform. Brother, sister Yuechan's zither Dao is so powerful. There should be no one here who can defeat her. Suyu glanced at Qianlan who, at some point, was standing beside him, smiled and replied softly to Luo Qianxue, that's not necessarily true. Oh, in that case, it seems that your excellency's zither Dao attainments are far above that of divine mistress Yuechan. Qianlan's voice was loud, covering the entire arena, causing the entire crowd of cultivators to cast extremely unfriendly gazes at Suyu. Asterisk 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 who is this kid? How come I've never heard of it before? Rather, it feels like the little girl he's holding in his arms is very familiar. That little girl is our Moonwatch City's notorious calamity little beggar. Her name seems to be Luo Qianxue. Ha ha, laugh to death. To be able to mix so well with the little beggar, I guess he is a big beggar. but really big talk. All sorts of jeers, all sorts of jeers, all sorts of jeers. Luo Qianxue, who was originally very happy, was stared at by the eyes of the crowd that were like killing pigs, and immediately closed her eyes somewhat timidly and buried her head in Suyu's arms. In her heart, she felt immensely sad and self-condemned. She really was a calamity, bringing disaster to her brother so soon. See this scene. Suyu immediately opened the heart speech-spitting avatar. He, Yua-chan, is this your way of hospitality? Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the Moon of Destiny feel weak. Rewarded with 500 villain points. Yu-chan on top of the stage, somewhat sheepishly shifted her eyes away from Suyu. Her voice was ethereal and nice. This gentleman is right. As far as Yu-chan knows, the zither skills of the Holy Son of Heavenly Diffusion are far above mine. The moment her words fell, everyone in the room was silent. Although the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son hadn't come today, not long ago, a match between him and Jiang Chen had become famous in the Eastern Wasteland. On that day, that Heavenly Diffractive Saint's son was the one who played a piece of music in the air and struck Jiang Chen, who had defeated the absolute heavenly pride Xiong Bing, to the point where he fell to the ground and begged for forgiveness. Fortunately, today, the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son did not come to participate in the Qin fighting session. Otherwise, where would there be a chance for them to participate in the challenge? The Saint's son of Taichu, who had always prided himself on being good at the zither, held back hard and didn't dare to go on stage after seeing Yu Chan's zither skills. He had always thought that he and the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son were both Saint sons of the Holy Land, and their battle power should be similar. Now, the other party had not yet arrived in person, but had been outclassed by a light sentence from the Moonchan Divine Lady. The heart is naturally unhappy, and along with that, looking at the disguised Suyu in front of him, he was also displeased. Since this brother is so confident, why don't you come up to the stage and show your strength? Xing Lin, who had just lost the battle, was even darker as he snorted coldly. Who wouldn't be able to just play smart? If you're a real man, go up and compete with the Moonchan goddess. Suyu's brows slightly knitted as he performed the divine power of heartfelt speech. Heck, you want to encourage me to go up? Why should this saint's son give you face? It's not like Goddess Yua-chan personally invited me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the daughter of Heaven's Destiny's emotions fluctuate. Rewarded with 500 counterpoints. At this time, the Moonchan goddess on the stage suddenly smiled and opened her mouth. I would also like to ask this gentleman to be able to instruct Moonchan a bit. The crowd below immediately followed unkindly. Go up! Go up! In their eyes, Suyu was a shameless braggart who dared to question the goddess of their heart's zither skills. Each and every one of them expected Suyu to be defeated by the Moonchan Divine Maiden with a single move and lose face. Qinlan also laughed. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll take good care of little Qianxue. Luo Qianxue, who was hiding in Suyu's arms, after hearing Qinlan's words, immediately stretched out her hands very knowingly towards her and comforted Suyu. Brother, I'll be good and watch you perform with my big sister. Oh, Chiyuki is sure that brother will win. Don't ask her why she knows. Because, that's what Sister Yua-chan just said. Yeah. These people still don't know that her brother can be that Heavenly Diffusion Saint Suno. When the crowd heard Luo Qianxue's words, they all skimmed their mouths in disdain, and their voices urging Suyu to go on stage became even louder. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room had reached its peak, Suyu inwardly reveals the villain's signature smile. Jia, Yu-chan, this is your personal invitation to provoke the crowd to force this holy son on the stage. Do not cry at that time. However, on the surface, there was a look of helplessness on his face as he said to Yu-chan, since the goddess has been warmly invited, then this male will go up on the stage and make a fool of himself. Words. He was like a swift wind blowing by, and in a split second, the person had already arrived on the stage. Chapter 34, If you do not fail me, I will not fail you. The Moonchan Divine Maiden was slightly surprised and immediately made a gesture of invitation. Your Excellency, please. The tone was gentle and soft, completely different from the polite and detached manner in which he had treated the other challengers before. Suyu nodded slightly, sat down on the high platform and raised his hand. He only saw an ancient zither glittering with glazed precious light, suspended in front of him. Above the strings, there was hidden lightning flashing. Looking at the crowd of celestial pride below, their curiosity was greatly aroused. This zither, it's not simple. I can't even see through its rank. There's something familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. I just, for a moment, can't remember. For this person to possess such a precious qin, his origin must be extraordinary. Just don't know. Why would he mix with a small beggar? You guys are overthinking it. Look at him in this cheap outfit. Maybe this qin. He picked it up in some trash heap. And the stage. Immediately after the Moon-chan goddess saw the Wind Thunder 9 skyscrapers zither, an intoxicating smile appeared on her face, and she moved her mind, only to see an ancient zither glowing with an eerie green light, appearing in front of her. It's the fairy tear green cherry. Heavens, this is a divine grade guchin. I didn't expect that it would be obtained by Goddess Yuachan. Asterisk at Omicron at asterisk. Wow, this is still the first time that Goddess Yuachan has taken out this chin today. I'm looking forward to that boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven being struck to the ground and begging for mercy. The crowd of cultivators below were all incredibly excited. Wanted to hear how the music played by this legendary artifact was different from ordinary musical instruments. Even more so, he was looking forward to seeing how that ignorant brat who had dared to provoke the Moon-chan divine maiden lost miserably and fell to the ground begging for mercy. Xing Lin, on the other hand, was staring at the two ancient zither on the stage with burning eyes, especially the one in front of Suyu. Others might not be aware of it, but as a genius of the zither Dao, he had seen many ancient zither since he was young, as well as the relevant records of well-known top-class ancient and modern zither, and he recognized them at once. This violin grade is definitely not lower than the immortal tears green chi, and there is a hidden sound of wind and thunder on it, kind of like the legendary Wind and Thunder 9 heavenly zither. However, hearing that the Wind Thunder 9 skyscrapers zither was in the hands of the heavenly diffusion Saint Sun, it must be that the zither came from the hands of the same forger, only that its fame was not as great. He looked at Suyu, with a hint of greed in his eyes. The chin is a good chin, only, the person holding the chin well. On stage, the Moon-chan goddess looked at Suyu, her eyes flowing, her brows conveying love, her voice ethereal and beautiful. Moon-chan wishes to play a piece of high mountains and flowing water. I wonder what song your son will play. Guanling-san. Suyu's tone was gentle and appeared courteous. Goddess, please go first. Goddess Yuachan smiled and nodded. Good. She stretched out a pair of delicate hands like sheep's fat jade and placed them on top of the strings of the zither. Looking from the stage, she was as beautiful as a person from a picture scroll. As her hand gently stroked the strings of the zither sound curled up, like traveling clouds and flowing water, like an immortal mist stirring, giving people a very ethereal feeling. In less than a moment, this wonderful music had attracted several spirit butterflies that surrounded her and danced. This was the first time that the crowd had appreciated the Moon-chan divine maiden playing a zither tune that didn't carry a murderous aura. This song should only be found in the heavens. It's rare to hear it on earth. The saint son of the beginning of the earth was mesmerized by it and was full of praise. Listening to the divine maiden's song, I actually felt a piece of ethereal spirit in my heart, with a feeling of hating to meet each other, and knowing one's soulmate is hard to find. A young man with a handsome appearance and an air of a noble gentleman couldn't help but sigh as well. During this process, Suyu didn't even bother and just quietly listened, until the song is over. Only then did he perform the divine power of heart sound and spit out, getting the favor of such a good person. I, Suyu, really have the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. If the secretary will not be responsible for me, I will not be responsible for the secretary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the daughter of heaven's destiny to have violent mood swings, rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Suyu looked towards Yu-chan and nodded slightly to signal the other party to listen. Immediately, he stretched out his long and rigid fingers and plucked the strings. As the song came out, immortal sounds drifted, visions were in abundance, and golden lotuses blossomed in the void. Radiant golden light was emitted, enveloping Suyu like a true Buddha descending into the world, divine and incomparable. Looking at everyone present, it was as if they had experienced a baptism of the great Tao, and they were all in awe. This person's appearance is unimpressive, but I didn't expect that his zither skills would be so profound. This Daozi is still too insular. The masters are really in the people. Miserable, I see that this sun, one of the Qin's paths, is not in the least below that of the Moon-chan divine maiden. It won't be the ultimate winner, will it? In this song, Suyu had fused his own perception of the great Tao into the zither song, which was an epiphany and sublimation of the zither path. Yu-chan listened with full attention, and without realizing it, under the nudging of the sound of this great Tao, her comprehension of the Tao of the zither improved again, completely forgetting its erase. And Qin Lun, who was off stage, was also shocked. The heavenly diffusion Saint Sun's zither skills were indeed far above Cindy's. It's not in vain that Cindy has carefully planned this Qin fighting conference for his sake. The song is over. The sky visions disappeared. The crowd was then fondly awakened from this wonderful music. The Moon-chan divine mistress's eyes that looked at Suyu were tinged with adoration and love, and an absolutely beautiful smile appeared on her face. Yuechan's zither skills are not as good as your excellencies, so I'm willing to pay my respects. The words shattered below. It felt as if one's treasure, treasured for many years, had been stolen. hard and unacceptable. Divine Mistress Yue-chan, in fact, you may not have lost this battle. The Saint Son of the Great Beginning was the first to speak up. That's right, Divine Mistress Yue-chan. This battle was at most a draw. You didn't lose. Qinglin immediately chimed in. Immediately after, countless voices rang out successively, all doing their best to deny Suyu as the ultimate winner, even though they knew very well in their hearts that the real reason was indeed that Suyu had won. However, the fight between the two just now did not cast the same killing attack as earlier. The victory or defeat can be seen at a glance. It's all about each playing their own, and isn't winning or losing all about a word from them, the audience? Who wants to watch the goddess of their heart go to a solo dinner with another man? Suyu calmly sat on the stage and said in a cloudy manner, in that case, Divine Mistress Yu-chan, this battle, we will end in a draw. How about it? Yu-chan's pretty face flushed a little. She had never thought that these brainwashed fans would be so defeatist. Especially the words that leaked out of Suyu's heartfelt voice, if you don't fail me, I will not fail you. It still makes her excited and her heart race when she thinks about it. She looked down to the incredibly excited crowd below, her tone serious. Everyone's goodwill. Yu-chan heartily appreciates it. On the chin, Yu-chan is indeed inferior to this gentleman. Yu-chan is the goddess of the Moon God Palace, representing the face of my Moon God Palace. A loss is a loss. Yu-chan is willing to gamble. I wonder if you are free to have dinner with Yu-chan tonight and realize the great Tao of the Zither together? Suyu was delighted in his heart. The avenue of the Zither is not necessary. However, the avenue of love, this saint's son would be happy to do so. Ding! Congratulations to the host for succeeding in his scheme, causing the daughter of heaven's destiny to fall into a trap without realizing it, rewarding the villain with 2,000 points. Suyu, off stage. The crowd of cultivators were all filled with grief. They didn't have any contempt for Yu-chan's words just now. On the contrary, their love for her became even stronger. The Moon-chan goddess was worthy of being the strongest celestial pride of the Moon God Palace, but she was so heavy on promises. If they were to forcefully intervene again and call a stag a horse, wouldn't that be trapping Divine Lady Yu-chan in a situation where she was not trustworthy in her words? The Saint Prince of the Taichu heard this and was staring at Suyu, as well as the ancient zither in his hands, with his eyes glued to death. Sweeping another glance at the Moon-chan Divine Maiden, it was obvious that the way she looked at Suyu carried a love and adoration that was hard to hide. Suddenly, he smiled to himself. So, what heavy promise? Everything is bullshit. The real reason, simply because he is that person. Yu-chan, you can only be mine alone. I will let you see how good I am and how much I love you. He, Suyu, doesn't deserve your favor. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Saint Prince of the Great Beginning as he turned to leave. Chapter 35, Brain is caught in the door. Only then would one exchange a divine weapon for a saint-level piano score. Just as a group of people were in a dilemma. The crowd. Suddenly a voice rang out. Luo Qianxue, her brother. This divine son is very interested in the ancient zither in your hands, and is willing to exchange it for a holy ranked zither score. The person who spoke was none other than Changlin. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at him with a look of disdain. No change. This was a divine artifact for him. Unless his head was caught in a door, he would not trade it for a holy ranked zither score. Qinglin saw Suyu's appearance and suddenly laughed in his heart. Why don't this divine son give you another one? 000 extreme spirit stones, so that you and your sister, in the future, won't need to live a life of selling and begging. When the crowd heard this, they all felt a great pleasure in their hearts and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Moon Cicada. See, this man, a beggar selling on the streets. What qualifications does he have to dine with you and realize the great Tao together? Suyu remained calmly seated and said indifferently, it has been long heard that the Qinghuan clan is famous for selling songs. No wonder little brother Qinglin can have this kind of occupational discrimination. So it was raised in his bones. The crowd at the scene was shocked as they looked at Suyu. Does this kid really not know how to write the word death? Uneducated. How horrible. Sure enough. Next moment, Qinglin was enraged and slapped his palm at Suyu. He who insults me, dies. His palm carried a blazing flame, as if it was going to burn the void down. Luckily, this gathering was set in the top floor's open-air plaza, and it was enhanced by a divine-level formation. The onlookers, who were still watching with trepidation, immediately hid to the sides of the audience. Qinglin is worthy of being the pride of the ancient Green Luan clan. A casual palm has such great power. I've heard that he's already a powerhouse at the peak of the Avatar realm. I'm afraid that it's hard to survive this palm strike. That's good. There's no need to worry about Divine Mother Yu-chan having dinner with him and comprehending the great Tao together. Luo Qianshue's face was so tense that tears were flowing out of her eyes, so worried that something would happen to her brother. Yu-chan, on the other hand, secretly transmitted her voice to Qinlan, telling her to be ready to come to her aid at any time. Just when the crowd thought that Suyu would be slapped to death. Noisy! Su Xiang impatiently spat out 2 words and waved his sleeve. A strong wind flew out from his sleeve, extinguishing the fiery palm in the blink of an eye. Along with the green forest, it was also flipped over. Qinglin was shocked and angry, and immediately climbed up from the ground. In the past few years since his emergence, he had been a star-studded presence in every place he visited. In terms of battle power, it was already hard to find an opponent among his peers in the eastern wasteland. Even Yu Chan, who had won over him in the Qin path, was unable to match him in terms of comprehensive battle power. This was the first time, in front of so many celestial pride, that he was stripped to the ground by a human, and moreover, the other party was still a beggar. If he didn't get this back, the face of his swift godbird Green Luan clan would be disgraced by him. You're good, but it's time for life to end. Qinglin's eyes were like looking at a dead man as he stared at Suyu with a murderous aura. With a loud shout, Fire Phoenix got extinguishing palm. Boom! With a palm strike, the entire sea of clouds was shaken and trembled, only to see a large fiery red palm print appear in the void, bright red and radiant, like rolling magma, hot and terrifying, to completely melt Suyu in it. Somewhat interesting, since you want to die so much, then this Gongzi will fulfill you, Suyu indifferently said. After crossing over to the immortal cultivation world for so long, he had never killed anyone with his own hands, but this person in front of him had repeatedly used killing moves, trying to kill him. Then he, too, need not be soft. Kuan Pang Infinite Fist. Suyu cupped a fist seal in his hand and fiercely blasted at the large fiery red palm seal. Boom! Just see the void. Immediately, a large black fist appeared, more than twice as large as the large red palm print. The moment it appeared, the void seemed to condense into ice, so cold that one's body shivered and one's teeth chattered. The large red palm print was transformed into an ice sculpture in a matter of moments, and with a subsequent click, it shattered into powder. Put! Qinglin violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The mind was horrified. This person's cultivation is definitely far above him. Not at this time he can be hard to defend. As the divine son of the swift godbird Green Luan clan, he was definitely not brain-dead. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Immediately, he planned to leave this place before making any plans. However, the black fist print, which did not dissipate at this time, suddenly changed to white, carrying a terrifying force of heaven and earth. It struck at extreme speed straight at the Qinglin below. Bang! Only to see that the place where Qinglin was instantly covered by a huge fist print. On the ground, there were countless blood splatters, like fireworks blooming. Qinglin, one hit and the corpse is dead. Oh my god, what kind of gong method is this? It's a bit like the long-lost Kuan Pang Infinite Fist from the legend, but how could it be mastered by a beggar? Are you sure he's really a beggar? The crowd was squared away. If it is only on the Qin road, with the world's unrivaled attainments, it can still be understood as the result of accidentally obtaining some opportunities to earn a living and sell their art, practicing hard day and night. But he was also ridiculously powerful when it came to divine techniques, which couldn't be explained outside of intent. Possessing such a high level of zither skill and an outstanding gong method, is it possible that he is the pride of some hidden family? I remember that ancient zither. It's very similar to the one held by the Holy Sage Son of Heavenly Diffusion. He must be the Holy Sage Son of Heavenly Diffusion. However, it was quickly dismissed. Impossible. The Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son is only at the beginning of the Avatar realm. The strength he just displayed reached at least the Prosperity realm. Just as a group of people were speculating about Suyu's identity, Suyu had already stood up from the stage. That's right. When he fought against Qinglin just now, he had been sitting cross-legged on the high platform since the beginning, without moving a single bit. Seeing that Suyu was about to leave the stage, the Moonchan Divine Maiden immediately wore a smile on her face and invited again. My lord, you haven't replied to my slave's words yet. Suyu put on a surprised look and looked at Yu-chan as if he had long forgotten what words he should reply with. Ryobe came to his senses and said somewhat helplessly, must I go to the appointment? Listen, what kind of talk is that? The invitation of a beautiful woman to have dinner together and realize the great Tao of the Zither together was something that countless celestial pride could only dream of. Suyu, on the other hand, showed a look of reluctance. As a goddess of the Moon God Palace, Moonchan naturally has to honor her promises. Yu-chan's face flushed a bit as she softly explained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of a villain, embarrassing the daughter of heaven's destiny in public and rewarding her with 1,000 villain points. There is a saying that the easier it is to get something, the less you know how to cherish it. E.g., his little sister Lin Yuyen, Suyu smiled faintly and looked towards the moonshine goddess with a gentle and refined temperament. Since that is the case, then I will respectfully follow your order. Yu Chan's face immediately blossomed into an absolutely beautiful smile, secretly transmitting her voice. Then please come to the slave's residence in the middle of tonight's hour at the address. Chapter 36, the name is an old 6. The middle of the hour of the YouTuber, which is equivalent to 6 p.m. After Suyu heard this, he smiled and nodded his head as a promise. After saying goodbye to Yu-chan, step away and head toward the stage. Seeing this, Ai Huyo immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother, how are you? My name is Ai Huyo. I'm the young master of this Dengxian building. I don't know how to address you, Ai Huyo. I think it's just a love of fooling around. Once you hear that name, it's not a good one. An old 6. Suyu was lazy. Seeing Suyu lifting his steps, he was about to leave. Ai Huyo immediately handed out a card that shone with platinum, revealing a naive and incomparable smile. The name is also just a code name. Brother and sister have concerns and are not willing to say is right. This a platinum card, gifted to brother and sister. In the future if you come to my Dengxian building consumption, a discount of 70%. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd of celestial pride were envious. In particular, the divine sons, imperial princes, and the like of several top great powers stared at Suyu in disbelief. This kid is lucky, with their status, but only got a gold card only. The kind that can only be discounted by 20%, or climbed a long time of friendship with Ai Huyo before obtaining it. As for the other heavenly pride with a lower status, there were only a few that obtained silver cards, or they surrounded Ai Huyo and softened them for a long time before the other party took out 10 of them extremely painfully and distributed them to the crowd. Many celestial pride even failed to obtain a silver card. That would mean, not to mention a discount, not even a chance to book the services of Deng Xianlu. Suyu didn't bother to guess what the crowd was thinking. Too little, the fracture is acceptable. Suyu glanced at the platinum card with some disdain and did not reach out to take it. Over the years, he had received numerous top-tier membership cards in his capacity as the Saint's Son of Heavenly Diffusion. And which one of them wasn't discounted by 50%? It's a fracture, not 50% off. Ai Huyo was sure he had heard correctly. The smile on his face, however, grew even wider. Even his platinum card could not look at him. This son was definitely the top pride of some hidden great family, reinforcing the idea of striking a good relationship with him. The reason why the Immortal Ascension Tower had been able to remain standing on the burial immortal star for countless eons without falling. That is, each owner of the building, discerning eyes to see the heroes, to find a heavenly pride worth investing in, to bundle interests. Once these people grew up, they became a strong backing for Deng Xianlu. Ha ha, brother's words are interesting. It's a pity that the fracture card isn't available to me. However, if you don't mind, I'll give this only treasure diamond card to you. Having said that, from his hand, a card that shone with a precious light appeared, like the dark night, with countless dazzling stars dotting it. It was precious at first glance, not to mention the identity, privilege and value represented behind this card. Just this card itself, the production cost was not low. Without thousands of extremely high-grade spirit stones, it was afraid that it could not be made. Suyu began to pay attention to this person and carefully recalled that in the original story, there was an introduction about this person, Ai Huyo, although a little greedy for money and color, but still a righteous person, at least, will not do such a thing as betraying friends. In the original, the person who got this precious diamond card was Jiang Chen, only, with his own swing, plus after playing the villain against the chosen one, the plot goes sideways. The reason why Jiang Chen developed so rapidly in the late stage is also inseparable from the full support of the Dengxian building. Suyu wore a smile on his face and put away the treasured diamond card. Good, Ai Huyo. I'll make you a friend. Ai Huyo smiled with both eyes narrowed to slits. A crowd of people looked on with envy and jealousy. It was the first time they had seen that the young master of Dengxian building would one day rush others to collect their Dengxian building's membership card. And it was still a precious diamond card that even the elders of the family didn't have. What does that mean? The person that even young Mansion Master Ai looked favorably upon must not be simple. Even if he couldn't become a friend, he definitely couldn't become an enemy. The crowd gathered around one by one at the thought, changing their previous attitude of contempt and suppression. They all showed admiration and loudly praised Suyu, wanting to befriend him. Brother is truly an absolute heavenly pride. Whether it's the zither, or the artistry aptitude, Mr. Liang is deeply impressed. Brother, how are you? I am Qian Che, the great imperial prince of the great Qian dynasty. This is my token. Welcome brother and sister to come to my great Qian dynasty as a guest sometime. Brother, how are you? I'm Si Kong Jin, the young city lord of the Moonwatch City. I spoke out of turn earlier and I'm much offended. This is my young city lord's token. Please accept it, brother. With this token, you can spend money at any of the food halls and inns in the city for free. One time, Suyu collected all sorts of tokens, all of which were collected somewhat softly. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of the villain and successfully snubbing the Deng Xianlu treasure diamond card, rewarding the villain with 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of the villain, smoothly snubbing several Heaven's Pride tokens, rewarding the villain with 2,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of a villain, causing the Son of Heaven's destiny to lose his great chance, rewarding him with 10,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 3 times of destroying the chances of the Son of Heaven's destiny, rewarding 1 Heaven's Dignitary Guardian ticket, and 1 Extreme Divine Great Jade Pure Bottle. Tianzuan Guardian Coupon, a one-time type consumable that possesses the strongest strike of a Tianzuan realm powerhouse. Extreme Divine Grey Jade Pure Bottle, a spatial storage bottle that can store heaven and earth spirits and has a preservation and antiseptic effect. Listening to one of the system's prompts, Suyu had a charming smile on his face. In his excitement, he slightly operated the Xin Tian chaotic Tao scripture, and the aura of the great Tao immediately filled his body. The crowd of celestial pride was induced to rejoice, feeling more and more that Suyu was extraordinary. Secretly, he praised himself for what he had just done. In the meantime, 500 kilometers outside of Moonwatch City in a spiritual mountain, there stood a glorious palace. This is a stronghold of the Green Luan clan, an ancient divine bird, in human territory. One of the maidservants guarding the fortune cards was daydreaming in a daze. Ka-ching! All of a sudden, the fate plate that represented Qing Lin's longevity cracked open like a spider's web. The frightened maid suddenly lost her color and turned pale, immediately run out to inform the elders. What? The 3 elders who were originally meditating and cultivating changed their complexion greatly and came to the Hall of Destiny at fire speed. When it was determined that the soul power within the fate plate representing Qing Lin was no longer there, it was indeed not accidentally broken by the maid. Each one of them had a heavy and sad face. In particular, a white-haired old man at the head of the group was overwhelmed with grief. This person's name was Qing Shao, the person in charge of the stronghold here, as well as Qing Lin's grandfather, the 3rd elder of the Qing Luan clan. By order of the family head, he led dozens of clansmen on a secret mission to the human settlement. By the way, he brought his divine son, Qing Lin, here to practice and integrate into the human race as soon as possible, so as to prepare in advance for the future great world struggle. Never in a million years did it occur to me that the plan had just begun. Qing Lin was originally his most favored grandson, a supreme talent who had a chance to inherit the position of the next family head, and so it fell. His fists clenched and creaked. With the identity of the divine son, no one would dare to mess with him at all in the human land. This matter, I'm afraid it's not simple, Elder Chang Wu immediately said. Among people of the same age, those who can defeat the divine son are almost non-existent in Lookout Moon City. Could it be that a hidden family demon has come out of this Qin fighting meeting? Elder Qin Lu beside him immediately voiced his opinion. Qing Shao swept a glance at the 2 elders beside him, his tone chilling. Old 6. You come with me to go to the Moonwatch City to take a look. Old 5. You stay here and guard the base camp. Yes, big brother, the 2 replied in unison. It's not too late. Let's go now. After saying that, Qing Shao immediately set off with Qing Lu and the 2 of them, heading straight to Moonwatch City. Chapter 37, a 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. The holy son of the great beginning after leaving the immortal Denge building, immediately coming to a deserted place, he crushed a jade tablet in his hand. 1 incense stick later, a person whose body was shrouded in black mist and whose appearance could not be seen suddenly appeared in front of him. If Suyu were here, it will be instantly recognizable. This person was a senior Shadow Fiend guard of the Shadow Fiend Hall of the Burial Immortal Planet. Shadow Fury Hall, the most mysterious assassin organization of the Burial Immortal Planet. The establishment date can be traced back to the Immortal Ancient Period. It has survived several major title shifts and still exists. He had been surrounded and killed by several large forces. However, this assassin organization is like a worm that never dies. Nowadays it is even more of a tumor in the immortal cultivation world, and no one knows to what extent they have developed now. 4. They have no fixed abode. For each mission, only 10 people would be deployed at most, and even if they were wiped out, they would only lose 10 assassins. As long as the customers paid enough, they dared to assassinate even the mighty ones of the mighty realm. The Shadow Fiend Guard swept a glance at the Saint Prince of Taichu and transmitted. it was you who summoned me? His voice, as if from the mouth of a puppeteer, was indistinguishable from that of a man, woman or child. This was also a way for the Shadow Fiend Hall to protect itself, when not on a mission. They are, in all likelihood, a mediocre sweeper next to you, or a cookbook seller. I demand that you kill the man in black who defeated the Moonshan Divine Maiden at the Moonwatch City's Qin competition today. Killing intent flickered in the dark eyes of the Saint Prince of the Great Beginning. Without uttering a word, the Shadow Fury Guard took out an object similar to a communication jade and tapped his finger on it a few times. Spin. Coldly, he said, 1 million extreme spirit stones. What? You guys are robbing money. It's 1 million extreme spirit stones, not 1 million top-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to 100 million upper-grade spirit stones, 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones. And as for how many lower-grade spirit stones could be exchanged, he didn't even bother to calculate. Even if he was the saint son of Taichu and came from the everlasting king's family, it was still a considerable expense. The veins on the forehead of the Saint Prince of Taichu jumped. The reason why he did not reveal Suyu's identity was because he was worried that the other party would ask for a lion's share of the money. Don't forget, Saint's son, that ancient zither in his hand, it's a divine artifact. It's worth a lot of money. And, just a short while ago, he killed the Green Forest Divine Son. The Shadow Fiend Guard coldly transmitted his voice. Damn. I didn't expect that his cultivation would progress so quickly. The Taichu Saint's son was shocked beyond measure in his heart, strengthening his determination to kill Suyu. 500,000 extreme spirit stones. If you kill him, that ancient Qin belongs to your Shadow Fiend Hall. I only want his head. The Taichu Saint's son narrowed his eyes and bargained. Deal. The Shadow Fiend Guard nodded his head in agreement. Pay a 30% deposit up front. If the mission fails, there will be no refunds. The lips of the Saint Prince of the Great Beginning twitched as he threw a storage ring to the other party with some meaty pain. The Shadow Fury Guard took the storage ring in his hands and examined it. Then he smiled. The mission has taken effect. Please wait for the good news. Holy Sun. After saying that, the person disappeared. This person, who came and went without a trace, looked at the Holy Son of Taichu with some trepidation. Worthy of being from the strongest assassin organization, the Void Concealment Avatar didn't even detect me in the slightest. If this person had struck out at him just now, at this point, a dead body was afraid to be lying on the ground. When the Saint Prince of the Great Beginning thought of this, there was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. After saying goodbye to a group of people, including Aihuyu, Suyu brought Luo Qianxue and left the Dingxian building. Ding, Luo Qianxue, the daughter of Heaven's Destiny, believes that the host is an exceptionally gifted and strong person. Feeling safe and secure. Favorability increased by 5%. Ding, Luo Qianxue, the daughter of Heaven's Destiny, believes that the host is a good brother with a sense of responsibility. Favorability increased by 5%. Hey, little Chiyuki is such a simple and cute kid. System, what's the total number of good feelings now? Ding, congratulations to the host. He has now accumulated 85% favorability with Luo Qianxue, the daughter of Heaven's Destiny. That's good. It's better for kids to be coaxed. He remembered that his bratty and capricious little sister had only contributed 5% of her goodwill value so far. I wonder, how is she accomplishing her mission now? Suyu could not help but think of 3 days ago, at the entrance of Lingyun Peak Mountain, the silhouette that left quietly with a smug look on her face, sweeping the sky. There are still 3 hours until the middle of the hour of the Yukai, so let's continue to stroll through the Moonwatch City. Food and lodging are free anyway. Su went out this time. The main purpose was to come to the immortal cultivation world to tour the mountains. Naturally, there is no going back. Walked around for about an hour or so. The two were attracted by a very nice smell of food. Come in front of a food hall. Chui Yixian. 3 large golden letters, set on the doorplate, glistened in the sunlight. Welcome to Chui Yixian. Our Chui Yixian's charcoal roasted spirit-scented pig is famously delicious throughout the entire Moonwatch City. Would you two guests like to try it? The inner room immediately came out with 2 beautiful women wearing tight long dresses, smiling and greeting Suyu's duo, and introduced the delicious food here. Luo Qianxue couldn't help but swallow her saliva as she sniffed. Suyu nodded, took out the young city lord token and smiled. Make a copy of all the good wine and dishes you have here. Guest is really atmospheric, worthy of being a member of the city lord's mansion. Slave will now immediately inform the spirit cuisine room to prepare. 2 guests. This way please. Both women were overjoyed at the news. One of them immediately began to place an order for Suyu. The other, on the other hand, personally led Suyu to a luxurious box. There were 3 floors here, and the environment was elegant, and the decoration inside the boxes, extremely luxurious. The cutlery was all made from top-grade spirit jades. Suyu casually picked up a menu on the table and looked at it. Not long after, the store's junior began to serve the food, the first to send it up. It's a roasted, golden brown, spirit-scented pig. The hot oil on the golden skin was moist, and just smelling the aroma already made Suyu crave for drooling. According to the introduction on the menu, this spirit-fragrant pig, an endangered spirit animal, grows in the Moonwatch Mountain. Not only is the meat smooth and tender and fragrant to the lips and teeth, but also, eating a slice of it can increase a cultivator's strength by 100 pounds. It's the restaurant's town food. Sir, this spirit-scented pig should be eaten while it's hot. Do you need me to slice it for you now? Junior reminded with a smile, holding a thin, cicada-like knife in his hand, looking ready to go. Suyu nodded. Junior immediately waved the knife in his hand. This knife work, at once, reminded him of the shower in a book he had read before called New Dragon Inn. However, compared to that one, the junior in front of him was even more skillful. In a matter of moments, the whole frankincense pig had been separated from its bones and flesh. Moreover, each piece of roast is almost the same size and thickness. Xiao'er clamped a piece of roasted meat and placed it on the plate in front of Suyu, smilingly saying, "Sir, please savor." Suyu's appetite had already been hooked up. Good. He picked up the chopsticks on the table and picked up the roasted meat to bring it towards his mouth. Suddenly, a tender childish voice interrupted his movements. Chapter 38, Encountering a Raid, Life on the Line. Brother, you can't eat it. There are little black worms hidden inside the meat. It was too late. The junior standing next to Suyu, with a cold eye, he immediately raised the small knife in his hand and cut towards Suyu's throat. True dragon trapping heaven technique. Suyu quickly flipped his palm the moment Luo Qianxue opened her mouth. A true dragon shadow immediately flew out from his palm. In an instant, it trapped Junior firmly in place. He, on the other hand, immediately dodged away. Junior sneered, drumming up the strength of his entire body. A strong aura gushed out from his body. Boom! A loud sound came from the real dragon's shadow and disappeared. And in just a breath of time, Junior was out of the trap. Suyu's pupils shrunk slightly. This person's cultivation. As early as when he performed the knife technique to cut the meat, he realized that it was not simple, so he did not defend it hard just now. Xiao'er wore a cold smile on his face, his eyes raging with killing intent. Hades tells you to die on the third night. Who dares to keep a man until the fifth night? He waved his hand. Inside the room, countless blade awnings, transformed into a sharp blade, flew towards Suyu to kill. True dragon trapping heaven technique. Suyu cast this technique once more, taking advantage of the moment when the blade was trapped. As soon as he hugged Luo Qianxue, he executed the Koan Peng extreme speed method, and his silhouette shifted and disappeared. Touch! A sound of a broken window traveled throughout the room. Good boy. You're the first Prosperity Realm mole cricket to escape from me. After Xiao'er finished speaking, he was about to follow Suyu closely. However, in the room, a gray figure suddenly appeared. Seek death. Before the words of the visitor fell, the long sword in his hand had already chopped down. Xiao'er didn't even get a good look at the face of the person coming, but he was split into countless pieces by the other party's sword. Not even his Yuanshan was able to escape. This gray man, it was none other than Suyu's protector, Jun Wuxie. Suyu addressed him as Jun Bo, a powerful person of the Divine King realm. In the entire Eastern Wasteland continent, he, Suyu, was the only one who enjoyed the secret protection of a God King realm powerhouse all the time. And Suyu just landed on the ground. Then see a body, which will be the two beautiful waitresses, to see the cause of death, are being a knife to seal the throat, and the compartment where he had previously prepared to dine. A heavenly sword intent swept out from the box, instantly enveloping the entire food hall. Boom! The whole house collapsed. Immediately afterward, two powerful auras rose into the air, into the high altitude to fight it out. It was none other than Jun Wuxie and a man in black. In his ears, came Jun Wuxie's somewhat anxious voice. I'm being entangled. Holy Sun, be careful. The words just fell. Brother, retreat. Luo Qianxue suddenly warned loudly. Suyu knew that Luo Qianxue had a pair of divine eyes that could see through illusions. He immediately executed the Koan Peng extreme speed method and left from where he was. Only the place where he stood earlier. Suddenly a black-robed man holding a large sword flew out, wearing a black mask on his head, so he couldn't see what he looked like, and a terrifyingly ferocious aura emanated from his body. It's like a demon from hell demanding a soul. Only by killing countless people could one hammer out such a terrifying baleful aura. When Luo Qianxue saw this, she was so scared that her entire body curled up in Suyu's arms. However, her eyes did not dare to close. She's going to help her brother keep an eye on the bad guys. Brother is right. His life, really harder than Chiyuki. Unfortunately, Chiyuki is so useless that she can't help her brother fight these bad guys. A thought of wanting to become stronger quickly began to take root in her young mind. People from the Shadow Fiend Hall. Suyu stared at the black-robed man in front of him and spoke coldly. You know, too late, the man in black said, disappearing into the void once again. Left, Luo Qianxue immediately reminded. Suyu quickly executed the Koan-Pang extreme speed method. Once again, the man in black lunged. The mind was shocked. What kind of stance was this? How can it be so fast? If we, the Shadow Fiend Guard, were to get it, wouldn't it be like a tiger with wings? Think about it. He stopped and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, very well, this divine ability of yours. This seed is very interested in it. Hand it over, it will allow you to die a painful death. Suyu gave him a blank look. This guy is brain dead and didn't install a drain, right? Either way, he was going to die. So why would he surrender his divine ability and take advantage of his enemy? It's the equivalent of getting slapped in the face and having to pay a big thank you. Cootie, talent, he faintly said. It's not impossible to want the avatar. But first, you must inform who your employer is? Shadow Fury snorted coldly. Impossible. With that, his figure disappeared from the spot. Rear, Luo Qianxue immediately reminded. Suyu immediately cast the Koan-Pang extreme speed method again to leave. And where he was, he left behind a touch of chaotic chi. Over time, Suyu's utilization of the Koan-Pang extreme speed method became more and more flexible. The Shadow Fiend Guard who was fighting against him, at this moment, had a very unpleasant face. He was a powerful man of the true god realm, but he didn't expect that he would be slow to take down even a stray fish who had just stepped into the prosperity realm. And, the more he stabbed on, the more he felt overwhelmed. Earlier, Suyu still needed to rely on Luo Qianxue to judge his hiding place. Gradual. Even if Luo Qianxue didn't remind him, he would still be able to accurately know his location. Let's stop here. Suyu had already figured out his opponent's assassination know-how and did not want to waste any more time. No concealment aptitude could escape the capture of the chaotic chi. Today, he was going to take on the realm of the true gods with the realm of the prosperous, against the realm of the true gods. The gods, they're not scary. Suyu raised his hand and suddenly there was an ancient zither in front of him. It was the Wind and Thunder 9 heavenly piano. There's nothing fancy about it. He reached out a hand, simple and brutal, and swept it violently across the lyre. Clang! Several harsh sounds of different pitches emanated from the strings, with a monstrous killing intent. It worked directly on the Shadow Fury Guard's soul. Like thunder exploding in his ears, he heard the Shadow Fury Guard's ear canals raw and his mind swollen. It's exactly the 9 heavenly soul shocking song. The Shadow Fury Guard instantly lost some of his concentration and froze in place. Suyu was very clear that with the other party's cultivation, this song of his could only briefly trap the other party, and it was simply unrealistic to want to kill him with a single blow. He immediately seized the opportunity with a thought. A Saint Stage Extreme Treasure Sword appeared in front of him. With a lift of Suyu's wrist, a stream of pure chaotic chi immediately disappeared into the sword. Chaotic Meteor Sword. Go! With a movement of Suyu's mind, one could only see dense, rain-like sword chi emanating from the Saint Great Extreme Treasure Sword, surrounding the sword. Whoosh! 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 The holy sword had a spirit and carried the will of its master as it swiftly struck at the Shadow Fiend Guard. Ding! 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 The chaotic meteor sword rain, which had been thought to be unbreakable, struck the Shadow Fury Guards, but it was like striking a copper wall. Only that holy sword managed to stab the Shadow Fury Guard's heart. However, it also quickly snapped him out of his disorientation. As soon as he pulled Suyu's holy sword out of his body, he threw it towards Suyu with force. Yell! Die! Suyu smiled playfully and raised his hand. True Dragon Trapping Heaven Technique. A short pause. It caused the holy sword spirit, who was originally raging and killing towards him, to suddenly wake up from its muddled state. He immediately collected his killing aura and flew to Suyu's side, guarding his master. Suyu coldly stared at the Shadow Fiend, and in his heart, a bold idea grew. He suddenly scoffed loudly. You're too weak to kill me. You're not qualified. Though, at the moment, it was impossible to see the Shadow Fury Guard's facial expression. However, his eyes were like those of a ferocious beast, glowing crimson, obviously furious to the extreme. You despicable villain. How dare you apply the Saint Rank Extreme Grade Corpse Transforming Poison on the longsword? Chapter 39, Judging the Time, Killing with a Single Strike. Suyu felt particularly amused when he heard this rebuke. A murderer who kills without a second thought called him despicable. Looking at Suyu with a big smile. Put. Shadow Fury Guard was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Originally, for him in the true god realm, even if he was hit by a sword in the heart, as long as he ran his energy to heal, it wouldn't take long for him to recover from his injuries. Who knows? Suyu had actually coated the long sword with Saint Stage Extreme Grade Corpse Transforming Poison. It was fine if he didn't use his energy to heal his injuries, but this time he used his energy. Instead, he allowed the poisonous gas to spread all over his body. If this was a divine rank poison, he would have turned into a puddle of blood by now. However, even if it was only a Saint Stage Extremity, if he wanted to completely dissolve it, it was not something that the current him could do in a moment. Think about it. His eyes were cold, and he fiercely scraped Suyu. Once again, he cast the void concealment technique and disappeared into thin air. Brother, it's no good. He's hiding in the clouds, delivering a message. Suyu raised his hand and waved it, putting away the wind and thunder 9 heavenly harpsichord and the holy sword, and stood calmly in place without a trace of fear. He touched Luo Qianshua's head and laughed. Don't be afraid. Brother has a way to deal with them. The more people the better. 10 breaths later, Jun Wuxie appeared. His gray robes all stained red with blood, both his own and that of his enemies. Suyu asked with some concern, Uncle Jun, hurt so badly? Immediately, he took out a bottle of extreme healing pill and handed it over. Jun Wuxie took it in his hand and did not swallow it immediately, but laughed and said, there's no harm in it. It'll be fine if you temper yourself. The other party is even more injured than I am, so I'll take you away first. However, the words just fell. Only a ferocious and mechanical voice came from the void, as if from the mouth of a demon. It's too late to escape. TSK. I wondered who had such a big face to make this king personally come out. So it's the carefree god king, this one beside you. Is it possible that he's the heavenly diffusion saint son? Suyu? End of speech. 8 figures flashed into existence, each wearing the same color. The only difference is that the color of the mask worn on the head makes a difference. The person he fought against before was black masked, with a cultivation at the true god realm. Instead, there were 2 black masks, 3 bronze masks, and 3 silver masks on the scene. If his memory wasn't wrong, there were 3 divine king realms, 3 heavenly god realms, and 2 true god realms among these people. Jun Wuxie immediately swallowed the elixir and began to refine it. Stalling for time, it's best to know. Now evacuate immediately and this matter will be over. Those few people laughed indulgently as if they had heard some heavenly joke. Ha ha, my Shadow Fiend Hall has been passed down for countless years, and my reputation comes first. All kill missions, once taken over, are immortal unless the employer takes the initiative to revoke the mission. Ha ha, I really didn't expect that the kill mission I received today wasn't the heavenly pride of some hidden family, but the heavenly diffusion saint's son. Very well. It's been a long time since this king has slain a saint's son. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold killing intent glowing in the bottom of his eyes. What a great row! In order to kill him, so many powerful people had been mobilized. The Shadow Fiend Hall, it really is as terrifying as it is. Even more odious, however, is the employer who bought the murder. The more dangerous the time, the more calm Suyu was instead. In the original, there was no such plot. Could it be the Green Luan clan buying a murderer? Or Si Kong Jin, the young lord of Moonwatch City? With that, it was immediately overruled by him. According to the Green Luan clan's style of behavior, they wouldn't hire a killer. They would just go straight to him and solve the enmity with a claw. And Si Kong Jin would not be so stupid as to kill a hidden family's heavenly pride in his own territory, causing murderous trouble for the Moonwatch City. He looked at the group of Shadow Fiend guards in front of him and said indifferently, "Who hired you to kill this saint's son? If what is stated is true, Mr. Su will be rewarded generously." A silver-masked Shadow Fiend guard shook his head and snorted. "Although, you are already people who will die. Our Shadow Fiend Hall has our hall rules and will never disclose information about our employers." The black-masked Shadow Fiend guard who had fought against him earlier, coldly grunted, "Humph, if you're sensible, hand over your body magic aptitude earlier and give the 3 of you a pain in the ass, and in your next life, don't reincarnate in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land." Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed coldly in his heart. "Since this is the case, there is no need for you to exist." Jun Wuxie's fists clenched as he immediately transmitted his voice to Suyu. "Sacred Son, you go first, I'll come install them." Suyu quickly transmitted his voice. "Juniper Mo Wasteland, wait a moment, there will be a surprise." He moved his divine mind. A black talisman paper that floated out from the system space. It appeared in the palm of his hand without a sound. Suyu immediately inputted a spiritual force inward. Swish! It was as if this talisman paper had been given life, carrying his will in a flash. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire firmament became black. A loud sound like the opening of the sky spread throughout the entire eastern wasteland continent. The 8 Shadow Fiend guards who were originally looking at Suyu's trio like they were dead people. Immediately, he was enveloped by a terrifying force, unable to move a single bit. It was a pitch-black giant palm with thunder flickering on it. It was like covering the sky and pressing down on a few people. The crowd was like lambs tied up and about to be slaughtered. There was no escape. With a loud boom, the 8 people were turned into blood mist in a matter of moments. Not even the soul has escaped. One strike from a heavenly father and a million ambushed corpses is definitely not just talk. If it wasn't for this strike, which was only aimed at these 8 people, the entire Moonwatch city would have been reduced to rubble by now. Suyu looked at the divine blood that filled the sky. Immediately, he sacrificed the extreme divine grade jade pure bottle and collected all of the people's essence blood, along with the treasures scattered on the ground. The essence blood of 8 god-ranked powerhouses was a priceless treasure that could never be wasted. The jade pure bottle returned to him, and with a brief sense, Suyu realized, this jade pure bottle was really magical. Surprisingly, the treasures that were included in it were automatically divided into areas according to their different grades and functions. He couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face. The system produces a fine product. It's really a fine product. As if the system sensed his compliments, it immediately sounded a mechanical voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 3 Divine King Realm cultivators, rewarded with 9,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 3 Heavenly God Realm cultivators, rewarded with 6,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 True God Realm cultivators, rewarded with 3,000 villain points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The old lives of 8 powerful people are only worth 18,000 villain points? That's right, except for the son of Heaven's destiny and the daughter of Heaven's destiny. For the rest, the value of chi is directly proportional to the cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level and the higher the value of chi, the more villain points the host will be able to obtain when suppressing and killing them. Suyu, the old lives of 3 God King Realm powerhouses were only worth 9,000 villain points, and if it wasn't for the Heavenly Dignity Guardian coupon powering up at the critical moment, he would have been a corpse by now. He's not in over his head. Doesn't it smell good to suppress the chosen one? In regards to what had just happened, Luo Qianxue was okay and unaffected. It was mainly because Suyu considered her young age and was afraid that she would be frightened. When that shocking thunder rang out, she had already been covered by Suyu's eyes and shielded in his arms, allowing her to sleep, and was unaware of what happened afterward. But, Jun Wuxia knows that. He looked at Suyu dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Just now, if he was not mistaken, in the Saint's son's hand, an object suddenly flew out, turned the moment. Then, with the terrifying power of a heavenly exalted realm powerhouse, he obliterated the Shadow Fiend Hall's group of assassins. It was hard to believe that it was a means of preserving his life given to him by the Holy Lord. Thinking this way, he gradually calmed down in his mind. He believed that there were definitely not many such means of preserving one's life. However, the Saint Son's ability to judge the situation and strike at the critical moment to eliminate the 8 Shadow Fiend guards in one go was also very human. He immediately complimented. The Holy Son made an immediate decision. I admire that. Not far away, the duo of Qing Xiao and Chang Lu, who had been hiding in the shadows, looked dumbfounded. Never in a million years. The one who killed their divine son was actually the Holy Son of Heavenly Diffusion. Moreover, by his side, there was not only a Divine King Realm Protector, but also a Heavenly Sovereign Realm Powerhouse secretly protecting him. That's too scary. Qing Xiao was a Divine King Realm Cultivator, while Chang Lu, however, only had a Heavenly God Realm Cultivation. How was it a match for Suyu's 2 protectors? Although Qing Lin's fall had caused them to be very sad, they originally wanted to break Suyu into pieces. However, nowadays, the situation was stronger than others, and a fallen divine son, that would no longer be a divine son, and no matter which way one looked at it, it was not as important as one's own little life. The 2 men looked at each other briefly and were ready to run. Chapter 40, 2 bad old men are very bad. I'll believe you. However, but he was stopped by Jun Wuxia with a shout. 2 of you, not coming over to talk? Qing Xiao and Qing Lu froze in place. Suyu followed Jun Wuxia's line of sight. Only then did he realize that the 2 old men were standing behind a collapsed house with terrified faces. From this place, there was only a distance of 10 miles, which was just a stone's throw for the cultivator. However, he failed to notice that these 2 had been secretly watching the battle. It could only mean that the cultivation of these 2 old men, far above him, shielded the senses of cultivators with lower cultivation than them. The 2 men knew they had been discovered and immediately began to defend themselves. The two of us just happened to be passing by this place, and we definitely have no intention of getting involved in the conflict between you two. Yes, we definitely won't leak half a word of what happened here to the outside world. Two bad old men are bad old men. I'll believe you. Maybe these two were behind the murder by. Suyu immediately transmitted his voice to the system. System, check the information panel of these two people. Ding, information loading. Name, Qingxiao. Realm, Early Divine King Realm. Identity, grandfather of Qinglin. Third elder of Qingluan clan. An ancient divine bird. Favorability, -60. Name, Aoji. Realm, Late Heavenly God Realm. Identity, sixth elder of the Green Luan clan. An ancient divine bird. Favorability, -50. Look, I knew they were lying to a simple and kind child like me. An early divine king realm and a late heavenly god realm. Several great realms higher than me. No wonder I couldn't sense their presence. And yeah, both have a negative favorability rating for me. Can't it be that these Shadow Fiend guards, they're the ones who invited them? However, with the cultivation of the two of them, against me, a prosperity realm, is it necessary to buy a murderer? For the Shadow Fiend Hall to strike once, the cost is not low, though some of it doesn't make sense why the two don't do it themselves. But, even if they weren't, the two men hadn't come with good intentions. Think about it. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and in his two beautiful eyes were a pair of eyes with killing intent. He immediately sent a secret message to Jun Wuxie. Uncle Jun, are you sure you can kill them? Jun Wuxie immediately replied, yes, but can the Holy Sun help delay them for 10 breaths of time? The life and death battle just now has given me the honor of touching the threshold of the late Divine King realm, and if I can break through, capturing the duo will be no big deal at all. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes flattened out and he resumed his usual calmness and composure. Turning to the Qing Xiao and Qing Lu duo, he said, so it's the third elder and the sixth elder of the Qing Luan clan. What? Is this not going to avenge Qinglin? When Qing Xiao and Qing Lu heard this, their legs couldn't help but tremble. Oh, my god, the identity was revealed. Even if you return to the clan, you can be caught out. The heavenly diffraction Holy Land, but there is a party of mighty and powerful people sitting on the side of the giant. Not the two of them can afford to offend. Most of all, this run is equivalent to directing the anger to the Green Luan clan. Consequences, they dare not think about. Not long ago, Suyu was still inquiring about the identity of the person who bought the murderer, and they popped up at this very moment. So coincidental that even they couldn't convince themselves. What would Suyu believe, that this really had nothing to do with them? How can this be? At this point, both of them hated Qinglin. He didn't grow a brain and made enemies at will, so he could just die, and he had to drag the two into the water. But complaining won't solve the problem. The two men had lived a long life and had seen a lot of big storms, so they quickly calmed down. Qingxiao immediately shook his head and denied. No, how could we dare to take revenge on the Saint's son? Misunderstanding? This is a complete misunderstanding. Chang Lu also put on a naive and honest face. Holy Sun, we only came out this time to look for my clan's divine son, but we didn't expect to run into someone fighting here, and for fear of being shocked by the aftershocks, we only had to hide here. Yes, I've heard that you, Saint's son, are proficient in the zither. I happen to have a divine zither score here. I hope that Saint's son will smile. After Qing Xiao finished speaking, from his palm, a golden page appeared. As he threw his wrist toward the front, the golden pages of the book quickly flew toward Suyu as if they had grown wings. In less than 3 breaths of time, it had landed in front of Suyu. Suyu did not take it in his hands. System, detect this page. Ding, the system is detecting. Name, Divine Zither Song Zen Heart in Cloudy Waters. Effects, purifies the mind, cures anxiety. Remarks, no harmful substances or divine ideas have been found. The host can use it without fear. Suyu smiled as he took the Cloudy Water Zen Heart in his hands and put it into the system space. Sweeping a glance at Jun Wuxie, it was found that his eyes were still closed and cold sweat was flowing out from his forehead. Obviously, it was at the critical moment of breakthrough. Spin. He looked towards the Qing Xiao duo and said indifferently, since the two of you happened to be passing by this place and presented it with a gift, this saint's son can forget about it. Qing Xiao immediately laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, I've heard for a long time that the Holy Son of Heavenly Diffusion has a high moral character and a broad mind, and when I see it today, it's really true. Qing Lu also began to pat the rainbow farts. Saint Sun Tianyan is worthy of being a role model for the younger generation. I am impressed. However, due to the fact that your Qinglin divine son repeatedly provoked me and unfortunately crashed to his death under my fist, this matter, Suyu hadn't finished. This matter is entirely Qinglin's fault and deserved to be punished. It has nothing to do with the Saint's son. Qin Shao immediately snatched up the words that followed. Yes, our Green Luan clan has always been on good terms with the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. How can we ruin our relationship because of a junior who doesn't know any better? Qing Lu also immediately added. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of a villain, causing the God King Realm Cultivator to speak against his will, rewarding villain points of 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of a villain, causing a Heavenly God Realm Cultivator to speak against his will, rewarding villain points of 50. Well, the experiment was successful. It's just that the villain point, it's too little. However, a mosquito is still meat. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. The Qingxiao duo thought that Suyu was flattered by their rainbow farts and were very happy in their hearts. This heaven-diffracting saint's son is still too young and tender. In order to avoid sudden accidents, Qingxiao immediately spoke. Since the saint's son has no other business, the two of us will leave first. Suyu didn't say anything and swept a glance at Jun Wuyo next to him. Seeing Suyu looking at him, Jun Wuxia collected her breath and immediately opened her eyes, nodding at Suyu. Suyu wore a smile on his face and turned his head to look at the Qingxiao duo. Good. You two please take your time. The Qingxiao duo was relieved and immediately turned around and fled. However, Jun Wuxia was faster than them, like a bolt of lightning, quickly appearing in front of the duo. The sword chi around his body was vertical and horizontal, resembling a city wall, blocking the way of the two people. You, Jun God King, what are you doing? Just now, the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son has promised to let us go. Jun God King, you can't go back on your word. Jun Wuxia laughed coldly. It is because the Holy Sun promised to let you all go slowly that I have come here to see you off for the last time. These two had impure intentions and had witnessed you killing a group of Shadow Fiend guards. It was impossible to leave them alive. Having said that, a long sword flew out from his body, erupting with a brilliant sword chi that clanked, and a sharp aura swept through the surroundings. Chapter 41, This Great God, please leave your wings under your sword. Escape! Aishiro shouted, immediately transforming into a green-colored divine bird. He unfolded his wings and was about to flee at breakneck speed. However, the sword chi that was like an abyss like the sea surged and surged, carrying a terrifying power that was indestructible. He didn't even have a chance to escape. He directly became a dead soul under the sword. No, even his soul didn't escape. A generation of heavenly god realm powerhouses of the Swire Green Luan clan had fallen. Qin Shao was also covered in dense wounds at this time, with blood like a pillar, and his body would burst open at any time. All the cards on his body were cast out by him in that burst of feats just now, but he did not expect that it would still be this result. Being at the same God King realm, the difference between the early stage and the late stage was surprisingly so great that he didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance left. Jun Wuxia, the sword god of the generation, who had become a Taoist with his sword, was truly extraordinary. The older a person gets, the more they fear death. He wore a pleading expression on his face. Jun God King, if you can let me live today, I will definitely return the favor from the spring. What qualifications does a beast that has worn out his divinity and is willing to kneel and lick his grandson's murderous enemy in order to stay alive have to make people believe any promises that come out of his mouth? Jun Wuxia snorted coldly. You don't deserve it. After saying that, the long sword in his hand was like a shocking rainbow, and with a swift sound, he directly stabbed into Qingxiao's body. Boo! The Qingxiao who was originally seriously injured. In this moment, the body was immediately in pieces. Suyu's heart was dripping blood as he watched, and he immediately shouted, leave your wings under the sword. Such a top-notch ingredient. Roasted and eaten. It must be more delicious and savory than a spirit-scented pig. Fortunately, Jun Wuyu controlled the force in time and did not destroy the phoenix wings. The Qingxiao Yuanshan that had just been forced to fly out from the ruptured head was so angry that it just spat out a mouthful of soul blood after hearing Suyu's words. It was that same brief moment of disorientation. Jun Wuxia stretched out a hand that contained the great Tao of the sword and grabbed the Yuanshan with one hand, squeezing it tighter and tighter. Ah! The little green Xiao Yuanshan bird screamed in pain, feeling countless sword chi rampaging through his body. The little Yuanshan bird was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, the realm had fallen to the easy realm and was still slipping. Right at this moment, a finger as white as onion and jade pointed at his brow, and it was none other than Suyu. Soul search. He chanted softly under his breath and began to intercept Qingxiao's soul memories within the last 3 hours. A few moments later, Suyu withdrew his fingers with some disappointment. Not the Shadow Fury guards they hired. He shook his head and sighed. And Qingxiao's originally dim Yuan Shun. Finally unable to withstand the repetition of the soul-searching technique, also directly disintegrated at this moment, transforming into a stream of pure divine soul nourishment that was directly absorbed by Suyu's Yuanshan. Buzz! A trembling sound rang out in the Sea of Souls. Suyu instantly sensed that the sensing range of his Sea of Consciousness had more than doubled, and was already able to cover an area of 500 miles in a circle. He knew that he was making another breakthrough in his realm, and had already reached the middle stage of the prosperity realm. Suyu threw out the extreme divine grade jade pure bottle and took the remnants of the 2 divine birds and their treasures. All of them. He swung out into the air, waving a touch of chaos. Shasta. All traces of the battle in this place disappeared without a trace. Let's go. Suyu gave an order. Jun Wuxie immediately waved his big hand, wrapping the 2 of them and quickly leaving this place. By the time a group of cultivators arrived at the place of the incident, this place was already empty. There were powerful people who attempted to restore what happened not long ago through the scent that remained here, but to no avail. As for Suyu's trio, they had already arrived at a quiet mansion. This place was one of the many strongholds of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land in the Moonwatch City. Suyu lay down on the free chair, closed his eyes, and carefully thought about his whereabouts in these recent days, especially today, in the Deng Xian Pavilion. All the suspicious people. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in front of him. This person, at first, targeted him at every turn, and then, after he won, he suddenly left early. His eyes were wide open, and there was a bright flash of light in his black pupils. This person, in terms of family, status, and wealth, definitely had the ability to afford the Shadow Fiend Guard, and, in doing so, succeed, get rid of a love rival. Fail. He probably never thought that the Shadow Fiend Hall would fail. Uncle June, check which people the Saint Prince of Taichu has met since today. Also, is he strapped for cash? Juniper's face immediately showed a look of shock and disbelief. No way. The Saint Prince of Taichu is the divine son of the everlasting king's family and has the support of the Taichu sacred land. How could he possibly lack money to spend? Moreover, our 2 holy places have always been good friends. Between you and him, there is no conflict of interest. Suyu shook his head and laughed lightly. Uncle June, there is a saying, since ancient times, heroes have been hard to get rid of. What's more, this Saint Prince of Taichu is not considered a hero. Jun Wuxie's eyes chilled as he heard this. I had overlooked this point. The Saint's son's analysis is reasonable. I will immediately send someone to investigate. Suyu nodded, stood up from the free chair and walked out of the room. His eyes were as deep as the vast starry sky. His gaze fell on a courtyard not far away. One could only see a purple silhouette that was looking forward to the door in front of them from time to time. The corner of Suyu's lips curled slightly. Yua-chan, long time no see. In the meantime, inside the spiritual path sect, Lin Yuyan finally managed to sneak into the Daozi Hall. In the guise of an ugly-looking follower of the Daozi, a clown, he closely monitored Jiang Chen's every move. Lu Yang, the original Taoist son, took Acho as a follower in order to prevent himself from being mesmerized by female sex and hindering his cultivation path. The main purpose is to ward off evil, and this evil is the evil of evil thoughts. Of course, the real Lu Yan had long since died in the ancient secret realm. The current Dao son of the spiritual Dao sect, Lu Yang, was merely Jiang Chen in disguise. Lin Yuyan had originally wanted to expose Jiang Chen's identity as soon as he came over, so that he would eat his own words. Nay, when the spiritual Dao sect's group of disciples heard about it, they all avoided her as if they were avoiding the warm god. I don't know, don't ask me. Fairy Lin, you don't have to say anything, I'm absolutely heartfelt about Daozi. Fairy Lin, there are urgent matters in my clan, so I'll take a step ahead. It made Lin Yuyan. That was a moment of confusion. Is she that bad looking? Not long ago, this crowd was still courting her, saying that she was the #1 beauty of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the only beauty that could be on par with Fairy Yuachan of the Moon God Palace. People are unpredictable. The jungle is so treacherous. It was still easier to stay in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and relax when there was Suyu to take care of him. But today, when she thought about Suyu's attitude towards her, she was a little upset. A surge of anger leapt out of her chest, and she reassured herself somewhat reluctantly. Humph, Suyu, it's not that this fairy can't stay away from you, but, rather, it's that this fairy doesn't need your help at all right now. People often realize their potential in times of crisis. This is the case with Lin Yuyan. For the first time, she, who had been cold-hearted and disdainful of dealing with people and asking for favors, began to formalize her current situation. In order to successfully complete her mission, she also embarked on the path of disguise, pretending to be an inner disciple of the Spirit Dao sect. Only then did he learn the exact reason from a female cultivator named Acho. Originally, a month ago, Lu Yang in order to test the hearts and minds of people. Once came to this, pretending to say that he was impersonated, wanting to test which people are sincere to follow him, which people are false. After hearing this, Lin Yuyan couldn't help but sigh. There are times when people tend to make themselves dead. Poor Uggy, who had thought she had made a good friend who didn't mind her ugliness. However, she didn't expect that Lin Yuyan, after learning the ins and outs of the matter, gave her a smothering blow and directly locked her up as a demonic beast in a pitch-black imperial beast pouch, spending her days as if she were a year old. In the evening of this day, Jiang Chen dressed up carefully and looked at himself in the mirror, left and right. Alas, this face value, not as much as 1/10 of that Jiang Chen male. I wonder if it will work out. I hope it won't be discovered by her. The cloud returning to the moon and the pendant on his chest couldn't help but feel nauseous as he listened. The more and more he felt that Jiang Chen was unreliable. So let's just see what he really wants to do. The more Jiang Chen looked at himself in the mirror, the more dissatisfied he became. Just as well, when his cultivation reaches the avatar realm, he'll leave this place immediately. Finally sighing, he stood up. He came to the outside of the spiritual Dao sect sovereign Lu Bingbing's cave residence. Apprentice Lu Yang, salute master, come in. A coquettish voice rang out. Chapter 42. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Jiang Chen pushed open the door. Immediately, he saw a woman with long hair draped over her head, who was lying on a jade bed with her eyes lightly closed. The contours of his face were like ink outlines. His skin was as white as lamb's fat jade, glowing with luster, and a few strands of light silk plastered on his cheeks, making him look even more attractive. She was wearing a pink robe, which was a bit loose, with her collarbone exposed, and the pride of her breasts could be seen vaguely. This look brought Jiang Chen a different feeling. Although this Lu Bingbing has been cultivating for thousands of years and is a bit old, but it is still a beautiful woman. How powerful was Lu Bingbing's divine sense? Sensing that Jiang Chen had been staring at himself colorfully, the eyes suddenly opened, and the person came to him in a flash, grabbing him by the neck. Sinful disciple, have you adhered to the heart-clearing incantation that Master told you to recite daily? Ahem. There is persistence. It's mainly because Master is so beautiful that the apprentice lost his mind for a moment looking at it, before his Dao heart became unstable. Lu Bingbing withdrew her palm and patted lightly on Jiang Chen's face, letting out a silver bell-like laughter. LOL, my good disciple, your mouth is really getting sweeter and sweeter. Then, she sniffed at Jiang Chen's body. What are you rubbing on your body? Why does it smell so strange? Jiang Chen's heart immediately rose into his throat, and he immediately revealed a somewhat false smile. He purposely sprayed a perfume called Yulan fragrance today, mainly afraid that his sun body scent would be detected by Lu Bingbing and expose his identity. Apprentice just wants to make the body a little more fragrant so that, when Master smells it, he will feel more comfortable. Lu Bingbing stared at Jiang Chen and questioned, really? Jiang Chen immediately nodded his head. What my disciple said, every word is true, and I wouldn't dare to cheat. Lu Bingbing covered her mouth and yawned. Sleepiness surged up again. She didn't want to chat anymore. Say it, what is it that you are looking for your teacher for? My disciple's cultivation has not been able to advance an inch lately, and the trip to the ancient mysteries did not capture any pills to enhance my cultivation, so I hope that Master will give me medicine to help my disciple. Jiang Chen immediately called out for help. Lu Bingbing swept a glance at Jiang Chen and casually threw him a bottle of pills. Take it, this medicine. But she had spent a lot of effort to get it back, just to prevent Lu Yang from returning from the ancient mysteries without any success. Jiang Chen was filled with joy and immediately took it in his hands, opening it up to see a freshly scented medicinal power that directly drilled into his soul. Yun Guiyue was also a bit unsettled. I didn't expect that a small clan would be able to take out the divine soul Dan, a medicine that would also have some effect on repairing her damaged soul. Thank you, Master. Jiang Chen immediately smiled his thanks and put away the divine soul pill. How did Master realize that you look a lot more handsome today than before? Lu Bingbing always felt that today's Lu Yang was a bit different from the previous Lu Yang. She reached out her hand and started rubbing and inspecting Jiang Chen's face. It wasn't until he realized that nothing had changed that he withdrew his palm. Jiang Chen immediately smiled and explained. Master is used to the looks of the apprentice when he was young. They say that the older a man is, the better he looks. We, Master and disciple, have not met for almost a month. These, naturally, were the relationship between this Lu Yang and Lu Bingbing, which he had learned from his memories when he executed the soul search technique when he killed Lu Yang. In plain sight, they were master and disciple, but in reality, the two were as close as mother and son. Lu Yang was adopted by Lu Bingbing when he was very young. In his heart, He was even more thankful for the beautiful master Yin Guiyue's disguise technique, which could fool even a heavenly god mirror powerhouse. Lu Bingbing put down the doubts in her heart, covered her mouth and yawned, waving her hand. Go, don't let master see that you don't learn anything. Jiang Chen immediately laughed. Please rest assured, master, my disciple promises to cultivate with all my heart and will definitely not dishonor your beautiful name. Master, Lu Bingbing yawned again. She didn't know what was going on. Since returning from Cloud Water City the day before yesterday, she always felt sleep-deprived and her body was getting sleepier day by day. It was only thought that the body had been injured and hurt during the fight for this divine soul pill, and had been resting in bed for the past 2 days. If she knew that she had been thrown on the bed by her good disciple Lu Yang, she would have been so angry that she would have beaten him up and locked him up in the dungeon for 30 years, where he would have been in the company of a rat spirit day in and day out. After all, it is their own raised pups, still cannot give up the killer. Jiang Chen took the divine soul pill and immediately returned to his residence with a sense of urgency. Spiritual Tao sect, can't stay for long, as time goes by, it will definitely reveal itself. Looking at the bottle of pills in his hand, Jiang Chen was filled with a bad smile. As long as I eat this soul-strengthening pill, my cultivation will definitely break through to the divine passage realm, and at that time, Lin Yuyan, you and that damned Suyu, the two of you will wait to bear my wrath. Yun Huiyue in the pendant, a heart sank to the bottom. Sure enough, even if he gets an elixir that is useful to me, he won't think of me first. Originally, she had made plans. As long as Jiang Chen had any intention of leaving this elixir to her, she would immediately sabotage Lin Yuyan's next move. Unfortunately, knock knock. Just as Jiang Chen was planning to take the medicine and cultivate, there was a sudden knock on the door. With a brief sense, Jiang Chen realized that it was Ah Cho, the ugly woman he had never looked at squarely. What is it? Jiang Chen rebuked with extreme impatience. Daozi, the patriarch has an invitation. Ah Cho's voice came. Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open, and he was a bit flustered inside. You just left from Lu Bingbing. What are you looking for me for at this time? Hardly. Discovering my secret? He immediately put the elixir away and planned to leave. Crunch! The door was suddenly pushed open, and with a cold face, Joker blocked the entrance. Where are you going? Jiang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a chilling voice. Naturally, it's to go to master. Joker shook his head, obviously not convinced. Your heartbeat is so violent. Let me see. Are you sick? After saying that, Ah Cho stretched out a hand and probed towards Jiang Chen's face. Get lost. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. When is it your turn to meddle in this Daozi's affairs? You ugly bastard. Jiang Chen was enraged and immediately took a few steps back to avoid Joker's salty hand. Before by Lu Bingbing that old woman mooching even if, after all, the other party looks good, he also have to beg her. But right now, this ugly woman, who is she? If he didn't want to draw attention to himself, he would want to slap him to death right now. Ha! Joker continued to block the doorway, his arms wrapped around his chest in an overbearing manner. There was not the slightest intention to leave. Jiang Chen couldn't bear it anymore and didn't need to. He cupped his hands in palm seals and was about to deliver a blow to Joker. However, a damned sense of familiarity came back to him. Surprisingly, he didn't have any strength in his whole body. And, this time, it was worse than the previous two. He wanted to shout, but, as if he were in his sleep and being ghosted, he wanted to scream out loud, but he couldn't make a sound. He knew very well that his natural enemy, Lin Yuyan, had sought him out. Never in a million years did she realize that she was playing the role of a clown who she thought was polluting her eyes even by looking at her, spying on her day and night. Just now, the other party was ostensibly trying to molest him, but in reality, he was administering poison. A few moments later, touch, 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 on his face and body, a dull sound was emitted, and the pain numbed Jiang Chen's facial expression. Lin Yuyan, this, was kicking him with her little 35-yard feet, kicking him over and over, from head to toe, until she lost consciousness. Chapter 43, Who do you think you are? Lin Yuyan snatched Jiang Chen's storage ring and sensed the divine soul pill before viciously kicking him in the face a few more times. She didn't stop until, revealing Jiang Chen's original appearance. With the experience of killing Jiang Chen last time and drawing out the mysterious woman, this time, she didn't lay a finger on Jiang Chen. Of course, there was another reason. She realized that ever since she had fallen out with Suyu, this Jiang Chen had become her main source of funding for her cultivation. Each time, it surprises her in a different way. She had heard of the term sons of luck. Some people, born with a protagonist's aura, had heaven-defying luck values. If Jiang Chen was this kind of person, It would be good to keep it for a slow harvest. If he couldn't resolve this crisis, it would be good for him to die, so as not to dirty her hands. Let's spare your life for now. It's up to you whether or not you can survive. Glancing at Jiang Chen ugly as a pig, he recoiled a little. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall that jade-like figure. In his heart, a strand of thought involuntarily arose. What is he doing now? Thinking about this, for a minute, he didn't want to stay in the spiritual Tao sect anymore. Immediately left Jiang Chen's room. Just in time, I ran into a guard who hurriedly arrived. Ah Cho! What happened? Why did I just hear wailing sounds coming from Daozi's room? Lin Yuyan looked indifferent. Go and see for yourself. Don't you know? The cold and arrogant aura in her bones did not change just because she played this humble Ah Cho. You! The guard was infuriated. This Ah Cho in the last few days did not know what kind of medicine she had taken wrong. Every time she approached her for a chat, she either ignored or spoke coldly. Looking at Lin Yuyan had already left. The guard spat viciously in her departing direction and cursed. Bah! Who do you think you are? What an ugly person! Spin! He came to the door of Lu Yang's room. After knocking on the door a few times, he saw that there was no answer. Squeak! Gently pushed the door open. The first thing he noticed was Michiko, who had fallen to the ground, her face beaten like a pig's head. No wonder Joker didn't want to say much. Although Ah Cho had been acting erratically these past few days, he believed that the other party would never dare to beat Dao Zi so boldly. And, moreover, did not have the ability to beat Dao Zi like this. The guards were suddenly in a hurry. With Lu Yang's ferocious and face-saving character, if he knew that he had seen his predicament, he might kill him. He began to wander outside the room. No, in case his life is in danger, if I don't make a move to save him, won't I fall under the charge of failing to protect my master? Patriarch has to know that I am also a dead person. After a moment's thought struggle, suddenly, his eyes lit up. There, what if a group of people know about it? Hey, the law is not responsible for the masses. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. He silently gave himself a huge kudos. Then, hurrying to the courtyard entrance, he yelled at the top of his voice. No good. Enemy attack. Daozi has met an enemy attack. This one voice, it instantly spread throughout half of the inner sect, and many of the inner sect disciples immediately heard about it. Even Lu Bingbing, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened. Yanger was attacked? Lu Bingbing immediately sat up from the bed. At this point, a transmitting note flew into the room, and a woman's cold mocking voice resounded. I didn't expect that the hallowed spirit Dao sect patriarch, Lu Bingbing, would be a confused person. His own disciple was killed in the secret realm, yet he recognizes a thief as his disciple. Ha ha, boom! Lu Bingbing felt as if her brain had been hit with a blow to the head, smashing all the sleepy people at once, and her mind immediately cleared up quite a bit. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out. Next moment, she had already left the room and appeared outside the door of Lu Yang's room in the Daozi Hall. Boom! The door to the room was kicked to pieces by Lu Bingbing. At this time, Jiang Chen was still in a coma. But here's what he doesn't know. With Lin Yuyan calculating again, not only was he poisoned and his elixir stolen, but even his disguise technique was ineffective, showing his true appearance to the crowd. Perhaps the others were far enough away that they could not easily distinguish the true appearance of the face, swollen as a pig's head. But, who was Lu Bingbing? A heavenly god realm powerhouse who had watched Lu Yang grow up since he was a child and treated him as his own son. Moreover, the reminder of the note just now, as well as the unusual behavior of Lu Yang today, had already made her suspicious. Lu Bingbing walked over, upon seeing Jiang Chen's face, as well as smelling that particularly strong scent on him, a roaring rage, instantly rising from the dantian and rushing straight to the cerebral cortex. She pinched Jiang Chen, her voice almost squeezing out from between her teeth. Speak, did you kill Yanger? Jiang Chen, who had originally fainted, awoke from the powerful suffocating sensation and saw an angry Lu Bingbing. Master, you quickly let go. It was fine if she didn't call her master, but this call of master immediately reminded Lu Bingbing of the scene when she spent time with Jiang Chen today. How dare you impersonate my disciple? Instead of loosening her fingers, she squeezed them tighter and tighter. Jiang Chen was only at the condensed Dan realm, so how could he possibly be able to defeat the heavenly god realm's Lu Bingbing? If the other party hadn't stayed back, he would have already died without even a crumb left. Damn it! Identity exposed. Jiang Chen was incredibly frustrated inside. Good thing he was smart and had a bright idea. I was affected by Brother Lu. Cough. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a dehydrated fish, using his last ounce of strength to jump into the water and find a sliver of life for himself. Sure enough, when he said Brother Lu. Lu Bingbing loosened her fingers. Her eyes carried a murderous aura as she said in a chilling voice, "Speak." Jiang Chen breathed in the fresh air hard and coughed a few more times. Taking advantage of this moment, he was trying to think of a countermeasure. Fountain Elder. Brother Lu was killed by Lin Yuyan of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Only because of, ahem. As the words came out, he coughed violently again. In fact, he was stalling for time, secretly already burning his essence blood to remove the toxins in his body and accelerate the recovery of his mobility. Lu Bingbing heard half of it, and at the critical moment, Jiang Chen got stuck again, anxious and angry. Only because of what? Quickly say. Only because Brother Lu praised her, as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to earth. That Lin Yuyan thought that Brother Lu was blaspheming her. So, hearing this, Lu Bingbing became enraged and raised her hand. Jiang Chen was like a kite with broken strings, rising up in the air and crashing into the wall. Rumble! The entire Daozi Hall instantly collapsed, while Lu Bingbing had already flown high into the air. Looking at the wrecked Daozi Hall, he let out a cold smile. So, that voice earlier, it came from Lin Yuyan cackling. However, both of you don't believe in this patriarch's words. At this point, in her eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. However, once she thought of Lin Yuyan's identity, her eyes gradually became sad. Lu Yan adored Lin Yuyan. She knew that. My good disciple, why do you want to mess with Lin Yuyan? The reason why Master punished you for reciting the clear heart mantra day in and day out is because I was afraid that you would become emotionally entangled with her. Eastern Wasteland Continent. Who does not know? Lin Yuyan is the personal disciple of the Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Lord. The entire Holy Land, no one dares to mess with. Even the Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Sun looks up to her. Chapter 44, I will follow you all my life and never leave you. Lu Bingbing swept a glance at the ruins below, as if comforting a small child, and muttered to herself, "But, Master is more than confident that you are an obedient child and won't do something as foolish as punching Lin Yuyan like that. Today, my master has destroyed your murderer, Jiang Chen, so go without fear, and in the next life, we will be master and disciple again." After saying that, she left the Daozi Hall and re-entered her residence. And let's talk about Jiang Chen. Under that blow from Lu Bingbing, it was about to blow up along with the collapsing house. Suddenly, from the pendant in front of his chest, a soft power appeared like a bubble, wrapping him in it and blocking him from the raging chi outside. Yun Guiyue couldn't bear to watch Jiang Chen fall in front of her after all. Just give him another chance. Hopefully, after this experience, he will truly mature and know how to make trade-offs and learn to care for his savior. Master, you're awake? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Cough. Vomit. Cough. Just after the question, he coughed and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Just now, Lu Bingbing's blow almost killed him. His ribs were broken twice, and his internal organs were ruptured. Yun Guiyue did not say anything until Lu Bingbing and all the onlooker disciples left. Only then did she murmur, "Get out of here now." Jiang Chen had been meditating for a while, and his injuries had healed quite a bit. He immediately nodded his head. "Okay, disciple will listen to everything, master." After saying that, he immediately transformed into the appearance of another disciple and drilled out of the ruins. Carefully and cautiously, he left the spiritual path sect. In the meantime, Suyu, who had just been invited into Yu Chan's boudoir, a sudden beep came from his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for succeeding in his ploy, causing Jiang Chen, the son of heaven's destiny, to lose a great opportunity, rewarding him with 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for succeeding in his scheme, causing the daughter of heaven's destiny, Lin Yuyan, to gain a chance, rewarding her with 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for succeeding in his scheme and causing the son of heaven's destiny to suffer serious injuries, rewarding him with one lucky draw opportunity. The corners of his lips, he couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Looking at the Moon-chan divine maiden, her heart was overjoyed. Su Wu, he really is interested in me too. And this mental activity of Yu-chan was promptly recorded by the system in another way. Ding! Congratulations to the host for putting Yu-chan, the daughter of heaven's destiny, in a good mood, rewarding villain points of 1,000. Ha! You can be in a good mood just by seeing me, so I'll add more fuel to the fire. There is a beautiful woman in the Moon Palace. She is absolutely independent. Once you look at her, you will fall in love with her again. Yu-chan's heart stopped beating when she heard this heartfelt statement. His hands were shaking a little with excitement. Geez, it turns out that my position in Suyu's heart is actually this high? There is nothing happier in this world than when the person you love loves you back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the daughter of heaven's destiny to have violent emotional ups and downs, rewarded with 3,000 villain points. At this time, Suyu had already regained his handsome and incomparable appearance. Under the operation of the Xian Tian chaotic Dao scripture, when he raised his hands and threw his feet, there was a great Dao Qi flowing around him, as if he was an exiled immortal descending to the earth. Yu Chan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but be attracted to him. The eyes were full of love. He's so good-looking. No matter which way you look at it, you can't pick out a single flaw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the woman of destiny a nymphomaniac, rewarded with 1,000 villain points. Hey, that's good. That's the effect to be desired. Yua-chan, are we standing and having dinner together? Suyu asked softly. His voice was extremely magnetic, making it very comfortable to hear in one's ears. Yu-chan only felt that the voice was too good. Her head was still immersed in the tantalizing visual and auditory sensations that Suyu had brought to her, and she didn't even hear clearly what he had just said. Who can imagine that a woman who has made countless men in the eastern wasteland adore her? Usually in front of the crowd, a cool and noble look. In front of him Suyu also has the side of a little fangirl who commits nymphomania. Are we standing and having dinner together? Suyu repeated what he had just said. Although Yua-chan is beautiful, but with the baptism of 9 years of compulsory education before crossing the border, society's poisonous beatings, as well as the 10-year-long scourge by Lin Yuyan, he has already passed the impulsive period of love brain. The two of them couldn't just keep standing there dry, staring at each other. Oh, no, Saint's son, please sit down. Yu-chan's face was full of blush as she pointed at the only table and 2 chairs in the room and shyly said. Suyu nodded. The two sat opposite each other. On the table, there were only 2 fruits that emitted the aura of the great Tao. One as black as ink, with a radiant ebony light shining on it, carrying an air of een and cold. The other one, on the other hand, was white and flawless, emitting a dazzling bright light, like a round of white sun rising. What kind of fruit is this? It can actually induce the chaotic qi in my body. Suyu feigned ignorance and asked with some surprise. It's better for the boys to talk first about this kind of thing. Yu-chan's face was as red as an apple. Has Saint's son ever heard of the yin-yang divine fruit? Suyu nodded. Well, I've heard of it. It's said that it can make up for the innate defects of the sun saint body and tai-yin saint body, and it's also of great use to the chaos god body. He looked toward the 2 divine fruits on the table and asked curiously, can it be that this is that legendary yin-yang divine fruit? Yu-chan's face became more and more delicate and charming as she nodded her head lightly, her voice ethereal and nice. Well, this is what my slave recently obtained in the ancient secret realm. Is the saint's son interested in enjoying it with my slave? Suyu smiled faintly. Good. If Divine Maiden gives it to her personally. Mr. Su is naturally willing. Immediately afterward, he cast the heart speech spitting avatar. Moon-chan, only because this person is you. This holy son is willing to take this yin-yang divine fruit and give up my pure male body that I have been guarding for 20 years. Don't let me down. Oh, Yu-chan's heart, like a deer in headlights, after hearing this heartfelt statement that suddenly popped up in her mind. God, so ashamed and touched. He knew full well what would happen next after taking the yin-yang divine fruit, and willing to fulfill me and destroy my own innocence. Then I, too, will certainly not be that heartless woman. Yua-chan is willing to follow the Holy Sun for the rest of her life and never leave her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the favorability of the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny, 100%, rewarded with a chance at a premium lottery. Listening to the system's prompt, Suyu was inwardly elated beyond measure. I really didn't expect that the first one to reach 100% favorability towards me would be Yua-chan. He had thought that it would be Luo Qinxue. Holy Sun, please. Yu-chan was so excited that her hands trembled a little as she handed Suyu the fruit that shone with dazzling white light. Thank you. Suyu very politely took it in his hands and revealed a charming smile. Yu-chan's hand froze in midair and looked at Suyu with a dumbfounded expression. He has such a nice smile. Who says that only female color is attractive? Male color, also very seductive heartstrings. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the success of his beauty plan, rewarding him with 1,000 villain points. Chapter 45. How do you want to thank this holy son? Suyu, did I? Glancing at Yu-chan who was staring blankly at him in front of him, a bit of a nymphomaniac. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and the more he felt that such a Yu-chan was a bit of a contrast, he reached out a hand and picked up the fruit that shone with an ebony light and placed it in Yu-chan's hand. Goddess, please too. Yu-chan only reacted at this moment and immediately thanked him. His cheeks flushed red as he quickly brought the Tai-yin divine fruit to his mouth to dissolve the embarrassment he had just experienced. Ka-ching! Suyu also began to taste the sun god fruit in his hand. smells light with a hint of sunshine, melts in your mouth and tastes tart with a bit of spice. Well, that's what love tastes like. The juice enters your body and at first you just feel warmth on your body. Gradually, he felt a sudden extra overbearing power in his body, rampaging through his strange meridians and internal organs, straight into the dantian and all the way down. His temperature was rising rapidly, and his face was a little red, as if he were drunk. The body around him also emitted a dazzling red light under the influence of this scorching breath, like a great sun rising, and the chaotic chi in his body was slightly out of balance under the influx of this searing power. The body had a craving for the power of Tai-in. He was now in the prosperity realm, and he was still like that. He swept a glance at Yu-chan who had taken the Tai-in divine fruit. Her whole body was shrouded under a cold, ebony light, her lips were frozen and her teeth chattered. The only shred of sanity left was crushed by the piercing chill. The only thing I wanted was to be near the one fireplace in front of me. Yu-chan stood up and walked toward Suyu. Room. Suddenly there rose two great suns, one black and one white, slowly approaching, until, completely fused into one, it turned into a round ball of light. The ball of light suddenly spun in the air. All of a sudden, the Tao rhythms flowed, the chaotic aura filled the room, and countless lights of the great Tao overflowed from the ball of light, quickly filling the entire room. Next moment, boom! An explosive sound like spring thunder vibrated out from both of their bodies at the same time. A terrifying aura swept out, like the rolling waters of the Yangtze River, rushing down. A table and two chairs, under the rush of this powerful force, instantly turned into pieces. Eyes were about to burst through the walls of the room. Buzz! A golden curtain of light, spilling out from the wall, formed a powerful boundary, like a golden square box, enveloping the entire room within it, isolating all volume and breath within it. With such a big commotion, outside the room, there wasn't even the slightest difference. It makes you feel as if you are in two different little worlds. Inside the room, an incomparably cold Tai-in power suddenly appeared in Suyu's body. Boom! Soon, it neutralized the scorching sun power that was in his body. It made his body feel incredibly light and comfortable. His chaotic divine body, under the wash of the two forces of the sun and Tai-in, was also stronger. The Yuanshan villain and the Kuanpang Mount in the Sea of Souls were both absorbing the two newly incorporated forces. And with that, it keeps getting stronger. There was a thud, like a twilight drum suddenly breaking through the darkness. One person and one beast broke the barriers in front of them at the same time, and their bodies became stronger. The two Yuanshan doubly drilled out from Suyu's brow center. Even when faced with the raging and vibrating aura of the great Tao in the room, they did not feel any discomfort. Su knows, he had broken through again, officially entering the 8th level of the prosperity realm. Earlier, his Yuanshan, nourished by the chaotic qi and replenished by the Qingshao Yuanshan nutrients, was far beyond normal. Now, with the unexpected help of Yu-chan, the Yuanshan was even comparable to a true God realm powerhouse. Normally, at the 8th level of the prosperity realm, one could only perceive movement in a 300-mile radius. However, for Suyu at this time, every blade of grass, every tree, every person and everything in a 1,000-mile radius was within his perceptions, and the clarity was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. At that moment, a beep from the system rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking Moonchan, the daughter of heaven's destiny, changing the original plot of the story and rewarding him with a mighty divine carriage, the mighty god's chariot, a superb god-grade chariot, a godly artifact, with a strong defense that can withstand the attacks of cultivators below the mighty realm, pulled by 9 one-horned godly beasts. The system's words just fell. Suyu immediately sensed that in the system space, a golden carriage appeared, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, and every scene and object had a flicker of Tao rhythms. In front of the carriage, there were also 9 tall white one-horned divine beasts that were swinging their tails excitedly. Suyu was very satisfied with this reward. Looking towards the beauty beside him who was cultivating, he also grew more and more fond of her. Moonchan at this time, he also made up for the deficiency of the innate Tai-in breath and stepped into the avatar realm. With Suyu's dedication, the cultivation level was still rubbing upwards. Avatar Realm 1, the 2nd level of the Avatar Realm, 3rd level of the Avatar Realm. Suyu looked at the beauty beside him who was cultivating, and for a moment, he fell into deep thought. Yu-chan was the goddess of the Moon God Palace. Outsiders might not know, thinking that Yu-chan was just an abandoned baby with excellent talent that the Moon God Palace master had picked up when he was traveling outside in the clouds. But he was clear, that Moon God Palace's palace master, Yu Mingkong, had another reason for adopting Yu-chan and teaching her personally. She ostensibly favors Yu-chan and places great importance on her. In fact, It was just using her as a bargaining chip for her own ascension to the immortal world. The specific thing has to do with Yue-chan's life. In the original, the author only briefly mentions that Yu-chan's real parents were from the immortal realm. It was hastily finished because the author was having trouble making ends meet by watching the catch-up reading not work, so much so, that by the time the book was finished, it had not been made clear the true identity of Yu-chan's parents. However, later on, when the Great World War of the Buried Star arrived, Yu Mingkong was severely injured and his body was destroyed, so in order to survive, he took the opportunity to take over Yu-chan and occupy her physical body. Now, Yu-chan was his woman. Naturally, this is not allowed to happen. At this moment, Yu-chan's eyes were slightly closed, still immersed in her cultivation. This was the first time she felt that cultivation was actually so easy. Boom! The aura inside her skyrocketed once again, 9th level of the Avatar realm. Until this moment, it was only then that the power within her subsided. Yu-chan opened her eyes and looked at Suyu somewhat shyly. It was found that the other person's whole person exuded more charisma than ever before. It made her more and more obsessed. When he thought about his own growth experience in these 3 days, and his rapidly growing cultivation level, her stunningly beautiful cheeks were like ripe red apples. Not daring to look directly into Suyu's eyes. Thank you, Saint Sun, for giving up your life to help these 3 days. Suyu revealed a playful look on his face. Oh, how are you going to thank this Saint Sun? Chapter 46. Why do you have the illusion that you have personally sent yourself into the den of wolves? Yu-chan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of cunning, and she smiled sweetly and said, such a great favor. My slave has no way to return it, so I can only give my body in return, and follow the side of Saint Sun for life. Suyu smiled faintly and touched her pretty face that was as rosy and smooth as a red apple. Good, this is what you said. No backtracking. Now, immediately return to the heaven-diffracting Holy Land with this holy sun. Originally, I wanted to come out and travel in the clouds. However, now that he was being targeted by the Shadow Fiend Hall, he had to find a way to resolve this matter at the source first. Yue-chan froze. She was only joking, anticipating that with Suyu's current status and favor with Lin Yuyan, it was impossible for him to bring her with him. Unexpectedly, Suyu agreed, and it didn't look like a joke at all. The heart felt sweet. She was already in love with Suyu, and now, having learned of the other party's intentions, she naturally wanted to follow him around. However, the thought of the moon god's palace, the palace master had high hopes for her and would definitely not let her off easily. Her voice was filled with regret. Slave has no opinion. It's just that the palace master is afraid that he won't agree. Suyu was unimpressed. Yu Mingkong. She has to be willing even if she is not. You don't need to worry about this. Everything has this Saint Sun. Furthermore, outsiders may not know about the nasty things that go on in the Moon God Palace, but are you not aware of them either? Yu-chan was silent. Within the Moon God Palace, all of the disciples taken in were beautiful women, many of whom, like her, were orphans abandoned by their parents. Those with high talent would stay and be accepted as inner disciples, or personal disciples, to shine for the growth of the Moon God Palace. Those with low talent were sold at a high price to some cultivators as concubines, or stoves. The name of the game is that they are easy to age, and they have to find alternative paths to longevity for them. Of course, in order to stabilize the Moon God Palace's position, it wouldn't be ruled out to give some highly talented disciples and send them out for trading. Moreover, the palace master of this Moon God Palace was herself the love interest of a certain great power. In fact, this cultivation plan of taking the yin-yang divine fruit with Suyu was planned by Yu Mingkong. Moreover, according to Yu Mingkong's plan, after coaxing Suyu to take the sun god fruit, he would then make use of his chaotic divine body to make up for Yu-chan's physical defects. After that, let Yu-chan cry and claim that she was also a victim and didn't know the special features of this divine fruit, then feigned anger and returned to the Moon God Palace. Seeing that she was silent, Suyu knew that she was sentimental and still somewhat unable to let go, and continued to lobby. Now that you are an innate Taiyin sacred body, will Yu Mingkong still treat you as well as before? Moreover, can you guarantee that she won't push you out for an exchange of benefits? You know, the innate Taiyin saint body is a physique that even heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses have eyes for. Listening to Suyu say this, Yu-chan also thought it made sense. In the palace master's eyes, she, Yu-chan, had already been tainted by Suyu and was no longer pure. Pushing her out to make a deal in exchange for benefits was something that was extremely likely to happen. When I think about it, I can't help but feel a bit of fear in my heart. Cultivating with Suyu was something she was willing to do, but if it was another person, she would rather die. She nodded, her lotus root arm hugging Suyu, her red lips lightly opened. Good, my concubine will listen to all of Saint Sun. However, She was a bit worried again. Will the heavenly diffusion Holy Land be willing to take in a concubine? She came from the Moon God Palace after all, and in the eyes of those older generation cultivators, her reputation wasn't too good. As for Suyu, after all, he was the holy son of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, so he might create no small amount of trouble for him. Suyu gently pinched her little face and pretended to punish her. Do you think this saint's son is a vegetarian? Do you still need to ask those old guys for permission to accept a follower? Yua-chan immediately gently stroked her small hand on his chest. Saint's son, don't be angry. Oh, Yua-chan is just worried about inviting trouble for Saint's son, and also worried that Fairy Lin she's not happy. Suyu smiled faintly with a disinterested expression. How can she be unhappy? Can't wait for me to fall in love with someone else and get rid of me as soon as possible. You, don't think too much. This Saint's son's heart now. All that lives is you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the Moon-chan goddess to have violent ups and downs in her emotions. Rewarded with 10,000 villain points. Suyu was very pleased in his heart. 2 hours later, the two walked out of the boudoir together. Shin-lan, who had been guarding the courtyard, upon seeing Yu-chan's flushed face and greatly increased cultivation, he was all smiles. Goddess, your cultivation has broken through. I wonder if the physique is replenished. Yu-chan smiled and nodded. Well, thanks to the saint's son's blessing, my physique has been replenished. Shin-lan was overjoyed and bowed to Suyu. Thank you, holy son, for your help. Suyu nodded slightly and moved his eyes away somewhat awkwardly. Yu-chan immediately stretched out her small hand to hold Suyu's big hand, and with a backhand, Suyu held her small hand, which was as smooth as a catkin, in his palm. This small action of the two naturally could not be hidden from Shin-lan. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. She couldn't help but feel happy for Yu-chan. It was easy to find a priceless treasure, and it was rare to find a man with a heart, so she sincerely hoped that the two of them could be happy all the time. Yu-chan looked at Shin-lan with some reluctance. In the Moon God Palace, outsiders felt that Yu Mingkong treated her the best. In fact, only she herself knew best that the person who was the best for her was the Shin-lan in front of her. However, thinking of the plan she had discussed with Suyu, she said with some reluctance, Aunt Lan, I want to quit the Moon God Palace and join the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Are you willing to go with me? Originally thought it would be firmly opposed by Shin-lan. However, I did not expect a pleased smile on Shin-lan's face. Good, wherever the goddess is, Shin-lan will be there. Just then, two old crones rushed in with anxious faces. Divine Maiden, the palace master has ordered you to return to the Moon God Palace immediately. The two of them were the 6th elder and the 7th elder of the Moon God Palace, Divine King Realm powerhouses, ordered by Yu Mingkong. He was responsible for monitoring Yu-chan, and as soon as she came out from within her boudoir, he would immediately bring her back to the Moon God Palace without asking the reason. Yu-chan was about to open her mouth when Shin-lan had already spoken. We're going to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land now, so the two elders please return. The two old crones' faces instantly turned gloomy when they heard this. Humph, Shin-lan, you dare to disobey the palace master's order. I think you don't want to live. Divine Maiden, you should know very well the temperament of the palace master and what will happen if you dare to disobey her orders. I hope you won't make any mistakes. Chapter 47, Cold Skull Cave. At this moment, Suyu's heartfelt voice came from Yu-chan's mind. It's just two early Divine King Realm cultivators. What is there to fear? The extremely magnetic voice made Yu-chan's heart go a little numb when she heard it. It seemed as if she was encouraged by the fact that the Holy Sun had a backhand, resuming her usual coolness and composure. How dare you? This goddess can go wherever she wants to go. Why do I need to ask for permission from the two of you? Get out of the way. When the two old crone heard this, their faces darkened to the point of dripping. Goddess, do you really want to do this? Goddess, I hope you won't force my old self to make a move. Although the two men's cultivation was much higher than Yu-chan, but Yu-chan, no matter what, was also the goddess of the Moon God Palace, and the two men didn't want to go to the point of meeting each other in arms as a last resort. Seeing this, Shin-lan did not want Yu-chan to completely sever her relationship with the Moon God Palace for the time being, and immediately laughed. Why do the two elders need to be like this? The Divine Maiden has already promised the Heavenly Diffusion Saint Son to follow him to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The two elders pondered briefly and looked at Suyu, who had not said a word. It seemed that if he wanted to smoothly take away Yu-chan, he still had to have a nod from this Heavenly Diffusion Saint Son. One of the blue-robed crone turned her head to look at Suyu with a false smile on her face. The Heavenly Diffraction Holy Sun has now taken away Yu-chan's most precious thing. For the sake of the friendship between the Moon God Palace and the Heavenly Diffraction Holy Land, why don't we let go of this? How about it? Suyu's eyes were deep, and his expression was cold. No how. In this saint's son's heart, Yu Chan's most precious thing is herself, and this saint's son also advises the two of you to leave quickly and not to make any mistakes. The old woman sniffed, her eyes sharp and her tone not as respectful as before. Why is the saint's son so aggressive? The two of us are merely in charge of escorting the goddess back to the palace by order of the palace master. If the saint's son has any objections, he can go directly to my moon god palace and ask the palace master for help. The corner of Su Yu's lips curled slightly, but his eyes carried an icy chill. The two of you just need to go back and tell Yu Mingkong not to forget about the Cold Skull Cave Trust incident. After saying that, with a movement of his divine thoughts, the crowd only felt a blur before their eyes as a blinding light flashed in front of them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Before the two old crone could see what it was, they heard 9 beast roars ringing out, the volume of which swept towards the two of them like a landslide and a tsunami. The two of them immediately called upon the spiritual energy in their bodies and performed divine abilities, forming a Vajra cover on their body surface to protect their bodies before they managed to block this wave of attacks. When this overbearing sound wave dissipated, at the scene, where was there the figure of Su Yu's trio? Damn it, they escaped. Humph, you can't run away from the monk. We'll go to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land to get someone. Yu Chan was the goddess of the Moon God Palace. No matter from which angle, they had a reason. The two old crone then move. However, he was blocked by a high wall condensed from sword chi. The sword light flashed, carrying a rigid aura of solemnity. Jun Wuxia spoke coldly. If this king were to encounter such a situation, he would return to the Moon God Palace first. The two old crone were furious and their hearts were even more in awe, not realizing that Jun Wuxia's attainments in the Tao of the sword had grown greatly again, not to mention whether or not they could take Yu Chan away from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Even at that moment, the two of them together might not be able to defeat Jun Wuxia. The two old crone glanced at each other and both sighed, turning around and heading towards the Moon God Palace. In the meantime, Su Yu, the three of them, had already taken the carriage and headed straight to the Tianyan Holy Land. Midway, Su Yu stopped and picked up Luo Qianxue. When the little lowly first came up, she was still a bit shy when she saw Yu Chan and Qin Lan. However, after spending a lot of time together, the childish nature of the child revealed itself and became the happy fruit of the crowd. Along the way, the few people talked and laughed, and before they knew it, they had arrived outside the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Qin Lan had a look of emotion on his face. Saint's son, I didn't expect that this 9 beasts chariot of yours, with its speed and defense, would not be weaker than the palace master's carriage at all. Su Yu was also happy in his heart. When he came to Moonwatch City, he had spent a full 3 days to arrive from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. However, with this carriage, before and after, including stopping to pick up Luo Qianxue in the middle of the way, it only took a total of 3 hours. Such a fast speed could not help but make Su Yu look forward to traveling around the immortal cultivation realm in the future. As Su Yu punched a breath into the sky, this mighty divine carriage then smoothly passed through the Tianyan Holy Land's protective formation and headed straight for Lingyun Peak. The 9 unicorn divine beasts, all of them spreading their wings, soared in the sky, pulling a golden carriage behind them, so imposing. For a while, it attracted the attention of many disciples in the Holy Land. My God, whose carriage is this? It's actually being pulled by a 9-headed unicorn divine beast. Look at the direction they're going. It's Lingyun Peak, yeah. Can't it be that the Holy Sun is back from the Su family? Let's go. Go check it out. I heard that the unicorn god beast can bring good luck. Many of the inner sect prodisciples who were qualified to visit the Saint's Son were all heading towards Lingyun Peak with great anticipation. The carriage was extremely fast. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, which was tens of thousands of miles in circumference, took the mighty god's chariot but a single T-break. The carriage directly crossed over the mountain gate of Lingyun Peak, traversed the boundary, and entered the foot of Lingyun Peak before coming to a stop. The group of guards were all like enemies. However, upon seeing the handsome and compelling figure that came out from the carriage, each and every one of them smiled brightly and said in unison, "Greetings, Holy Son." Su Yu nodded slightly at them. Turning his head, he held out a hand and handed it to Yu Chan. Yu Chan had a shy look on her face as she gently placed her hand into Su Yu's palm. With a flick of Su Yu's wrist, it instantly appeared in front of everyone. When the crowd took a look, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. My God, what a beautiful woman, to be so close to the Divine Son. It couldn't be a divine daughter from the everlasting Su clan, could it? Ha ha, she's not from the everlasting Su clan, but the Moonshan divine maiden who was famous in the eastern desolate continent? Bai Wan was the first to recognize her and immediately explained. In the past, although the Saint's Son did not dislike Yu Chan, he could not talk about liking her either. Now, watching the two hold hands and look at each other with affection, Even the dumbest of people know what that means now. Congratulations, Holy Sun, on your triumphant return. Baiwan immediately came to the front of the crowd and clasped his hands in greeting. At this point, Qinlan held Luo Qianxue and also stepped down from the car. Suyu wore a smile on his face and said to Baiwan, "In the future, Divine Mistress Yuechan and Aunt Lan will live in my Lingyun Peak." He touched Luo Qianxue's head and smiled. "This is Miss Qianxue. From now on, you will take care of her as if she were my sister." Holler. My subordinate will immediately go and prepare a few compartments before arranging for the spirit cuisine room to prepare for the dinner. Baiwan was all excited. Suyu's mind moved. On the ground, a pair of huge green-colored bird wings immediately appeared. On top of that, there was a divine shine. "Take this pair of bird wings and give them to the spirit cuisine room for processing. I want it done like roasting a spirit-scented pig." Apparently, Suyu was still harboring a grudge for not being able to eat the roasted spirit-scented pig. Baiwan immediately grabbed the bird's wings in his hands and giggled. "Hey, Saint's son, this stupid bird was afraid that it had a divine power realm cultivation in its lifetime, right?" Chapter 48, A Trip to Lingyun Peak to Motivate Suyu's Fighting Spirit. Suyu wore a smile on his face and looked at Baiwan with a look that both of them understood. "Nerd, what kind of eyesight?" It was a ferocious bird of the God King realm in its lifetime. Baiwan is used to the attitude Su displays when he doesn't agree with your ideas. In his heart, he guessed that this pair of bird wings must have come from an extraordinary source, and he was about to put them away. However, it was put away by Jun Wuyu, who was hidden in the shadows. "Saint's son, it is better for the old man to come and cook this bird's wings for the Saint's son with his own hands." Mainly, he was worried that the ferocious bird of the Divine King realm, the power of qi and blood contained within its body was too strong, and he was worried that Suyu and the others would not be able to withstand it. Suyu immediately arched his hand and thanked him. "Then I would like to thank Uncle Jun." Jun Wuxia nodded slightly, and the person arrived at the top of Lingyun Peak. He was about to offer a foreign fire to barbecue the bird's wings. However, he was shocked to find that the power of qi and blood contained within this pair of bird wings was only at the prosperity realm. What he doesn't know is this. Suyu's extreme divine grade jade pure bottle was able to refine the ingredients that were included in it with the will of its owner. Suyu had already utilized the jade pure vase's refining special effect to extract away the divine factor within the pair of green-winged wings as early as when he had put them into the jade pure vase. Foothills. A group of guards heard the conversation between Suyu's few people. All of them were overjoyed. This Moon Chan goddess, not only did she look pleasing to the eye, but also, she had a gentle character. Unlike that Lin Yuyan, who was unruly and capricious, cold-hearted, and never put them, the guards, in her eyes. Suyu waved his hand to the crowd of guards, who immediately realized what he meant and returned to their posts. Baiwan also said goodbye to the crowd and went to deal with Suyu's arrangement just now. Suyu, on the other hand, led a group of people and headed to the prosperity residence. Just pushing open the door of the courtyard, a refreshing fragrance drifted out. Into the eyes of the crowd is an ancient corridor, the walls of the murals, in different forms, lifelike. On both sides of the promenade, green grass and flowers bloom. Further on, there is a beautifully crafted pavilion, and not far away, there are rockery fountains, bridges and lotus ponds. In the middle of the courtyard is a rather fairy tale-like building, as beautiful as an old castle, that you can't help but want to live in. Yu-chan froze in place. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, the Holy Sun was truly a man of noble elegance, a person who knows how to enjoy life so well. Spending time with him, in the future, will also be very comfortable, right? In my heart, I can't help but envision a better life in the future. Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother, Qianxue likes it here so much. Luo Qianxue was the first to happily clap her hands and praise it. Then in the future, this will be Qianxue's home, okay? Suyu promptly brushed goodwill in the children's hearts. Aha! Luo Qianxue nodded repeatedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Luo Qianxue, the daughter of heaven's destiny, feel at home. Favorability increased by 5%, just as a group of people were filled with joy and captivated by the beauty of the scenery in front of them. Two very discordant voices rang out. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Translation of Patchen chicken language, run. The ferocious humans are back. In an instant, two big beautiful hens appeared in the courtyard, rising up in the air, flapping their wings and flying towards the top of Lingyun Peak in panic. In the garden, countless flowers, plants, and trees were all blown sideways by the two gusts of wind that suddenly blew up. The crowd looked dumbfounded. What was this? They seemed to be scared, like they're running for their lives. Yeah. Luo Qianxue spoke childishly, voicing her guess. And that's when another wave tumbling sound came from the blue water pool. The crowd immediately sniffed and looked, only to see 9 koi carp suddenly flying out of the lotus pond, in a line around the room, bobbing their heads and tails in the air in a welcoming ceremony. At the head of the group was a small koi with a golden body, 2 small bulges on its head, and a pair of eyes as radiant as sapphires. "Welcome home, master." A childish voice came out from the mouth of this golden-colored koi. Suyu was overjoyed. This koi was one of his usual favorites, named Jin Guogua. He immediately walked over, his palm outstretched. The golden fruit instantly landed in his palm. Suyu gently stroked the 2 small horns on her head that hadn't grown out yet with his hand and laughed. "Gua gua, you can talk?" Jin Guogua's eyes narrowed slightly with a face of enjoyment. Well, on the afternoon of the day Master left, Guogua was able to spit out human words, thanks to Master's help in feeding a cup of enlightenment tea to Guogua. Luo Qianxue walked over and looked curiously at the koi carp in Suyu's palm. This fish was so cute. She liked it so much. "My name is Lock Chant Snow. Go, can we be friends?" Jin Guogua's pair of blue eyes carried a smile. "Good, you're a friend brought back by the master. So naturally, you're also Guogua's friend." Luo Qianxue smiled broadly, extended a hand, and then retracted it. Suyu smiled and touched her head. Go, Qianxue just came here. You take her to familiarize herself." Gingo immediately nodded. Okay." After saying that, he flew to Luo Qianxue's face. "Qianxue, I'll show you around the master's home." 1 man and 1 fish, merrily departing. And just then, in the prosperity residence, many more inner sect elder prodisciples were welcomed. A disciple, all with a curious look on his face, came to visit Suyu. These disciples, all of whom were the future pillars of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, naturally had a wider range of insights than the average disciple. Upon seeing Yu-chan snuggled in Suyu's arms, the crowd was shaken. Geez, the Holy Sun had actually brought back the most beautiful woman in the eastern wasteland. Originally, they wanted to catch a glimpse of the 9-headed unicorn divine beast pulling the cart, but as a result, the divine beast was not seen, but they saw another shocking scene. It didn't take long. The news about the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son's conquest of the Moonchan Divine Maiden spread throughout the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land as if it had grown wings. Countless male disciples were secretly saddened by it. Countless female disciples were in tears over it. One party is sad that the goddess of his heart belongs to someone else. One party is having a hard time over the man of their hearts, being seduced by a foxy girl. A variety of emotions that roiled through the sanctuary, while the crowd was envious, jealous, hating and sad. They could not help but look forward to something. If Fairy Lin learned of this, would she be able to stop the two from being together? A number of young female disciples came outside the Jade Maiden residence in unison, wanting to inform Lin Yuyan of this matter. Lin Yuyan, who was missed by all, after taking away the divine soul pill from Jiang Chen, he returned to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and stayed in the Jade Maiden residence for the past few days for closed-door cultivation. Swish! She opened her eyes suddenly. A little bit of the white of the eyes was missing from the pupils, and that was the residual Tai-in power flowing in the body. It made her whole person look, well, a little spooky. Lin Yuyan had a smug smile hanging on the corner of her lips. Suyu, now that this fairy is already at the 5th level of the Avatar realm, so what can you do if you cut off my cultivation resources? This fairy will be able to surpass you in cultivation just the same. The last time Suyu fought against Bear Soldier, the power he displayed was only at the early stage of the Avatar realm. I heard that Suyu had been depressed ever since he parted ways with her that day, only knowing how to eat, drink and have fun all day long, with no intention to cultivate at all. It was thought that, in such a short period of time, it was impossible for his cultivation level to have much of a breakthrough. Lin Yuyan thought of this, collected her breath and stood up. Why don't we just go to Lingyun Peak, and motivate Suyu's fighting spirit? Well, at least, it's because of me that he's so disheveled. Only she herself knew very well in her own psyche. Where was this going to motivate Suyu's fighting spirit? It was just to show off in front of him and make Suyu regret his behavior that day. Walk out of the room before you go out onto the patio. Then he saw several senior sisters surrounding him. Chapter 49, Help me call out that demon girl Yu-chan. Fairy Lin. Something big has happened. The Moonchan goddess came to our Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and seduced the Holy Sun. This demoness doesn't know what kind of fox charming technique she used, but she actually mesmerized the Saint's son and took her in as a follower. Fairy Lin, go and take care of it. In the entire Holy Land, you're the only one who can make the sacred sun sober up. Listening to the crowd's instigation of your words, Lin Yuyan only felt her mind go blank. The bit of pride and complacency that had been raised up earlier because of the breakthrough in cultivation had vanished in an instant. How could Suyu fall for that demoness Yu-chan? he used to have to avoid even talking to her. At this time, a female disciple looked at Lin Yuyan standing still and fuming, not like she wanted to go up to Lin Yun Peak and make a scene. A wry light immediately flashed in her eyes as she smiled and opened her mouth. What do you guys know? The saint's son is deeply in love with our fairy Lin. How could he possibly like that little demoness Yu-chan? The reason why he called her over was not to stimulate fairy Lin. After saying that, she immediately glared at the several female disciples beside her. A few of the men were suddenly enlightened, and laughed in agreement. Yeah, it's still senior sister Jean who thinks far ahead. I think this must be how things are going to be. As long as you, fairy Lin, show up in front of the sacred sun and pretend to be very angry, he'll definitely kick Yu-chan out of the sacred ground. Listening to the murmurings of several senior sisters, Lin Yuyan snapped out of her disorientation. Yeah, why didn't I think of that connection? With her hands behind her back, she said with a haughty face, that demoness came just in time, daring to scheme against me in the ancient mysteries. Let's see how this fairy will clean her up this time. She wasn't competing for Suyu's favor, it was entirely because that demonic girl Yu-chan shouldn't have counted on her in the secret realm in 10,000 ways. If you dare to take away her yin-yang divine fruit, you must be ready to bear her wrath at any time. Now that she had a breakthrough in her cultivation, it was just the right time for her to show off in front of Suyu, and beat the Chu-chan to the point where her immortal face was destroyed, and she had no face to stay in the Holy Land, so she had to roll back to the Moon God Palace in disgrace. Thinking of this, she immediately lifted her feet and headed in the direction of Lingshun Peak. The group of female disciples were all overjoyed. However, Lin Yuyan dared to provoke the saint's son, but they didn't dare. Outside the Jade Lady's residence, the crowd found a random place to sit down and ate melons while waiting for a good show. The Jade Maiden residence was originally not far from Lingyun Peak. With Lin Yuyan's current cultivation, in less than 10 breaths of time, she had already arrived at the mountain entrance. As soon as the two guards at the gate saw Lin Yuyan, they instantly looked like they had seen jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, and were pumped up, staring at her with high vigilance. With a cold face, Lin Yuyan ordered, "Help me call out that demoness Yu-chan." With the experience of the previous times, this time, she hadn't bothered to enter Lingyun Peak. The two guards frowned and looked at each other, then nodded lightly as a consensus was reached. Both of them turned their heads to Lin Yuyan at the same time and said in unison, "I'm sorry, Fairy Lin, we only have the Moon-chan Divine Maiden here, not the Demon Maiden." Lin Yuyan's pair of moist eyes had anger igniting in them. Humph, two dog slaves, they really know how to look at people. If this fairy says she's a demoness, she's a demoness. The corners of the guards' mouths skimmed as they pretended not to hear and stood still. This woman, she also takes herself too seriously. Isn't it clear that Lingyun Peak already has a new mistress? You still think you're the same Lin Yuyan as before? You can treat your son as a licking dog who comes when you call and goes when you want? Treating the guards of Lingyun Peak as dog slaves who can be insulted and scolded at will? Seeing the two guards treating her like air, Lin Yuyan's anger rose up. No matter what, these two dog slaves who don't know the sky and the earth have to be taught a lesson today. Are the two of you deaf and unable to hear? Or are your legs broken and unable to walk? It seems like you need this fairy to give you some treatment. Speaking of which, a bamboo flute appeared in her hand. Seeing this bamboo flute, the two guards' faces turned green, thinking of some unpleasant past events they had once had. This bamboo flute, not made of ordinary bamboo, but from the South China Sea purple bamboo forest, is precious. 5 years ago, Suyu paid a high price for it and gave it to Lin Yuyan as a gift for her 13th birthday. After Lin Yuyan got this bamboo flute, she never saw her play it. Instead, she used it as a dog fighting stick. If anyone disobeyed her orders, she took her bamboo flute and struck them. The two guards opened their mouths in warning with ironic faces. The two of us don't have any diseases. Don't threaten us with the bamboo flute. This is the Holy Sun's territory. You have no right to order us to do anything. Lin Yuyan sneered and said disdainfully, "So what if it's the territory of a saintly son? It's not the first time this fairy has treated the two of you." Speaking of which, she offered the bamboo flute in her hand. At once, the bamboo flute rose into the air, emitting an eye-catching purple light. Giggle! The bamboo flute, like a rui weapon, grew longer and longer, and soon, it became a huge bamboo about 2 feet tall and as thick as a bucket, sweeping towards the legs of the two of them. The flowers, plants and trees in the surroundings were all reduced to pieces under this powerful pressure. Luckily, the mountain gate was not affected by the presence of the peak protection formation. But these two guards were only at the early stage of the condensed Dan realm. Where could they defeat Lin Yuyan? The eye was about to be swept in broken bones. "Stop!" An ethereal and nice female voice rang out. The purple bamboo stick that shone with purple light could be blocked out by the soft sound waves emanating from the voice. The two guards immediately dodged to the side with delighted faces. Greetings, goddess. Thank you, goddess, for making a move. Yu-chan nodded lightly at the two of them and stepped through the void, soon landing not far from Lin Yuyan, revealing a seductive smile. If you want to find me, just say it nicely. Why make it difficult for the two disciples guarding the gate? Lin Yuyan retrieved the bamboo flute and turned it back to a foot long and held it in her hand, turning a cold and arrogant face to aim it at Yue-chan's nose. Demoness, there's a way to heaven and you don't go. There's no door to hell and you come here. Quickly return the yin-yang divine fruit to this fairy and you can be spared a cheap life. Yu-chan smiled and let out a laughter like a silver bell. Oops, sister came one step too late. The yin-yang divine fruit has already been shared by sister together with the saint's son, and sister's cultivation, with the saint's son's help, has also increased. Speaking here, she used an angle that only Lin Yuyan could see, and reached out a jade hand to pretend to touch her hair, revealing her charming swan neck and a shining love pendant on it. Buzz! Lin Yuyan only felt that her head was like a blow to the head, ringing non-stop. That love pendant, she recognized at once, was condensed from chaos chi. Under the heavens, the only person who could make this love pendant was Suyu. Her eyes froze as she struggled to accept the result. What's going on? Didn't Suyu not look down on this demoness Yu-chan? Why did he agree to help her cultivate? He even made a love pendant and gave it to her with his own hands? Although he hated Suyu in the past, and even thought of countless ways to get him killed to avenge his dead family. However, she never thought that one day Suyu would betray her and fall in love with other women, especially Yu-chan in front of her. Now, learning that Suyu is not his own exterminating enemy, has already planned to forgive him. As long as he is as good to herself as before, she cannot care about the recent period of time, his attitude towards himself. Looking at Yu-chan, who was still smugly in front of herself, and the piercing love pendant around her neck, she was mad with hate. Chapter 50, Ahead of the Curve? It must be this demoness who tricked Suyu into taking that sun god fruit to have the chance to become a follower of this idiot Suyu. When I think of Suyu's previous attitude of being responsive to his needs, proper love brain, dumb as a pig, he does whatever he's told to do, being able to be counted on by this cunning demoness, Yue-chan, was also something that was extremely likely to happen. At this moment, her eyes were on the verge of spewing fire. You demoness, you know no shame. This place is my heavenly diffusion holy land. I can't allow you to be wild here. I'm going to break your dog's head. After cursing, she raised the bamboo flute in her hand and struck it at Yu-chan's head. However, he did not expect Yu-chan to be extremely fast, and quickly retreated back into the Lingyun Peak. Instead of getting angry, she giggled. LOL, sister said this. Now, sister is already a person of the saint's son. Naturally, she is also a disciple of the heavenly diffusion holy land. Lingyun Peak is my home. Lin Yuyan didn't expect that Yue-chan would be so shameless. Today, we must destroy this demon girl's stunning face, and see how she can still perform the art of fox charming in front of men in the future. How can she still seduce Suyu? Think about it. She immediately rushed towards the direction where Yu-chan was. The two guards immediately stepped out to stop them and intended to activate the peak protection formation. Yu-chan laughed softly, letting in the wind, her clothes fluttering, like a magnificent immortal flower. Her red lips lightly opened, stopping the two guards from moving next. It's fine, let her come in. The guards immediately nodded and stepped back. Lin Yuyan looked at Yue-chan's bland and self-contained demeanor, and wanted to remove her hypocritical mask even more. Demoness, do you know that my senior brother Suyu is the first son of the Changxing Su family, the holy son of the heavenly diffusion holy land? Is it not something that a lowly born lowlife like you would like to think about? If you are sensible, hurry up and get out of the heavenly diffusion holy land. Yu-chan smiled faintly. Although I am an orphan, I am at least a divine maiden of the moon god palace. Sister, what about you? It seems like you're not even a goddess, right? Speaking of humble origins, who is sister talking about? Lin Yuyan was so angry that her little face turned red. For a moment, he was speechless, not even knowing how to refute the other party. Suyu, who was lying on the banks of the aqua pool and swinging, his divine sense had been focusing on the battle below, and in his mind, from time to time, the system's rewarding beeps were coming from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the two destined daughters for fighting over the host's jealousy. Rewarded with 2000 villain points x2. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl upward. I didn't expect that Yue-chan's mouth is so powerful. This Lin Yuyan, she only knows how to play rough. She doesn't even know a bit of quarreling skills. The winner has already been decided. Below, Lin Yuyan was speechless for a long time before she popped out a sentence. Demonis, don't try to find an excuse to stay here and seduce my senior brother, disturbing his cultivation and breaking his Taoist heart. Right at this moment, Suyu's nice and extremely magnetic voice came out. Yu-chan, quickly come and accompany the saint's son to spar with the zither. When Yu-chan heard this, 2 blushes appeared on her face in shock. Saint's son, can we study calligraphy and painting today? Concubine really doesn't want to cut up the art of love anymore. Fucking demon girl. And said he didn't seduce Suyu. Every day, she dragged him to study zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. How could she still have the heart to cultivate, and dare to flaunt it in front of her? Also, just now, she was still rebuking Yu-chan for disturbing Suyu's purification. And right after that little cutie Suyu. Surprisingly, he directly shouted at Yu-chan to accompany him to spar with his zither. Did he even realize how embarrassed he was making her feel? Isn't this a proper slap in her face? A feeling of being humiliated immediately surged through his heart. Moreover, the person who humiliated her was still the same Suyu who had always followed her around, who had always been looked down upon by her and had been a licking dog for 10 years. Lin Yuyan's character was already bratty and capricious. Where could she endure this humiliation? She immediately aimed her anger at Suyu. Suyu, I didn't expect you to have turned into such a lecherous and unambitious person nowadays. It is indeed a shame for my heavenly diffusion holy land. Yu-chan, who was originally full of shyness, was preparing to go back to the easy residence. I didn't expect to hear Lin Yuyan curse out such foul language. Pop, a slap, without any hesitation, struck Lin Yuyan's small, white and delicate face. A large slap mark immediately startled her left cheek. At this time, Yu-chan, the color of shyness on her face had long faded. Her expression was clear and cold, and her words were sharp. Lin Yuyan, earlier when you insulted me, for the sake of you being the saint's son's youngest sister, sister can leave you alone, but if you dare to insult the saint's son again, don't blame sister for being merciless. Lin Yuyan had never been hit in the face before in her entire life. Her head full of green hair flew up and she hissed loudly in anger. Demonis, how dare you slap this fairy? I'm going to tear your foxy face apart and see how you can still seduce men in the future. However, to her utter shock, she was actually confined in place, her body unable to move. She was born extremely beautiful, but at this time, this appearance gave people a kind of open teeth and claws. Milk fierce appearance. Yu-chan had a provocative smile on her face. Yeah, sister is waiting. Why does sister look like this? Can it be that she has learned the teasing skills from that wild monkey under the mountain and wants to put on a show for us? The 2 guarding disciples immediately laughed out loud when they heard this. Cool, so cool. The Moon-chan goddess is not only beautiful and gentle, but she is also intelligent and her cultivation is unpredictable. Only such a woman is worthy of our holy son. You, Demonis, let go of this fairy. Lin Yuyan exerted all her strength and found that she still couldn't move. I had long heard that the women of the Moon God Palace were all scheming. It seemed that I must have been unknowingly assassinated by this Demonis, just like Jiang Chen. In fact, what she didn't know was that Yu-chan was now at the 9th level of the Avatar realm and was a flawless Tai in sacred body, so she could completely crush her in terms of strength. So where was the need to use plots and tricks? Lin Yuyan was angry and hateful. No matter how much she struggled, she was unable to break away from this powerful force of confinement. Damn Suyu, seeing me being humiliated like this, he didn't come out to say a word. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. And, well, my mouth is still moving. Exasperated, she opened her mouth to scold Suyu again. Suyu, you coward, just willingly being ridden on the head by a woman. Can't bear to watch your little sister being bullied. The words just fell. Pop. Another resounding slap hit the other side of Lin Yuyan's face. Yu-chan chilled her face and said in a chilling voice, I told you a long time ago, it's fine to insult me, but insulting the saint's son, no. Lin Yuyan was once again slapped by Yu-chan. She was so angry that she screamed loudly. Ah, Moon-chan, what kind of a thing are you, daring to slap this fairy? What's wrong with me cursing Suyu? He was already a loser. Snap, pop, pop. 3 loud slaps in succession slapped Lin Yuyan's mouth. Her beautiful cherry mouth immediately swelled up like a sausage. At the same time, Suyu's heartbeat rang in his head. What a stupid woman. You dare to challenge Moon-chan with this level of cultivation? Do you really think you're Luna Mingkong? I don't have a brain. It's horrible. Why did I fall for her in the first place? Whoa! Lin Yuyan was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood and saw the 3 crystalline shell teeth mixed inside. Straight away, he was so pissed off that he fainted. Yu-chan shook her head inside. Alas, why so stubborn? Sister told you properly, not listening to a single word. This time it's good. Long memory, right? She raised her hand, put up an index finger, and sketched it in the air. A few moments later, a net made of a combination of auras appeared in front of her. Go! Let all of Lin Yuyan's good sisters see what happens when they provoke me. Yua-chan! The spirit net trapped Lin Yuyan at once, and it got tighter and tighter until it looked like a white ball. Yua-chan made a deft swing with her hand. Spirit net immediately took Lin Yuyan and set off at extreme speed from Lingyun Peak, drawing a parabola in the air. Touch, dusty and earthy. Chapter 51, The First Awkward Immortal of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. A group of melon eaters who had originally planned to wait and watch the good show were anxious when they were unable to watch the good show inside due to the Lingyun Peak protection formation blocking them. Suddenly, he realized that something had fallen from the sky, smashing a deep hole in the ground in front of him. What is this thing? Go check it out. The sudden change caused the group of female disciples to immediately stand up and walk to the edge of the deep pit. Oh my god, look guys, it looks like a person. Ha, it's still true, wearing the attire of our prodisciples. Look, she's moving. Who is this? Lin Yuyan, who was originally so angry that she fainted, immediately sobered by this heavy slam. Then he heard a group of female disciples chattering away. Lin Yuyan, who had been holding her breath, immediately blew up. Swish! She broke free from the spirit web and stood up abruptly. Before she could vent her anger, a group of female disciples immediately screamed in shock. Oh my! Is this Fairy Lin? How did she get beaten up like this? Ah, horror! Her face! How did it become like this? It's so bad. Look at her mouth. You guys, it's swollen like a sausage. It's really Fairy Lin. Oh, she's the highest cultivation level amongst the female disciples of our younger generation. Hiss! In that case, it seems that Goddess Yua-chan's cultivation level is even higher than Fairy Lin's. Originally, when she heard the screams of the crowd, Lin Yuyan was ashamed, angry and embarrassed. Immediately covering her face with her hands, she could not wait to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself, not wanting anyone to see her in this miserable state. However, upon hearing that this group of people still dared to honor the demoness as a goddess in front of her, the anger in his heart leapt out. She roared loudly, almost snarling, "Shut up, you black-hearted cowards! First of all, if it wasn't for this group of people instigating her, she would never be so stupid as to challenge the demoness without investigating in advance." Suyu's heartbeat allowed her to catch an important piece of information. Her cultivation level was far lower than Yu-chan's. That demon girl, having stolen her yin-yang divine fruit, her cultivation must have skyrocketed. The thought of this made the pent-up anger in her chest burn even hotter. Raising his palm, he slapped it above the pit. For a while, the female disciples fled, with all kinds of voices. Ah, it's bad. Fairy Lin is going to kill someone. Run! With such a foul temper, no wonder the Holy Sun moved on. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Fairy Lin, don't be angry. It doesn't matter if you lose once. As long as you work hard, you'll still have a chance. Get up from where you fell. Come on, Fairy Lin. The big deal is for you to go to the Moon God Palace and invite Moon Mingkong over to capture that demoness. I just don't believe it. You Mingkong would just stand by and watch his own goddess join another master? As Lin Yuyan flew out from the pit, the scene, long ago, was empty. The Jade Maiden's residence was once as beautiful as a fairyland, with 2 maids of honor taking care of her food and living, and guards outside the courtyard 24/7 to keep her safe. From time to time, there were female disciples who found all kinds of excuses to come and give gifts and be guests. However, since splitting up with Suyu, this place, it was as if it was a deserted mansion. She was the only one living alone. Lin Yuyan was sad and angry. When he came to the bronze mirror and saw his face, he was so angry that he hammered the mirror into pieces with one hand. Demoness, I'm not done with you. Thinking of Suyu's heartfelt words and the words spoken by a female disciple not long ago when she was leaving, her beautiful eyes flashed with resentment. Immediately took out the last top-grade healing dan, swallowed it, and began to repair the injuries on his face. How powerful Suyu's divine thoughts were nowadays. He knew everything that had happened in the Jade Maiden residence as if it was in his hands. He shook his head inside, raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Baiwan immediately showed up. Suyu said indifferently, Baiwan, go and keep an eye on Lin Yuyan, and help her in a moment of life and death crisis. Baiwan nodded with some disappointment and reminded unwillingly, Saint's son, Fairy Lin has already broken off with you, and you still want to care about her when she treats you like that? Suyu said with some pain, she is at least my little sister. I hope that experiencing this incident will make her change. Speaking here, he paused briefly and continued, of course, this saint's son would also like to know the attitude of the Moon God Palace towards this matter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for playing the villain successfully. On the surface he cares about his little sister, but in reality he doesn't want to lose a free hitman. Rewarded villain points, 500. Suyu, system, you're too bad. How can you falsely accuse such a simple and kind child? System. Baiwan was a bit puzzled. What kind of attitude did the Moon Goddess Palace have? Shouldn't they ask the Moon-chan Goddess? Alas, the Holy Sun is just too kind. And that's not a good excuse at all. Moon Palace. Palace Master Yumingkong had just finished her cultivation and walked out of the practice room. He then saw the 6th elder and 7th elder waiting outside, looking anxious. Greetings, Palace Master. The moment the two saw Yumingkong, their eyes carried a touch of panic as they spoke in unison. Yumingkong nodded lightly and said indifferently, the two elders look so flustered, but do they have something important to report? Reporting to the Palace Master, the Divine Maiden refuses to return to the palace. The 6th elder in blue immediately said. Yumingkong's eyes narrowed slightly and his voice grew cold. Why? The two elders quickly organized their words, picking out words that would be beneficial to them. The Divine Maiden is adamant that she wants to follow the Holy Sun of Heavenly Diffusion, and she's even letting Jun Wuxie threaten old me. Palace Master, that Jun Wuxie's cultivation is too high. It has reached the late stage of the God King realm. There's really nothing I can do. A cold light instantly surged in Yumingkong's eyes, and his voice was icy cold, causing the air around him to instantly drop below zero. And in the sky, snowflakes drifted up. Ha, powerless? How is it that this Palace Master hasn't seen a single bit of injury from you guys? The two elders couldn't help but tremble. Whenever Yumingkong showed this expression, it was a precursor to killing someone. Both men immediately fell to their knees. It's because of my incompetence that I failed to stop the Divine Maiden from following the Heavenly Diffusion Saint Sun away. Please punish the Palace Master. The 7th elder immediately trembled. The 6th elder hung his head low. A glimmer of divine light flashed in his old eyes, reporting to the Palace Lord. The Heavenly Diffraction Saint Sun, on the occasion of his departure, entrusted the old body to bring the Palace Lord a very important word. The old body was afraid of dying in battle, unable to convey, therefore, meticulously left a cheap life, waiting for the Palace Lord to be sentenced. The coldness on Yumingkong's body gradually collected. The sky also became sunny. What is it? Say. Seeing this, the 6th elder was overjoyed in his heart and immediately transmitted his voice. Then Suyu said that you should not forget about the Cold Skull Cave Trust incident. Bang! An ice spirit bead held in Yumingkong's hand instantly rolled to the ground. Surprisingly, she didn't know anything about it, and her face was white. Damn it! Suyu! Why does he know about the Cold Skull Cave Orphanage incident? Chapter 52, The Mystery of Goddess Yuechan's Origin. She told no one, even those few dead ghosts, even when they gave her great help every time, did not reveal half a word. How did Suyu know about it? A picture couldn't help but flash through her mind. 18 years ago, she was still only at the Divine General Realm cultivation level and was merely an outer sect elder of the Moon God Palace. There wasn't much say in the Moon God Palace. However, one day, she had a very strange dream about a relic called the Cold Skull Cave, which contained immortal pills that could raise her cultivation to the heavenly dignity realm. When she woke up, she just thought it was a daydream and didn't take it to heart. Who knows? Since that day, she's had the same dream every day. Finally, the curiosity could not be pressed, as well as the strong desire to become stronger. She set out to find the place in her dream, Kung Fu, when she had almost searched the burial star. Finally, she came to a place that looked exactly like her dream. With great difficulty, he decimated those annoying spider spirits, and when he entered the cave, Herb was exasperated by the sight before him. This cave called Cold Skull Cave was exactly the same as in her dream, but the immortal medicine that could raise her cultivation was missing. Inside lay a dry, thin old crone with a body that looked like a paperweight, ready to go west at any moment. In her arms, she was also holding a baby who was only 4 or 5 months old. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were cloudy. An old voice issued from her mouth. You're finally here. With a jolt in his heart, Yumingkong looked at the old crone with a guarded expression and questioned, Are you the one summoning this general? The old woman nodded and pointed at the baby in her arms. Take care of her for me, and I will fulfill my promise to help you step into the heavenly exaltation realm. Yumingkong swept a glance at the sleeping baby and said with some suspicion, Why me? The old woman smiled. Because, you are also an innate charming body. The old body can contact you through the power of the bloodline. Yumingkong was astonished. It can still be like that. This was in the northern desert, surrounded by icebergs, and was incomparably far from the eastern desert continent. With her cultivation level, she had taken more than 2 months to arrive here after writing several teleportation arrays. It seemed that this old crone's cultivation was absolutely extraordinary. and she didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. It's just a matter of taking care of a child. Their moon palace adopts a lot of orphans every year. Yu Mingkong immediately nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I agree. I hope Senior doesn't go back on his word. In the old woman's cloudy eyes, a flash of light suddenly flashed, as if she had seen hope. Naturally, after saying that, she raised a dry hand and slapped it towards Yu Mingkong's back. Frightened, Yu Mingkong tried to escape. However, the entire person was imprisoned by a powerful force, unable to move a single bit. Don't move. The old Mi's Dao injury is too severe and my lifespan has ended, so I'll instill all of this remaining bit of power into you. When the crone finished, she pressed her palm against her back. When Yu Mingkong came to his senses, his cultivation had unexpectedly crossed two major realms, directly entering the late stage of the heavenly dignity realm. And that old crone, lying on the ground, breathless, pointed at the baby on the ground. Her name is Yue-chan. Keep her, you won't regret it in the future. The person behind her can help you ascend to the immortal realm. Having said that, this old crone will be transformed into a bit of white light, dissipated in the air. The two elders were apprehensive in their hearts when they saw the look on Yu Mingkong's face at this moment. Yu Mingkong was a ruthless man. Back then, she had returned from her travels and her cultivation had increased greatly. In order to seek the position of Palace Master, she teamed up with the Burning Sky Dao ancestor to kill the original Palace Master. And all those who opposed her succession to the position of Palace Master died under her cold ice palm. The two elders looked at each other, and in the end, made a decision. Palace Master, I'm willing to redeem myself and immediately go to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land to ask for someone. Please fulfill the Palace Master. I am willing to go through fire and water for the Palace Master. Yu Mingkong was pulled back from his troubled thoughts by the words of the two men, muttering in his heart, I didn't expect that old crone, before she died, had left a hand. After so many years, no one has been seen looking for Yu-chan, and this Palace Master thought that the old crone had just written a blank check. That's fine, since there is a third party who knows about Yu-chan's life, then this Palace Master will play the role of this life-saving mentor properly. She suddenly smiled, a demonic face that looked even more stunning. No, why should we go to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land to ask for someone? Since Yue-chan wants to stay there for a while, let her go. The two elders were confused by Yu Mingkong's sudden transformation. Not long ago, there was a flourish. If Yu-chan is not willing to come back voluntarily, be sure to capture her back to the palace. Imprisoned, Palace Master. Then what should we do if the Divine Maiden wants to break away from our Moon God Palace to join the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? The sixth elder asked in a low voice. Yu Mingkong sighed and said somewhat helplessly, alas, no matter what, she is also the child that this Palace Master raised from childhood. Which mother does not want to see her children happy? You guys don't want to bother her anymore. Yu Mingkong's words directly changed the relationship between her and Yu-chan from master and disciple to mother and daughter. When the two elders heard this, they were overjoyed in their hearts. It seemed that Yu Mingkong did not intend to pursue this matter, and immediately began to pat the rainbow farts. Yes, I believe that the Divine Maiden will definitely be able to understand your good intentions, Palace Master, and will definitely come back when she's tired of playing outside. The Palace Master has been so kind to the Divine Maiden, and the Divine Maiden is a good child with a clear understanding of grudges, so she definitely won't forget the Palace Master's great kindness. Yu Mingkong smiled and nodded. In her eyes, she was full of compassion. As for how much of it was true, only she knew in her own heart. The day before yesterday, she had planned to give Yue-chan, who had her physique mended, to Old Man Burning Sky in exchange for a realm-breaking pill. Just then, a beautiful maid walked over. Upon seeing Yu Mingkong, he immediately showed a look of surprise. Palace Master, you've come out of the gate. Yu Mingkong nodded slightly, her red lips lightly opening. What is it? With a smile on her face, the maid immediately reported. Palace Master, there is a woman outside who claims her name is Lin Yuyan and wants to pay you a visit. Lin Yuyan? That's a familiar name. Yu Mingkong thought slightly and faintly said, Palace Master, she's wearing the attire of a core disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The maid added, can it be that she's that fairy Lin Yuyan Lin, one of the Eastern Wasteland's twin prides, who is on par with the goddess? The seventh elder opened his mouth. I've long heard that Fairy Lin and the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son were childhood sweethearts, two young children, that Suyu would even give up his life for her. I'm afraid that this time I've come. I'm afraid that it's related to the Divine Maiden. The sixth elder also expressed his opinion. Interesting, it seems, must have suffered a loss in front of my home Choner. This is to sow discord. Yu Mingkong's eyes turned and immediately figured out Lin Yuyan's purpose. Chapter 53, There's no way out of the mountain and there's no way out of the river. but there's another village in the darkness. Yu Mingkong's divine thoughts quickly liberalized, and soon, he saw that outside the palace gates, there stood a great beauty of a beautiful country, with a somewhat anxious look on her face. It's really that personal female disciple of old man Tianyan. She couldn't help but laugh coldly in her heart. It's a good-looking person, but Yu Chan is a big bargaining chip for the future ascension of this palace master, and can't be utilized by a yellow-haired girl like you? Seeing that Yu Mingkong did not make a clear statement, the maid was a bit uncertain and asked in a low voice, "Palace master, do you want to see her?" Yu Mingkong gently waved her hand. "Just a milky yellow hair girl. Why do I need to be personally received by this palace master?" Speaking here, she looked at the two elders still kneeling on the ground and faintly said, "Give the two of you a chance to redeem your sins. Do you know what to do?" The two elders immediately showed joyful faces and immediately assured, "Please don't worry, Palace Master. I will definitely get things done this time. Please don't worry, Palace Master. I will not disappoint Palace Master." Yu Mingkong was clearly lacking in interest. Lin Yuyen, a small divine passage realm cultivator, was just that, completely unable to catch her eye. She turned around and walked towards the direction of the Grand Hall, leaving the crowd with a stunningly beautiful back. In the air, her voice still drifted. "You guys see to it. Remember, don't get anyone killed. And I hope the goddess understands my good intentions. Okay? As you command, Palace Master." Until Yu Mingkong's figure completely disappeared. It was only then that the two elders stood up from the ground as if they were relieved and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive outside the palace gates, and a woman with a stunningly beautiful appearance came into view. The sixth elder had a bad smile on her lips. It is rumored in the outside world that this fairy Lin's intelligence is not worthy of her beauty. Today, I will give it a try. She glanced at Lin Yuyen and coldly said, "The palace master has something to do and has no time to receive. Girl, please go back." Lin Yuyen, who had originally waited for a long time without seeing the palace maid pass on the message, had already waited with some impatience. At this time, it was hard to wait for the two elders, and it was thought that she would be warmly received with high specifications to enter. As a result, without even meaning to let her enter the palace gate, she was directly turned away, and addressed her as a girl instead of Fairy Lin. She somewhat unwillingly mocked, "Ha, no time? No wonder the self-divine maiden ran away to our heavenly diffusion holy land and did the deed of serving men, and no one cared. So that's how it is." The sixth elder looked condescendingly at Lin Yuyen and taunted, "In that case, you're the woman who tried to steal a man from our divine maiden, but no one wanted her?" Lin Yuyen, who had wanted to taunt Yuechan's master and disciple a bit, unexpectedly, will move a stone to stone their own feet. Where to endure this old woman to humiliate themselves as no one wants a woman? Immediately dislike back. Where did the old hag come from to be so tongue-tied? The sixth elder's eyes flashed with a bad smile of plotting success. What a stupid woman who can't judge the situation, thinking that this is the holy land of heavenly diffusion. With that, she feigned a very angry look and her face sank. "How dare you? I am a powerful God King Realm Master and a Palace Elder. How can I be insulted by a small, milky daughter like you?" She immediately raised her hand and slapped it towards Lin Yuyen's flowery and pretty face. It seemed like a simple palm. However, it carried the laws of space, and Lin Yuyen simply had no way to escape. Pop! A crisp slap sounded. Lin Yuyen was immediately slapped to the ground. Her face was bloody and looked horrible. With this palm, even though the sixth elder had controlled the force, it was still far harder than Yu Chan had hit. If you don't know how to respect your elders so well, don't blame me for being impolite. The sixth elder snorted coldly and withdrew her palm. Lin Yuyen was shocked and angry in her heart. This old woman's kung fu was so powerful. However, she was at least a personal disciple of the heavenly diffusion holy lord. How could she be humiliated by an outsider like this? She raged as she stopped the bleeding on her cheek. "You dare to bully the small with the big. Yu Mingkong, is this how you discipline your men? My master, the heavenly diffusion holy lord, will definitely seek justice for me." After she uttered these words, the seventh elder, who had originally wanted to make a move as well, immediately stopped moving his palms and didn't say another word. The sixth elder, on the other hand, had nothing to worry about. Anyway, the fight was over. This evil person, she would play to the end today. Ha ha, where did this ignorant girl come from? I've heard for a long time that Holy Lord Tianyan is a benevolent lord. How could he teach a disciple like you who doesn't know how to behave? How dare you falsely claim to be his disciple and smear his face? Looking for a beating. When she finished, she raised her palm again. Pop! It slapped directly on Lin Yuyen's other cheek. This time, the force was heavier than before. Lin Yuyen's entire body was sent flying out 100 meters before she managed to smash down in a mountain forest outside the Moon God Palace. inside her eyes. They were already red with splattered blood, and her eyes were a blur. The whole pretty face, jade face destroyed, face, cannot find a piece of intact skin. In all her life, no one had ever dared to beat her or wrong her like that. This old demon woman, even more hateful than that Moonchan Demoness, a group of whores from the Moon God Palace, truly lawless, but what can she do nowadays but get beaten? At this moment, she couldn't help but recall that day 10 years ago, when she was most helpless. It was Suyu's appearance that brought her light and gave her a new life. But now this man is so hurt by her that he will never care about her again. At this moment, she was like a stray dog abandoned by its owner, alone and helpless. The last healing pill had already been taken by Yu-chan after her battle with her. She immediately ran her gong methods to heal her injuries, but unfortunately, the old crone's cultivation level was too high, and the gong methods she had at her disposal were simply unable to dispel the other party's residual mana. With her current injuries, she would have to take at least a top-grade muscle regeneration pill, but this pill, which was sold outside for 10 million lower-grade spirit stones, where did she get the money? Is it possible that from now on, Lin Yu-yen, will have to face all beings with this ugly face? No, I don't want it. Lin Yu-yen let out a loud cry. The looks that had always made her proud were now, more than killing her, her most difficult drawback to show. Tears, like a flood that broke the levee, kept falling down, mixed with the blood on his cheeks. He looked horrible and miserable. She picked up the long sword in her hand and was about to stab at her chest. Father, mother, the unfilial daughter has come to reunite with you. Bai Wan, who had been hiding in the shadows, sighed and quickly knocked the longsword out of her hand. This medicine can repair the injury on your face. Quickly eat it and return to the Holy Land earlier. The Moon God Palace is not something you can mess with. Immediately, a bottle of elixir was thrown to her. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Yuyen's heart was overjoyed and she immediately caught the elixir in her hands, took it out, and smelled it on the end of her nose. Extreme grade muscle growth elixir. I knew that elder brother still cares about me. Such a precious elixir. He can't even use it himself, and he specially entrusted you to send it to me. Bai Wan didn't want to blow her off and didn't bother to talk to her. The Holy Sun returned from the Moonwatch City this time and brought quite a few good things to distribute to everyone, all of which were gifted by various forces in order to flatter and curry favor with him. This extreme-grade muscle regeneration pill was one of them, and each disciple of Ling Yun Peak had several bottles distributed in their hands. This extreme-grade muscle regeneration pill that he had taken out was just one of the many pills gifted to him by the Holy Sun. Chapter 54, I have the art of transforming everything. Lin Yuyen had a delighted smile on her face and swallowed the elixir without hesitation. A few moments later, the face could no longer see a little wound, and the skin was as white and tender as a freshly peeled egg. An absolutely beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Elder brother really does still love me. Even though he's a bit of a fool, he's the kindest person in this world. Bai Wan cast a sidelong glance at him and warned, it's best to know, if you dare to have crooked thoughts about the Holy Sun, I, Bai Wan, will be the first to say no. Su Yu, who was far away in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, he was reclining on the easy chair, drinking the enlightenment tea while listening to Yuan playing the Peiyuan meditation song, and every now and then, he even took a bite of the food that Luo Qianxue fed him. In the blue water pool, koi carp are playing happily among the lotus leaves. Many spirit butterflies danced among the flowers. Luo Qianxue's mouth was stuffed with spirit fruits inside, and her cheeks bulged. A pair of big watery eyes happily bent into a crescent moon shape. The days of living with my brother. Really too happy. Every day there are a lot of delicious food. Suyu was quite enjoying this harmonious and beautiful swinging life. Suddenly, the system's voice broke the peace in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Luo Qianxue, the daughter of heaven's destiny, feel the warmth of home. Favorability +5. With a smile on his face, Suyu turned his head and looked at Luo Qianxue, who was eating with a happy face, gently touched her head and reminded her in a small voice, eat slowly, brother has plenty more here. Luo Qianxue immediately nodded happily, and just then, the system's voice came back in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his slight trick that caused the daughter of heaven's destiny, Lin Yuyen, to be humiliated, rewarding the villain with 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ordering Bai Wan to come to his aid, causing Lin Yuyen, the daughter of heaven's destiny, to be very grateful to the host. Favorability +80. Suyu gently shook his head. There was no joy in his heart. This stupid woman, she really went to the Moon God Palace to make trouble. It's also good. It's considered to be a great thing for this Holy Sun, but it's a solution to Moon Chan's worries. Yu Mingkong is really afraid of the person behind Yu Chan. This woman's head is spinning fast. She's a powerful character. Today, there are so many changes in the plot and so much uncertainty about the future. Well, no matter what, let's raise our cultivation first. Suyu opened the system mall. March 8th Women's Day sale. 8 large, titanium glowing words appeared within his sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are also promotions at the system mall. But it seems like there's no March 8th Women's Day on the buried immortal planet. Curious, he looked his gaze downward. The only item that immediately caught his eye. It's a book, named The True Book of Taiyin. Suyu immediately clicked in. Taiyin True Scripture, Imperial Scripture. Those who cultivate this scripture need to contain the power of Taiyin in their bodies. Once refined, the killing machine is infinite. Shattering the void is just a snap of the fingers. Selling points, original price 100,000 villain points. Now on sale at 10% off. Only 10,000 villain points. Today only. Well, 10,000 villain points for an emperor's scripture. So what's the point? It's definitely a buy. Without waiting for any consideration, Suyu's divine thoughts moved. Right away. The deal is done. It just so happened that at that moment, Yu-chan had finished playing a song and was looking at him with affection. Suyu raised his hand and waved it, and a very ancient book appeared in front of her. Yu-chan, this saint's son has a gong method here that is very suitable for the Taiyin saint body to cultivate. Gifting it to you. Yu-chan took the book in her hands and took a look at it, and her heart was immediately shaken. The Taiyin True Scripture. After casually flipping through a few pages, I immediately realized that this book was absolutely priceless and simply too relevant. She was so excited that she was a bit incoherent. Holy son, this book, it's also too precious for you. So you stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on her red lips. For you, to pay even more, I am also willing. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the Daughter of Heaven's destiny greatly moved, awarding 5,000 villain points. Suyu looked at her face that was excited and eager to start comprehending the gongfu right away. Smiling faintly, he said, pointing upwards, the cultivation room at the top of Lingyun Peak is a good place to go. Yu-chan was so excited that she bent down and left a love stamp on Suyu's cheek. Then, with a red face, he quickly headed towards the summit of Lingyun Peak. Suyu touched his handsome face, and his heart was happy. Looks like that's 10,000 villain points well spent. Brother, can Chi-Yuki play with the spirit discs? Luo Qianxue opened a pair of big, watery eyes, fluttering and looking at Suyu with anticipation. Suyu revealed a gentle smile. Good, go ahead. Getting Suyu's permission, Luo Qianxue immediately jumped up and down to chase the spirit butterflies and the flowers. Nowadays, no one is around. Suyu felt clear and immediately called the system. System, draw. Ding, congratulations to the host. There are 2 lottery chances left. 1 normal lottery and 1 advanced lottery. Common draw first. As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar dial appeared from before his eyes. According to the system's previous statement, there is a chance to draw thank you for your patronage in a normal lottery. Last time, he drew an 8. So this time, just 7. Suyu casually pressed his hand. Ding, congratulations to the host, who has drawn one of the 10,000 things pointing technique, the art of illumination of all things. By performing this art, you can cause all things to become spiritually intelligent, or even metamorphose into human beings. Warm reminder, casting this spell requires a large amount of spiritual energy in the host's body, and the host is advised to use it with caution. Suyu at the first moment he saw this spell appear, in his mind, Jean Guoguo's figure immediately surfaced. Would love to see what she looks like when she becomes human. Is the host learning now? Study. The voice just dropped. Suyu only felt that there was a warm current all over his body. In his mind, there were all of a sudden more techniques about how to perform the everything pointing technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has comprehended the everything pointing avatar to the great completion realm. If you want to reach the extreme realm, you still need to practice diligently. Hard work? So hard, it doesn't exist. At most, after 3 more days of posing, this saint's son will be able to cultivate this divine ability to the extreme. However, he doesn't want to waste his attribute points on this right now. Since the return of Moonwatch City to the Holy Land, the Shadow Fiend Hall then did not send any more people to assassinate him. On the other hand, on the side of the Holy Prince of the Taichu, there had been no unusual moves. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. In that case, we might as well stay put for now. He was also happy to be idle and stayed in the prosperity residence every day, and had been swinging for 7 consecutive days, harvesting 70 points of attribute value. Unlike before, there are more people to give him relief. Also, every night, He insisted on attending to the Tao of Love with Yuachan. And now, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the prosperity realm. Feeling the newly learned feats, Su stood up. With a gentle leap, he stood on a lotus leaf and laughed. Gua gua! Look over! Jin Guogui immediately opened a pair of eyes as bright and dazzling as sapphires and looked at Suyu with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 55, Jin Guogui after transformation. Invincible heavy pupil appears. Suyu had a gentle smile on his face, only to see him stretch out a finger. Next moment, a large amount of spiritual energy around him surged towards this finger. A few moments later, above this finger, a golden flame unexpectedly lit up. It was the flame of wisdom, seemingly dazzling, but without temperature. Everything pointing technique, go! With Suyu letting out a low drink, only to see that flame of wisdom immediately disappear into the center of Jin Guogui's brow. On Suyu's forehead, tiny beads of sweat covered it. In his ears, came a startlingly familiar child's voice. Ah, I have a headache. My body hurts. My hands ache. My feet hurt. Ha? No, why do I have hands and feet? Ah, how did I grow a human nose and ears? I seem to have become a person. Oh, ahahaha, I'm Jin Guogui transformed. Yeah. Suyu looked at the little munchkin who was standing in the water, unimaginative and laughing openly. The corners of his lips hooked slightly. So, you look like this. Looks like 2 or 3 years old. Chubby, when you smile, each side of the corner of the lips hanging a small pear swirl. Originally grew 2 small drums, turned into 2 small pulls, wearing a golden dress. The overall look is a bit like a little girl child coming out of a yearbook. Jin Guogui immediately popped out of the water when she heard Suyu's voice. Standing in front of Suyu, she wanted to jump into his palm like before, but realized that she was too big. Suyu smiled faintly and held her in his arms in one go. Thank you, master, for letting Guogui transform into a human in advance. Jin Guogui's voice was milky and cute. Ding! The breath of the daughter of fortune has been detected. Will the host check it out? What's the difference between a daughter of Qi and a daughter of heaven's destiny? The daughter of heaven's destiny is favored by the heavenly Tao of this small world, and her fortune is as good as a great one. The daughter of fortune herself carries her own aura of fortune and is not limited to this side of heaven. I see. Then check the information of the daughter of Qi. Ding! System loading. Name, King Gogo. Realm, 6th level of the Avatar realm. Fate, daughter of fortune. Bloodline, ancestral dragon's true blood in the body. Talent, the ability to absorb the power of heaven and earth's fortune into oneself, and to bless friends and family. Rating, mythical daughter of fortune. Let by one casually by 9 koi carp back, and one of them possesses the true blood of an ancestral dragon, or is a mythic level Chi luck daughter. Developed. Suyu was overjoyed inwardly and had a wide smile on his face, touching the 2 small grips on her head. I found that there were 2 small bulges hidden inside, which should be her dragon's horns that hadn't grown yet, and I immediately felt that it was too cute. He smiled and asked, Gogo, having just transformed into a human, do you have any claims? Jin Guogui immediately nodded her head very seriously. Yes, I also want to be like Shinshue and eat a lot of delicious food every day. Suyu held his forehead. How is it another snacker? What? Is master unwilling? Jin Guogui opened a pair of big eyes like sapphires and looked at Suyu pitifully. It was as if he dared to refuse, he would cry to you right away the next moment. Suyu's hand reached out and a bunch of honey gourds immediately appeared in his hand. On it were strung 8 red spirit fruits, their surfaces wrapped in arcane honey, like glittering red lanterns, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. This was in order to coax Luo Qianxue to be happy, and specially had buy 50 of them back and store them within the jade pure bottle. Jin Guogui's mouth couldn't help but drool as her eyes stared unblinkingly at the honeydew gourd. Here you go. Suyu laughed and handed her the honey gourd, on top of her little tug, and pinched it again. At the corners of the little munchkin's lips, 2 charming little pear swirls were immediately revealed. Su smiled and placed her on the ground. Jin Guogui swiftly hid next to a rock and took small bites of the honeydew gourd. It's too delicious, too good to be second best, and definitely not for Chiyuki to see. Jin Guogui's pair of beautiful blue eyes stole a glance at Luo Qianxue, who was playing with Ling Dai. From time to time, always on guard against Luo Qianxue snatching the honey gourd with her. Suyu was amused again as he looked at her like this. However, after feeling the spiritual energy in his body, which was only half remaining, the smile couldn't help but tighten. It seemed that in the future, this everything pointing technique should indeed be used with caution. It was a good thing that this place was in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land Prosperity Residence. If you were in the middle of nowhere and had just finished performing this technique and encountered a sneak attack from an enemy, it would be difficult to protect your life. He reclined back into the free chair and purchased a drop of 10,000-year-old spirit milk from the system, taking it before his body was restored. System, keep drawing. Noiselessly, 9 golden blind boxes suddenly appeared in the mind's eye. There were 9 numbers on them, from 1 to 9. I didn't realize that the premium raffle was a guessing blind box. System, I'll take number 8. The obsession to get hair and not leave 8 is deeply rooted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Invincible Heavy Pupil. Invincible Heavy Pupil, Immortal Level, the strongest heavy pupil in all the worlds, with a total of 9 aptitudes. They are, Perspective, Stillness, Breaking Delusion, Breaking Prohibition, Charm, Mirror Phase, Formation, Destruction, and Creation. Upon successful fusion, the host can instantly perform the penetrating aptitude, and for the rest, the host needs to tap into it in cultivation. System, this saint's son likes this invincible heavy pupil too much. Fuse it immediately. Suyu was inwardly unable to contain his excitement and immediately gave the order. Invincible heavy pupil fusion in Suyu's sea of consciousness. Shasta. A black and a white glow appeared, dazzling white and black. It was as if it came from the depths of a distant universe, crossing over countless small worlds and appearing in front of Suyu. Next moment, they suddenly moved, turning into a pair of black and white pupils. In each eye pupil, there were 2 more pupils that seemed to be formed by a combination of chaotic chi, and within them, there were countless mysterious runes flickering. They were right in front of Suyu's eyes, but it was as if they were separated by thousands of mountains. That gaze, it seemed to be able to see through the ages and understand everything in the universe. With the 2 pupils lightly trembling, originally each pupil has 2 pupils within the pupil, but like a heavenly dog swallowing the moon, it became pure black and pure white 2 pupils. Immediately after that, it transformed into a black and a white beam of light that directly merged into Suyu's eyes. Suyu immediately felt a cold and a hot, 2 mysterious powers seeping through his eyes, until no more foreign objects could be felt in the eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has successfully fused the invincible heavy pupil. Suyu immediately opened his eyes. Brush! Brush! 2 gazes, 1 black and 1 white, quickly spread out, with far more distance and clarity than ever before, through the mountains and arches ahead of us. Nothing can stop it. It is invincible, and it leads straight to the peak of Feisha. Is Feisha Peak so poor? Female disciples can't even afford to buy clothes? Su blinked curiously and looked again. I don't see anything wrong. I see the peaks on the other side of the mountain, and the heights are different from near and far. At Suyu's nostrils, 2 lines of bright red hot streams were completely out of control. His eyes, sweeping over the crowd. It's abominable. Why is this Feisha Peak master so stingy? It's really a waste of time to be a human teacher. Where is she? Chapter 56 System. Is this the divine eye you gave to this saint's son? Suyu directly swept his gaze towards the Peak Master Hall, only to see a beautiful woman, who suddenly stood up with amazing curves, scanning the surroundings with a face full of vigilance. Who is spying on this Peak Master? Suyu immediately closed his eyes. A cold sweat ran down his forehead, so close to being caught red-handed and seen as a voyeur. System. Is this the invincible heavy pupil you gave this saint's son? Ding! Congratulations to the host for playing the role of a villain and successfully spying on 500 female disciples, rewarded with 50,000 villain points. System, you're luring this saint's son into doing something bad. Is this saint's son such a person? The system so wants to say, you are. However, the advice that came out was, the host can exchange a book on pupil arts in the system mall and learn to master the application techniques of pupil arts. Suyu immediately called up the system mall. Inside, there were 108 books about pupil arts, and none of them were cheap. In the end, combining his savings in hand, he spent 100,000 villainous points and purchased a copy of the Supreme Pupil Technique. This book elaborates on the techniques of using a total of 5 divine powers: the penetrating power, the delusion-breaking power, the stillness power, the forbidden power, and the charming power. Flipping through the book, there were some more obscure runes of the Great Tao. With Suyu's current chaotic godbody's talent, it was far easier than an ordinary cultivator to comprehend. But there are still 8 epiphanies left to not use. Save them for New Year's Eve? It's not like it's a New Year's pig that can still be slaughtered and eaten. Suyu, that was quite decisive. System, use an epiphany opportunity. Clang! A bell tolled in his head, languidly, with the sound of the Great Tao. It caused his entire being to enter a state of emptiness. Suyu began to learn the specific techniques of utilizing the penetrating avatar. 10 breaths of time passed. He was enlightened. With a smile on his face. I see. As long as I use the penetrating aptitude properly, the eyes actually do not need to shoot out 2 rays of light. It will be able to see what is in front of me, inside and outside a thorough. Moreover, nowadays, I have been able to perfectly hide the secret of containing heavy pupils in my eyes, and to outsiders, these are a pair of deep and fascinating eyes. Compared to earlier, the advantage was that there was greater concealment when performing this divine ability. GGG, system, you've created another way for the Saint's Son to earn villain points. The host can continue to carry on with the development. There are a total of 888 female disciples in the Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion. System, you're too bad. This Saint's Son doesn't care to do such things that pollute the eyes and mind. System, so you took out a handkerchief and wiped all the blood that was stuck on the man's center and mouth, casting a dust removal spell. Soon the blood stains on his clothes disappeared, and his entire body looked refreshed, immediately displaying an image of a handsome and righteous man. Once again, he cast the penetrating avatar. In his eyes, there was no longer a divine light flashing. As he swept towards the foot of Lingyun Peak, he saw a familiar figure talking with 2 guards at the entrance of the mountain. He immediately stopped casting his perspective technique. This kid is here. I wonder what surprise he can bring me. This time, he reclined back into his free chair and watched the 2 young children in front of him, chasing spirit butterflies among the flowers. Inside the courtyard, from time to time, the 2 of them laughed innocently, like silver bells. Not much longer. Bear Soldier then came to the promenade. He looked dusty, and his voice was there before he arrived. Holy Son, good news, extraordinarily good news. Suyu immediately sat upright, looking like he was very interested. It's senior brother Xiong who is here. Quickly come over and drink a cup of tea to moisten your throat. After mingling with Suyu, Xiong did not have the constraints he had before. He immediately sat on a stool next to Suyu and laughed. Just got the latest news. Quite a few good things have been dug out from the ancient mine of Taisher. After 10 days, there will be a large-scale stone gambling meeting. The location, it's set to be at the Yaoguang gambling place in Taisher City. Saint's Son, do you want to go and take a look together? Suyu fell into deep thought. Shortly after the large-scale stone gambling session at the Yaoguang gambling workshop, the Eastern Wasteland entered the era of war. The unearthing of rare treasures from the Taisher ancient mine had attracted the attention of all the major powers, and it was the prelude to the great chaos in the Eastern Wasteland. Didn't realize, the plot is moving so fast. Heroes come out of chaos. If he remembered correctly, it was at this stone gambling meeting that Zhang Chen had gotten a big chance to quickly step into the true god realm. Okay, in a week's time, we'll leave together. Suyu nodded. Ha, great. In that case, there are still 7 days left. Bear Soldier was overjoyed. Then, the gaze that looked at Suyu gradually became burning hot. Just like when Yu-chan looked at him, Suyu couldn't help but feel furious inside. Thinking of the spicy scene he saw not long ago when he cast his perspective technique, he looked at Bear Soldier with a wary face. What does he want? This Holy Son has no interest in men. Saint's Son, after your last instruction, senior brother went back to practice hard day and night, and now that the sword path has grown again, I would like to ask the Saint's Son for some instruction again. I wonder if the Saint's Son is free. So that's the thing. Tell me, why are you looking at me with such a strange look? Why are you so emotional all day long? It's easy for people to get the wrong idea. So you secretly let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, go to your Divine Sword Peak Martial Arts Stadium. Yu-chan was still practicing at the top of Lingyun Peak, so he couldn't let this guy go and disturb her purification. Just as Suyu and Xiong were slicing and dicing sword Dao, the fact that Suyu had taken the Moon-chan Divine Maiden as a follower had already spread amongst the major powers of the Eastern Desolate Continent. Countless celestial pride was eclipsed by it. The Holy Land of the Beginning. In the Temple of the Sun. Since that day of trading with the Shadow Fiend Hall, Taichu Saint's son Wang Yu, because he didn't want to draw fire, had been keeping a very low profile in recent days. Day after day, he stayed in seclusion in the cultivation room of the Holy Sun Palace. On this day, a follower of his men came in haste to seek an audience. Wang Yu got up and came into the great hall. He was 7 feet tall and stood with his arms folded, looking very heroic. The name of the visitor was Wang Tao, an Avatar Realm 2nd level cultivator, the personal disciple of the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sacred Land, and his senior brother, Saint's Son. This morning senior brother received a piece of news. I don't know if it's true or not. Does Saint's Son want to hear it? Wang Yu nodded. Senior brother Wang, feel free to speak frankly. In the Holy Land of Taichu, many people were aware that Saint's Son Wang Yu adored Divine Maiden Yu-chan, and a group of people were all a bit eager to try it out after learning this news. Wang Tao, as Wang Yu's close confidant, naturally became this leader. He sighed and said with some exasperation, Suyu has taken the Moon-chan divine maiden as a follower, and it is rumored that the two of them are in the Lingyun Peak day in and day out, laughing and joking, as if they were a couple in hot love. Ka-ching! A piece of extremely high-grade spirit jade that Wang Yu was playing with in his hands shattered in response to the sound. His handsome face was red with anger, and his hands clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced through his skin and embedded into his flesh without even noticing it. Wang Tao watched Wang Yu's hand constantly have blood sliding down, and immediately reminded, Saint's son, your hand. Seeing that the other party was not listening, he immediately changed the subject and began to persuade, Holy Son, with your talent and origin, you are not inferior to that Suyu. It is a loss for Divine Lady Yuachan if she does not choose you. I heard that. The new generation of holy maidens of the Violet Holy Land. Mo Zilin looks like a flower and has outstanding talent. Chapter 57, You Dare to Eat Black? Wang Tao hadn't finished. Wang Yu then interrupted him, his voice carrying a fury that was hard to suppress. I know, you go out. Seeing this, Wang Tao only nodded and retreated. Soon, a crackling sound could be heard in the Great Hall. He sighed and just hoped that Saint's son would quickly move on from his lost. No, make that unrequited love. At this time, Wang Yu had basically smashed everything that could be smashed in the Great Hall. Damn Shadow Fiend Hall. All money and no work. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he lifted his foot and kicked one of the Kunzuki futons in the room that hadn't been destroyed yet. It was as if this Kunmo futon was Suyu, this Saint's son is going to kill you and kick you alive. I kick, until, that is, it kicked this Kunzuki futon into shreds. This Saint's son is unwilling, truly unwilling. Wang Yu let out a roar and sat down on the ground in a million disheveled states. It was as if all the essence of the body disappeared with this roar. Just then, an object in his arms suddenly lit up. Wang Yu listlessly picked it up and took a look. It was clearly a transmission note left by the Shadow Fiend Hall. Today, at the stroke of midnight, 500 miles outside the holy land of Taichu, by the pavilion of clear breeze, I won't see you there. When Wang Yu saw this, a surge of anger in his heart was stirred up again. A bunch of wimps, having received a deposit of 150,000 extreme spirit stones from this saint's son. The matter has not been completed until now, and they still have the nerve to contact the saint's son. I shucks. He raised his palm and a cluster of foreign fire flew out from his palm, and the transmission note immediately turned into flying ash. Wang Yu has grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth since he was a child, and there is nothing he can't get that he wants. As the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land and the divine son of the everlasting king's family, his origin was not at all worse than Suyu's, and the number of women who liked him was as numerous as the carp in the river. But, none of this is to his liking. Yuachan was the only one who could easily grab his heartstrings. As soon as he closed his eyes, the beautiful face, the incomparable talent, and the noble and cold, vaguely penetrating into the bones of the charm, all let him be intoxicated. Unfortunately, such an immortal flower was snatched away by Suyu. Damn it, hasn't Suyu always adored Lin Yuyan? Why do you want to compete with this saint's son for the Moon-chan goddess? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. His hands clenched into fists and he gritted his teeth. No, we can't just let it go. Since we've already paid the 30% deposit, according to the rules of the Shadow Fiend Hall, as long as the employer doesn't revoke the mission, it's still valid. Suyu, you must die. You dare to rob this saint's son's woman. You cannot be kept. There was an unprecedented killing intent in his eyes. Shadow Fiend Hall, tonight, this holy son will go and meet you again. He couldn't help but grunt at the thought. Suyu, you should feel honored to be on the Shadow Fiend Hall's must-kill list one day. If it weren't for the fact that this saint's son doesn't want to cause conflict between you and me, the two holy lands, as well as the Su and Wang families, why would he need to pay a high price to hire Shadow Fiend guards? He had now reached the peak of the prosperity realm, and if he hadn't considered that there was still a divine king realm protector behind Suyu, he would have secretly laid his hands on him long ago. There is still a little more than half a day to go before the hour of midnight. He sat down on the ground and began to meditate and stabilize his mind. Time, flying by. Once the hour is up. After disguising himself, Wang Yu exited the sacred Sun Palace and headed towards the agreed location. Originally, it was thought that he would wait for the Shadow Fiend guard for a long time again, just like last time. Unexpected, just arrived at the Clear Wind Pavilion. Ahead, there was already a black shadow standing. A mechanical voice, indistinguishable from male or female, came out from the black shadow's mouth. Saint Prince Taichu, you're late. Wang Yu wore a cold smile on his face as he tried to give the other party a downward spiral. You guys are too much of a disappointment to this saint's son. A mere small cultivator at the early stage of the prosperity realm. And you haven't even killed off by now. The Shadow Fiend guard snorted coldly. This seat is here for this matter. Shouldn't Saint Prince Taichu explain why Strike previously provided false information to this seat? He is not some beggar, but Heavenly Diffusion Saint Sun Suyu. Wang Yu was shocked in his heart. However, being in a high position for many years had taught him not to change his face. What is this talk of false information? This Saint Sun was not aware of his true identity when he issued the kill mission, and your hall has not notified this Saint Sun. The Shadow Fiend guard had a hint of gloom in his eyes as he said in a chilling voice, since the Holy Prince of Taichu dares to do something that he doesn't dare to do, then this mission is done. Wang Yu immediately wore a displeased look on his face. How could this be done? He had paid a 30% deposit. Didn't your Shadow Fiend Hall say that as long as the mission is taken over, it will not end in death? Why? If you want to give up now, aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you for going back on your word? The Shadow Fiend guard laughed out loud, his voice sounding, well, oozing. Our Shadow Fiend Hall opens its doors to do business. The word of faith is naturally in the first place, since the object that the Saint Sun is trying to kill has now changed. From a beggar, to the Saint Sun of the heavenly difficulty, it's not the same price. A cold light surfaced in Wang Yu's eyes and he said in a deep voice, how much do you want? 100 million extreme spirit stones. A mechanical and cold voice came out from the mouth of the Shadow Fiend guard. Wang Yu stumbled and almost fell when he heard this. Do you think this Saint Sun is a money pile driver? No, that's fine. The Saint Sun can exchange it with an equivalent item. For example, your Taicho Holy Land's Taicho Dao Chopping Sutra. Wang Yu couldn't help but breathe in. Impossible. This was the scripture book of the mountain of the Taichu Holy Land. Not every disciple was qualified to learn it. And even if he was a Taichu Holy Son, he was currently only learning the upper volume. The Shadow Fiend guard's voice became chilling, as if it came from the 9 specters. Impossible? Then this deal will be aware of the fact that you, Taichu's Saint Sun Wang Yu, have unilaterally terminated your cooperation. According to our Shadow Fiend Hall's rules, if an employer terminates their cooperation, they need to settle any outstanding payments first. Wang Yu clenched his fists, only feeling that the blood in his body was boiling. His handsome face red with anger. You are extortion. Didn't you say earlier that you would only forfeit the deposit for breach of contract? The Shadow Fiend guard snorted coldly. If the employer intends to conceal information about the target, causing the Shadow Fiend Palace to suffer heavy losses and is unwilling to pay additional fees, the employer will need to settle the remaining fees before terminating the cooperation. Note that the remaining amount that you, Holy Son, will need to pay is 850,000 extreme spirit stones. Wang Yu couldn't bear it. What? Isn't the balance $350,000? You want to go dark? No way. The Shadow Fiend guard laughed out loud, his voice eerie and terrifying. Ha ha, the Holy Sun can refuse this seat's offer, but our Shadow Fiend Hall has ways to recover the delinquent fees, and I'm sure the Holy Sun is not willing to try. Wang Yu was so angry that he was trembling, his eyes red. Chapter 58, Fighting on the Holy Land of Taichu. Wang Yu knew very well that if he didn't agree, the Shadow Fiend Hall would definitely be able to do what it said. This matter, it was highly likely that it would become known to everyone, and even the Taichu Holy Land and the Everlasting King's family would have to follow and suffer. In the end, he extremely reluctantly threw a storage ring to the other party. Take it. This commission is over. Don't let me see you guys again. The Shadow Fiend guard immediately sensed the amount of money within the storage ring and laughed with satisfaction. From this moment onwards, the Saint Prince of Taichu, Wang Yu, will no longer be our Shadow Fiend Hall's employer, and as to whether or not we'll have the chance to meet, it's not up to the Saint Prince to say. Saying this, his figure suddenly hid in the darkness and directly disappeared. Wang Yu was so angry that he raised his hand and wanted to blast a palm into the void, but he was afraid of attracting the attention of others. In the end, with a vicious fling of his sleeve, he held his breath and left. Tree branches. A jasper-bodied shadow-retaining god insect took in the scene just now in its entirety, and utilizing his natural skill, he burned the scene that had just happened in its entirety within the shadow-retaining stone in his abdomen. About an incense stick of time passed. The shadow-retaining god insect flew towards a direction. A few moments later, it stopped in front of a man in a basilisk suit. It arched its back and opened its little mouth. Soon, a thumb-sized retained shadowstone with the color of an emerald fell into the man's palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky above, quite a few more shadow-retaining divine insects flew in, all repeating the actions from earlier. Soon after, the man finished collecting all the stay stones. Opening the spirit beast pouch, the shadow-retaining divine insects burrowed into it. Immediately, The man put away his spirit beast pouch and headed in the direction of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The next day, the Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion. Suyu was woken up by a knock on the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door to his room. He then saw an angry Jun Wuxie. Saint's son, there's news from the Taichu Saint's son side. Suyu's spirit was lifted when he heard this. Please tell Uncle Jun, the Saint's son judged correctly. This matter, indeed, is the work of the Taichu Saint's son. As it happens, the Holy Lord returned to the Holy Land yesterday. This matter is very big. According to the old man, it's better to ask his old man for advice. Suyu nodded. Good. He was also eager to see what this master of his looked like. In the original, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Diffusion is a toolman who doesn't make many trips out of the country. According to the book, he is very serious. But Suyu is particularly good. Will be his life's work? Are taught to Suyu, but Suyu Ji is not in the cultivation. The whole day only know around Lin Yuyan side when licking dog. In the original story, the Taichu Saint's son was considered a villainous character who created a lot of trouble for Jiang Chen because of Yu Chan. However, it eventually turned out to be a stepping stone on Jiang Chen's way forward. Now, with one's participation in the Qin fighting session and after performing the heart speech spitting avatar, the plot had begun to shift greatly. Jiang Chen probably ran off to the ancient mine of the beginning of the earth to look for opportunities, and the saint's son of the beginning of the earth, who originally had nothing to do with him, became his nemesis. Suyu was with Jun Wuxie. Soon they arrived at the Holy Lord's residence. A crane-haired, serious-faced, immortal old man came into his eyes. My subordinates pay their respects to the Holy Lord. Jun Wuxie immediately showed his salute. Apprentice son greets master. Suyu also followed Jun Wuxie's example and greeted the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord. The Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Lord had a serious look on his face as he lightly nodded to the two of them, and then shifted his gaze to Suyu. A moment later, a look of relief appeared on his face as he complimented. Well, not bad. There's growth. It's all because Master Teacher taught me well. Suyu immediately replied with a smile. His first impression of this Master Teacher was very good. This Master, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord, is named Yang Shao. It was the strongest person in cultivation in the current Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the true person in charge, having reached the ceiling of this world, according to the original book, because his lifespan was about to expire. These days, he was running around to find a way to ascend to the upper world, had handed over numerous matters in the Holy Land to the Grand Elder. Sacred Lord, today we have come here to pay our respects to you, but we also have one more thing to tell you. Jun Wuxie immediately reported. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord nodded. What is it? A retention stone immediately appeared in Jun Wuxie's hand. Holy Lord, please watch this retention. Having said that, he punched in his spiritual energy that didn't go inside the shadow retaining stone. Shasta. Two figures appeared in the void, and it was clearly a scene of the Taichu Saint's son and a shadow fiend guard trading within the pavilion of the clear breeze. This was rare for Suyu, and it felt more real than watching a 3D movie, as if he was there. The shadow retaining stone has just been dropped. The Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord was furious. Outrageous. This Saint Lord hasn't even died yet, and yet he dares to lay a hand on old husband's beloved disciple. Sacred Lord, it's not just that. Not long ago, the Shadow Fiend Hall even sent out 8 God Realm powerhouses at one time in order to kill the Sacred Son. Jun Wuxie told the Shadow Fiend Hall's assassination of Suyu that day as well. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord listened quietly, his face becoming increasingly somber. After a moment of contemplation, he bellowed, Chang Xing, come here for a moment. In less than 3 breaths, on the scene, there was one more late-stage powerhouse of the Great Power Realm. It was none other than Elder Chang Xing Chang, the chief guard of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Greetings, Holy Lord, Elder Chang said very respectfully. Chang Xing, find a way to locate the Shadow Fiend Hall's lair. Dare to assassinate Lao Fu's beloved disciple. Do you really think that there is no one in my Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? See if Lao Fu dares to end them all in one pot. Yes, Sacred Lord, my men will immediately go and make arrangements. After finishing his speech, Elder Chang immediately disappeared into thin air. The Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord's eyes fell on Suyu, and his tone carried a resolute tone. Disciple's son, accompany me to the Tai Chu Holy Land, and I will seek justice for you. Suyu was moved for a moment in his heart and immediately thanked. Apprentice thanked Master. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord nodded. His palm was like a sword, and he flicked it towards the void. Instantly, a void passageway appeared in front of the two. With a wave of the Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord's long sleeve, Suyu immediately appeared beside him, protected by a light shield formed by a spiritual chi. Spin. Driven by the Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord, The two of them entered the void passageway together and moved forward at great speed. In less than an incense stick of time, the master and disciple duo had appeared above the Taicho Holy Land. Suyu looked down. What was presented to his line of sight was a lofty and tall mountain range, majestic, up to 10,000 feet high, as if it was a giant dragon, horizontal down below, stretching without end. On it, there were countless imposing palaces and buildings that emitted dazzling light. Among these mountains, there was a peak that was like the spine of heaven and earth, magnificent and majestic, independent of all the peaks, which should be the main peak of the Taichu Sacred Land, where the Taichu Sacred Lord resided. Worthy of being one of the four great holy places on par with the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, it was indeed very powerful. No wonder that Taichu Holy Sun dared to buy murder to kill him. Just then, a voice came out abruptly from below, carrying a terrifying killing intent. Who dares to trespass into my Taichu Holy Land? Chapter 59, Get Lost. You're not qualified to talk to this Holy Lord. Humph. The Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord snorted coldly, instantly disintegrating this sound wave attack, and going on to press straight down. Ah! A miserable scream came from below. Obviously just now this strike, the other party was not lightly injured. Suyu knew that his own master was a ceiling-level powerhouse in this world, and this person below had taken the initiative to provoke him, simply looking for death. At this point, from the main peak below, a man stepped out. In a few strides, he came to a high altitude and stopped only when he was 100 miles away from Suyu's master and disciple. The name of the visitor was Wu Tong, a grand elder of the Taichor Sacred Land, and the master of the Taichor Sacred Sun Wang Yu. When he saw the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Lord, he immediately bowed slightly, arching his hand and saluting. So it's the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord with his beloved disciple personally visiting my Holy Land. On behalf of the Taicho Holy Land, I welcome the great arrival. The Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord glanced at him coldly. Get lost? You're not qualified to speak with this Saint Lord. Suyu couldn't help but snicker in his heart as he sniffed. His own master is really overbearing. This Wu Tong, who was at least a strong person in the middle stage of the Great Power Realm, unexpectedly did not even have the qualifications to speak with him. Wu Tong's old face turned red with anger. He was at least a dignified big shot in the Taicho Holy Land. And here, other than the old ancestor, the Holy Lord and the two Supreme Elders, he was the strongest. Of course, in the immortal cultivation realm, the strongest are honored, and the difference between the peak of the profound realm and the middle stage of the profound realm could be more than just a few small realms. It was a chasm as high as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Not to mention, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord was also a sword cultivator, who was supposed to be an invincible existence at the same level. Although his heart was not willing, he had to endure it. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord saw that no one had appeared again. He grunted coldly. The palm of his hand slapped towards the bottom. The mountain protector formation of the Holy Land of the beginning of the earth immediately began to operate at an extremely high speed, and the countless formation pattern stones, after a burst of clicking and clacking, accomplished their final mission and turned into pieces. Yang Xiao, don't go too far. A powerful aura rushed out from within the Taicho Holy Land, like a shocking light, and swept out, breaking through the clouds and straight into the sky. Next moment, Suyu then saw a shadow appear beside Wu Tong. His eyes were like two divine lamps, radiating a piercing light. Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord's voice was ice-cold. Excessive? Li Kushing, as a Saint Lord, you condone your Taichu Saint Son colluding with the Shadow Fiend Hall and wanting to buy the murder of my beloved disciple. Is that not excessive? When the Holy Lord of the beginning of the earth heard this, his eyes narrowed somewhat and he immediately probed his divine thoughts out, entering directly into the Holy Sun's hall below. Original. Wang Yu had learned that Suyu's master and disciple had appeared over the Taichu Sacred Land. His heart was like 15 buckets of water hanging in the air, and he only hoped that this matter had nothing to do with himself. Now, when he heard this from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord, his face turned pale. Could it be that the deal between him and the Shadow Fiend Hall had come to light? How is this possible? He has always acted very carefully. Also, when I met with the man last night, I had been looking around and had not noticed anyone following me. Unless it was the Shadow Fiend Hall deliberately leaking his personal information. Wang Yu was so furious that veins popped up on his forehead, and he clenched his hands into fists, squeezing them to the point of cackling. Seeing this, the Holy Lord of the Beginning immediately made a decision in his heart. As one of the four great Orthodox sects, the Taichu Holy Land, its saint's son had actually colluded with the evil assassin organization Shadow Fiend Hall. If this news were to be spread out, Wang Yu's reputation is not the only thing that will be ruined. The Taichu Holy Land and the everlasting Wang family will be implicated along with him. This Wang Yu usually looks smart. How could he do such a stupid thing? He immediately looked at Suyu's master and disciple and said unhappily, "Isn't your disciple still alive and well?" The words just fell. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord's eyes were suddenly as cold as knives, and his large hands swiftly grabbed forward. A large golden palm immediately appeared beside the Holy Lord of the Taichu in a flash. It's strangely fast. Not to mention Suyu. Even the Holy Lord of Taichu did not realize what was going on. Then he saw that Wu Tong had already been pinched in his palm by the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord like an eagle catching a chicken. Wu Tong was scared half to death at this moment. He was a powerful person in the middle cultivation of the Great Power Realm, but he had difficulty defending himself. This Yangzhao's cultivation was far beyond his understanding, and was not a bit stronger than the Holy Lord Li Kexing who was beside him at the Great Circle of the Great Power Realm. "How dare you!" Li Kexing was furious and reached out his hand to snatch it. Unexpected. Yang Shao raised his other palm and slapped it. As the two of them went about their business, the void was shattered into pieces as if it were tempered glass. Yang Shao still stood still, a soft light emanating from his body, protecting Suyu at his side. However, the Wu Tong in his hands was not so lucky. Two people just this blow, so that he was seriously injured. Limbs and sinews broken, organs were shifted by the shock. Li Kexing retreated backward for hundreds of miles and managed to stabilize himself. Looking at his opponent with great surprise, the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Lord's expression was cold and indifferent as he looked faintly at Li Kexing. "Isn't he also fine? Why are you so nervous?" Having said that, he threw Wu Tong down with great disgust. Wu Tong only felt that his entire person, just like a mortal without any cultivation, was flying down towards the ground. Li Kexing immediately threw out a flying magic weapon to hold him up. Even so, he still had difficulty with the casual throw from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord just now, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and falling onto the flying magic weapon. The look was incomparably wretched. It had been years since anyone could cause him to be injured. Li Kexing's face was gloomy, and with a wave of his sleeve, Wu Tong, along with his flying magic weapon, landed steadily in the sacred Sun Hall. He looked at the Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord with a mischievous expression. "You said that my Taicho Saint's son bought and killed someone. Do you have any evidence?" The Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord stared coldly at the other party and threw an object into the air. In the sky ahead, a projection of Wang Yu's dealings with the Shadow Fiend guards immediately appeared, and its realism was almost as if he had experienced it himself. After reading it, Li Kexing fell silent. "This matter is known to this sacred lord. He will investigate clearly if it was really done by my holy son of the Taichu sacred ground, and will definitely give Brother Yang a satisfactory explanation at that time. Brother Yang, please go back to the heaven diffracting sacred ground first, and wait for the good news." The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord laughed out loud at his words. "Li Kexing, do you take this Holy Lord to be a 3-year-old toddler? If you don't give this Holy Lord a satisfactory answer right now, don't blame this Holy Lord for not remembering old feelings and destroying your Holy Land." Having said that, a sheathed longsword appeared in his hand with a mysterious and ancient pattern on it. The longsword was just sheathed. Buzz! A sword sound shook the sky, and the sword light was as bright and dazzling as a great sun. The longswords worn by a group of cultivators below shook together. It was a kind of fear from the weak against the strong, from the bottom of their hearts. "Yang Shao, you're crazy. How dare you use an immortal weapon?" Taicho Holy Lord Li Kexing was no longer calm at this moment. "Humph. The Heavenly Diffusion Immortal Sword has a total of 9 swords. The 9 swords together can be called the Immortal Sword. What this Holy Lord is holding is just one of them. It's not considered a violation of the agreement." The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord replied coldly. Spin. A sword was aimed downwards, only to see that where the long sword struck, a huge lance immediately appeared, like piercing through the clouds and cracking the sun, intercepting towards the Heavenly Diffusion Sword. It was none other than the Taichor Sacred Land's Mountain Town treasure, the quasi-immortal artifact Sunbreaker Lance. Clank! A metal collision sound rang out, its sound shaking heaven and earth, and golden light dazzled, sweeping in all directions. Chapter 60, A Battle to Resolve Grudges and Feuds. "Do you dare?" The crowd of disciples from the Taicho Holy Land were all stunned. Even with the mountain protector formation blocking them, many disciples with weak cultivation were still shaken by the aftershocks of the strike just now, suffering from internal injuries, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and having a weak breath. Ugh! A heavy sigh came out from a forbidden land below, and the Sunbreaker gun disappeared into the long sky along with this sigh of his. "Bring out that sinner, this matter started because of him, and it shall be destroyed because of him." A faint smile appeared on the corner of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord's lips. "Wang Su, you're finally willing to show yourself." This Wang Su, the highest cultivator in the Taichu Holy Land, was at the peak of the great powers, just like the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord. Because of his short life expectancy, he has been lying in a coffin, closed to death. No, old ancestor, you are as a genius that my Taichu sacred land rarely encounters in 10,000 years. I hope old ancestor will think twice. Wu Tong immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. No need to say much. If you do something wrong, you always have to take responsibility. Wang Su's voice came out quietly. Ha ha, you Taichu sacred land. There's finally a sensible person. The heavenly diffusion holy lord laughed heartily. Wang Yu, who was still carrying a fluke, now heard the old ancestor's words, and he also gave up. Immediately stepping out from the holy sun hall, he knelt down in the direction of the forbidden land. Elder ancestor, ungrateful disciple Wang Yu has disgraced the holy land due to a personal grudge. Turning his head, he kowtowed 3 more times to Wu Tong. I'm sorry, master, my disciple has disappointed you. After saying that, he stood up from the ground and looked at Su Yu. Su Yu, this matter is a personal grudge between you and I. Why should it involve the forces behind you and I? Do you dare to fight with this saint sun in the sky ring? If this saint sun loses, kill or die as you wish. If you lose, this saint sun is willing to let you live, and from now on the grudge will be cancelled. Do you dare? His words fell. Within the Taichu sacred land, many elders who had seen through Su Yu's cultivation were silent for a while. They didn't know how their own holy son had the face to say such words. He was a cultivator at the peak of the prosperity realm to challenge a cultivator at the late stage of the prosperity realm, which was 2 small realms higher than the others, and even if he won, it wasn't honorable. However, thinking about what the old ancestor had just said, everyone was relieved. Between life and death, this was the last fight Wang Yu could make. It's just that unless that heavenly diffracting saint sun is a little cutie, only then would he accept such a challenge. And at this moment, Su Yu, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, the legendary Destiny's Sun's breath has been detected. Does the host check it out? Check. Information loading. Name, Wang Yu. Physique, Sungtian bastard body. Fate, destined to be a villain. Identity, holy son of Taichu. Divine son of the everlasting king's family. Realm, peak of the free realm. Rating, advanced divine destiny villain. This Taichu saint's son is indeed a heavenly destiny villain as well. It turns out that his cultivation has reached the peak of the prosperity realm, so it's no wonder that he's shamelessly clamoring to come and challenge the saint's son. However, this saint's son has defeated a true god realm powerhouse as early as the early stage of the prosperity realm, so a mere peak of the prosperity realm is nothing? Only, why should this holy son answer the battle if there is no benefit? The system seemed to know what he was thinking and immediately seized the opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the villain's mission. If he can personally kill the son of heaven's destiny, Wang Yu, he will be rewarded with an extreme Dao divine warrior. Asterisk 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 system. You've come to lure me into doing bad things again. An extreme Dao divine soldier, for the buried immortal star, was in existence second only to an immortal soldier. Even when placed in a top power like the heavenly diffusion holy land, there was only 1 immortal artifact and 3 extreme divine armaments, all of which were in the hands of great powerhouses. The holy land of the beginning was even less, with only 1 half immortal artifact and 2 extreme divine armaments, thus ranking below the holy land of the heavenly diffusion. When the heavenly diffusion holy lord saw that Su Yu did not say anything, he thought that his beloved disciple was unwilling, and he could not help but praise him in his heart. This disciple was still smart and didn't fall for that Wang Yu's provocation. He snorted coldly. You still have the nerve to say it's a personal grudge? Now that you have hired the Shadow Fiend Hall to deal with this Saint Lord's beloved disciple, how can you explain it with the words, personal grudge? At this time, the attitude of the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning was not as tough as before. He was also a person who cherished talent, and had always been very optimistic about Wang Yu. Not wanting him to fall in this way, he began to adopt a policy of being gentle. Brother Yang, as the saying goes, when is a grievance avenged? You didn't know that person was your disciple earlier. You and I have always been at peace with each other in our 2 great holy places, and I see that your disciple is about to step into the true God realm, so why don't I give him a true God fruit, and this matter will be put to rest. What do you think? The heavenly diffusion holy lord snorted coldly and immediately refused. Humph, a mere true God fruit. Are you guys sending out callers? Just then, Su Yu ended the conversation with the system. Immediately, he transmitted his voice to the heavenly diffusion holy lord. Master, I'm willing to accept the challenge of the Taichu Saint's son. However, if I win, the spoils of war will have to be determined by my disciple. Heavenly diffusion holy lord's brows knit slightly as he transmitted. Apprentice, can you be sure? That doll's cultivation is above yours. In fact, you can ignore it, for the master to come and solve it for you is, nowadays, Suyu's cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the prosperity realm. The 7th-9th level was the late stage, and there were still 2 small realms away from the peak. Suyu immediately assured with great certainty, "Please rest assured, Master, my disciple will definitely not disappoint you." Seeing that he was so confident, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord didn't want to thwart him even though there was some concern in his heart. If his life was truly in danger, he would naturally not sit idly by. He nodded at Suyu in recognition and put away the Heavenly Diffusion Sword. Spin. Suyu looked at the Saint Prince of Taichu, his voice resounding, "This Saint's son agrees to your proposal. However, if this Saint's son wins, regardless of whether you live or die, your Holy Land must have to take out 10 true God fruits as the Saint's son's spoils of war." When Wan Yu saw Suyu's promise, he was first delighted. However, when he heard the 10 true God fruits, a look of disgust immediately appeared on his face and he cursed angrily in his heart. This Suyu is really a greedy fool, still wanting 10 true God fruits. Later on, if this Saint's son doesn't beat you into a waste and reduce you to a mortal from now on, this Saint's son won't be surnamed king. He held his head high and shouted, "Good, this Saint's son agrees." Suyu smiled contemptuously and shook his head. "No, you don't count. Does he really think he's stupid and doesn't know how precious the true God fruit is?" When he had fought hard on the stage, and then came down to collect the spoils of war, and a group of old farts refused to recognize the account, who would he find to ask for it? In the holy land of the beginning of the earth, a group of elders were all frowning as they heard the words, "True God fruit." It was a kind of fruit that was unique to their Taicho holy land, and it was very precious as it only bore 30 pieces every 1,000 years. For cultivators of the prosperity realm, it was a priceless treasure that could be encountered but not sought. This represented that there would be 30 more true God realm powerhouses in their holy land. Although this year was lucky, it was the year when the true God fruit was ripe. Each fruit, however, has long been booked in advance, just waiting to be picked today. The one that the Holy Lord had said he was gifting just now was still the one that had cancelled the quota of another talented disciple before it was even out for Suyu. They all seriously suspected that this pair of masters and disciples had deliberately stepped on the spot to arrive, looking for an excuse to blackmail their holy land into letting out 10 true God fruits. Chapter 61, Sky Ring Duel. Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord heard. The corners of his lips also could not help but twitch slightly. Earlier, he also only intended to ask for 3. Did not expect that this disciple actually opened his mouth for 10. However, since his beloved disciple had already opened his mouth, he, as a master, naturally had to support him to the end. Seeing that both Li Kexing and Wang Su were silent, with a cold smile, he once again took out the Heavenly Diffusion Sword and held it in his hand, full of threatening intent. "Alright, it's booked." In the Forbidden Land, that old voice came out once again. Wan Yu heard the words of the old ancestor. His heart rejoiced. Of first heard Suyu in turn will be his army. He was really afraid that the Taicho sacred ground could not afford to give up. The plan failed. Li Kexing nodded at Suyu's master and disciple, repeating the words of the old ancestor just now. "Good, then it's settled." Seeing that the 2 power holders of the Taichu sacred land had both made their promises, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord put away the Heavenly Diffusion Sword once again. Seeing this, Li Kexing extended his palm and a palm-sized ring immediately appeared in his palm. "Sky Ring, open." As he inputted a spiritual energy and threw it high into the air, the ring was immediately activated. It turned into a small 10-mile-long ring, suspended high in the sky. This ring was an extreme Dao divine warrior. Dueling parties, once they enter it, it is immortal. One party is not killed and beaten to death fainted past, the ring will not open. See, the ring is ready. Wang Yu's breath immediately rose. He was wearing battle armor. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were cast in gold, strong and powerful, with a metallic luster, and there was even a purple gas steaming around him. This holy sun is here. As he let out a loud shout, and then violently stomped his foot, he immediately rushed up into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground quickly cracked, and a deep pit immediately appeared where he had previously stood. The courtyard was shaken to the point that rocks were flying about, and the crowd of disciples watching nearby were all directly lifted off by this overbearing force. The group staggered up from the ground, unable to hold back a gasp. Heavens! The Saint's son is worthy of being one of the strongest physiques in all the heavens. That Song Tian hegemony body. Just the slightest bit of outwardly emitted aura has caused us to be unsteady on our feet. Of course, the Holy Sun has made another breakthrough in the last few days and has reached the peak of the prosperity realm, and will have no problem defeating a powerhouse of the true God realm. I heard that Suyu is only at the 9th level of the prosperity realm now. What a fool, thinking that because he's a chaotic divine body, he can cross the line and challenge our Taichu sacred sun. Ha ha, Although the Saint's Son's victory over the weak with the strong is a bit of a victory, but who made that master and disciple duo so brutal that they dared to beat the door to their door? It's time to teach them some lessons, right? Or else think that our Taicho Holy Land is easy to bully. This group of disciples within the Hall of the Holy Sons, all of whom were followers of Wang Yu, were all indignant, but they had autonomously overlooked that this matter, who had started it in the first place, Wang Yu, at this moment, had already steadily landed on the sky ring. He stood with his arms folded, his black hair falling out, his body strong and powerful, like a great mountain, lofty and tall, stalwart, waiting for his prey to take the field. Below, the peak masters and elders of all peaks, all of them bringing their disciples heavenly pride, flew to the vicinity of the sky battlefield and waited to watch this matchup without any suspense, just as a crowd was expecting Suyu to be tyrannized. Instead, he closed his eyes, as if dozing off, and made no next move. What's going on with this heavenly diffraction Saint's son? Why isn't he on the field yet? Can it be that you've been intimidated by the ferocious might of our holy prince of the Taichu and don't dare to answer the battle? Ha ha, laughing my ass off, that must be it. First, when our Saint's son didn't have his breath out, he still had the backbone. Now, he must be scared. The group of disciples from the Taichu sacred land who had come to watch the battle were all laughing at Suyu in whispers. Hearing the heavenly diffusion holy lord on the side, his brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Suyu beside him with some suspicion. However, in the next moment, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Suyu at this time, an aura of the great Tao seemed to surge around him, and the whole person looked empty and pure. He had already used 2 consecutive epiphany opportunities, falling into deep enlightenment, and was learning the forbidden breaking divine power from the supreme pupil art. 10 breaths later, his eyes widened. Within a pair of dark and deep eyes, they carried the light of wisdom, as if they could see through the course of action of all things at a glance. Abruptly, he disappeared from the sight of the heavenly diffusion holy lord. Re-emergence. It had already arrived above the battlefield in the sky. He was long, dressed in snowy white and fair skin, with 3-dimensional features, deep eyes, thick black eyebrows and dark, shiny hair adding to his manliness. Compared to Wang Yu's extraordinary martial arts, Suyu looked gentle and elegant. What a fluttering beautiful man. Looking at the crowd of female cultivators in the Taichu Holy Land, they couldn't take their eyes off of him. Some female cultivators even felt in their hearts that if they were the Moonshan Divine Maiden, they would also choose Suyu without hesitation, regardless of the strength. Just looking at it is eye candy. When Wang Yu saw that Suyu was finally willing to go up to the stage to answer the battle, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, and his eyes carried a killing intent that was hard to hide. He raised his hand and a pitch-black lance immediately appeared in his hand. The lance was emitting a palpitating ebony light, carrying a monstrous killing aura as if it was from the 9 hells. War! With a cold shout, his entire aura skyrocketed, his ink hair flew, and the long spear in his hand violently stabbed out. Buzz! A gun sounded, its sound shaking the void. The gun awning shocked the world and pierced the sky, carrying a rolling fury, forcing it straight towards Suyu. Good timing! A light smile spread on the corner of Suyu's lips and his eyes flashed. A strike that seemed as swift as the wind was as slow as a snail in his eyes. Even the lance's next course of action was instantly known to him. His mind moved. An incomparably blazing sword light erupted from his body, and the sky-charging sword aura struck straight at the lance. Clank! Accompanied by a sound of metal clashing, the ring was ablaze with fire. A gun and a sword, under the master's control, rushed across the room with astonishing power. The long spear surged with ebony light, and the tip of the spear shone with divine light. The sword was sharp and silver-white divine light streaked across it. The stern killing aura was like a torrential river, sweeping in all directions. Looking at the crowd of disciples below, all of them had their scalps tingling. I didn't expect that Saint's son of heavenly diffusion sword Tao is also so powerful. It's a pity that he met our Taichu Saint's son, but his spear intent has already reached the realm of transforming reality with emptiness. Hey, this battle is more exciting than I thought it would be. On stage, Wang Yu was shocked in his heart. This Suyu gave him a feeling like a seer. It was always possible to know in advance, at the first moment, the direction of his lance attack. What he didn't know was that this was all due to the invincible heavy pupil that Suyu had just comprehended. Forbidden breaking divine power. Wang Yu's eyes were as bright as electricity, and suddenly his wrist shook as an extremely domineering force was violently instilled into the lance. Roar! The lance emitted a beastly roar, and the head of the lance suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast head with fangs like steel blades, violently spraying a mouthful of poisonous gas with corrosive properties towards the long sword in front of it. Chapter 62, Chaotic Divine Body vs. Tsung Tian Hegemony Body. Suyu saw it. A sneer, a touch of chaotic aura immediately overflowed from his palm, wrapping around the sword, and in an instant, it dissolved the mouthful of corrosive aura. Seeing this, Wang Yu's eyes shot out a cold aura as he raised his hand and swiftly struck out a rune that entered the lance. Kill! With a furious cry, the long spear in his hand violently stabbed at Su Yu. Roar! Another shocking roar rang out, only to see that within the lance, a fierce beast with a bull's head and snake's tail suddenly flew out, surrounded by black mist, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, pouncing towards Su Yu. Among the crowd of disciples watching the battle, someone immediately exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, it turns out that the Holy Sun Spear spirit of the spear is actually Gossamer, but the ancient most poisonous kind of beast, as long as the dip a little bit of the poisonous mist it spewed out, if not treated in time, the whole body will fester and die." The Gossamer beast's soul blood that had been sacrificed into a gun spirit was even more toxic and acted exclusively on the cultivator's Yuanshan. As long as there was a drop of soul blood stuck to the soul, even if a true God Realm powerhouse encountered it, they could only die of hate. The face of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord was extremely ugly, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet, and the crowd of disciples immediately closed their mouths and dared not speak again. I didn't expect that this Wan Yu would be so insidious. In a situation where his cultivation level was clearly higher than his disciples, he still used this kind of underhanded tactic to fight against him. However, after seeing Su Yu's calm face on the stage, he thought of his special physique. Only then did the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord's tense heart relax. Middle of the field. It was too late. The moment Wang Yu threw the spear again and the spear spirit appeared, Su Yu immediately revolved the Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture. Instead of avoiding it, he rose to the challenge. A Saint Stage Extreme Treasure sword immediately flew out from his body and headed towards the long gun in Wang Yu's hand. In the meantime, he raised one hand, bent his 5 fingers, and clawed at the gossamer beast that was attacking at breakneck speed. Kunzite Invincible Claw. In the void, a 10-foot-long, golden rock claw immediately appeared in surprise, with 5 claws like steel swords, and a chaotic aura lingering on it, fast as lightning, with a terrifying killing aura. He firmly cupped the gossip beast in his palm as soon as he did so. Boom! With a hard squeeze of the claw, the gossamer was immediately crushed. In a flash, the sky above Su Yu was enveloped in poisonous gas. Wang Yu saw this. Instead of being sad, there was a wry smile on his face after he had succeeded in his plot. This little cutie. Surprisingly, he didn't even recognize the ancient poisonous beast Ji. While holding his gun against Su Yu's holy sword, he waited for Su Yu's entire body to lose all its Tao, his skin festering and falling to the ground begging for mercy. Unexpected. Just at that moment of distraction, the long sword suddenly made a diagonal thrust, carrying a lingering killing aura. It stabbed straight into his heart. He immediately parried with his lance, but the long sword was as fast as lightning, and he was still a step slow. Ka-ching! Only a sound of shattering metal rang out in the field. The saint-level battle armor on Wang Yu's body immediately shattered under the might of this sword. Luckily, with the battle armor blocking him, Wang Yu was only slightly injured. His body retreated backwards at great speed, distancing himself from the long sword and moving away from the shroud of the poisonous mist. And then, he took a long breath and took an antidote pill, looking towards Su Yu who was not far away. Realizing that his entire body had been wrapped in poisonous mist, he was in a good mood. He has already thought of a good coping strategy. Wait for another 10 breaths of time. Su Yu's soul must be seriously injured. All the cultivation is destroyed. And then he feeds the other side to take the antidote, selling the old man of Tianyan a favor. This crisis will be perfectly resolved. However, the Su Yu at that time, even if he didn't die, he would still be an invalid. At this moment, Su Yu was running the Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture and absorbing the soul blood scattered by the gun spirit. Other people were afraid of Gossamer, but he, Su Yu, was naturally fearless because of his cultivation of the inquisitive technique. This gun spirit, which was sacrificed by the soul of the ancient beast Ji, is a great tonic to nourish the spirit. Less than a moment, the black poisonous mist that enveloped his body had all but disappeared into him. Converted into pure energy, the Yuanshan villain and Koan Pang and his soul sea were drawing on the energy to quench their bodies with a face of enjoyment. Touch! As the Yuanshan villain swung his fist, an invisible shackle within his body was broken. His cultivation level, he advanced another level and stepped into the great circle of the prosperity realm. Su Yu immediately opened his eyes gleaming, and his entire person glowing. Wang Yu never thought that Su Yu nonetheless was fine, but instead, looked even more refreshed. He couldn't help but exclaim, how is that possible? When he was only at the Avatar realm, he had once relied on the soul poison within the gun spirit to pitilessly kill a true God realm powerhouse. However, Suyu was only a cultivator of the prosperity realm now, and absorbing so much soul blood did not even have the slightest effect. Just then, the system's reward for this battle came through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the son of heaven's destiny, rewarding the villain with 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the son of heaven's destiny to suffer minor injuries, rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Suyu was in an extremely good mood. Not bad. Fighting the chosen one is just awesome. With a smile on his face, he looked at Wang Yu and deliberately irritated the other party. Is that all you've got? Wang Yu suddenly let out a loud laugh. The saint's son is only trying to save your face, not wanting you to lose too ugly. Since you are so confident, then watch. Having said that, he let out a low roar, roaring like a wild beast as he exuded a purple chi and blood that seemed to be raging like an ocean, and wielded that Song Tian hegemony fist that only that Song Tian hegemony body could perform. Kill! With a fierce punch, a large number of mysterious runes flew out from the top of the entire arm, as if countless LEDs were blinking, piercing the eyes. Boom! An earth-shaking ringing sound spread out from his fist, causing the entire sky ring to tremble. The fist carried a monstrous pressure and smashed towards Suyu. Kuan Pang Infinite Fist. Suyu's black hair flew and his eyes bloomed with a cold aura. On his fist, the power of laws was intertwined and the chaos aura filled the air, blossoming out a terrifying black light and golden aura as it blasted towards Wang Yu's fist. Touch! The moment the fists collided, there was a thunderous explosion. Two piercing rays of light flooded the entire ring, and the disciples only felt a stinging pain in their eyes and immediately averted their eyes. The mouth marveled. I didn't expect that the saint son of heavenly diffusion would have mastered the Kuan Pang Infinite Fist, worthy of being a chaotic god body, but it's still impossible to defeat the Holy Sun. However, when they opened their eyes, it was found that Suyu was still standing in the same place. His white clothes were immaculate, and his face was calm and self-conscious. On the contrary, the saint's son Wang Yu, whom they had been optimistic about, had retreated from his previous position to the edge of the ring, coughing up blood in his mouth, and his clothes were covered with bloodstains, an arm that disappeared right out of sight from the arm. Jesus, how is this possible? How could the saint's son lose? No way. Suyu's cultivation is 2 realms lower than the saint's son. How did he do it? Wrong. Just now, his cultivation has broken through to the great perfection of the prosperity realm. The ancients are sincere. When the chaotic god body is cultivated, the speed is truly terrifying. To think that it has broken through in the middle of a battle. The crowd of disciples stared at the field in disbelief. Wang Yu licked the blood on his lips, and with a pair of eyes, he stared at Suyu with resentment. Soon, he picked up a golden fruit and began to eat it. Look, the Holy Sun is taking the true God fruit. As long as we break through to the true God realm, this injury on the saint's son's body is nothing. It will soon be repaired automatically. Defeating Suyu is still not a matter of waving your hand. Saint's son of heavenly diffusion, it's better to admit defeat earlier. There's no way you can win against the true God realm's Song Tian hegemony body. Chapter 63, Tyrant Bell. A few disciples who were watching the battle began to talk loudly. Among them, there were disciples who were jealous of Wang Yu, hoping that he would die under Suyu, and purposely revealed information to Suyu so that they would have a chance to compete for the new saint's son. Of course, there were also female disciples who adored Suyu and could not bear to see him fall or be crippled by Wang Yu, and kindly reminded him. However, Suyu stood still and did not have the slightest intention of interrupting Wang Yu's breakthrough. A smile of satisfaction hung at the corners of his lips. Just a moment ago, the system had given him 3 more rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the son of heaven's destiny to be seriously injured, rewarding the villain with 100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the son of heaven's destiny to be humiliated in front of everyone, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart, rewarding 50,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consecutively defeating the son of heaven's destiny, causing his fortune value to be significantly damaged, demoting him to a high-level son of heaven's destiny and rewarding him with a mighty guardian coupon. Mighty guardian coupon, this side of the world, the strongest strike of a peak mighty realm powerhouse. Level of destiny, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, legendary, epic, mythic. I didn't realize that the Destiny's Child level dropped 2 levels in a row, but it rewarded a mighty guardian ticket. Moreover, he had also gained 150,000 villain points, which was much more than what he had earned by using Lin Yuyan to fight Jiang Chen when he was swinging for the fences. The light in Suyu's eyes as he looked at Wang Yu carried a touch of undisguised excitement. This is a proper ATM machine. Moreover, Fighting against it just now had managed to stir up his desire to fight. It was much more fun than when he was sparring with the bear soldier in kendo. It was hard to find a sparring partner who could get a few moves under his belt. Wouldn't it be too unfulfilling a victory to just let him die so easily? To give him a chance to break through? Of course. As for whether he himself would lose? That was impossible. And he had complete confidence in that. Wang Yu stared at Suyu with a cautious expression. Seeing that he had been standing still with a smile on his face, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. And what a cutie! If it were this saint's son, he would have slashed his palm and killed the other party long ago. As the true god fruits were all refined by Wang Yu, the aura on his body surged steeply. A powerful purple aura rose up from within him, like a purple pillar holding up the sky, shaking the heavens. A moment later, this pillar of light transformed into a purple flood bell that hovered in front of him. His body, surrounded by a purple aura, looked honorable, powerful and unbeatable. Outside the arena, a group of disciples immediately marveled when they saw this. Look, the Holy Sun, he's broken through to the true God realm. A true God realm's Tsang Tian hegemony body. So terrifying, that flood bell in the back. Is that one of the 9 visions of the hegemony body? Alas, this Suyu is also really big-headed and misses a good opportunity. As Wu Tong listened to the murmurs of the crowd of disciples, he stroked his beard with satisfaction. A smug smile on the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the heavenly diffusion sacred lord who was not far away. The latter, still standing with his arms folded, had a serious expression, his eyes staring at the stage without blinking. He is also a bit puzzled. Why just now so good opportunity to kill the enemy? The good disciple hard to stand motionless. A look of confidence. Can not be? He still has what bottom card is I do not know. Wang Yu successfully advanced to the true god realm as he clasped his hands together, moving his wrists and craning his neck somewhat proudly. The eyes that looked at Suyu were cold and arrogant, like an eagle in the sky despising the ants on the ground. Suyu, this saint's son gives you a chance to kneel down and apologize. Admit your mistake and live. End of speech. Immediately came Suyu's somewhat lethargic snort. So it seems that you think you can do it again. Wang Yu snorted coldly. Humph, since you're so ungrateful, then I won't blame this saint's son for being ruthless. After saying that, he violently urged the hegemony bell in front of him. Clang! The sound of the bell roared and shook the ears, carrying a terrifying sound wave like a flood breaking the dike, attacking straight towards Suyu. Clang! Suyu did not show any weakness. In his arms there was suddenly a wind thunder 9 heavenly zither. A Jin note swept above the ancient zither. A bolt of lightning catapulted out from the wind thunder 9 heavenly zither, striking straight at the flood-like bell waves in front of him. Rumble! The 2 sound waves collided, like a heavenly calamity descending. A thunderous sound burst, instantly disintegrating the bell wave, and the ancient zither sound wave dissipated. Seeing this, Wang Yu's eyes showed a fierce light and quickly urged the hegemony bell to shake violently. Dang! 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 A bell wave containing the aura of the great Tao pounced towards Suyu like countless flood beasts. Suyu's fingers did not stop. As if dancing on top of the guqin, the rhythm became more and more high-pitched and urgent. The sound waves of the 9 heavens soul-shocking song, together with Suyu's unique chaotic chi, transformed into a single great Tao rune that rolled and attacked like a tsunami. The sound waves of the 2 different scents crashed together again. That bell wave was like a mud cow entering the sea, and soon, it was annihilated by the sound of the zither. The zither sound waves were invincible and continued forward, rushing towards the bajang bell in front of Wang Yu. Touch! A violent explosion sounded in front of Wang Yu. The powerful hegemony clock vision dissipated in an instant. Wang Yu's body, along with it, was shaken by this terrifying fluctuation and flew backwards, only stopping when it crashed into the boundary at the edge of the sky ring. Put! Wang Yu violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his 7 orifices bled along with him. Looking terrifying, his breath quickly shriveled. Outside the arena, a group of elders from the Taichu sacred land were all frowning, because they could see that Wang Yu's soul was severely injured under the strike, and his cultivation directly dropped to the early stage of the prosperity realm. Alas, in this battle, the Holy Sun is afraid that he will lose. The chaotic god body is worthy of being one of the 3 strongest physiques, and it's only natural that the Saint's Son can't defeat him. Hey, why does the Saint's Son want to compete with that Suyuan sound? Haven't you heard that he's the number 1 in the eastern wastelands Qingdao? Many disciples were overwhelmed with regret. In the middle of the field, Suyu was still playing the zither. His white clothes were flowing. His face was like a crown of jade, handsome, and not a trace of killing aura could be seen. But Wang Yu, who was not far away, but listened with a grimace. A miserable scream suddenly roared out from Wang Yu's mouth. He was seen holding his head with one hand in agony. In a moment of carelessness, His Yuan Shun had been injured by the sound of the zither, and on top of that, it was covered with cracks. The truly terrifying part of this 9 heavenly soul-shocking song was that it directly acted on the cultivator's Yuan Shun. Wan Yu gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain as his fingers gently touched the storage ring. Next moment, a golden shield flew out from his storage space. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide golden light shield that surrounded him. The sound of the zither was immediately isolated. Seeing this, Suyu stopped the movement of his hands and put away the guqin. In the back of his head, came the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing serious injury to the Son of Heaven's destiny. Rewarding 50,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the Son of Heaven's destiny to be humiliated in front of everyone. The shadow of his heart further deepens, rewarding the villain with 20,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Son of Heaven's destiny once again, causing serious damage to its fortune value and demoting it to an intermediate Son of Heaven's destiny, rewarding it with 10 epiphanies. Warm tip: the higher the level of the Son of Heavenly destiny, the higher the rewards gained when suppressing it. The corners of his lips curled slightly, although this time the rewards weren't as much as last time. However, earlier, in order to quickly comprehend the invincible heavy pupil, forbidden breaking avatar, 2 epiphany opportunities were consumed, and unexpectedly, 10 more were added so quickly, which was still a welcome sight. And just then, Wan Yu suddenly put away the golden light shield and violently offered a talismanic treasure in his hand. Chapter 64. Your disciple is a person with great fortune. Over the entire ring, a huge palm instantly appeared, carrying the power of annihilation as it struck towards Suyu. The moment. For the first time, Suyu felt that the original death was so close to him. His body couldn't move, even his voice couldn't come out, and his entire body was nailed in place, like a statue. Off-site, the crowd of cultivators all looked dumbfounded. Heavens, the Holy Sun couldn't have used a mighty talisman treasure that the Holy Lord himself refined. Could he? It seems like, the last time the Holy Sun captured a great opportunity for our Holy Land, the Holy Lord rewarded him with this mighty talisman treasure. The moment the talismanic treasure was sacrificed, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord raised the long sword in his hand and was about to strike towards the sky ring, immediately stopped by Li Kexing, who was holding a sun-breaking gun. Brother Yang, please think twice. If you go down with this strike, not only will the sky ring be destroyed, but the 2 people dueling inside will also lose their lives. Your disciple is the one who has great fortune. According to me, he will be fine. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord withdrew the long sword in his hand and snorted coldly. Humph. If something happens to this Holy Lord's beloved disciple, your Taichu Holy Land will be buried with him. Scene. The crowd of cultivators listened with trepidation. The heart cannot help but curse Wan Yu. Cultivation cannot be directly admit defeat well, even in order to kill a free realm cultivator, sacrificed the great power talisman treasure, and then rich is not such a waste of law, causing them to follow along with the implicated. One by one, they were expecting a miracle. Suyu, don't let anything happen to you. In the meantime, above the ring in the sky, when this intense crisis of total uncontrollability is felt to arrive, without any hesitation, Suyu immediately commanded the system with his divine thoughts. System, use the mighty guardian coupon. The words just fell. A brilliant sword light erupted from Suyu's body and rushed straight towards that palm imprint. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sky ring became a sea of sword light, making it difficult for people to look directly at what was happening within it. The ring began to vibrate violently under this strong impact. Next moment, the ring's boundaries suddenly opened. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord and the others immediately flew above the ring. In the middle of the field, only a golden carriage remained, as well as purple blood all over the ground. Upon sensing the familiar aura within the carriage, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha, all plots and tricks can't escape the crush of strength. Suyu smiled at the sound of his voice and stepped down from the carriage. My disciple has lived up to my master's teachings and has exerted 1/10,000th of your strength to win this duel. With these words, the Heavenly Diffusion Saint Lord's heart blossomed with joy. My disciple's talent is outstanding, and he will surely become a hero of the world, pushing across the ages, and displaying the splendor of my burial immortal planet in the past again. A crowd of people listened to the master and disciple bragging about each other and looked at the purple blood all over the ground. Their hearts were angry and annoyed. The Holy Land of the beginning had really lost a lot of money this time. Not only did he lose a saint's son, but he also had to compensate Suyu with an additional 10 true god fruits. The key was that this idea was still initiated by his own saint son, Wang Yu. Wang Yu is really stupid. you have great power talisman treasure. People Suyu origin is not worse than you, do not have it? If he had known this, he might as well have just followed the old ancestors' wishes and slapped Wang Yu to death in the first place. At least he could still leave a whole body. Many disciples who originally had the chance to obtain the true God fruit were even cursing along with the everlasting king's family, the eternal life king's family. They can't even train an heir well. They've wasted such a good physique. A good saint's son doesn't do it, but wants to cooperate with the hidden fiend hall. Alas, what a confusion. The son doesn't teach. The father's faults. The Wang family head has failed to teach his son well. And at this point, in Suyu's mind, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of heaven's destiny, Wang Yu, rewarding the extreme divine warrior, a wind cloud sword. Wind and cloud sword, it gave him the impression that it was a divine sword that loved to cause trouble. However, when his divine thoughts probed into the system space, he found a very ancient longsword, and on the scabbard, ancient and complicated runes were carved, and on top of that, there was still dirt stuck to it, as if it had just been excavated from the ground. The corners of his lips quirked. Although it was a bit of a shame to lose a mighty guardian ticket, it was a beautiful thing to be able to get rid of this insidious villain who had been making small moves behind the scenes. The group of disciples from the Taichu sacred land were blaming Wang Yu and scolding him for his stupidity, unaware that the man was smart enough to have calculated all the consequences long ago, just now. If not for the fact that he, Su Yu, still had the golden finger of the system in place, there would have been no way to activate it even if he held a great power guardian coupon in his hand. What Wang Yu wanted was to seize the first opportunity and kill his opponent with a single move. However, man's plans are not as good as God's. Not only does Su Yu have the system as a plugin that can help activate the mighty guardian ticket, he also has a mighty god's chariot to block the disaster for him. Otherwise, with such a powerful kung fu strike, even with the aftermath, he would have died 9 deaths. The end would not be much better than Wang Yu. Now, since the system's rewards had been handed out, it was time to collect the spoils of the Taicho Holy Land. He raised his eyes and looked towards the Taicho sacred lord who was staring at the puddle of purple blood on the ground without saying a word as his face clouded over. He arched his hand and said very politely, the latecomer originally only wanted to spar with Brother Wang, and had no intention of hurting his life. Nay, Brother Wang's heart was too heavy with obsession, and he was bent on striking down the latecomer to vent his anger, and was ultimately buried under the might of his own talismanic treasures. So I hope that the Holy Lord of the Taichu will fulfill his promise and reward the latecomer with the 10 true God fruits. Sure, just now, when he said these words, he just didn't want the relationship between the two Holy Lands to become too stiff because of Wang Yu's death. If Wang Yu hadn't sacrificed a mighty talismanic treasure, he would have planned to deploy the chaotic meteor sword to complete the task entrusted to him by the system. Right now, Wang Yu's maneuvering had given him a chance to leave a good impression in front of the crowd as a man of extraordinary talent, broad-minded, and forced. Even if the eternal life royal family was disgruntled, they could only eat this dumb loss, or at least not dare to blatantly look for his trouble. Seeing that the momentum had been lost, the Holy Lord of Taichu had a smile worse than tears on his face. With a wave of his hand, a storage bag appeared in front of Su Yu. Since it is an agreement previously recognized by the old ancestor and this Holy Lord, it should be kept. Su Yu, you keep these 10 true God fruits. Su Yu swept a glance at the storage bag and immediately saw 10 golden fruits, whose appearance was exactly the same as what Wang Yu had taken first. He put it into his storage ring and arched his hand in thanks. Many thanks, Senior. Li Keqing nodded his head, then looked at the heavenly diffusion sacred lord and laughed. Brother Yang, my humble brother is really envious of you, to have taken in such a genius that comes along once in 10,000 years. It's truly a blessing for my human race. The heavenly diffusion sacred lord was immediately beaming with joy. Sage brother's vision is also good. I see that you guys in the Taicho sacred ground have quite a few good seedlings. The two had to fight and kill not long ago, but now, they were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, blowing each other up. At this point, Li Keqing's words changed. This time, his voice was smaller, but he did not avoid Suyu. I heard that Brother Yang discovered a special passageway to the immortal realm. I wonder if it's true. Chapter 65, Senior. What's in your bag? The heavenly diffusion Holy Lord shook his head. It's just a matter of finding some traces. Li Keqing sniffed and became interested, not expecting the rumors to be true. He immediately put on a smile and began to show his goodwill. If Brother Yang has any use for my brother, just ask. After that, the two began to secretly transmit their voices, not knowing what they were discussing. About half a cup of tea passed. The two ended their secret transmission. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord refused Li Kexing's invitation to ask the master and disciple duo to enter the Holy Land of Taichou and do their duty as a landlord. Taking Suyu with him, he returned to the Holy Land of Taichou. Just arrived at the Hall of the Holy Lord. The aura of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord changed abruptly, looking devoid of the crane hair and immortal style he had before. It was as if he had aged 100 years all of a sudden, with a wrinkled face and cloudy eyes, not much different from the average aged man. Senior, what's wrong with you? Suyu's entire heart seized up. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord was the best elder to him when he crossed over to this immortal cultivation world. Even Jun Wuxia was following his orders, guarding him and protecting him. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord wore a smile on his face and his voice was pale. There's no harm in resting for a few days. According to the original story, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord's lifespan at this point was not much longer. None of the other old antiquities in his situation were in a death retreat. However, the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Lord had personally sought out the Taichou sacred ground in order to establish authority on his behalf and deter a group of small-minded people, urging the Heavenly Diffusion Sword, so he must have consumed quite a bit. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately took out 10 true God fruits and handed them all to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord. Master, these true God fruits are for you to take. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord waved his hand and didn't pick it up, sensing that a familiar aura was approaching. He sighed and said to Suyu, "AI, these fruits are no longer useful to Master, so put them away, lest people with an axe to grind hear it and think that Master is biased." Suyu did not put it away, and in his eyes, there was only sincerity. "Master, according to my disciple's understanding, the true God fruit can not only make a prosperity realm cultivator step outside the true God realm, the divinity contained within it is also of great use in nourishing the aging cells within the cultivator's body. If one doesn't work, then 10. My disciple believes that it will definitely be of help to you." At this moment, Suyu was incomparably looking forward to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord living a long life. The true God fruit was indeed precious in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was just that, not irreplaceable. According to the system prompts, 100 attribute points were needed to promote a minor realm, and 1000 attribute points were needed to cross over from the extreme realm to the next major realm. The big deal was that if he swung for the fences for a while longer, he could use his newly gained attribute points and add them to his cultivation to directly advance to the true God realm. Of course, one can also use villain points to find the system to exchange for cultivation, as well as taking shortcuts. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord smiled bitterly. Unless it's the longevity fruit, it might be of some use to Master. Looking at the 10 true God fruits that Suyu had traded his life for, he let out a long sigh. "AI, you child, just too pure of heart. With your qualifications, the teacher suggests that you take 3 of them. The rest, see to the distribution on your own. As for your little senior sister, she has her own chance, so you don't need to leave it to her." Of course, there were also immortal medicines that were effective for him as well. Only, in this world, how could there be immortal medicines? So he didn't even mention it. He had taken on 5 disciples in his life, and after accepting Suyu as his disciple, he originally did not intend to take on another disciple. The reason why he accepted Lin Yuyan was entirely because he couldn't resist Suyu's softening, but after accepting it, he regretted it. Lin Yuyan was too cold to anyone and didn't have a heart of gratitude. But on the contrary, Suyu loved her and listened to her, so he was afraid that in the future, if she became powerful, she would be unfavorable to Suyu. Therefore, in his heart of hearts, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord did not want Lin Yuyan to be powerful. Lin Yuyan happened to arrive at the Holy Lord's Hall at this exact moment. She had heard that Master Teacher had returned from his trip outside the clouds, which was why she hurried over, originally wanting to ask Master Teacher to accompany her on a trip to the Moon God Palace. Didn't realize, surprised to hear the secret. Master is really biased. Don't think that my disciple doesn't know the usefulness of the true God fruit. She immediately knocked on the door of the room. "Master, disciple Lin Yuyan seeks an audience." Suyu sniffed and frowned slightly. The stupid woman came back quite quickly. He didn't care to pay attention to the other party and sank his mind into the system mall, starting to look for the longevity fruit. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord said indifferently, "Come in." Lin Yuyan immediately walked in, greatly shocked after seeing the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord in this state. The words originally thought of in his mind were swallowed back, and only 4 words were said. "Greetings to Master." The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord had a serious face and only nodded his head slightly before saying nothing more. Lin Yuyan was accustomed to this attitude of her master teacher towards herself. She quickly shifted her gaze to Suyu, and the storage bag in his hand, with a touch of surprise on her face. "So senior brother is also there. What's in that bag of yours?" Suyu originally didn't want to ignore her, however, when he heard the system's voice coming, ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, gifting a true god fruit to the Heaven's Destiny daughter Lin Yuyan, rewarding her with a longevity fruit. System, hello 6. There was obviously no longevity fruit for sale in the mall just now. As early as when he heard the 3 words longevity fruit, he searched around in the system mall and could not find this item. System reward items, not necessarily sold in the mall. Okay, since this was the case, using a true god fruit for a longevity fruit was worth the trade. He looked at Lin Yuyan and took a true god fruit from his storage pouch, handing it over. It's a true god fruit. My brother is gifting you one. Take it. Lin Yuyan immediately caught it in her hand, her face blossoming into an absolutely beautiful smile. The true god fruit that not even her master wanted to give her was immediately gifted to her by Suyu. It seemed that elder brother was no longer angry with her. Well, today's senior brother looks really handsome. After experiencing the Moon God Palace's face-slapping incident, she realized how important Suyu was to her. At this moment, the way she looked at Suyu, from her previous disdain, carried a hint of admiration and love. Suyu also had a smile on his face, simply because, not only did the system give him the longevity fruit, it also gave him a chance for a premium lucky draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a longevity fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the Daughter of Destiny's favorability reach 100%, rewarded with a chance for a high-level lottery. Suyu no longer cared about Lin Yuyan and immediately took out the longevity fruit from within the system space. At once, a fruit that looked like a longevity peach appeared in his hand, emitting a radiant haze, and the scent instantly filled the room. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord, who had originally been somewhat angered by Suyu's act of gifting the true god fruit just now, had already sat back on the Holy Lord's throne. At this moment, it was also attracted by the fruit in Suyu's hand. Chapter 66. I can't repay you for your help, but I'm willing to give my body to you. Master, this is a fruit that my disciple accidentally obtained, and I hereby offer it to you. After saying that, Suyu held the longevity fruit in his hand and walked step by step to the Holy Lord's throne. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord took the longevity fruit in his hands, his eyes dumbfounded. The shape of this fruit, how is it exactly the same as the longevity fruit pictured in the book? And the scent, the color, it's exactly as described in the book. Taking a whiff of the fruit's fragrance made him feel like his soon-to-be depleted longevity had been replenished by a hint. That's right, this was the longevity fruit that he had been searching for painstakingly for nearly a decade. Li Kushing was right, this good disciple of his was truly a person with great fortune. At this moment, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord was so excited that his words were trembling a bit. Good, very good, good disciple, you've done a great job. If this longevity fruit was refined, it meant that he would increase his lifespan by 100 years. Then, he wouldn't need to risk his life to fight for that road of no return now, and could have more time to plan well for himself and for the future of the Holy Land. He could also focus more of his energy on teaching Suyu and escorting his rise. Thinking of this, he was somewhat impatient to refine the longevity fruit immediately. He did not ask Suyu where he obtained this fruit, including the terrifying sword that Suyu had cast not long ago when he fought with Wang Yu. Everyone has their own little secrets, not to mention, this good disciple has such a pure heart. Glancing at Suyu and the two of them, he instructed, Master is going to be in seclusion for 2 days. There are no other important matters, so you guys can stay in the Heavenly Diffusion sacred ground for these few days. Yes, disciple obeys the Master's order. Suyu immediately replied. But, Master, Lin Yuyan hadn't finished her words. However, where was the figure of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord still in the room? Suyu saw that his master had already left and was preparing to go back to Lingyun Peak. Lin Yuyan's voice came over. Senior brother, the two of us will exchange gifts. You give me this storage bag and I'll give you this true god fruit in my hand, okay? She thought it over. With Suyu's talent, one true god fruit would be enough to make him break through to the true god realm. But she couldn't let him gift the rest of the true god fruits to that demoness Yu-chan. In the past, when Suyu had gotten good things, he had given them all to her, and there was not a single point in which she felt it was inappropriate to say this. However, the current Suyu was not the same love brain from the original. He immediately nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought. Lin Yuyan was overjoyed. Her senior brother really did love her after all. She immediately handed the true god fruit in her hand to Suyu. Suyu then threw the storage bag in his hand to him. Immediately, he turned around and headed in the direction of Lingyun Peak. Behind her, came Lin Yuyan's somewhat irritated voice. Ah, senior brother, how could you give me an empty bag? At the same time, the system's beep sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for making Lin Yuyan, the daughter of heaven's destiny. Have mood swings, rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Ding! Destiny's daughter Lin Yuyan's favorability towards you has dropped to 80%. When Lin Yuyan saw that Suyu did not turn back, she immediately followed closely behind and arrived at Lingyun Peak. The guards guarding the gate, seeing that Lin Yuyan was following behind her own saint's son into the mountain gate, thought that the two had made up, so they did not stop them, but, in their hearts, they were a little sad. Hey, how come you made up so quickly? It seems that Lingyun Peak will not be at peace again. I hope that Fairy Lin will be restrained and stop taking advantage of the innocence and kindness of the Holy Sun. When Suyu returned to the promenade residence's Bisui Pond, he laid down on that promenade chair of his. At this time, Yu-chan was still practicing in the cultivation room at the peak of Lingyun Peak, and the two little munchkins had already been arranged by her to Mingdao Peak, following a group of inner disciples to listen to the elders preaching. As for a man trailing behind him, he certainly knew that Lin Yuyan had just treated him like a little cutie. The act of snubbing him made him feel very upset in his heart. Just as well, let's take this opportunity to get some things off our chest, so we don't have to discuss him again. Lin Yuyan was instantly stunned when she saw the present-day arrangement of the Prosperity Residence. The landscaping here was even more beautiful than her previous Jade Maiden residence courtyard. In his heart, he couldn't help but rise a trace of admiration for Suyu. This man, he really knows how to enjoy life. She stood in front of Suyu for a long time, but the other party was lying on the free chair with his eyes closed, treating her, a great beauty, completely as air. There was no desire to apologize at all for pitting her fruit earlier. Such a Suyu, compared to the previous senior brother who was bent on pleasing her, was as if he had completely changed into a different person. It's a little uncomfortable though. However, she preferred the Suyu at this time, with a manly demeanor. Perhaps elder brother is still angry with me for doing this. Thinking about the encounter in the Moon God Palace not too long ago, the feeling of being wronged was indeed hard. She immediately lowered her stance and her tone became unprecedentedly gentle. Senior brother. In the past, it was Yu Yen who was unintelligent and wronged senior brother. Please don't be angry with Yu Yen anymore. Seeing Suyu still not saying a word, her shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, and she said somewhat shyly, elder brother's gift of saving his life is unrewarded. Yu Yen would like to give her body in return. Ahem. Originally, Suyu, who was still resting his eyes with his eyes closed, wanting to thwart Lin Yuyan, was immediately stimulated by her words to open his eyes and couldn't help coughing. It's coming. The day has really come. The plot now. It's completely messed up. Lin Yuyan really fell in love with him. He immediately sat up, and with a wave of his hand, on the table, a set of tea set appeared. The very same 6-piece set of the very best tea set that he had spent 3,000 villain points to exchange. Suyu picked up one of the cups and looked at Lin Yuyan. Junior sister, what do you think of this teacup? Lin Yuyan looked at the teacup carefully and complimented. Translucent in color, full of aura, beautiful. Suyu sniffed and gave his thumb a gentle push. Ka-ching! The teacup was immediately missing a piece. He spread his palms, shook his head inside. Unfortunately, it's beautifully crippled now. Lin Yuyan also said with some regret. Why is senior brother so careless? Fortunately, it's only a corner that's missing. I believe the disciples of Xianbao Peak should be able to repair it. Suyu gently shook his head and pointed to the other teacups on the table. There are so many other flawless cups on my brother's table. Why should I spend a large price to fix this broken cup? Little senior sister, don't you think so? Lin Yuyan's pair of beautiful eyes widened as she pondered for a moment before nodding. Elder brother has a point. Suyu immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Since you have understood my meaning, you can go now. Lin Yuyan's face then blossomed into a smile as she pouted. So, senior brother, you're not angry with me? Then I'm going to stay at the Prosperity Residence from today, just like Yua-chan. Suyu held his forehead. Lin Yuyan, you stupid woman. Dare this holy sun to spend so much words. It turns out to be a cow to a cow. He was too lazy to bother with words and immediately performed the heart speech spitting avatar. Lin Yuyan, you stupid woman. In the eyes of this saint's son, the relationship between the two of us is just like this broken cup. It's no longer worth it for this saint's son to fix. Understand? The smile on Lin Yuyan's face immediately froze, and in her eyes, there were instantly tears flashing as she immediately turned around and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the daughter of heaven's destiny sad, desperate and unlovable. Rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Chapter 67. Some people, when they turn around, become forever. So many villain points. It's not like you're going to kill yourself again. What a glassy-eyed, so fragile and so stupid. How did she manage to get mixed up with the heroine? Suyu immediately performed the heart speech spitting avatar. Alas, the eastern wasteland will soon be in great chaos. Jiang Chen's mother, the demoness Lu Dai, is afraid that she will soon show up to slaughter the people. Just after walking to the entrance of the prosperity residence, Lin Yuyan, who was lost in thought, immediately stopped her footsteps. Originally stagnant and empty pair of eyes, suddenly restored the color of God. Yes, I still have a blood feud yet to be avenged. How can I seek my own death because of my children's personal feelings? Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving the daughter of heaven's destiny hope to live again. Rewarded with 10,000 villain points. Suyu reclined on the free chair and closed his eyes. System, draw, swish, swish, rattling sounds like raindrops rang in his ears. And then there were 9 blind boxes that appeared in the air in his soul sea. Great! It's time to guess the blind box again. This time, Suyu still chose 8. When he opened the blind box, it was a bottle of Divine Youthfulness pill, which contained 9 golden pills. Upon closer inspection, the pills were all pink in color, with 10 golden dandelions on each one. Divine Grade Youth Forever Pill. Taking one of these pills will allow one's youth to stay forever at the moment of taking the pill, and will not change due to age or disease. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This elixir is also 2-6. Suyu was overjoyed in his heart. Immortality has always been a lifelong pursuit of the goal of the cultivator, and he, with this elixir in hand. Lin Yuyan stopped for a long time and saw that Suyu had no intention of catching up. Turning back to Suyu, discovering that he was already lying back in that free chair, his eyes lightly closed, the corner of his lips still hanging a light smile, as if he had entered a sweet dream. A handsome face, frosty and snowy, better than any beauty in the garden. She could not help but feel some sadness in her heart. Suyu, who was once despised by her, now had become an existence that she could only look up to. Some things, missed, is a lifetime. Some people, a turn, will become forever. See you later, senior brother. She immediately turned around and headed forward. Just then, outside the front door of the prosperity residence, a woman suddenly burst in. She walked quickly and collided with Lin Yuyan, who was in a heavy mood. Li Miaotong, stop! Lin Yuyan was instantly knocked backwards by her and flew out, landing in the aqua pool. A dip in the cold water sobered her right up. Being an Avatar Realm cultivator, the most basic ability to sense crisis would not be false. Li Miaotong's cultivation wasn't as good as hers. Where did she get so much strength? Looking towards Li Miaotong, whose eyes were showing a fierce light and stepping closer to Suyu, she immediately shouted out to Suyu, "Senior brother, danger, wake up!" It was too late. Almost as soon as she cried out, she had swiftly flown up from the water, and under the boost of the wind-saving boots, she grabbed in front of Li Miaotong and appeared in front of Suyu. And at this point, Li Miaotong's murderess has already arrived. In the hands of a jade purity bottle, without hesitation to Suyu 2 people is a sprinkle. Suyu lay down on the free chair and didn't get up. As early as when Li Miaotong broke into the free residence, he had already felt a trace of killing intent, but the other party's cultivation was far inferior to his. Without understanding what her intentions were, Suyu decided to press on. Seeing that the poisonous powder was about to be sprinkled on Lin Yuyan's body, she unexpectedly moved and blocked in front of him without the slightest intention of dodging. Rather, it was a bit of a surprise to Suyu. He immediately operated the Xin Tian Chaotic Dao scripture and raised his hand, and all the poisonous powder, all of it, was sucked into the front of his palm. The power of Tai Yin in his body was exerted. In the next moment, these poisonous powders became condensed into a thumb-sized black ice pellet. Suyu's voice was a little light, as if he hadn't woken up from sleep, and he couldn't hear any anger. "This Saint Sun's full circle of spring colors can't be ruined by these poisonous powders of yours." Li Miaotong saw that one blow was lost. Her palm spread out, another bottle of venom in her hand, about to splash towards Suyu. True dragon trapping heaven technique. Suyu slapped his big hand. A dragon's roar sounded, forming a cage with a shimmering dragon pattern. Li Miaotong was instantly trapped in place. Unable to move, she unwillingly yelled, "Let me go, you murderer! I want to avenge my godson." Suyu revealed a look of contempt and snorted out, "Just by you? A cultivator of the 6th level of the Avatar realm? Lin Yuyan is at the 5th level of the Avatar realm." Li Miaotong struggled violently, grimacing and roaring, "Suyu, don't be complacent. The everlasting king's family will not let you go, and the divine sun will not let you go in heaven. You." Suyu flicked his finger. The black ice pellet soon fell into the mouth of Li Miaotong, who was cursing him. Next moment, Li Miaotong's entire body began to rot, including her bones, and even her spirit did not escape. "Hiss, senior brother, This is Li Miaotong's newly developed god extinguishing powder. Can't it be that she is really Li Miaotong? Lin Yuyan's entire body was still wet and kept blocking in front of Su Yu. Although Lin Yuyan's brain is not good and her emotional intelligence is low, but her character is high and cold, and she usually pays a lot of attention to her personal image as an ice-clear and clean Lin fairy. It was obvious that she had really put her own life and death at risk just now. For the uninitiated, they thought she was playing wet seduction. Su Yu raised his hand and struck a spell. Lin Yuyan's soaked clothes suddenly became dry. It was only then that she felt her appearance at this moment, and a pretty face instantly turned red with shame and left from in front of Su Yu. And that's when Yu-chan, who was in seclusion at the top of Lingyun Peak, was awakened by a dragon's roar from below, immediately flew down from the top of the mountain. When she saw a puddle of pitch-black poisonous water not far in front of Su Yu, her face immediately changed drastically. Saint's son, have you been poisoned? Looking at Yu-chan, who was bending her willow waist and wanted to grab her wrist to check her injury, Su Yu's eyes carried a hint of a bad smile, and with a big hand, he wrapped her in his arms. His voice low, it did hit. Yu-chan's face was so tense that she was on the verge of crying with anxiety, and immediately from her storage bracelet, she took out an extreme-grade antidote pill and was about to feed it to Su Yu. When Lin Yuyan heard this, her pupils trembled slightly and she could not help but look at Su Yu with some worry. At the same time, the heart is also very curious. She blocked the front are not poisoned. Su Yu is how to be poisoned? However, he saw that Su Yu did not take the antidote pill. Instead, he held Yu-chan's delicate hand that was feeding the medicine and said in a low voice, having been hit by your poison, this medicine is ineffective. On Yu-chan's stunningly beautiful face, 2 blushes immediately climbed, gently draping Su Yu's chest and pouting. Saint's son, you're making fun of slave again. Watching the two of them together as if no one else was there, flirting, Lin Yuyan's heart was clogged beyond measure, and she silently turned away. Just then, a true god fruit hovered in front of her, and Su Yu's nice voice was heard. Thank you, junior sister, for your help today. This true god fruit, consider it as a gift of thanks from my brother to you. Lin Yuyan was slightly stunned, although she had the heart to save Su Yu today. However, it was useless. The entire battle was resolved by Su Yu himself. However, thinking that the true god fruit was indeed of great use to her, she had to make herself strong first if she wanted to avenge her blood. And so, without any further excuses, he took it in his hand. Thank you, senior brother. Having said that, he quickly left. Baiwan arrived in a hurry with a few guards. After seeing that Su Yu was unharmed, everyone was relieved. The guards were aware of this because the Holy Lord had returned, and it was expected that no one would dare to do anything to Su Yu. So Junbo put his heart down and went out on a temporary errand. I never thought that someone would be so bold as to take advantage of the opportunity to exploit the situation. Upon seeing the puddle of poisonous water on the ground, Baiwan and the group of guards immediately knelt down. Holy Son, forgive us for being late. I asked the Holy Son to chastise the disciples for their ineffective guarding of the mountain gate, allowing the wicked to take advantage of the opportunity to burrow in. Please chastise the Holy Son. Chapter 68, Divine Lady of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Listening to the group of guards sincerely apologizing to receive their punishment, Su Yu said in a deep voice, Spirit Dan Peak elder sister is visiting. You guys directly released her without this saint's son's consent. There was indeed negligence in your work. Each of you will be punished with 3 years of salary and will not be allowed to repeat the offense. Yes, we will be strict in the future. Listening to the assurances of a group of guards, suddenly, it evoked Su Yu's memories. The Su Yu in the original story did treat this Li Miaotong more favorably. The reason, naturally, has nothing to do with Lin Yuyan. In the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the only female disciple who could chat with Lin Yuyan was this Li Miaotong. Therefore, in order to please Lin Yuyan and make her happy, as long as Lin Yuyan was at the Prosperity Residence, Li Miaotong was allowed to visit at any time. No notification was needed. The behavior of this group of guards today was not exactly negligence in their work. Thinking of this, Su Yu lightly coughed with some embarrassment. In the future, they will be compensated for the loss of these 3 years' salary through other means. And this incident today is also a wake-up call for everyone. If you want to be a good holy son and completely subjugate this group of men, it is essential to be gracious. He pointed at the puddle of poisonous corpses on the ground and said, Go and invite the Spirit Dan Peak Master over. Also, check again to see if Li Miaotong is still in the Holy Land, and who all she has dealings with. Just now, this woman, Su Yu had already seen clearly through his perspective aptitude. She was not Li Miaotong herself. Baiwan and the others led the way and immediately left. Su Yu, on the other hand, stood up and slowly paced in the courtyard, falling into deep thought. In the original, there was not this plot of fake Li Miaotong sneaking up on him, and, out of the blue, was the God-extinguishing powder. He, in turn, died 10 years later from the extreme God-extinguishing pill. It can be said to be an upgraded version of this extinguishing powder. It's definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that there was something in it that he didn't know about on the inside? Lin Yuyan's foul temper. The entire Holy Land, except for him, Su Yu. No one could stand it, but Li Miaotong was able to gain her trust and become friends with her. Things were a bit strange, unless this Li Miaotong was like him in the past, giving unconditionally to Lin Yuyan without expecting anything in return. So, the question is, what does she vote for? Yu Chan looked at Su Yu's pensive and silent face, which did not look too good, and immediately took out the Immortal Tears green cherry and began to play the recently learned Cloudy Waters and Heart. Su Yu, who was originally a bit annoyed in his heart, after hearing this soothing music, a smile gradually climbed on his cheeks, and that's when a middle-aged man hurriedly appeared in the prosperity residence. His hair looked disheveled and his clothes were still stained with medicinal juice. It was none other than the spirit Dan Peak Master. As soon as he saw Su Yu, he immediately opened his mouth and promised, "Sacred son, I am already aware of what happened here, and if this matter is truly the work of my sinful disciple, this Peak Master will never be lightly forgiven." After saying that, without waiting for Su Yu to reply, he immediately looked at the puddle of black poisonous blood on the ground and sniffled. His brows tightened. Then he said with great certainty, "That's right, this new type of poison was indeed formulated by my sinful apprentice a few days ago. However, her person is not in Spirit Dan Peak nowadays." He paused and pointed at the black corpse water on the ground and continued, "Moreover, this female corpse water does not contain any other toxins, and this Peak Master dares to be 100% certain that she is by no means my disciple Li Miaotong." When he said that, he stopped talking. Su Yu could see that apart from some huffing and puffing on his face, there was more worry. Li Miaotong, the most pleased disciple under his door, especially in refining poisons, had a unique talent. People who were often accompanied by poisons within their bodies were naturally different from ordinary cultivators, and the Spirit Dan Peak Master's speculation was not wrong. Spirit Dan Peak Master, does Senior Sister Li come from the Everlasting King family? Su Yu asked his doubts, which were not mentioned in the original. The Spirit Dan Peak Master immediately shook his head and denied, "No, she's from the 10,000 Poison Valley. However, there is a slight involvement with that Eternal Life Wang family's head mother." The Wang family's head mother is not exactly Wang Yu's real mother. The last generation of the 10,000 Poisons Valley goddess. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Some of the things you can't figure out immediately make sense. Looking at the man in front of him who had been obsessed with alchemy all his life, and looking at his appearance, he had just walked out of the alchemy room, and surely did not know anything about his beheading of Wang Yu today. "Then," he said with a straight face, "since Senior Sister Li is not in the Holy Land, when she returns, I'd appreciate it if the Spirit Dan Peak Master would pass on that this saint's son has some matters that he would like to question her about." The Spirit Dan Peak Master immediately nodded. "This is natural." After saying that, he glanced at this puddle of black corpse water on the ground and kindly warned, "Saint's son, the toxicity contained within these black corpse water is very heavy. If you accidentally stick a little bit of it, I'm afraid that you will also follow in her footsteps. Do we need this Peak Master to burn it with a handful of foreign fire?" Su Yu nodded his head and smiled. "Then I would like to thank the Spirit Dan Peak Master." It didn't take long. The puddle of black corpse water in front of him then disappeared without a trace under the burning of the foreign fire. It's also nice to have a cluster of foreign flames in your body. Unfortunately, when he crossed over, there was no foreign fire in this body. Su Yu immediately checked in the system mall. There are many different kinds of foreign fires in there. However, it was the green lotus fey flame that moved him the most. This was an innate foreign fire, born in the chaos and with a growing nature. Paired with his chaotic divine body, it was simply like adding wings to a tiger. It's just a shame that the cluster of fire pattern is currently gray and the item bar says, out of stock. System, when will you update the system mall? Su Yu was somewhat dissatisfied. Ding! The commodities sold in the system mall are all taken from the world of the heavens and the worlds, displaying an out-of-stock status, indicating that it is more difficult to get this item. So, system, you're talking all this crap just to tell me how trashy you are? System, what kind of brain circuits does this host have? Shouldn't the normal reaction be to beg him to quickly release a difficult mission so that he can get the green lotus flame? Forget it, every time he fought this pitbull, he never won. Ding! The system mall will be automatically upgraded after the host's cultivation breaks through to the True God realm. True God realm? Now that he had reached the great perfection of the prosperity realm and was holding 9 True God fruits, Wanting to break through to the true god realm wouldn't be an easy task. Getting a reply from the system, Suyu was in a great mood. Looking at the beauty beside him, he noticed that Yu Chan's cultivation level had broken through again. It's the second level of the easy realm. Yu Chan immediately snuggled into his arms. I also have to thank the Holy Sun for giving my slave that tie-in true scripture. It's truly amazing. An evil smile immediately appeared on Suyu's face as he gently picked Yu Chan's chin. So miraculous. Then this saint's son would like to personally verify it. Yu Chan's pair of watery eyes were filled with doubt, and her red lips lightly opened. How does the saint's son want to verify this? Chapter 69, who says there are no years in cultivation. I only need half a day. Next moment, the person was then picked up in the air by some beautiful man. With a flash of their bodies, the two of them had returned to the bedroom. Soon, the temperature in the room rose rapidly, and the room was charming. 20,000 words omitted here. After some in-depth exchanges, Suyu was full of praise. Mother, you are very right. This tie-in true scripture is indeed magical. My husband's cultivation has improved again. Being the tie-in saint body of the extreme hearth, and then cultivating this tie-in true scripture, it was simply the best of the best amongst women. Wonderful to say the least. The more Suyu looked at Yu Chan, the more he fell in love with him, no longer simply seeing him as a dual cultivation partner, but as his own Dao mate. Yu Chan's face was full of peach blush, and hearing Suyu address her, her heart felt like it was smeared with honey. In fact, she, who had originally just broken through to the second level of the profound realm cultivation, had also become more stable in her realm after Suyu had driven her a bit. Her charming eyes were like silk and she exhaled like orchids. Husband, my concubine has only cultivated to the first level. If she learns all of this scripture, it will definitely bring you an even more magical experience. Suyu instantly became interested, gently kissed her on the forehead and laughed. Good, then I will wait. Saying this, he stretched out his palm, and a pink pill immediately appeared in his palm, with a golden halo flickering on it. It was extraordinary at first glance. His voice was magnetic with a touch of seduction. For you! Yu Chan was a little curious as she took the pill in her hands. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful pill. When she saw the flashing golden light, it was actually 10 dandelions. She was immediately nonplussed, her eyelashes gently twitching as she said in shock, 10 dandelions. This is a divine grade elixir. My concubine has never taken such an expensive elixir before. Husband, what effects does it have? This is the divine grade youth forever pill. Take her and your appearance will stay at this moment right now forever. Suyu had just finished speaking. Yu Chan immediately brought the elixir to his lips and smiled sweetly. Then concubine feeds husband to take it. Suyu was slightly stunned. Aren't women the most afraid of their aging looks? The normal reaction would have been to be very happy and then take it right away. Before he crossed over, he knew that those beautiful women spent most of their salary on injections of waterlight, hyaluronic acid, Botox, and visits to beauty parlors in order to look ageless. You don't regret it? He looked at Yu Chan and asked seriously. Yu Chan shook her head and laughed. No regrets. My husband looks so handsome. If I take it, then my concubine will be able to see my husband in his youth forever. The corner of Suyu's lips slightly hooked. Good. Fulfill your heart's desire. The elixir entered his throat, and a warm current immediately flowed throughout his body. Feeling that all the cells in his body had received a baptism, realizing an initial state promotion, the level of life was sublimated, and in the future, his image could only be better than it is now. This is the special effect of the youth forever Dan, which is really amazing. Suyu had been observing Yu Chan and realized that since the beginning, she was not the least bit unhappy. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he reached out, moving to her cherry lips and gently lifting them. Next moment, an identical elixir was then fed into Yu Chan's mouth by him, letting that elixir melt in her mouth. It entered her body and improved her blood veins and sinews. Yu Chan's beautiful eyes opened roundly, her face full of shock, incredulously saying, Husband, you still have one? Of course, I'm like the kind of person who eats alone. When he said that, he lowered his voice line and teased, I just want to eat you. Nasty. The next 2 days, Suyu all spent a pleasant time in the swinging life of enjoying the flowers and the moon. Noon on the third day, Yu Chan dragged her tired body, topped with a pair of panda eyes, and somewhat beckoned. Husband, my concubine suddenly had an epiphany about the Tai-in true scripture, and I believe that I will soon be able to cultivate to the second level, so I'll leave first. After saying that, her marvelous figure had been covered by her brocade clothes and fancy dress, and she fled as if she had left the easy residence, heading straight to the top of Lingyun Peak. Suyu smiled and shook his head. Tomorrow. It was the day he had agreed with Xiong Bing to go to the Taisher ancient city to participate in the stone gambling meeting. so he might as well just raise his cultivation first. System, how many attribute points are there now? Ding, the host now has a total of 120 attribute points. Suyu immediately brought up the spirit. System, view my personal information panel. Ding, the system is loading. Name, Suyu. Longevity, 20/30/1600 years, died at 30. Cultivation, great perfection of the realm of the free, 50 out of 100. Physique, innate chaos divine body. Enlightenment, 70 out of 100, great perfection. Techniques, Shen Tian Chaos Dao Scripture, minor 20/100. Tian Diffraction Divine Art, minor 80 out of 100. Meteor Sword Technique, Extreme Realm. Koan Pine Treasure Technique, major 10 out of 100. True Dragon Trapping Heavenly Technique, major 50 out of 100. Supreme Pupil Technique, 5 types 200/500. Talents, Heart Speech Aptitude, Grandmaster 50 out of 100. Invincible Heavy Pupils, 9 200/900. All Things Illumination Aptitude, Grandmaster, 20 out of 100. After browsing through the information panel, he found that the lifespan had been raised to 1,600 years as his cultivation increased. However, the words died at the age of 30 have not disappeared, proving that the plot has not really changed, and the death penalty still exists. Could it be related to the main character of the book, Jiang Chen? With a heavy heart, he continued to scroll down. Enlightenment, with the increase in physique and cultivation, increased from the previous 50 to 70. The degree of comprehension of the Shen Tian Chaotic Dao Scripture had improved as he occasionally practiced in recent days. There was also the Meteor Sword Technique, for he was now sword-minded, and his mastery of that sword technique operated freely, having reached the ultimate state. After a little thought, he came to a decision. In the original, he died from the poison that Lin Yuyan fed him, so first of all, he had to make sure that his constitution was invulnerable to all poisons. So, system, first add 80 points to the Shen Tian Chaotic Dao Scripture. Ding, Shen Tian Chaos Taoist Scripture. In addition, after the system's mechanical and ethereal voice fell, roughly 3 breaths of time passed, so you instantly felt his body heat up, and there was a strange aura traveling through his body. At the same time, in his mind, there were instantly countless more images of higher-level cultivation and enlightenment of the Shen Tian Chaotic Dao Scripture. That feeling, it was as if he was really practicing this technique diligently year after year, day after day, no matter if it was blowing wind and snowing, or if it was scorching hot. Ka-ching! In the back of his mind, a sound like a chain tautly snapping suddenly rang out. As the sea of vision expanded further, Suyu knew that his cultivation level, once again, had broken through and reached the peak of the profound realm. Ding! The addition of the Shen Tian Chaotic Dao Scripture is complete. Congratulations to the host for having cultivated the Shen Tian Chaotic Dao Scripture to its great completion. Then, the system also thoughtfully popped up a line of subtitles. Those who cultivate the Shen Tian Chaos Taoist Scripture to its great completion can transform what they devour into the innate chaotic qi, so that all poisons will not be invaded and all diseases will not be contracted. Swish! Suyu immediately opened his eyes. In both eyes, 2 pupils each appeared, emitting a chaotic aura. As he revolved the Shen Tian Chaotic Dao Scripture once again, in front of his eyes, an illusory and strange fluctuation suddenly appeared, as if it was a transparent mist, rapidly spreading out from his body, as fast as lightning. The coverage is getting wider and wider. If he hadn't opened the penetrating aptitude of his invincible heavy pupil, it would have been difficult to discover this imperceptible change. Wherever the mist passed by, the spirit plant became frantic. As if summoned, he pulled himself up and came straight to the room he was in. In the inner sect spirit medicine garden, a group of disciples who had been busy all day and were preparing to meditate and cultivate. Suddenly a large number of spirit medicines were seen rising up in the air. Among them, there was no lack of holy medicines and other high-grade spirit medicines, flying out of the spirit medicine garden at great speed, heading straight in the direction of Lingyun Peak. One by one, they were suddenly scared to death. Any one of these elixirs, when placed outside, would be astronomically expensive. If lost, the fine would be small. Losing one's life would be the most terrifying. Some immediately flew with their swords and went after the elixir, while others reported to the elders who were looking after the elixir garden at fire speed. Chapter 70, Jihani, the daughter of top luck. Lingyun Peak. The first ones to sense the difference were the 2 guard disciples at the foot of the mountain. The spiritual energy in his body, surprisingly, overflowed uncontrollably from his body, heading towards the direction of the easy residence. The 2 men were in a state of shock, not knowing what was happening. In the meantime, Suyu's circumference was wrapped by a large number of spiritual medicines, all of which were exotic flowers and herbs planted within the courtyard of the prosperity residence. a strain of spiritual medicine, just like a moth to a flame, approached toward Suyu, willingly becoming part of his body's nutrients. The several koi carp in the aqua pond and the 2 precious chickens that were fighting for the right to distribute the spirit worms came to his room, each with a dull gaze. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 elixirs closest to him immediately disintegrated automatically, and within them, 3 streams of pure medicinal power flew out and did not enter his body. Stop! Suyu immediately stopped running his gongfu. These exotic flowers and plants are a beautiful addition to his yard. His eyes swept forward. Under the penetrating avatar, all obstacles automatically disappeared. Soon, then he saw a mess outside Lingyun Peak, only to see that outside the boundary, the roaming spirit plants that were blocked, all of a sudden seemed to have lost their backbone, suspended in the air at a loss for words, and then, rustling downward, behind them, there were more than a dozen inner disciples of Lingdan Peak, who were shakily riding their flying swords to collect the spiritual pills, all of them pale and drenched in sweat, and at the foot of the mountain, a group of Lingyun Peak's guards, their bodies were also shaking a little, as a large amount of spiritual energy in their bodies suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. At the same time, not far outside the mountain gate of Lingyun Peak, as if a beast tide was occurring, hundreds of spirit beasts ran extremely fast, all of them coming from the Tianyan Peak Spirit Beast Garden. Originally dull-eyed and as if they were puppets, their eyes suddenly cleared and stopped, looking around with a dumbfounded expression. Behind them, a group of Spirit Beast Garden's disciples were coming after these spirit beasts breathlessly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of a villain, summoning 80% of the inner sex elixir garden to this place, rewarding 10,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of the villain, summoning 100% of the spirit beasts below the heavenly order from Tianyan Peak here, rewarding the villain with 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing 20 disciples to lose some of their spiritual energy, rewarding them with 2,000 villain points. On Suyu's face, he couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. Jia. This saint's son has found another good way to earn villain points. But well, this kind of thing, you can't say anything about your own family. The trip to the Taisher ancient city, this saint's son is quite looking forward to it. With that, he raised his hand and waved it. Back off. The many spirit plants that were originally falling downwards, all of a sudden as if they had received orders, some of them even directly broke free from the hands of the several inner disciples and returned to the spirit fields where they were originally rooted, and the many exotic flowers and plants surrounding Suyu also immediately returned to the place where they were first rooted. A group of spirit beasts didn't even need the spirit beast garden disciples to drive them away, and quickly turned around to return to where they had previously resided. Looking at the several disciples guarding the mountain gate of Lingyun Peak, all of them looked at each other and scared. Can it be that the saint's son has cultivated some special technique? It's so terrifying that it can command all creatures with spirituality. I was so scared just now. I thought I was going to be sucked dry. Shoo, don't spread this kind of thing out for now. If anyone asks, just say that it might have something to do with the person who sneaked up on the saint's son. When the rest of them heard this, as if they had thought of something, they immediately nodded their heads and stopped saying anything. Prosperity Center. Suyu felt his own breath. After just a few moments of cultivation, the chaotic aura in his body increased slightly. Just, the thought of the commotion that had just been made, he couldn't help but frown. System, the effect of this gong method isn't very good. Can't it quietly draw spiritual energy from external objects, making such a big noise? This saint's son will be attacked as the #1 scourge in the immortal cultivation world. Ding! The host currently only comprehends 5% of the essence of the Deshang realm, and still needs to practice diligently in order to be able to silently steal the spiritual energy of external objects and transform it into chaotic chi. So it is, but practicing diligently? That's not going to happen. System, add all the remaining attribute points to the Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture. Soon, with some deepening of the senses and a great deal of accumulated experience, when Suyu once again executed the Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture, he was already able to achieve selective utilization. For example, this time, he only chose to experiment with a small piece of the medicinal garden outside of Li Niaotong's cave in Lingdan Peak. Less than an incense stick, those spiritual plants all withered. Feeling the additional trace of chaotic chi in his body, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. This time, it didn't cause any sensation. The spirit plants were planted in the medicinal field since the beginning, and even the disciples who were guarding the medicinal garden didn't realize it. Suyu stood up from the bed and stretched. 3 days in the room. Suddenly I kind of miss his easy chair. By now, it was sunset and dusk. Suyu came into the courtyard and lay down on the free chair, looking up at the starry sky. The two bright moons hung high in the sky, appearing to be less than a foot away from each other, and the countless stars shone like a bright diamond. This situation, this scene, made him suddenly have the elegant pleasure of having a small drink. Opened the system mall. After spending 5,000 villain points, he exchanged a pot of aged monkey wine and elegantly poured himself a glass. Gently sip, a mellow aroma into the nose, stimulating his taste buds, sweet with a fruity flavor, fell into the abdomen, but a warmth swept through the body. Sure is good wine. He drank the rest of the wine in his cup and looked at the two bright moons in the sky, suddenly having an elegant feeling of reciting poems. When will the bright moon be there? And when will I put my wine to ask the blue sky? I wonder what year it is in the palace in the sky. This evening. The words just fell. Immediately, an imperial voice came out. Yang Xiao is taken in a good disciple with elegant demeanor and unparalleled talent. Suyu's hand, which was holding up the cup, froze and his muscles tightened. In the courtyard, when did a woman appear? And why don't I know? Even the mountain protection formation did not emit a single fluctuation. And this woman's cultivation is definitely not lower than Juniper's. Trying to stabilize his mind, he slowly turned his head to the place where the voice had come from. He only saw a beautiful woman who looked to be 27 or 18 years old, standing on top of the roof of the Prosperity residence, quietly watching him. Her posture was upright. Her temperament was cold and proud, as if she were an unattainable snowy peak, and her pair of beautiful eyes carried a sense of vicissitude that had seen everything in the world. Ding! A top-ranking woman of fortune has been detected. Will the host check it out? Check. System loading. Name, Jihani. Realm, Peak of the Great Power Realm. Fate, Daughter of Fortune. Identity, Empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty of the Northern Region. Rating, Top Daughter of Fortune. Daughters of Fortune level, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top, Legendary, Epic, Mythic. Chapter 71, The Title Change. Surprisingly, she's at the peak of the Great Power Realm. Isn't that on par with Master's cultivation? No wonder I can't sense her presence. It was just that, as she looked so young, she must have also taken a divine medicine like the Eternal Youth Pill. In the original, this Jihani is also considered to be a generation of majestic masters that shook the burial immortal star, and is also Luo Qianxue's teacher. After she ascended to the immortal world, she passed on the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty to her beloved disciple Luo Qianxue, causing the latter to become the Ice and Snow Emperor who shocked the entire immortal cultivation world. Tonight was the night of the full moon. It was the time when Luo Qianxue had her monthly attack. Could it be that this Jihani was sensing the aura of someone of her kind and had specially come to pick up Luo Qianxue? But that's not right. In the original story, Luo Qianxue was only discovered and picked up by Jihani 3 years later. Think about it. Suyu immediately released his divine thoughts. Upon sensing that in the children's room, the little munchkin was sleeping very sweetly, a heart that was hanging in the air was immediately put down. He stood up, arched his hand, and said very politely, "So it's Great Emperor Koldi personally visiting my humble abode. Please forgive me for the loss of a distant welcome." Jihani's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Suyu in slight surprise. "I didn't expect that in this eastern desolate realm, there is still a descendant who recognizes this emperor. It seems that Brother Yang has taught you very well." Suyu saw that the other party was calling his own master a brother and sister. This couldn't help but remind him of the exchange between the Holy Lord of the Taichu and his master about the immortal realm passage not long ago. Immediately, he smiled and inquired about the other party's intentions. "Thank you for your compliments. My master, his old man, has indeed taken great pains in teaching his juniors. Is Senior here to look for my master?" Jihani nodded. Suyu was relieved in his heart and smiled as he explained. "It's really unfortunate that Senior came. My master is in seclusion these few days." Jihani said with some regret, "This emperor already knows. If he comes out of the gate, you pass on a message. This talismanic treasure is considered to be a little bit of this emperor's small gift of thanks." After saying that, she threw Suyu a talisman. The system immediately comprehended Suyu's mind and gave a prompt. Ding! Divine Ice Shield Talisman detected. When activated, it can be used as a divine shield. Suyu took it in his hands and immediately arched his hand to say thank you. "Many thanks to Senior for the gift. As soon as the master is out of the gate, Senior will definitely report it in time." Jihani nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly, she frowned slightly and sighed a little. Another change of tide. Suyu also noticed a sudden change in the environment. The night, all of a sudden bright as day. Look up, only to see 2 rounds of bright moon on the dome of the sky, unexpectedly merged into one, just like the sky dog swallowing the moon that was once seen. Only, this sky is not black. Rumble, quite a few mountain ranges were shaking, and this was still with the protection of the Mountain Protector Formation. The 8 koi carp in the blue water pool were so shocked that they all leapt out of the water and swam around in the air with a terrified face. This night was horrible. First almost sucked into dried fish by his master, and now, an earthquake. The group of guards from Lingyun Peak immediately hurriedly rushed to the Prosperity residence. In the meantime, a cold aura spread out from Luo Qianxue's room. Suyu only felt a coldness in his body. Shit! He tapped his toes on the ground, and in the next moment, he appeared in Luo Qianxue's room, only to see that the little girl was curled up on the bed, her little body shivering non-stop, her lips were frozen purple, and the tables, chairs, beds, and so on in the room had been turned into a single ice sculpture. It was good that there was a divine-grade formation protection. The cold air that spread to the outside was extremely thin. Otherwise, the flowers and plants in the courtyard would have to perish under the attack of this extremely cold air. Suyu immediately inputted a sun force into Luo Qianxue's body, which traveled through her strange meridians and finally entered her dantian, neutralizing a wildly exploding ice-cold force in her body. Gradual, her body was no longer cold and chilly. Luo Qianxue opened her eyes somewhat weakly, and in her eyes, a look of surprise suddenly appeared. In the past, every time she woke up sick, she was lying in the ruins, and all those people and things she had stayed with earlier had disappeared. A grandmother told her that all these people went to hell. Later, she realized that going to hell meant that all these people were dead. And then later, every place she went, she would be driven away by some uncles and aunts who knew her with brooms, sticks, etc. And there were people who poured cold water on her and cursed her as a calamity. Unexpectedly, this time, woke up not only still sleeping in the bed, by her side, there was also a good brother who was holding her wrist and channeling her aura. Behind him stood a beautiful older sister and a group of guards who had hurried over. Great! None of them went to hell because they were sick. In her heart, she instantly felt warm. She was no longer alone. She had a good brother who didn't mind her and cared for her. She immediately sat up from the bed and laughed happily. Brother, Qianxue really isn't a calamity. With a gentle smile on his face, Suyu rubbed her little head and said, Qianxue is so cute. How could she be a calamity? On Luo Qianxue's small face, an innocent smile immediately bloomed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Luo Qianxue, the daughter of heaven's destiny, feel better +5. Ding! The goodwill of the heavenly fate's daughter towards the host has reached 100%, rewarding a chance for a high-level lucky draw. Suyu smiled and touched Luo Qianxue's head. Nowadays, children are even harder to coax than adults. It's been so long before the goodwill reaches 100%. Ji Hani, who was standing behind Suyu and hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up. I didn't expect that this emperor would one day be able to encounter an ice phoenix body that is rare to see in 10,000 years. She herself was an ice spirit body, but, compared to the ice phoenix body, it was still a far cry. She had been unmarried all her life and had no heir, but she had taken in more than a dozen disciples, but their talents were all far inferior to hers, let alone compared to this little girl in front of her. If one day she really ascended to the immortal world, she would be a little uneasy if she were to leave the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty to the helm of any of these disciples. The interaction between the siblings was very friendly just now, and the little girl's eyes were clear and bright and simple-minded. This couldn't help but move her to take on a personal disciple. Qianxue, are you interested in worshipping this emperor as a teacher? This statement was made. The group of guards who had just arrived were suddenly shocked. In the entire burial immortal star, there was only one female emperor, Ji Hani of the northern region's Ice and Snow Imperial Dynasty. It's hard to believe that this woman is her. No wonder it was able to silently appear at the Prosperity residence. And they, the guards who were watching the mountain gate, didn't even feel a thing. This was a powerful person at the peak of the great power realm. I don't know how many amazingly talented women from famous families wanted to worship under him, but were politely rejected. Is Luo Qianxue's family's ancestors smoking in their graves? How could one be so lucky? First being adopted by the Holy Sun, and now, being favored by the Empress and wanting to take it as a disciple, and a personal disciple at that. The envy of the group of guards couldn't help but make their hearts race. Luo Qianxue looked at the beautiful big sister in front of her with a smile on her face, looking at herself, and immediately shook her head. Thank you, big sister. Qianxue is going to stay with brother. There are so many bad people who want to kill brother. Qianxue is going to stay and protect brother. Chapter 72 Snow Maiden's Sad Farewell. Jade pays gift to her. Day before yesterday, when she came back from Mingdao Feng, she heard a few guarding disciples say that there was a bad woman who came to the free residence to sprinkle poison on Suyu. At that time, she was particularly angry. not realizing that these bad guys were so bold as to hit home. Therefore, in these 2 days, she didn't go with Jin Guogui to Mingdao Feng to cultivate, but chose to stay in the easy residence, always on the alert for bad people to come to her door. It wasn't until lunchtime today that I was too sleepy to fall asleep in bed. Suyu sniffed. A slight tremor ran through his heart. I didn't expect this little girl to be so sentimental. This plot is not right. In the original, Luo Qianxue is for the sake of Jiang Chen, only to be strong and learn from the master how to transfer to me again. The group of guards were all wide-eyed. This silly child. What is she talking about? Such a good opportunity to refuse. If not for Suyu being here, they would have wanted to open their mouths to persuade. You are the Ice Phoenix body. The most ideal holy place for cultivation is naturally the Ice and Snow Imperial Palace. You're so weak in cultivation now, and you still want to protect the Holy Sun. It's good if you don't drag him down. When your cultivation improves in the future and you're as powerful as Empress Kaldai, you'll naturally have the ability to protect the Holy Sun. Jihani also didn't expect that Luo Qianxue would say this. What a good kid with a lot of heart and drive. It made her feel like she was seeing herself as a young girl. The idea of taking Luo Qianxue as a disciple was reinforced in his heart. That's a very good idea you have. But to protect your loved ones, you have to have the appropriate strength as well. With your ability nowadays, I'm afraid that before the enemy is killed, you yourself will have already perished first. So how can you protect your brother? The words fell. Luo Qianxue immediately lowered her small head. This big sister was right. Her current strength was indeed too low, so she would have to cultivate more diligently from today onwards. Thinking of this, her two small fists couldn't help but tighten. Seeing Luo Qianxue's expression, Jihani knew that if she wanted to convince the latter, I'm afraid she couldn't, and she had to ask Suyu to speak personally. Saint Son of Heavenly Diffusion, would you be able to hand over Qianxue to this emperor to teach? Speaking here, she gave a slight beat and continued. With this emperor's cultivation perceptions of the ice and snow Tao that spans more than 10,000 years, coupled with the cultivation environment of my ice and snow divine dynasty, Qianxue's cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds in a single day. And these are things that your heavenly diffracting sacred ground can't provide. Su Fein thought. In fact, the answer was already in mind. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Luo Qianxue. How could she miss it? He nodded and looked at Luo Qianxue, smiling. Qianxue, this big sister is the Northern Domain Ice and Snow Dynasty Emperor's Coldy Great Emperor. She's right. Only when a person is strong himself will he have the ability to protect the people he cares about. Brother's enemies are all very strong. I look forward to you becoming a mighty realm powerhouse at an early date so that you can come and protect me. Oh. Luo Qianxue sniffed and looked at Suyu with some reluctance. Suyu was the first person in this world, other than her dead mother, who had been so kind to her. Someone had adopted her before. However, some people used her as a maid, some wanted to raise her to be a daughter-in-law for their own stupid son, others wanted to raise her to look better and then sell her to the hooker for silver. Only Suyu, who was genuinely good to her without any bad intentions, gave her so many delicious food every day, and also asked the Elder of Transmission to guide her cultivation alone. Even the group of elders and disciples of the Holy Land respected her because she was Suyu's adopted child, and none of them bullied her. Seeing her face of reluctance, Suyu reached out his hand and gently rubbed her hair, comforting her. Qianxue, don't be afraid. As soon as brother is free in the future, he will go to the Ice and Snow Dynasty to see you. If Qianxue misses her brother, she can still use the transmission jade to contact her brother. It is said that poor people's children become home early, a few years of beggar's experience, so that she is extremely good at reading people's words. He knew that his brother really cared about her, and for the sake of a better future for her, he had allowed her to worship this great emperor Kaldai. She nodded heavily, her gaze firm. Listening to the preaching of the Elder of Transmission in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land these days, he had already gained some understanding of the immortal cultivation world and knew the etiquette that should be used to pay homage to the master. She immediately walked up to Great Emperor Kaldai, bent down and kowtowed 3 times. Apprentice Luo Qianxue, thank you master for taking her in. Jihani was overjoyed and immediately picked up Luo Qianxue, pulling out a golden phoenix hairpin she was wearing on her head, wiping out her consciousness and placing it on the latter's hand. From now on, you are my Jihani's personal disciple. This golden phoenix hairpin is a welcome gift for you from your master. It is also a symbol of your identity in the Ice and Snow Dynasty in the future. If you drop a drop of blood on it, you can let it recognize you as its master. Suyu swept a glance at the golden phoenix hairpin and immediately recalled that it had been mentioned in the book and spent almost a chapter describing the distinctiveness of this golden phoenix hairpin. This was no ordinary hairpin. It was polished from the bones of a divine phoenix. After years of Ji-Hani's warming, it had changed into a very powerful extreme Dao Divine Warrior, one of Ji-Hani's main weapons. I didn't expect her to be so generous. This made Suyu also feel more at ease in handing over Luo Qianxue to her. Luo Qianxue followed Ji-Hani's method, biting her finger and dropping a drop of blood on the hairpin. Instantly, a golden phoenix flew out from inside and bowed its head at Luo Qianxue. Phoenixing pays homage to young master. Luo Qianxue immediately revealed a smile and stretched out her hand, and this golden phoenix instantly transformed into the size of a fist and landed in her palm. In his mouth, he was still expressing his loyalty. Don't worry, little master. Phoenixing will definitely protect your safety. Ji-Hani saw that it was getting late. She smiled faintly at Suyu and handed him a token. The Saint's Son can use this order to enter and exit my ice and snow imperial city at any time. Suyu took it in his hand and slightly kowtowed to her. Then, Qianxue will be obliged to take care of Senior. Speaking here, he squatted down and removed a jade pendant he had been wearing and hung it around Luo Qianxue's neck. Wear it on your body as if your brother is protecting you at all times. Luo Qianxue immediately nodded her head, and in her eyes, tears immediately gushed out. So sad to see my brother go. I really don't want to go. Seeing this, Ji-Hani immediately held Luo Qianxue's small hand, and in an instant, the person had already disappeared. In the air, there was still her voice floating. Qianxue, now go with your master to the Ice and Snow Dynasty to train, and when you reach the True God Realm, you can go out and practice. True God Realm. I don't know how many years this little girl has to cultivate. Was the Empress telling him not to disturb Qianxue's cultivation until then? Right now, Qianxue was only at the refined body realm, so it shouldn't be that we had to wait until she reached adulthood before we could see each other again, right? Suddenly there was some reluctance. Step out of the room. The courtyard was found to be as good as new. At a glance, he knew it was Ji-Hani's handiwork. At this time, Suyu had no more interest in drinking wine and poems, and returned to the bedroom. Not long before he entered dreamland. Early the next morning, Suyu was awakened by the sound of a small child crying. Looking up, only to see that Jean Guoguo was sitting in the courtyard, crying out in sadness. Chapter 73, lying in the chariot and posing, envious of bear soldiers. Last night she cultivated in the creation pool and didn't come out until this morning. A return to Lingyun Peak. Then he learned from the guards that Qianxue had worshipped a very powerful female emperor as her teacher and had already left the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Suyu walked out of the room. As soon as Jean Guoguo heard the sound of the door opening, she immediately walked over and asked somewhat anxiously, Master, is Qianxue still coming back? Suyu smiled and replied, Of course, Qianxue is just going to learn from a master now. Kinko sniffed, one little finger on her lips, her eyes darting up and down, and suddenly she burst out laughing. Ha ha, Master, Gogo knows. It must be because Qianxue saw that Gogo's cultivation was progressing too fast, and she had an inferiority complex. That's why she went to worship a more powerful master, wanting to surpass Gogo earlier, so that, in the future, when there's something tasty to eat, she'll be able to snatch it over Gogo. Suyu's eyes couldn't help but dilate. Was that so? Why didn't he feel it? However, looking at Jean Guoguo's confident face, and then looking at her cultivation now, she had actually reached the third level of the profound realm. And this cultivation speed is also too fast. Only a few days' time crossed a big realm. It seems that must have gotten good chances again. Not to be called as a mythic level Chi Luck daughter, she had to be brought along on this trip to Taisha Ancient City. Gogo, get ready. Later master will take you out for a delicious meal. Su spoke just as the words fell. Jean Guoguo then clapped and cheered in excitement. A pair of blue eyes full of anticipation. Yes, Guoguo is ready. Master, can we leave right away? Coincidentally, Xiong was riding his flying sword at this moment, rushing towards Lingyun Peak. Suyu sensed inside the cultivation room at the peak of Lingyun Peak and found that Yu-chan had fallen into the state of epiphany and was comprehending the Taiyin true scripture. No wonder she didn't even show up last night when the title change occurred. He nodded at Gingo. Good, let's go now. After saying that, holding Jean Guoguo's hand, her feet moved lightly. In the next moment, the person had appeared at the foot of Lingyun Peak. Xiong also happened to enter the mountain gate and was overjoyed, immediately greeting, Saint's son. The title change occurred last night, and a lot of changes were born, so my humble brother suggests, we try to enter the city of the great beginning tomorrow. Suyu nodded with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, in front of him, there appeared a golden glittering divine carriage, and in front of it, there stood 9 majestic one-horned divine beasts. It was the first time Xiong had seen this vehicle, and his eyes lit up as he immediately complimented, Saint's son, so this is your 9 beasts pulling carriage. and when I see it today, it is truly extraordinary. The corners of Suyu's lips curled slightly as he looked at Baiwan at the side and handed over some things. Walking towards the front of the one-horned divine beast in the very center, he stretched out his hand and touched his head, saying, "Great White, go to Taishur City." The unicorn divine beast immediately nodded its head, somewhat excitedly rubbing against Suyu's body, its tail fluttering. Suyu stroked its head again, then leapt forward. Taking a step into the divine carriage first, he lay down on a free chair inside. Kinko's was a close second. Bear Soldier followed with a big smile. Only then did he realize that the space inside was surprisingly much larger than it looked outside. More than 60 square feet. Moreover, the degree of aura abundance was not at all inferior to that of his old uncle, the Divine Sword Peak Master's cave. Inside, there are tables, chairs, sofas and beds. Moreover, these furniture, all of them are made by the golden silk spirit wood since tens of thousands of years. In the middle of the divine carriage, there was an 80-mortal table with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. On it, there was a table full of many gourmet delicacies that he couldn't even name. This is not like rushing to participate in the gambling meeting. It is clearly in the enjoyment of life. Even though Bear Soldier was not lowly born, it was still the first time he had seen such a battle. His cultivation was all cultivated by his own hard work, one step at a time, and 80% Ophi's life was spent in cultivation. Moreover, in their lineage, they were all sword cultivators. Normally, when you are rushing, you naturally fly with your sword, and the faster you fly, the greater the resistance in the air, so how could you still have time to enjoy the food while rushing? But then look at Suyu. Every time I see him, he's enjoying life, and even when he's in a hurry, he's living it with such panache. The most let him envy is not these material things. You are playing all day long. Why is the cultivation still so much higher than this male enhancement? The last time he competed in the sword Dao, he lost again in one move. There really was no heavenly reason. The more he thought about it, the more skeptical he became of life. Frozen in place, staring dully at the 8-cent table without moving, with all three of them on board, the 9-headed unicorn divine beast immediately pulled the carriage towards their destination. As soon as Jean Guogua entered the carriage, she sat down at the 8 immortal table and looked at the table full of food. Her mouth was almost watering. Golden fruit image. Master, can Gogo taste the flavors? Just a little bit of each, Jean Guogua said as she stretched out a small hand, her thumb and index finger nearly together. Suyu smiled faintly. Of course, feel free to take as much as you want. After saying that, he casually picked up a spirit fruit and chewed and swallowed it slowly. Half of these delicacies came from the system mall, and half were prepared for him by Baiwan. Jean Guogua immediately picked up a flower-shaped cookie and started eating it. A pair of big eyes like sapphires, suddenly narrowed down to just a slit. Her heart was happy. It's too good to be true. Following the master is fragrant, and there are endless treats every day. Luckily, that stupid big guy didn't know that the food was so delicious and stayed frozen. Have to speed up a bit in case he finds out later and snatches it from me. Suyu glanced at Jean Guogua, who was eating faster and faster, and could not help but shake his head and laugh lightly. Looking at Xiong Bing, who was still staring at the wide-eyed and dazed Xiong Bing, he opened his mouth to invite. Senior brother Xiong, don't you come over to sit and taste the dim sum? Xiong Bing then realized how out of shape he was, since he couldn't surpass it. He would follow it to the end. He hemmed and hawed and sat down at the octagonal table. Taking a flower-shaped cookie in his hand, he stuffed it into his mouth. How come it's so delicious? Xiong Bing's eyes instantly lit up. What are these cookies made of? It was eye-pleasing to look at, crunchy and sweet in the mouth. And even more amazingly, when he ate it in his stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current, revitalizing his entire spirit. At this moment, he seemed to know the reason why Suyu's cultivation speed was so fast, and was in a great mood. Just as he was about to take another piece, Jean Guogua moved even faster than him, and in a flash, he grabbed the remaining piece of flour cake in that plate in his hand and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Xiong Bing looked at Jean Guogua in front of him with a surprised face, especially the 2 dragon horns hidden on her head. You're a dragon? Gingo Gogo munched on a cookie while slurring. I won't tell you. After saying that, she was a little uneasy with a hand to cover the head of the 2 small grips. There is no silver in this place. 302 posture. The bear soldier couldn't help but laugh. Suyu coughed gently and reminded, Gogo, treat your enemies ruthlessly and treat your friends politely. Got it? Jean Guogua immediately put down the hand blocking the 2 small grips on the hand, looked at Suyu, seriously said, Oh, Gogo knows. The person the master likes is Gogo's friend. The person the master hates is Gogo's enemy. And whoever the master wants Gogo to kill, Gogo will kill. Suyu did not have the slightest doubt in her words. he found out that 10,000 things pointing technique, apart from being able to point 10,000 things, also had a hidden efficacy, like a puppet technique. As long as the living beings that he had pointed out would automatically be planted with a slave mark, respecting him as their master, he placed the bottle of juice in front of him, in front of Jean Guogua. Understood correctly, this award goes to you. Jean Guogua immediately revealed an innocent smile, took the juice in Su Yu's hand and immediately started drinking. Next, several people ate and drank along the way, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At roughly 2 hours of traveling, in one of the mountain ranges below, there was a violent sound of fighting. Chapter 74, a sword chopped off the Golden Horn King's arm. Xiong Bing immediately opened the car window and looked out. One could only see more than 20 beastmen with golden horns on their heads and wearing battle armor, besieging 7 or 8 human cultivators. Each and every one of these beastmen were of great strength and profound arts, and their cultivation had already reached the Avatar realm. The human cultivator was clearly undefeatable, and his body had already been injured in many places. Upon seeing the clothing worn by those human cultivators, he immediately exclaimed, "It's our heavenly diffusion Holy Land's disciples who are being besieged. Holy Sun, I'll go down to rescue them first." Suyu nodded and spoke to the group of unicorns pulling the carriage. "Stop the car." Xiong Bing waited until the carriage had just stopped, and then he immediately leapt down in a single bound. Suyu, on the other hand, leaned back lazily on the recliner, closed his eyes, and his divine thoughts probed out. One could only see a group of people below, all gathered in front of a collapsed barren mountain. Within it, a cave was surprised. Interesting, can't it be that the change in the tides has caused this ancestor's cave to appear, causing a crowd to fight over it? These beastmen, who were supposedly from the Golden Horn clan, were no different from human cultivators except for a golden beast horn on their heads. The golden horns on their heads erupted with a bolt of lightning from time to time, striking the group of disciples from the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. It caused them to be momentarily stretched to the limit, fending off the attacks of the Golden Horned clan who were striking them with their weapons, while at the same time preventing the natural aptitude that the golden horns on their heads were casting out. Just then, a loud voice rang out from above. "Don't worry, senior brothers, I'm coming to save you." Xiong Bing had just finished speaking and immediately executed the meteor sword technique. In an instant, countless sword chi transformed into a sword blade and struck towards the 20 or so golden horned men. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, a sword blade, going quickly, struck the golden horned man, instantly breaking through the thick battle armor they were wearing. The crowd of disciples from the heavenly diffusion Holy Land were instantly overjoyed. What started out as a slump turned around not long after the bear soldiers joined in. These golden horned people were covered in injuries, and seeing that they were unbeatable, they immediately pulled out their legs and ran, no longer caring about any chance of creation. All the people were relieved. Their cultivation levels, in fact, were not weak. All had reached the Avatar realm, and in terms of age, they were older than Xiong Bing. However, the immortal cultivation world is based on cultivation and status in terms of seniority. Just when Bear Soldier and the others thought that the great battle was over, suddenly, a dull footstep came. Each step stepped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The person who came, his cultivation was at least at the true God realm. Today's Xiong Bing had only just stepped into the prosperity realm, so he was naturally unbeatable. He was brave, but he was no cutie pie. "Senior brothers, follow me out first." Xiong Bing immediately opened his mouth, wanting to take the crowd to Su Yu's sitting carriage for refuge. "No, senior disciple Jiang is still inside the cave to seize the opportunity. We must block the enemy attack for him." A disciple immediately objected. The rest of the disciples nodded. Xiong Bing was astonished. Senior disciple Jiang? When did there come out such an appealing senior disciple Jiang in the Holy Land? Just then, not far ahead of the crowd, a golden-horned beastman as robust as an elephant appeared. He had dark skin on his body and a golden horn on his head that gave off a dazzling golden light. Bear Soldier's heart chilled. "Now, trying to leave is not an option. I'm afraid." An ice-cold voice rang out from the mouth of the golden-horned beast. "Kid, you're pretty good, surprisingly injuring so many of my clansmen. Are you the personal disciple of Divine Sword Peak's Lord Zhou Chong?" In his voice, the aura of the true God realm exuded, and hearing the crowd of heavenly diffusion sacred brothers disciples was like poison. One by one, it was difficult to resist. Their ears bled, and with a flurry of hands and feet, they quickly activated their protective treasures, shrouding their entire bodies. The holy sword in Bear Soldier's hand immediately formed a protective light shield automatically, blocking in front of Bear Soldier and saving him from the sound wave attack. Xiong Bing's pair of eyes like cold stars stared coldly at the golden-horned beastman. "That's right, Enchanter is none other than Zhou Chong. what do you want? The golden-horned orc sniffed and laughed. Ha ha, you're asking what about this king? Daring to take away this king's chance and injure my clan. This king will settle old scores with that Jo Chong, and all of you will die. Having said that, he raised an arm as thick as a stone pillar and slapped it towards Bear Soldier. Bear Soldier immediately offered his holy sword to fend it off. Phase-less sword technique. Sword surrounding, only to see countless sword chi, which quickly transformed into a huge light shield with a diameter of up to 50 meters, protecting him and the group of disciples behind him within it. A disciple was furious and opened his mouth to threaten. Golden Horn King, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that my master will know about it and exterminate your entire clan? The Golden Horned King laughed out loud. What a bunch of fools. Haven't you heard of death without proof? After saying that, the force in his hand increased, and there were electric lights flashing. Ka-ching! The light shield formed by the combination of countless sword chi made a cracking sound under the might of this palm. It's over. I heard that the Golden Horn King is a cultivator in the middle stage of the True God realm. Senior brother Xion will definitely not be able to defeat him. That golden horn on his head is what's terrifying. It can unleash no less than the strongest strike of a late True God realm cultivator. Alas, it's really out of this world. To think that I've been practicing monasticism for over 100 years and have yet to marry and have children, and to die like this. I'm really not happy. I hope that senior brother Jiang will succeed in capturing the ancestors' creation, and it won't be in vain for us to sacrifice for him. The crowd of disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land all closed their eyes in pain, waiting for death to come. Just then, in the sky, a very ancient long sword suddenly flew out. The hilt of the sword still had dirt stuck to it, but that didn't affect its forward speed in the least. In just a flash, it arrived above the Golden Horned King's arm, bumper to bumper. In the air, a thick arm suddenly appeared, disintegrating directly in the air, splattering blood. Ah! The Golden Horned King let out a cry of pain and panicked, covering one of his broken arms to quickly stop the bleeding. Only, he realized that no matter how much he casted his magic aptitude, the broken arm was still dripping blood. Originally, at his realm, it was possible to be reborn with severed limbs, unless, of course, the opponent was too powerful and far beyond his ability to fight. He looked around with a tense face, and only then did he realize that high in the sky, there was a golden carriage parked, and in front of it, there were 9 tall and majestic unicorns pulling the carriage. Sure enough, he is a high-level person, and he has never discovered the existence of this divine carriage. He immediately lowered his stance, changing from the brutal and overbearing behavior of a moment ago, and opened his mouth to ask, "Who is your excellency? Why did you sneak up on this king?" P.S. At the request of a reader yesterday, I am now making a note of the weapon and treasure levels in this book. Criteria for classifying weapons: Dharma weapons, spirit weapons, holy weapons, divine weapons, immortal weapons, imperial weapons, and Taoist weapons. Each level is divided into 4, the ultimate, upper, middle and lower. The imperial weapons in this book refer to the weapons used by the immortal emperors. Other treasure classes: magic weapon, magic treasure, spirit weapon, spirit treasure, divine weapon, divine treasure, immortal weapon, immortal treasure, Tao weapon, Tao treasure. Chapter 75 Heaven's Destiny Protagonist Sora. The words just fell. The crowd of disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Look, it's the Holy Sun's carriage. Ha ha, surprisingly, it's the Saint's son who has come. I'm sure, that sword just now must have been executed by the Carefree God King. Great, it's the Holy Sun and the Carefree God King coming. We're saved. When the Golden Horn King heard this, his face sank and he immediately spoke. So it's the Carefree Divine King? I just want to settle a bit of a personal grudge and have no intention of fighting with the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The corner of Suyu's lips hooked up a playful smile. Personal grudge? Killing my Heavenly Diffraction Holy Land disciple, and you still have the nerve to tell this Holy Sun that it's a personal grudge. Which one gave you the courage? He glanced at his side, still eating cookies, Jean Gua Gua, and instructed, Gua Gua, wait here for the master. I'll be right there. Jean Gua Gua immediately nodded her head very obediently. Okay de. Guigua will obediently keep an eye on the carriage and not allow any outsiders to sit on it. Suyu laughed and touched her on the head. Next moment, the person landed right in front of the group of disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. He raised his hand and the long sword, which was suspended in the air, immediately flew back into his hand. It was none other than the newly acquired Wind Cloud sword not long ago. The crowd of disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land could not help but suck in cool air. It was hard to believe that the sword earlier was chopped by the Holy Sun. However, wasn't the Saint Sun only in the Easy Realm? How was it possible to chop off the arm of the Golden Horn King, who was in the middle stage of the true god realm, with a single sword? These people had recently been searching for opportunities in this barren mountain, and were unaware of the recent duel between Suyu and the Saint Prince of Taichu. The Golden Horn King sized up the incredibly handsome man in front of him and realized that his cultivation level was only in the easy realm. Thinking about the moment when the carriage was open just now, his divine thoughts quickly probed in and did not find any other strong people inside. In his heart, he was no longer as scared as he was earlier. Suyu's face could not be seen to be happy or angry. His voice was indifferent. If this saint's son is inclined to care, what can you do to me? When the Golden Horn King heard this, killing intent appeared in his eyes. So it's the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son. This king originally wanted to give you guys a chance to live, but since you're pestering me, then I won't blame this king for being merciless. Speaking of which, the golden horn on his head suddenly erupted into a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket, slashing towards Suyu like a heavenly calamity. Looking at the crowd of disciples, their faces turned white and their legs trembled. Some of them simply went directly to the rear cave to hide, and kept shouting under their breath, "Holy Son, hurry up and invite the carefree God King out. You can't defeat him." Xiangbing couldn't look on and walked over to Suyu's side. "Saint's son, I'll block together for you." The corner of Suyu's lips raised a faint smile. "No need. Watch it." Having said that, the wind cloud sword immediately shot up into the sky from his hand, splitting that thick lightning bolt in a flash, looking as brilliant as a firework blooming. The splash of electricity, split on some of the surrounding plants and trees, immediately let the latter as if struck by lightning, scorch marks a large area, some dead wood, and even burned up. However, the gazes of the crowd were firmly attracted by the wind cloud sword, only to see that it went extremely fast and did not stop after splitting the lightning with a sword. Whoosh! From the top of the Golden Horn King's head, a silver light cut through. Next moment, a beast's horn, glistening with golden light, came off the top of his head. With a move of Suyu's palm, an object was suddenly added to his hand, which was none other than the Golden Horn King's beast horn. The Golden Horn King was horrified and said in shock, "No, you're playing a trick. You're clearly in the heavenly god realm." After shouting this out, there was no longer the slightest intention to fight, and he turned around and ran. However, it was only 2 steps out. His physical body suddenly split into 2 halves. Even the Yuan Shin was unable to escape, and was directly sucked in by a long sword suspended above. It didn't take long for a burping man's voice to come from the longsword. The crowd of disciples were sweating and spitting furiously in their hearts as they listened. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's definitely a vicious weapon. No wonder the carefree God King didn't show up. So it turns out that the Holy Son has such a ferocious weapon in his hand, which is equivalent to having a superpower protecting him throughout the day. The crowd of disciples were envious. A few disciples who were hiding immediately walked out of the cave in shame. A crowd of people stared at the ancient long sword. It only paused for a moment before. Suddenly it began to vibrate gently. Rustling, rustling, rustling. On the hilt of the sword, a lot of dirt shook off. Next moment, it turned its head around and quickly flew in front of Suyu, not moving a muscle. With a wave of his hand, Suyu directly put him into the system space. Just a little while ago, when Xiangbing and the others were competing with a group of golden-horned beastmen, he had already wanted to try out the power of this extreme divine armament. The moment he took out the long sword, he cast the everything pointing technique once. Unexpectedly, the wind cloud sword didn't illuminate a human being, but it awakened the sleeping artifact spirit. It was good that this artifact spirit had a Dao wound on his body, and it had only drawn 2/3 of his spiritual energy. After drinking a bottle of 10,000-year-old spirit milk, the lost spirit power in his body was replenished. However, he didn't regret it at all. If he hadn't performed this everything pointing technique and pitted the sleeping artifact spirit, forcing him to recognize himself as his master. Otherwise, with his current strength, this extreme Dao divine warrior, he would not be able to control it at all. Seeing that the crisis here had been solved, Xiangbing looked at the group of disciples behind him with some displeasure and said, "A group of you, what are you doing running into this wilderness?" The people looked at each other, knowing that it was impossible to hide the truth, and immediately told the truth. A burly, dark-skinned disciple slightly clasped his hands at Suyu. "Saint's son, disciple name is Lu Mang. We are all inner disciples of Thousand Refuge Peak. In order for senior brother Zhong to successfully seize the opportunities in the cave, we are here for this purpose to guard the cave in case outsiders cause damage." Thousand Run Peak was one of the 7 peaks of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The disciples taken in there, all of them were physical cultivators witnessing the Tao, with amazing physical strength, and also had a good talent in the artifact refining course. Only, this head, it wasn't as witty as the disciples of Tianyan Peak and Mingdao Peak. To put it bluntly, it was limber and simple-minded. At this point, another large man spoke up. Saint's son, my name is Li De. 3 days ago, we met with senior brother Jiang at the Earth's Heartfire Marrow Pool, and if it wasn't for him removing the extreme young violet lotus, our group of people would have long since been burned to death by the flames emanating from the sacred medicine. The remaining 6 then spoke up. Senior brother Jiang is the highest cultivator among us, so we agreed. Why don't the sacred son and senior brother Xiong stay together, or to prevent any more thieves from coming over to cause trouble? When Xiong Bing heard this, he was immediately offended. Which senior brother Jiang needs our heavenly diffusion Holy Land saint's son to escort him? The crowd immediately realized that what they had just asked for was a bit excessive. After all, that day, Jiang Chen's provocation of Suyu's sacred son position was a big deal in the entire Holy Land. What's more, with the Holy Son's wealth, where would he look at this little bit of chance? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Bear Soldier was furious and was about to chastise these ungrateful fellows. However, he heard Suyu faintly say, naturally, it's Jiang Chen. When the disciples saw that Suyu had already guessed it, all of them nodded their heads in succession. Originally, there were 12 of us in this group, and 4 of us tried to pick the extreme young violet lotus, and all of us died in the Earth's End Flame Marrow Pool. Saint's son, senior brother Jiang is not only gifted and righteous, I think we as senior brothers should support him. Yes, with senior brother Jiang's talent, he will definitely be able to become your right-hand man in the future. Saint's son, listening to the crowd of disciples whitewash Jiang Chen, Suyu didn't say anything. Xiong Bing really couldn't listen to it anymore. And righteousness, it's really laughable. Thanks to your monasticism for hundreds of years, people are using you. Can't you see this? Jiang Chen didn't pick the extreme young violet lotus to save you all, but rather he wanted to obtain that sacred medicine himself. The crowd of disciples sniffed and immediately retorted. I don't think so. Senior brother Jiang said that the inside of the relic is even more dangerous than the outside. Yeah, in the past, when we explored, the inside of the ruins were more dangerous than the outside. Chapter 76, Meeting Yi Ishui for the first time. Suyu saw Xiong Bing's puffed up look and wanted to say something. He raised his hand to stop it immediately. With Yun Gyuyu's guidance, this cave was like a walk in the park for Jiang Chen. So what danger could there be? Instead of saying that this group of senior brothers were stupid, it was more like Jiang Chen's protagonist aura was too strong. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this plot, in fact, was purposely designed by the author of the desolate ancient legends to give Jiang Chen the opportunity to heroically save a woman during this operation and spark love with the other female protagonist, Yi Ishui. Yi Ishui, the only princess of the Wuji divine dynasty, whose father was the strongest hegemon of the central continent, Emperor Wuji, was also a daughter-favoring fiend, because Yi Ishui loved Jiang Chen to death, so that later when Jiang Chen wanted to unify the burial immortal planet, Emperor Wuji was the first to come forward to support him, and willing to be his pawn, for his plan of great unification, to make a great contribution. However, later on, this pair of father and daughter, but the death is quite miserable. When he thought of this, he looked towards the group of disciples still thinking of putting in a good word for Jiang Chen, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel sad for them. As the holy son of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, how could he allow his disciple to be fooled into selling his life and still thinking of that person's goodness when he was about to die? Immediately, he spoke faintly. Even if it's so dangerous inside, how can this saint's son bear to watch senior brother Jiang face it alone? Xiong Bing, Lu Mang, and Li Da, the 3 of you will go over with me to rescue senior Jiang, and the rest of you will wait outside first. The group of disciples thought about the fact that Jiang Chen had gone in for most of the day and had yet to come out. He was also worried that he was in danger, and since Suyu was willing to go in, it was naturally the best. Yes, we all listened to the Holy Son's arrangements. Suyu nodded, then led the 3 Xiong Bing into the cave and began to search for Jiang Chen. Let's say that after Jiang Chen said goodbye at the spiritual Dao sect, then, under the guidance of his master, Yun Guoyue, he rushed non-stop to the 100,000 desolate mountains to look for a chance. It was really heaven's way, even letting him pick a holy medicine by mistake, the extreme young purple lotus, which not only perfected his physical defects, but also, his cultivation directly broke through 2 major realms, becoming a prosperity realm 2nd level cultivator. What was even more surprising to him was that in the process, he had also saved 8 disciples of the 1000 Runfeng Peak from the heavenly diffusion Holy Land in the process, and therefore, trusted by this group of disciples. Next, a group of people began to travel in pairs to look for opportunities, and then, they arrived at this cave where they were currently staying. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't want to give up good opportunities to this group of stupid senior brothers. He casually found a reason for them to obediently wait outside the cave and serve as fighters for him, while he, on the other hand, was able to monopolize all the opportunities within this cave. At that time, pretend to be seriously injured and run out of the cave, then casually distribute a little bit of small chance to this group of fools, and still have to be grateful to him. Seeing a group of senior brothers fall for the trick, Jiang Chen was still in a good mood at first, but, entering the cave for a little more than half a day, searching the entire cave, in addition to encountering a few low-ranking rat demons, what treasures were not found? How is it possible? This is clearly a cave left behind by the ancients. How come there are no treasures whatsoever? There must be hidden organs. Jiang Chen was very unwilling. He began to knock around in the cave. Stop! There are aura fluctuations on that black stone. Move it away. Yun Guiyue spoke out of nowhere. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately removed the black stone that Yun Guiyue was pointing at. Squeak! All of a sudden, a stone door opened in front of him, and from inside, a very dazzling white light shot out. Jiang Chen only felt a blur before his eyes. A huge suction force emanated from inside, causing him to stand unsteadily, and his body was quickly sucked inside that light door. Just stand still. Ear, came the angry voice of a woman. Still dare to come. This princess doesn't believe that she can't kill you all. Kill. Jiang Chen blinked and immediately looked around. Only then did he realize that it was a very good-looking brocade-clothed woman with misty eyes and a long sword in her hand aimlessly slashing at the air. Be careful. There's an illusion formation here. Yun Guiyue immediately warned. Jiang Chen immediately collected his mind and spoke. Please also guide me. Master. Remove that black formation stone in the easternmost corner and this formation will be broken. Yun Guiyue swept a glance inside the cave and slowly said. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately did as he was told. The moment the stone moved away, the brocade-clad woman's eyes cleared instantly, and she began to look around with a wary glance. It was then that she saw Jiang Chen with a gentle smile on his face as he looked at her. Fairy, you were just trapped by a formation. The brocade-clothed woman immediately recalled her experience not long ago. After breaking into this place, she only felt that she saw countless ferocious beasts attacking her, and immediately began to raise her sword and slash. She didn't know how many she had cut down. The ferocious beasts here seemed endless. I didn't realize that I had mistakenly entered the illusionary formation. She can find this place because she holds a map in her hand. This person's hand is hardly. She immediately began to test the waters. Thank you for saving me. How did you end up here? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said courteously. There is no need for you to be polite. I also happened to stumble into this place, and when I saw that the fairy was in distress, I naturally had to lend a hand. The brocade-clothed woman sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, it wasn't her father who sent someone to take her back. This time, she was sneaking out of the palace to play, but she didn't want to be sent back by her father only a few days after she left. Seeing that the woman in front of him was extremely beautiful, and that she had called herself a princess in the illusionary formation not long ago, Jiang Chen could not help but think of marrying her in his heart. Immediately, he smiled and introduced himself. I am Jiang Chen, a disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. I wonder how the fairy is addressed. The brocade-clothed woman saw that Jiang Chen was so polite and was a disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, so her impression of him became even more favorable. She guffawed and said, My name is Yi Ishue. Yi Ishue? Could it be that it was the eldest princess of the Wuji imperial dynasty in the central continent? He recalled the portrait in his mind, and the more he looked at it, the more similar it became. Jiang Chen's heart burst with ecstasy, feeling that this was a wonderful marriage that God had given him, and that he must firmly grasp it. In recent years, he had been watching the beautiful women of the major powers who were of noble status and had no Taoist partner. If he could incorporate them into his harem, why would he worry about having no one behind him? He pretended not to know Yi Ishue's identity and smiled gently. Hello, Fairy Yi. It's nice to meet you. This place looks a bit evil. Why don't we pair up and break out together? Yi Ishue nodded her head, seeing that Jiang Chen looked open and honest, and was a disciple of a prestigious sect, plus she had saved her life, so she spoke of her plans for the trip. Truth be told, I came here specifically to pick the Dream Spectre Orchid, but I didn't want to be inattentive and mistakenly enter the formation. Jiang Chen immediately opened his mouth to inquire. Dream Spectral Orchid? Is it a superb spirit medicine that can strengthen a cultivator's yuanshan? I've heard that it has a miraculous effect on Avatar Realm cultivators breaking through the profound realm. Yi Ishue's pair of beautiful eyes, with a hint of anticipation, looked at Jiang Chen and said, It is this medicine. Ishue wants to use this extremely high-grade spirit medicine to break through to the profound realm. I wonder if Mr. Jiang can help me out? In fact, now her cultivation has reached the great perfection of the avatar realm. As long as she wants to break through to the free realm, just say a word to the Father Emperor, and a large number of elixirs will come to hand. However, she just wanted to experience the thrill of relying on herself and obtaining treasures with her own hands. If this Jiang Chen in front of her can't even withstand this test, naturally it's not worth her interaction. Chapter 77, Suyu, you must have done this. Jiang Chen sniffed. The mind was made up at once, and in order not to appear too abrupt, he said righteously, Mr. Jiang has now reached the prosperity realm. Although this medicine is precious, it's not of much use to me, since Fairy Yi needs it. Mr. Jiang will accompany you to look for this medicine together, and then find the way out. Yi Shui saw that Jiang Chen answered frankly and with a very sincere expression. Her heart was very pleased and she no longer hesitated. With a wave of her palm, only a map immediately appeared in front of the two. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at this map. The dream spectral orchid we're looking for is in this location. With that, she used her index finger and gently tapped a location on the map. Jiang Chen nodded and looked over the map very carefully, quickly figuring out the layout of this space. As he spoke, he pointed at the map and said, we are currently at the northwest corner of the boundary, while that dream spectre orchid is at the southeast corner, and the fastest way to get there is to cross this passage. Yi Ishui nodded. Soon, the two then set off forward. This space, it can be much more dangerous than outside. Not only are there formations that shield the cultivator's perception, along the way, there were quite a few demonic beasts that appeared. Luckily, their cultivation levels were not as high as the two, and they were all easily killed by the two. It didn't take long. The two then came to the southeast corner of this space. Just see the area ahead. There was a spirit grass that emitted a ghostly blue light, as magnificent as a dream. One more look makes it seem as if you were going to fall into a sweet dream. That's right, that's Dream Phantom Orchid, Yi Ishui said with some excitement. When she finished, she was about to pick it herself. However, he was called back by Jiang Chen. Fairy Yi, please wait a moment. It's not too late for Mr. Jiang to take it after first beheading the python next to it. In fact, Yi Shui had long since noticed that not far from Meng Yulan, there was an ink-scaled python hovering, spitting out its snake letters and staring at the two with a vicious face. However, she was also fearless. A demonic beast of this level would not be too difficult for her to kill if she wanted to. She was about to refuse. Jiang Chen had already lifted the lance in his hand and stabbed it towards the giant python. Boom! On the head of the lance, a fiery light shot out, and the lance stabbed at the python's snake tail. Ka-ching! The snake's tail was instantly broken. The ink-scaled python twisted its head somewhat unwillingly and sprayed a mouthful of poisonous blood towards Jiang Chen. Who knows? Jiang Chen left his position with a flash of his body, and in the next moment, suddenly appeared beside it. Another fierce jab. The shot was aimed right at the python's 7 inches. The black-scaled python immediately collapsed. Jiang Chen wore a smile on his face. Stretching out his hand, he uprooted the dream spectre orchid on the ground with one hand. Smilingly, he walked towards Yi Ishui. Just that dream spectre. With every step he took, the aura disappeared. When he sent it to Yi Ishui, only a withered grass remained. With a gentle tremor of his hand, the withered grass immediately turned into pieces. You disappoint me so much. Yi Ishui was very angry, thanks to which she had been treating the other party as a decent person. I didn't realize it was this kind of person. It was good that Nozomu didn't trust him so easily and gave a little test. Yun Guoyue, on the other hand, felt a palpitation, and her divine thoughts immediately dispersed in all directions. Then he saw that at the entrance, Suyu was looking at Jiang Chen and the two of them with a smile on his face, and behind him, there were 3 disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Around him, there was an aura of a dreamy orchid. Yun Guoyu was about to transmit her voice to Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, a strange man's voice came from his head. Yun Guoyue, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, instead of repairing your fleshly body, your soul power is getting weaker and weaker. This disciple of yours is really not good enough. Is there any interest in considering becoming a follower of this saint's son? You should know this very well. With this saint's son's ability, if he wanted to help you repair your flesh, it would be nothing more than a show of hands. Yun Guoyue knew that Suyu's words were true. If he could become his follower, entering the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's pool of creation would be a very easy thing to do. She immediately looked at Suyu's face, only to see that the face that was so handsome that she couldn't pick out a single flaw. But there was a pair of cold eyes that looked like hell, with a chaotic aura lingering inside. One look at it seemed to draw her mind into it, causing a shiver to run down her spine. In his mind, Suyu's voice once again sounded. There is no hurry in this matter. You consider it well. Young Guiyu sighed, not realizing that Suyu already knew about her existence. In order to save her life, she could only remain silent. Jiang Chen didn't expect this to happen either. He looked at his hands a little dumbfounded. A moment ago, this medicine was still fine, so why did this suddenly happen? He could guarantee 100% that he really didn't draw on the essence of it. Fairy Yi, I think there must be a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. As a princess of a country, Yi Ishui naturally had her own arrogance and persistence. She had just seen it with her own eyes. Could it still be a lie? She stared coldly at Jiang Chen, wanting to hear what kind of reasoning this man would use to convince himself. At this moment, she even suspected that Jiang Chen had been following her, just like some of the men who pursued her, creating the illusion of a chance encounter. Otherwise, why would it be so coincidental that he appeared late, and came out to heroically save her when she was trapped by the illusion formation? When one person doesn't trust another person, everything the other person does for them can't help but think in a bad direction. Jiang Chen was about to find the wording to explain. All of a sudden, a rough male voice rang out. Senior brother Jiang, it was agreed that you would seize the opportunity for everyone within the cave. Why are you taking it all for yourself again? Thanks to that, we previously thought that you were picking that extreme young violet lotus in order to save us. And it wasn't until senior brother Xiong reminded us that we realized that the holy medicine, on the spot, was all absorbed by you, and you didn't even leave a single leaf for us. Jiang Chen's originally organized language was immediately laid to rest before Lu Meng's words. At this time, Li Di also spoke with great dissatisfaction. Senior brother Jiang, do you know that in order for you to be able to obtain the chance in this cave safely, we were forcefully attacked by the Golden Horn clan, and if it wasn't for the Holy Sun and senior brother Xiong's help, the 8 of us would have been wiped out by the group by now. Yi Shui listened to what the two said and then recalled the scene that had just happened. Different scenes, same plot. In his heart, it was already very much confirmed that not long ago, that dream spectral orchid was the work of Jiang Chen. It's true that you can't know a person's heart. Father was right. Fortunately, she had kept a vigilant heart and set up this little test for Jiang Chen. This person, with such an unorthodox mind, is not worth befriending at all. Jiang Chen's face was red with anger. Originally, Yi Ishui had a misunderstanding about him, and then by these two saying so, wouldn't it be confirmed that the previous dream spectre orchid was absorbed by him on the spot? However, upon seeing that a man who was so handsome that he was almost demonic, unexpectedly appeared here as well, all the doubts in his mind were immediately answered. His eyes were tinged with anger as he stared at Suyu. Suyu, you must have done this just now, right? Chapter 78, if you dare to falsely accuse the Holy Sun again, don't blame my fists for not recognizing me. Suyu was silent, his expression indifferent. He was dressed in a white coat, immaculate. His face was handsome and peerless, as if he had descended from heaven. The mind, already focused on the panel of Jiang Chen's personal information issued by the system. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 18. Cultivation level, 2nd level of Easy Realm. Physique, Immaculate Sun Sacred Body. Rating, Mythical Child of Destiny. After reading Jiang Chen's personal information panel, Suyu couldn't help but spit furiously in his heart. The last time I saw him, it was only the great circle of the condensed Dan realm, and it was only how long ago that I didn't see him, and he reached the 2nd level of the prosperity realm. Moreover, the physique was perfected, and even the rating was re-upgraded from an epic level son of heavenly destiny to a mythical level son of heavenly destiny. This protagonist aura is also too horrible. No wonder his longevity column still shows that he died at the age of 30. No, we must speed up the pace and drain him of his chi value quickly before. Suyu's silence at this time, in the eyes of a group of people, appeared to be disdain for seeing Jiang Chen in general. However, just because Suyu didn't open his mouth, it didn't mean that the little brother who followed him here didn't open his mouth as well. Watching Jiang Chen falsely accuse Suyu in this manner, Xiong angrily stared at Jiang Chen, righteously reprimanding. Jiang Chen, don't be rude. The Saint's son has been with us all along, in order to rescue you, not to mention risking his own life. Even if you don't appreciate it, you even dare to falsely accuse the Saint's son. Li Di also immediately rebuked with a stern voice. Yes, I can testify. If you dare to falsely accuse the Holy Sun again, I will not blame my fists for not recognizing you. Jiang Chen was so angry that his face turned red. He had a kind of intuition that this matter was definitely done by Suyu using a kind of underhanded tactics. However, he suffered from not being able to come up with evidence, and it was hard to argue for a while. Yi Qiushui was at the moment when Jiang Chen looked at Suyu. Her gaze was instantly drawn to Suyu. Can't it be that he is the heavenly diffusion saint's son, Suyu? Worthy of being the #1 beautiful man in the eastern wasteland. He was indeed very handsome. After receiving affirmation from Xiongbing and Li De, before Jiang Chen could say anything, she immediately walked in front of Suyu with a smile on her face. Saint's son of heavenly diffusion, how do you do? I am Yi Ishui, the eldest princess of the Wuji divine dynasty of the central continent, and I am very happy to have the opportunity to meet you here. Suyu has closed the system panel. He swept a glance at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was covered in a noble appearance, with a hint of dominance and spirituality in her beautiful eyes. Well, he had a way to cure this kind of intelligent and bratty princess. Spinning around, he nodded coldly and detachedly to indicate that he knew, and stopped talking. Seeing Suyu this indifferent, it instead provoked Yi Ishui to want to befriend him. Saint's son of heavenly diffusion, this princess believes in your character. This dream specter orchid is a divine soul-type spirit medicine. If you want to absorb it, you need to touch it like Jiang Chen to be able to do it, and you're so far away, it can't possibly be your doing. So you just gave the other party a faint smile. Of course he wouldn't tell the other party, you're wrong. This dream phantom orchid was precisely absorbed by me. Once the Saint Sun Xian Tian chaotic Tao scripture was in operation, why would he need to come into contact with it? The more Suyu lovingly responded to Yi Ishui, the more he made this Wuji eldest princess's heart grow fonder. This moment's Suyu, in Yi Ishui's eyes, was so different. Not only is he handsome, but he has a great deal of personality. Unlike a host of other men who tried everything to please her. And with this action of hers, she watched Jiang Chen get angrier and angrier. This Yi Ishui had been walking with him in this space for a few hours, and had been reserving her identity and being on guard against him at all times. However, as soon as he saw Suyu, he exposed himself, and a pretty face couldn't wait to stick to Suyu, which was too much of a difference in treatment. Although a group of people did not believe that it was Suyu's doing, an innate intuition told him that this matter definitely had nothing to do with Suyu. It was even if the others were deceived by Suyu, but Yi Ishui was the best candidate for the Dao couple that he had his eyes on, and he absolutely could not let Suyu succeed in his scheme. He immediately opened his mouth and spoke kindly. Fairy Yi, Suyu is a sinister and cunning person. This eunuch advises you not to be mesmerized by his appearance. Yi Ishui sniffed and immediately looked at Jiang Chen with some disgust. Jiang Chen, why does this princess need you to instruct her on what to do? Originally thought that you were just greedy, but I didn't realize that you were also a despicable villain who only knew how to slander others. In the future, don't say to outsiders that you have seen this princess. After she said that, a familiar voice immediately resounded in Suyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully framing the Son of Heaven's destiny, rewarding him with 50,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the marriage of the Son of Heaven's destiny, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. He was overjoyed in his heart. However, on his face, he said indifferently, Senior disciple Jiang, this saint's son presents you with a word of advice. If you know your mistakes and can correct them, there is no greater good. Lu Mang nodded his head with a face of approval. Jiang Chen, the Holy Son is the one who is really bright and righteous for people. You should learn more from him. Jiang Chen was originally a sun saint body, with a fire that was larger than average, and now, she was being falsely accused repeatedly, and, one of them was a woman she adored. There was another one, Suyu, who he regarded as a life and death enemy. Not only was he repeatedly pitched in front of everyone, but he was also praised and worshipped as a great hero. How can this kind of anger be tolerated? For a moment, he only felt the chi and blood in his body flow backwards, and his anger flared up to the sky. Rumble! He fiercely slapped his palm at an open space in front of him, venting the anger in his heart. It happens to be filmed in the same place where the Dream Phantom was previously taken. A violent explosion immediately sounded within the space. Originally, this space was purposely laid out to protect Mang Yulan from being stolen by outsiders. The eye of the formation was this Dream Phantom Orchid with a formation source stone next to it. Now that the Dream Phantom Orchid had been fully absorbed by Suyu, the original space was about to collapse. As Jiang Chen slapped down this palm, the eye of the formation was then destroyed. The whole space began to destabilize, cracked like a spider's web. Suyu waved his sleeve, and a fierce wind swept everyone except Jiang Chen, immediately flying towards the outside of the cave. The few disciples guarding the outside of the cave, immediately after seeing the sudden sound of explosions coming from the cave in the rear, he looked at the rear with a wary face, only to see the entire barren mountain start to sink towards the bottom. Immediately a voice shouted out, No good. The mountain is collapsing. Everyone get on the airship. In a whirlwind, an airship that could carry more than 20 people appeared in the air. The 6 disciples immediately jumped onto the flying boat, looking anxiously at the high mountains below that were sinking deeper and deeper. A disciple immediately proposed, "No, the Holy Sun and a few others are still below. We have to find a way to rescue them." The other 2 disciples immediately agreed. "Yes, no matter what, the Saint's son is also affected by us. He must be saved. I'm for it. If this matter spreads to the Holy Land, because of them, causing the death of the Holy Son here, not to mention their own lives, I'm afraid that even the whole family will be followed by the disaster." The other 3 disciples who hadn't spoken also opened their mouths at this time. "It's a rescue that has to be done. Let's wait for the bottom to stabilize first and then we'll figure it out together. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, the Holy Son has that fierce weapon in his hand. It's not necessarily something that will happen. Let's wait and see first. Why don't we discuss how to rescue it first?" Chapter 79. Just as the 6 people were discussing how to rescue Suyu's several people, only to see a silver light suddenly drilling out of the collapsed mountain at the back, and upon closer inspection, within the light mass, 5 people were enveloped. Next moment, the ball of light landed on top of the ship. It was certainly Suyu's few people. When the crowd of disciples saw that the Holy Son and the others had returned unharmed, their hearts were overjoyed. However, after taking a look behind Suyu when no one else came out, a man asked in a low voice, "Where's senior brother Jiang?" Li De had a bellyful of fire. "Don't mention that heartless fellow. If it wasn't for the Holy Son's rescue, I'm afraid I would have long been sliced into tofu dregs by the space debris. Senior brother Xiong is right. This Jiang Chen is the one who has been using us to sell his life for him, and seeing that the plot has been exposed, he even wants to pull us along to be buried with him." When the group of people on the airship heard this, they were horrified and immediately began to ask for details. Once the crowd understood what was happening inside, all of them are angry. "Li Da, when you say that, I remember. At that time, the 4 Chueyu senior sisters were fooled by Jiang Chen into picking that extreme young violet lotus, and died tragically in the Earth's Heart Inferno pith pool. AI. It's sad that we still regard him as a lifesaver, thinking that he picked that extreme young violet lotus and immediately refined it because he was worried that we would be burned to death by the scorching flames, but we didn't realize that his true purpose was actually to seize that extreme young violet lotus. Damnable. I've long heard that he brutalized his fellow disciples during the ancient mysteries, and at the time, I thought he was wrongly accused. This Jiang Chen is a black sheep. Good thing. He's already dead in the cave. This is not necessarily. Have not heard of good people do not live a long time? Bad people live 1,000 years of the proverb. The ancient secret realm, so many people chasing him. He can be safe and sound out alive. After the crowd of disciples heard Xiong Bing's words, they all felt that it made sense and couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Sacred Son, our Holy Land has always advocated for internal solidarity and love amongst disciples. Someone as selfish and self-interested as Jiang Chen is really contrary to our Holy Land's culture. So please expel him from our heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Sacred Son. Yes, Saint's Son. Although the 4 of senior sister Chueyu were not killed by Jiang Chen personally, they all died because of him. This kind of person is too sinister in his heart. He really doesn't deserve to be in my Holy Land. The more the group of disciples spoke, the more angry they became, and they begged Suyu to do right by the 4 dead senior sister Chueyu. Suyu nodded. After this matter returns to the Holy Land, I will notify the outer sect elders and strike out Jiang Chen's disciple status in my Holy Land. When the crowd heard this, they were all filled with gratitude and thanked each other. Xiong Bing glanced at the sky and saw that the sun was already in the west, and a group of disciples were still rambling around their own Holy Son. I'm sure that, with such a high-minded and easygoing character as the Holy Son's, it's not good enough to get out of this. He immediately suggested to Suyu, Sacred Son, it's getting late. We'd better leave early and try to arrive at the Taisher ancient city before it gets dark. Suyu nodded his head and looked at the group of disciples, and then said goodbye. Be safe, fellow disciples. Xiong Bing and I still have some important matters to deal with, so we will leave first. When the disciples heard this, they immediately bent down and arched their hands, speaking in unison, greetings to the Holy Son. Yi Ishui, who had been ignored all this time, immediately spoke up, Saint Son of Heavenly Diffusion. What a coincidence. This princess is also going to the ancient city of the Great Beginning. I wonder if we can travel together. The corners of Suyu's lips curled slightly as he gently nodded his head. Immediately, the wind was generated under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared next to the mighty god's chariot. When Yi Ishui saw this, she was somewhat appalled in her heart. She had stood here for so long, but she hadn't realized that there was also a divine carriage parked high in the sky. This concealment ability is on par with that divine carriage of fathers. Seeing Yi Shui a bit dazed, Xiong Bing kindly reminded, Princess Wuji, don't be in a hurry to be surprised. There will be plenty of chances when we enter the inside of the divine carriage. After saying that, he immediately rode his flying sword in a single flight and followed Suyu into the mighty god's chariot. Yi Shui bristled a bit unconvincingly, muttering under her breath, Che, what kind of battle has this princess never seen before? When she finished speaking, she flicked her feet on the ground. A pair of gorgeous wind and fire wheels immediately appeared underneath a pair of boots. In the twinkling of an eye, she was sent high into the sky and appeared next to the mighty divine carriage. Seeing that no one came to greet them, with some disappointment, she put away the wind and fire wheels under her feet and stepped into the carriage. The next instant, her eyes were rounded. Xiong Bing was right. The arrangement here was really greatly beyond her imagination. Surprisingly, it was even more spacious and lavishly decorated than Father's Emperor's divine-level carriage. And moreover, the aura was so abundant that it was no different from those ancient secret realms. Was this the treatment of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Or was it support from the everlasting Su family? No matter which way you look at it, Suyu is a deservedly rich and handsome man, and his status can be no worse than his own. In particular, his age was not similar to his own, and his cultivation, however, was a great realm higher than his own. In his heart, he could not help but admire Suyu even more. And let's talk about Jiang Chen. He still didn't know that a group of disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's Thousand Rin Peak, who originally regarded him as a benefactor, had already hated him to the bone. After seeing Suyu leave, he also immediately left in another direction, since his flying speed was no match for Suyu. To the extent that the space debris attacked him densely, even the protective light shield outside his body was shattered, so that his body was not spared, and his entire body was cut by the space debris and drenched in blood. Luckily, this small space wasn't very powerful, plus his physical body was also extremely strong. If it was a different person who suffered such an attack from him, his body was afraid that it would have already been cut into pieces. Enduring the intense pain, he finally opened a bloody path and drilled out of the ground, and he took a deep breath of fresh air. In his mind, he couldn't help but float back to that marvelous figure. Angry and furious, Humph, Yi Shui, you stupid woman, you deserve to be tricked by Suyu. Do you really think that this Gongzi is the one who looks at you? If I didn't know that you are the eldest princess of the Wuji imperial dynasty, would this eunuch save you and help you kill demonic beasts? The cursing came to an even greater extent. Before Suyu came, Yi Shui's attitude towards him had always been good. Ah, outrageous. This Gongzi is just one step away from success. Ah, damned Suyu, again daring to destroy this Gongzi's chance. Wait, Jiang Chen, swear to the heavens, I will definitely not stop at this. You're dead. After cursing, he threw a punch at one of the ancient trees around him. Boom! The tree, which had lived for thousands of years, was immediately blasted into pieces. As for Jiang Chen, due to the force he exerted just now, and involving the previous wound, the blood, which was the most masculine, immediately flowed out, and the whole person was on the verge of turning into a bloody man. But Jiang Chen was in pain and annoyed. His anger attacked his heart, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, only to feel the sky spinning. He immediately sat down on his knees, swallowed pills, and began to heal his injuries. Chapter 80, Invoking Star-Destroying Godsword. Inside the mighty god's chariot, the atmosphere was quiet at this point. Although Xiong Bing and Yi Shui were taken away in time by Suyu and were not injured, they also suffered a lot of shock and felt a little tired, and began to meditate and regulate. Suyu, on the other hand, laid back on top of his free chair and closed his eyes. Achoo! Suddenly he sneezed. It was reasonable to say that at his realm, he had already gained control over the various organs within his body, and would not be able to have this kind of physiological reaction. Can it be that someone is cursing this saint's son behind his back? In his mind, a silhouette couldn't help but appear. His thoughts were the same as Bear Soldier's. Jiang Chen couldn't die so easily. It was at this moment that the system's voice rang out in time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing serious injury to Jiang Chen, the son of Heaven's destiny, rewarding him with a divine sword skill, lead star-destroying god sword skill. Introduction star-destroying god sword technique cultivated to a small level of success. You can obtain the power of the stars above the firmament, and you can easily destroy the strongest person in the true god realm. The person who has achieved great success does not need to hold a sword in his hand, but can directly draw the power of the stars, transforming the real into the virtual, forming a star holy sword, the power of which is to cut down the heavenly god realm powerhouses. No matter what, Those at the extreme realm can invoke the power of thousands of stars above the 9 heavens for their own use, transforming it into a radiant giant sword of the stars and rivers, decapitating godkings as if they were chopping up melons and chopping vegetables. So awesome. He currently only mastered a meteor sword technique, on which he released chaotic chi to form the chaotic meteor sword technique, but the moves were still pretty much the same. The invoking star-destroying divine sword technique just made up for the deficiencies in his sword Dao technique. The system's first transmission will allow the host to learn this sword skill directly to the minor achievement realm. Will the host learn it now? Learn! The words fell less than 3 seconds later. The relevant mysteries about the lead star-destroying god sword were then transmitted into his mind. Like an inspirational movie, it played continuously in the sea of his soul. It was all about him practicing this sword skill. Every night, he stood under the starry sky, running the lead star-destroying god sword skill while swinging the longsword in his hand ceaselessly, until, when he exploded with radiant star power all over his body and chopped out that earth-shattering sword. The scene, abruptly, ding, the lead star-destroying god sword technique has been imparted. And now, the host has reached minor success. With a smile on his lips, Suyu dodged and flew out of the carriage. The carriage immediately stopped and waited for Suyu. Suyu stepped on the wind and cloud soared with his feet and quietly hovered in the air. His eyes were lightly closed as he operated this newly learned technique, and he felt his dantian tremble slightly as a strand of the Tao rhythm of the sword began to accelerate. Above the vault of heaven, a large amount of star power, flying towards his circumference, converged and surged into him. During this process, as the star power was sucked in more and more, his enchantment and utilization of this power was gradually deepening. When the power of the stars is drawn to a certain amount, he stopped running his gongfu. Next moment, with a movement of his mind, a holy sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Suyu immediately added his body's star power into it. Buzz! The holy sword began to tremble. In less than a moment, the entire sword became chilly and heavy. As Suyu made a gentle slash towards a barren mountain below, boom! A shocking thunderclap came from below. The mountain instantly collapsed, splashing earth and rocks. The two of them, Yi Ishui, who were originally meditating in tune, were immediately attracted by the commotion outside. One after another, they flew out of the mighty god's chariot and looked toward the rear. One could only see Suyu holding a long sword, with dazzling star power surging around him, and was quietly looking down. At this moment, he looked like a generation of sword god, with a grace that was not at all inferior to Jun Wuxie. Saint's son, your sword Dao has broken through again. When Xiong Bing saw this, he immediately exclaimed in shock. Just a while ago, he was still tuning up and meditating, cultivating his body and mind. Suyu, however, had broken through this gap. It was also too big. In the future, he was no longer qualified to even challenge Suyu. People are so angry with each other. Yi Ishui had studied quite a variety of things, and the way of the sword. Naturally, she had practiced. She had also seen many cultivators cutting sword skills between themselves, but none of them were as strong as the shock that Suyu, at this moment, gave her. Suddenly, she also wanted to join the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land as well. Father always said she was too playful and didn't like to cultivate. If, with a role model like the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son, she promised to cultivate hard, and at that time, she would definitely be able to impress her father. Thinking of this, she immediately came to Suyu's side with a smile on her face and complimented her like the usual gang of young talents who curry favor with her. Saint's son, your sword technique is really awesome. Yi Shui admires it. Suyu immediately grasped 2 words. Now, Yi Ishui's self-proclaimed name had changed. It was Ishui instead of this princess. Suyu smiled faintly at the duo and said modestly, overpraise? It's just a small epiphany. It's not worth mentioning. Let's get on the car. Soon, the 3 of them then returned to the carriage. The 9-headed unicorn divine beast once again pulled the divine carriage forward. At Suyu's gesture, Jin Guogui immediately poured a cup full of spirit fruit juice for each person. After taking a sip of juice, Yi Ishui spoke once again. Holy son, can Ishui worship your master? Suyu was in an extremely good mood at this time and laughed. This you have to ask his old man personally. In fact, he didn't want to hit the other side. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord had already declared to the public that he would no longer accept any more disciples as early as after he had accepted Lin Yuyan. However, Suyu didn't mind taking on a substitute teacher. If Yi Ishui joined the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Ground, it would be beneficial to the Sacred Ground without any harm, as long as Yi Ishui was under control. With Emperor Wuji's mindset of protecting his calf, if the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land was in trouble in the future, he would naturally give his full support. This was equivalent to finding a peak profound realm powerhouse as a fighter for the Holy Land. He, on the other hand, all he had to pay for was just to exchange 2 gongfu suitable for her cultivation within the system mall. Seeing that Suyu didn't reject directly, Yi Ishui immediately saw hope and said with a smile like a flower, "Good, when the time comes, there will be a labor for the saint's son to personally introduce him." Suyu nodded. Seeing Suyu so well spoken, Yi Ishui suddenly felt sweetness in her heart, picked up the juice on the table and took another sip. Spinning around, he praised, "It tastes really good." Jin Guiguo immediately nodded heavily. Seeing that several people on the scene were silent, Yi Ishui said with some curiosity, "I don't know if the saint's son can think of where to stay in Taisha ancient city?" Suyu shook his head and said indifferently, "What guidance does the princess have?" Yi Ishui's beautiful eyes contained a smile as she immediately said, "As far as Ishui knows, the most luxurious place to live in this Taisha ancient city is the Immortal Ascension Tower. However, they shouldn't have any empty seats there right now. But the 3 of you don't need to worry about that. Ishui is their golden VIP and enjoys priority residence." Speaking here, she took out a golden VIP card with some complacency and displayed it to the 3. The corner of Suyu's lips raised in a nice arc. His tone was gentle and courteous. "Then I would like to thank you, Princess." Chapter 81 Ancient City of Taisha. Does one need privileges to enter the city? Yi Ishui guffawed and waved her hand in a generous manner. "Just a show of hands. No need to mention it." As he spoke, the eyes that looked at Suyu became more and more satisfied. That's the kind of high-flying, handsome, yet humble and polite decent guy she likes to deal with. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaving an image of a modest and courteous gentleman in the heart of Yi Ishui, the daughter of heaven's destiny, rewarding the villain with 20,000 points. Hey, system, you're a little late with that reward. Did you miss something? Ding! Yi Ishui, the daughter of heaven's destiny, has been secretly observing the host until just now, when her conviction was firmly established, therefore a one-time reward of 20,000 villain points. I see. As expected of an imperial daughter, is this suspicion innate? System, check Yi Ishui's personal information. Ding, the system is loading. Name, Yi Ishui, age, 17, cultivation level, peak of the avatar realm, physique, Yuan Ling body, rating, mythical daughter of destiny. Elemental spiritual body, born close to the origin of the heaven and earth great Tao, affinity with the law, able to absorb the essence of heaven and earth for its own use, and can replenish the divine power of others. ******, worthy of being a mythic class divine destiny daughter. This physique not only favors herself, but also benefits her friends and family around her. It must be snubbed into the holy land of heavenly diffusion. He looked towards Yi Ishui, and the more he looked at this future junior sister, the more satisfied he became. Seeing Yi Ishui's pair of beautiful eyes staring at him, there was encouragement in his eyes, as if he was expecting him to continue. He casually found a topic. "I heard that the central continent is a place of great talent, especially in the Wuji imperial dynasty, but it's a pity that this saint's son has been so wrapped up in his affairs that he has no chance to go there. So I wonder if the princess can conveniently introduce 1 or 2 of them." When Yi Ishui heard this, she immediately became interested. Immediately, he began to rattle off some interesting anecdotes about the middle continent. Of course, what she chatted about the most was still what she had seen and heard in the Wuji imperial dynasty that had nothing to do with the country's society. Su found out. After this girl put her guard down, she was very talkative and didn't have any princess stance. Instead, she gave him a feeling of innocence and cuteness, a little sister next door. Without realizing it, a few people then arrived outside the Taisha ancient city. As the 9 beast roars hissed in unison, the carriage stopped in mid-air, stopped by the boundary in front of it. Suyu opened the car window and looked out. One could only see that this ancient city of the great beginning was actually like a treasure bowl, suspended high in the sky, and on top of it, stood quite a number of ancient buildings. All around the ancient city, there were high mountains, especially the lofty mine at the back. The entire mountain was reddish golden in color, with not an inch of grass growing on it, sticking straight up into the clouds. If what was guessed was true, then it should be the Taisha ancient mine. At the gates of the ancient city of Taisha, a long human-shaped dragon appeared. All of them were cultivators from various races, and one by one, they were all suspended in the air and lined up, methodically accepting the inspection of the soldiers guarding the city. On the city tower, there stood a middle-aged man in divine armor, and judging by his dress, he should be a city guard general. Suyu learned from the system's prompts that this person's cultivation had reached the heavenly dignity realm, and on the land below, some cultivators with low cultivation levels who were unable to fly were looking with envy at the crowd suspended high above the sky. There were also some mortals, prostrate on the ground, praying for blessings from the immortals in the ancient city. No way, how can there be so many people? Xiong couldn't help but get a big headache as he stared at a long human-shaped dragon outside. Such a long line. How long will it take? If you enter the city too late, I'm afraid you won't even have a place to stay. At this point, quite a few murmurs rang out. Who is that man in the car? Why did he not get out of the carriage? Is he waiting for the guards to open the back door for him? Ha ha, how can that be? The Taisha ancient city has a ban on cars and riding. All cultivators who come to the ancient city must have to enter on foot. That's right. Which one of the people lined up here is not a big shot with a big name? And they still have to abide by the city rules of Taisha ancient city. It's probably the son or young lady of a hidden family that has never traveled far. If they get off now and line up obediently, they may still be able to enter the city at the stroke of midnight today. When Yi Ishui heard the crowd of murmurs below, she muttered with some dissatisfaction. No way. It's only at the end of the Shen hour now, and if we have to wait until the O hour, won't it be a 4 or 5 hour queue? Bear Soldier sighed. Alas, it can't be helped. Who let us come late? Holy Sun, in order not to delay entering the city, let's get off the bus and line up now. The corner of Suyu's lips slightly hooked as he faintly said, wait first. After saying that, from his storage ring, he threw out a token and flew towards the guarding general on the city tower. The general who was originally standing on the high city tower, staring at the crowd below with a cold face. Suddenly, he realized that outside the boundary in front of him, there was a somewhat familiar black token suspended. With a lift of his hand, he took the token in his hand and observed it repeatedly. Spin. Immediately flying down the city tower, he came to Suyu's carriage, respectfully handed back the token and said, so it's Your Excellency who has come. Your Excellency, please enter the city. Words fall. The array disc in his hand gently rotated. An independent passageway appeared in front of Suyu's several people in an instant, just enough for the mighty god's carriage to pass through. As the nine-headed divine beasts hissed in unison, the carriage instantly disappeared in place. The boundary was then restored to its original state. Seeing the crowd of cultivators in the back who had been waiting in line for a small half-day, they were greatly dissatisfied and began to complain. How can you, Taisha ancient city, go back on your word like this? We are not convinced. Strongly demand equal treatment. Quickly open more lanes so that we can enter the city quickly. Listen to a clamor up ahead. The city guard general snorted coldly, his words interspersed with a hint of the sound of the great Tao, spreading in all directions. This lord in the carriage just now has shown great kindness to our Taisha ancient city and should enjoy this privilege. If you and the others enter the city this time and can also make outstanding contributions to our Taisha ancient city like him, the city lord will naturally give you special treatment. This statement was made. The crowd of cultivators below immediately shut their mouths. As for Suyu, who was lying in the mighty god's chariot, he held the black token in his hand with a faint smile on his face. He remembered that the person who gifted him this token was named Sima Jie, the young city lord of Taisha ancient city. Bear Soldier was still in a daze at this point. He had done a strategy before coming to Taisha ancient city. The reason why he had to leave early was because he was afraid that when he entered the city, he would wait in line for too long and miss the auction time of the Yaoguine gambling stone workshop. I didn't expect the Holy Sun to solve it so easily. Xiong asked with some doubt. Saint's son, can it be that this token was gifted to you by the Saint Lord? Suyu gently shook his head. No, a gift from a friend. Yi Ishui immediately smiled sweetly and said, the Holy Sun is really well liked. Earlier heard Xiong said to get off the line. Her whole person is not good. In the past, no matter where to go, are greeted by people like the stars, where there is still a need to line up. Chapter 82, My Master is well liked. Jean Guogua blinked with a pair of big eyes like sapphires and said with a serious face, of course, my master is just well liked. The disciples from the peaks of our holy land love him, and often entrust Guogwei to bring delicious food to his master. However, all these delicacies, in the end, basically fell into her and Luo Qinshua's bellies. Upon hearing this, Yi Ishui's eyes that looked at Suyu instantly lit up with little stars. Having such a handsome and dashing senior brother with an unfathomable cultivation level and excellent people skills would be much more interesting than following around the dignified-looking father. Together, this thought strengthened her resolve to worship the heavenly diffusion Holy Lord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing an image of a good senior brother with excellent people skills in the mind of the daughter of destiny. Rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Suyu was in a good mood. Great! Another Destiny's child who earns herself villain points. And in the city below, many of the cultivators walking in the city looked at the divine carriage flying high in the sky with shocked faces. Look, there's a divine carriage flying in the air. Can't it be that the city lord is conducting a routine check of order in the city? It doesn't look like it to me. The city lord's carriage isn't like this. Che, who stipulated that the city lord can't buy a new carriage, other than the city lord's residence? Other people don't have the privilege of riding in the city in a carriage. The nine-headed unicorn divine beast listened to the crowd of people below praising them. More and more majestically, he flew through the air. It did not take long to arrive in front of a building that was 1,000 feet tall, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and magnificent in its atmosphere. According to Suyu's instructions not long ago, it's none other than the Densen Tower. Several people got out of the car in succession. As Suyu raised his hand, the mighty god's carriage was then put inside the system space. Yi Shui smiled as she walked beside Suyu, just in time to sandwich Suyu in the middle with Jin Guogua on the left and right. Xiongbing shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the past, whether he was in the Holy Land or out and about, he was an existence sought after by all. However, now after having an additional Suyu by his side, he could only become a companion. However, once he thought that this person was the holy son of their heavenly diffusion Holy Land, and the person he was going to follow, all the discomfort in his mind was all gone, and he was deeply honored with it. The four of them had just arrived at the entrance of the Dengxian building. Immediately, there were two beautiful female cultivators with exquisite postures and beautiful immortal bodies who greeted the guests with a smile. Welcome to the Immortal Deng building. May I ask if you have booked the relevant services of this building in advance? Yi Shui immediately took out her golden VIP card and displayed it in front of the two female cultivators with a haughty face. No, this fairy is the golden VIP of your Dengxian building. Prepare 4 guest rooms for us immediately. The welcoming female cultivator glanced at the golden VIP card in her hand and immediately apologized with an apologetic face. Fairy, I'm really sorry. All the rooms in our Immortal Ascension building have already been booked out. You're too late. Yi Shui immediately felt that she had lost too much face, and her princess temper immediately came up as she snorted coldly. Look carefully. This fairy is presenting a golden VIP card. How can there be no extra rooms? Hurry up and handle it for me. The two welcoming female cultivators immediately explained somewhat helplessly. Fairy should know that in recent days, the Yaoguang Stone Gambling Workshop is about to openly auction off source stones to the public, and a large number of cultivators have flocked to the Taisha ancient city, causing our Dengxian building's traffic to skyrocket along with it. The rooms we have here were already pre-booked a week ago by those gold VIPs and even platinum VIPs, although we don't have many golden VIPs, and only a handful of people hold them in each city. But looking at the entire burial immortal star, it's still a considerable amount of money. Yi Shui somewhat didn't want to give up and said, is there really not a single guest room left? One of the welcoming female cultivators nodded with a serious face. Yi Shui's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, feeling very embarrassed in her heart. It was only not long ago that he boasted in front of Suyu and let a few people here, but he didn't expect that he would be turned away before even entering the door of the Dengxian building. At this point, the other welcoming female cultivator thought for a moment and spoke. We do have one superior elegant residence left here. However, it is specially reserved for a supreme treasure diamond VIP. Suyu sniffed. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and between his two fingers, he suddenly held a black and gold card encrusted with precious stones, and said faintly, is this what you're talking about? The two welcoming female cultivators were immediately attracted by the precious diamond VIP card in Suyu's hand. A small card, but it was like the stars of the heavens were set on it. It was so beautiful. Both of them stared blankly at the card in front of them. In the past, they had only seen this card in atlases, and this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. And then look at Suyu. Look dignified, noble, and, between the hands and feet look calm and relaxed. At a glance, the origin is not extraordinary. Their attitude, compared to earlier, was countless times more humble. Your Excellency, please wait. Your rank is too high. You will be personally received by our Duan boss of the Dengxian Luz branch in the Taisha ancient city. Your Excellency, my slave will immediately go and ask our boss Duan to come over to personally receive you. After saying that, one of the female cultivators immediately turned around and headed inside the immortal densification building. The other female cultivator, on the other hand, immediately opened her summoning jade and reported what happened here to her superiors. It didn't take long, only to see a handsome middle-aged man flash and appear in the hall, and in a single stride, he had already arrived in front of Suyu. He had a head of dark and thick hair, his eyes were exceptionally sharp and godly, and judging by his cultivation, he was at least in the God-King realm. Behind him followed the welcoming female cultivator who had first entered. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Suyu, he immediately said with a big smile, my humble self, Duan Wenjua, ordered by the headquarters to be in charge of this immortal ascension building. Is your son a heavenly diffusion saint son? Suyu gently nodded his head. It is precisely Mr. Su. Duan Wenjua immediately laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, a few days ago, the young building master instructed my humble self to leave an elegant residence for the saintly son. I didn't expect that the saintly son would really visit my Dengxian building once again. It's really a rare guest." Rare guest. Suyu also smiled faintly and complimented. Young floor master AI really has good eyesight. This statement was both a compliment to Ai Huyu and an affirmation of himself. Duan Wenjua immediately nodded his head with a smile. That's not true. The young building master is our Dengxian building's once-in-a-thousand-years business wizard. Speaking here, he slightly bent down and made a gesture of reaching out to lead the way inside the hall of the Dengxian building. Holy Sun, and these three honored guests, inside please. Suyu's few people were not polite and entered the hall of the immortal densification building one after another. Under Duan Wenjua's guidance, he soon stepped inside a golden door of light. It's not even 3 breaths. It was then transported by a light to a guest room outside. The front of its door sign reads Yu Xianju. Entering this cultivation world for so long, Suyu had never stayed in a hotel or inn before. He guessed that the decor inside would be similar to a presidential suite on Earth. As Duan Wenjua opened the room, a floral scent hits your nose. The crowd felt a sudden rush of light. Inside, it actually formed a world of its own. Chapter 83, Hu Ling, the Sky Fox Lady. At a glance, in the distance, the lake, mountains, green grass, and blue sky are beautiful. Nearby are pavilions, bridges and flowers. The mansion was ancient and the area was as big as a playground. Under his penetrating eyes, he quickly saw the layout within the mansion, which had countless apartments and very classical and elegant soft furnishings. In the courtyard, there stood several household servants and maidservants. At the head of the group was a very beautiful-looking female cultivator. She wore a short red dress with a slender waist, and a pair of eyes that were large and evocative, with upturned tails and long eyelashes that carried an indescribably seductive look. After seeing Suyu and the others come in, the crowd of maidservants and household servants bent down to salute in greeting. The beautiful female cultivator at the head wore a charming smile. Her voice was sweet and melodious. "Welcome to all the honored guests. My name is Hu Ling. I'm the housekeeper of this elegant residence. If you have any needs, you can mention them to my slave." Yi Ishui swept a glance at Hu Ling and gently sniffled before, somewhat unhappily, saying, "You're a fox daughter of the Sky Fox clan?" Hu Ling didn't care about Yi Ishui's attitude and smiled faintly. "Exactly. Fairy really has good eyesight." Suyu sized up Hu Ling. He did not expect this woman to be a fox woman. No wonder she gave him a demonic feeling. Rumor has it that many of the women of the Sky Fox clan possess the immortal fox bloodline in their bodies, with a gentle and affectionate character, smart and brave. They have been living in the fox kingdom of Qingxiu for generations. Just this woman. Why would she come to the Dengxian building? Why did she become a waitress? Suyu felt that it was necessary for him to activate the invincible heavy pupil, delusion-breaking avatar. Think it and do it. This time, he used 3 consecutive epiphany opportunities, and in less than 3 breaths of time, he had mastered this divine ability. When he looked at Hu Ling again, in his eyes, a bewitching woman with a pair of fluffy white fox ears and 5 foxtails instantly appeared. Duan Wenjua had long been accustomed to the gazes of the crowd scrutinizing Hu Ling, and smiled as he looked at Suyu. "Saint son of Tianyan, are you still satisfied with this elegant residence?" Suyu nodded. "Not bad, very beautiful." Hearing these words, Hu Ling immediately looked at Suyu with some surprise. "So Gongzi is the famous heavenly diffusion saint son ah? It's really better to hear about it than to see it. And Nu Jia's luck is also too good to be able to personally serve the saint son someday." Bear Soldier immediately coughed softly. "It's tempting to say, I'm such a big, handsome guy standing here and I don't see it? It's really a man's name and a tree's shadow. These women, too, are too shallow, and each one of them has only their holy sun in their eyes." Just then, Duan Wenjua's transmission jade rang out, as he inputted a spiritual energy. In front of everyone's eyes, a male cultivator in Dengxian Building's guard attire suddenly appeared and projected. He looked a bit anxious. "Boss, there are people causing trouble in the 3rd floor multi-treasure pavilion." At those words, Duan Wenjua frowned and glanced at Suyu. Wanting to speak, Suyu lightly smiled and said, "If shopkeeper Duan has other important matters, just go and get busy. There is no need to accompany him here." Duan Wenjua immediately wore a look of gratitude as he bowed and made a bow. "Many thanks for the Saint's Son's understanding. This is my humble summoning number. If the Saint's Son has any needs, they can all contact Duan Mao at any time." After saying that, he handed Suyu a transmission note, and on it, his transmission number was branded. After Suyu took it, he left in a hurry. Seeing this, Hu Ling smiled and opened her mouth. Saint's son, slave first takes you all on a tour of the Yuxian residence. Su Yu nodded slightly. 2 incense sticks later, the crowd had already strolled through the Yuxian residence. All 4 had also chosen the rooms they would be staying in for the next few days. At the claim of the Golden Goose, the group of people sat around a luxurious and atmospheric table made of extremely high-grade spirit jade. Su Yu took a thick recipe book handed over by Hu Ling and ordered all of the cuisines that he hadn't eaten before. Then, the menu was returned to Hu Ling. However, she saw Hu Ling with a winking smile. Holy son, seeing as the delicacies you ordered are all meat, the seafood we have here is also delicious. This is the menu, please take a look. After saying that, from her palm, a piece of pink silk handkerchief made of menu floated down and landed on the menu in Su Yu's hand. Before Su Yu could take a closer look, then came Jin Guoguo's unusually excited voice in his ear. Yes, master, Guoguo likes eating seafood the most, especially big lobsters. Xiong Bing immediately looked at Hu Ling with some curiosity. Oh, let me take a look. When he finished speaking, he took the red silk handkerchief and spread it out, sweeping it towards Jin Guoguo's favorite, and his mouth began to chant softly. Extreme big lobster, complete in color, aroma and taste, rich in nutritional value. Selling price, 1,000,000 upper grade spirit stones. No way. Is this extreme big lobster of yours made with holy medicine? The price is outrageously expensive. Hu Ling smiled sweetly. Wait until Prince Xiong tastes it, then he will feel that it is worth every penny. However, if the Holy Son wants to taste it, naturally there is no need to spend any money. Her voice was soft, and it was very comfortable in Su Yu's ears. What's the difference? No merit, no reward. One look at this stinking fox and it's not nice. What about trying to set the Holy Son up in front of this princess? It's too much to put this princess in her place. Yi Yishui snatched the pink silk handkerchief from Bear Soldier's hand. Her face was unusually ugly. Hu Ling, don't try to cheat us with your Sky Fox clan set. We don't need it. After saying that, spiritual energy surged in her palm. Next moment, the menu becomes flying dust. Hu Ling's face turned a little white with anger, and there was a touch of petulance in her voice. Saint Son, look at her. Su Yu secretly sighed in his heart. It is said that the Heavenly Fox clan women are intelligent and knowledgeable. Why is this Hu Ling so stupid? Can't you see he's sitting next to a noble, cold and arrogant princess? Without slanting his eyes were clear and bright as he said in a serious manner. This Saint's son has been allergic to seafood for the last few days, so please ask Butler who to arrange to serve the delicacies that he ordered just now. When Yi Yishui heard Su Yu say this, her heart immediately rejoiced. The emotional intelligence of the heaven-diffracting Saint's son was much higher than this vixen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the appreciation of the daughter of heavenly fate, rewarding the villain with 2,000 points. Jin Guoguo also gave up her craving for fresh food in a rare way, and very much agreed with what Su Yu said. Well, Master is right. Guoguo is hungry. Butler Hu, when will the food be served? Hu Ling immediately nodded her head with a smile. Nuns will go and make arrangements right away. Please wait a moment, everyone. When she finished, she walked out into the hall and headed for the kitchen. Her heart was full of regret. She used to introduce herself like this. Ah, it worked every time. I didn't expect the heavenly diffusion Saint's son to be so unforgiving, refusing to take even a penny. However, the other party was a chaotic god body that came along once in 10,000 years, giving up just like that. If the matriarch knew about it, she was afraid that they would all punish her. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer young generations in the clan that possessed the immortal fox bloodline, and, even if they did, the bloodline was very thin. The Sky Fox clan, in desperate need of top heavenly pride. If we don't change the current inheritance method like this, the Sky Fox clan is in danger. For the sake of the family not being like some other ethnic groups, completely submerged in history, the matriarch sent a group of fox women into the major cities to look for a person of destiny, and the holy son of Tianyan was, quite literally, at the top of the list. When he thought of the mission entrusted by the patriarch, Hu Ling was still a little undecided.